This child was deemed a cripple at birth for having no spiritual root. Though unable to cultivate, being born into a prestigious family meant his grandparents handled everything for him. His meals were all top-grade pills, each costing as much as a large plate of vegetables. He spent his days soaking in the finest medicinal baths, yet the only thing that improved was his digestive system, allowing him to fart like a rocket for no discernible reason. Unable to cultivate like others, he decided to play by the rules of physical strength. He persisted in running 10 kilometers and doing 100 push-ups every day. He was determined to become an overlord among the forces under the immortal cultivation heavens. Sometime later, it was exactly the day the Wulin Immortal Sect held its inner disciple selection competition. While other contestants channeled their spiritual power, displaying their aura and techniques with thunderous force, he just stood there blankly watching the excitement. Then he casually sneezed, unexpectedly creating a whirlwind that blew away the opponents, refining key tier strange fire. Witnessing this, several sect elders were left with their mouths agape, wide enough to fit a load of coconuts. Not only that, but he also possessed a 3V footwork, suddenly appearing right in front of his opponent from the end of the arena. Finally, he gave that man a punch that warped his face ID, blasting him straight up to heaven to reunite with his ancestors instantly. After a minute of shock, the voluptuous female MC, after some research, finally realized he was the former Shizen cripple. Now he had returned, defeating all opponents without a shred of spiritual power, securing the top spot this year. The competition ended, and he went up the mountain with the other new disciples to begin their path of cultivation. Unexpectedly, a group of officers blocked their way. They demanded to capture an escaped wanted fugitive. Shizen muttered to himself, in this remote mountain valley there was no peace, so he might as well temporarily hide. No sooner said than done, he tiptoed to sneak away from there. But unfortunately, a system suddenly jumped out in front of him, ordering him to stop. It announced that his first assigned mission was to pass a direct inspection by the Imperial troops. Shizen was extremely indignant, complaining that the system had only now showed its face since activation, and its first mission wanted to push him into a pit of self-destruction. To explain why he was wanted and had inadvertently tangled with this cursed system, one had to turn back to the past. From the time he was very young, Shizen, with his constitution being very weak, had been unable to come into contact with anyone. Even a light balloon thrown by the neighborhood kids hitting him was enough. It would make his teeth and lips a mess. He would be sent flying hundreds of meters, breaking several more ribs. To protect their fragile son, his parents bought an entire deserted island in the middle of the sea. They also hired a female master, Zhuang Nian, to protect him while they were away. If a man does not act for himself, heaven and earth will destroy him. Shizen did not want to rely on anyone, so he threw himself into physical training. Every day began with 10 kilometers running around the island, 100 squats, 100 sit-ups, and finally 100 push-ups, a complete set from some bold guy's workout plan. Persevering for many years, though Shizen did not have a single hair out of place, he still possessed unmatched strength. At the same time, he activated the legendary golden finger system called Immortal Cultivator Perception. He thought it would be like other people's systems, helping the owner cleanse their marrow, forge their bones, and awaken a dominating spiritual root. But no, this damn thing could only help enhance his muscles. Its only goal was to make Shizen a leader and promote sports to the masses. Sounds pathetic, right? Not only was it inferior to other people's systems, it also had a bad habit of getting easily offended. Whenever he complained for a minute, it would immediately zap him with electric shocks, a true demon. Well, at least it allowed him to exchange training skill points for some rewards. And so for 2 whole years, Shizen persisted in his training, not missing a single day. Finally, the day came when the system announced enough points for an upgrade. It unlocked countless new features like the shop and advanced training skills. Shizen was thrilled. Just as he was about to test it out, he unexpectedly discovered an intruder. They landed with a loud crash, shattering the ground like superhumans. They introduced themselves as Imperial soldiers sent to hunt down the entire Nangang clan for treason against the Emperor. At the same time, the female master Zhuang Nian also received the bad news. She immediately rushed to the young master's training area to escape together in time. Quick and agile, she arrived just as the leader was about to strike. Zhuang Nian descended like a heavenly angel, a kick that shook heaven and earth with an aura of world-destroying power, slamming fiercely into the Imperial soldier. A thunderous explosion echoed, dust flying thickly, obscuring the vision of the hidden dragon guards. Zhuang Nian took advantage of the smoke lightning fast as she hoisted Shizen onto her shoulder and desperately fled, seeking a path of escape. The hidden dragon guard leader stood amidst the dust, watching the two figures fade into the distance, and said with a deep laugh, "The intelligence," said the young master of the Zhuang family, "has a crippled spiritual root, just a useless hermit hiding on a desolate island away from the world. Only a maidservant attends him. That maidservant must be her." Zhuang Nian stopped, turned her head back, her narrow phoenix eyes filled with chilling light, staring intently at the group of soldiers, her voice as cold as frost. "Young master, you must go now. I will hold them off here." Upon hearing this, the Hidden Dragon Guard leader's face twisted into a ferocious glare as he bellowed, "We are the Hidden Dragon Guard, acting on the court's orders. How dare a mere maidservant speak so insolently?" With that, he swished his hand and summoned a magic artifact that transformed into a ring. The vicious death vortex locked onto Zhuang Nian. Shizhen witnessed this with his own eyes, utterly horrified. Having subdued Zhuang Nian, the cruel leader yanked fiercely, and countless razor-sharp strands of energy savagely ripped through her body. Zhuang Nian's body went limp as blood gushed forth, and she fell heavily, gravely wounded. Shizhen's eyes widened and his mouth fell open as he cried out in alarm, "Sister Zhuang Nian, are you all right?" Zhuang Nian lay feebly on the ground, her face as pale as paper, groaning in agony. She struggled to lift her head and look at Shizhen, her voice as weak as a thread. "Young master, run quickly. Do not worry about me." Rage erupted within him like a volcano. Shizhen's handsome face was covered in frost, his gaze as firm as steel. He stood beside Zhuang Nian for a long time. The next moment, he shifted his steps and resolutely advanced towards the group of hidden dragon guards. "Whoever dares to bully my Zhuang Nian, I, Shizhen, will never forgive." Shizhen's body suddenly erupted with a powerful aura. Dao runes flowed as he clenched his fist, raised it high, and aimed straight at the hidden dragon guards, striking out. Zhuang Nian was terrified, her face deathly pale, watching Shizhen's retreating figure with utmost worry as she called out weakly, "Young master, what are you trying to do? Just a piece of trash, not even equal to a mortal, and you dare to dream of opposing me?" After saying this, he viciously swung his hand, hurling a cruel blast of wind laced with deathly energy straight at Shizhen. "There is a limit to stupidity." A nearby hidden dragon guard laughed out loud, tauntingly reminding him, "Don't toy with him, that strike of yours will mince him into ground meat." Facing the brutal attack, Shizhen remained calm and composed, lightly swinging his fist to meet it. With a boom, the wind blast dissipated into nothingness. Seeing Shizhen casually neutralize his attack with a single punch, the expression on the hidden dragon guard leader's face shifted from arrogance to shock, unable to believe his eyes. He cried out in alarm, his voice trembling, "How is this possible? I am a dignified hidden dragon guard. My secret art was actually neutralized by you." Before he could react, Shizhen's figure moved like a ghost, his fist striking like thunder directly into the leader's throat. A pop sounded like a watermelon being crushed. The hidden dragon guard leader's body went stiff. He crumpled to the ground, his eyes rolling back, his mouth agape, his breath coming in gasps. Shizhen stood upright, his face cold as ice, killing intent filling the air, his body robust and strong. Hidden Dragon Guard underlings, utterly panicked, stared at their leader lying dead on the ground, cold sweat streaming down their faces. Is he dead? Killed a Hidden Dragon Guard with one punch. How could a waste possess such terrifying power? The remaining 3 Hidden Dragon Guards, in a panic, swung their weapons and frantically attacked Shizhen. Everyone, hold nothing back. Fight to the death and kill him. Facing 3 fierce attacks, Shizhen remained calm as still water, his gaze focused as he spoke nonchalantly. Finally, time to get the body moving and stretch the muscles and bones. After saying this, Shizhen's form flickered like an illusion as he stretched, the movements light and graceful. In an instant, he had effortlessly evaded all the attacks. Zhuang Nian, watching from the side, was wide-eyed and utterly astounded. Could this be the nourishing key technique that the young master practices every day? Seeing the young master cultivate such a strange, forbidden technique, I was always worried and tried to dissuade him. Little did I know it held such astonishing power. Back on the battlefield, Shizhen merely flicked his sleeve, his posture as he straightened up becoming even more bizarre as he quickly subdued the other 2. After defeating the other 2, Shizhen continued forward, intending to hunt down and finish off the last one. That court soldier, holding a jade slip for transmitting messages, shrieked tremblingly, "Don't you dare take another step. If you do, I will immediately send a message to summon reinforcements with lightning speed." Xian's movement technique was like that of a ghost. In an instant, he appeared before the court soldier, and then, with a kick like an unstoppable divine stomp, he ruthlessly struck the opponent's groin. His kick was as powerful as lightning, directly stripping him of his manhood. The jade slip in his hand followed suit, shattering and falling to the ground. Zhuang Nian, watching from the side, was slightly shocked by the scene. The broken jade slip, upon hitting the ground, suddenly created a mysterious barrier space, within which a strange fluctuation of spiritual power was contained. After observing carefully, Zhuang Nian cried out in alarm, "This is a space jade slip. Inside is a storage space concealing the hidden dragon guard's teleportation formation." Realizing the urgency and extreme danger of the situation, Zhuang Nian hurriedly shouted a warning, "Young master, we must leave this place quickly. An unparalleled powerhouse inside is about to break through the space." Before she could finish her words, an arm extending from within the barrier startled Shizhen. Immediately after, a towering figure appeared, his killing intent overwhelming, rolling like violent waves, revealing the formidable aura of a great expert. The manifested man locked his gaze onto Shizhen at first sight. "So you are the trash young master of the Zhuang family mentioned in the reports." Indeed, I cannot sense even a shred of spiritual energy from you. His eyes then swept across the surrounding scene, discovering that the group of hidden dragon guards had been completely annihilated, and his gaze shifted to Zhuang Nian. Zhuang Nian, are you saying that all the hidden dragon guards sent here are dead? Was it all you're doing? For a mere maidservant to have such cultivation is somewhat surprising. To die by my hand today can be considered a great honor for you. Across from him, Zhuang Nian was filled with rage, but her own strength was far too weak, so she could only watch helplessly. Feng Xiaoqian, possessing profound cultivation, immediately aimed a killing blow, intending to take Zhuang Nian's life in one move. The attack was like a thunderous single strike, as fast as lightning, streaking straight towards Zhuang Nian. In that split second of utmost peril, Shizhen suddenly erupted, using his own body to block the blow. Seeing Shizhen's action, both Zhuang Nian and Feng Xiaoqian were taken aback by the shock. Shizhen was then sent flying backward by the terrifying force, stumbling and skidding across the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Witnessing Shizhen suddenly rush out to block the blow and then be sent flying before their eyes, Zhuang Nian was horrified. Young master. Due to the lingering force of the attack, Shizhen had fallen unconscious, lying motionless on the ground. Feng Xiaoqian, standing nearby, was also somewhat amazed by Shizhen's physique. Any ordinary cultivator hit by my move would surely have been splattered into a mist of blood, yet he remains intact. Could he possess a top-grade protective treasure? But it does not matter anymore. At this moment, Feng Xiaoqian stepped forward one step at a time, his expression extremely arrogant. In the blink of an eye he circulated his true Kai, erupting with a sinister and domineering aura. After all, you all will find it difficult to escape my grasp today. Zhuang Nian's face turned pale as she stared at Feng Xiaoqian. This is bad. The pressure of a heaven general is truly terrifying. Just the momentum alone is suffocating. Suddenly, a stream of sword ki descended from the sky, blocking his advance and startling him. Immediately after, sword light filled the sky as many heaven and earth sword techniques simultaneously struck his position. Faced with the fierce onslaught, Feng Xiaoqian hurriedly leaped back to evade. Seeing the familiar moves, joy clearly appeared on Zhuang Nian's face. This move belongs to master. Feng Xiaoqian frowned, his gaze coldly sweeping upward. Zhuang Qi, how did you manage to come here? Facing the appearance of the Zhuang family's grand elder, old Zhuang Qi's expression darkened as he stared at Feng Xiaoqian. Feng Xiaoqian looked at him with an arrogant tone. Zhuang Qi, are you not guarding the Zhuang family head? Why do you have the leisure to run here? Old Zhuang Qi's gaze locked coldly onto the opponent. I am here by the family head's orders to protect the young master's safe escape. Next, he turned his face towards Zhuang Nian and shouted an order. Zhuang Nian, quickly escort the young master away from this place. I will stay behind to block the enemy. Zhuang Nian stood in a dilemma, both worried for her master and concerned for Shizhen. Having no choice, she lightly bit her lip and nodded. After that, Zhuang Nian quickly picked up Shizhen, using all her strength to leap and flee from the enemy's sight. Feng Xiaoqian curled his lip contemptuously as he looked at old Zhuang Qi. Do you really think you can stop me? He soared into the empty air, throwing a punch that blasted towards old Zhuang Qi. Old Zhuang Qi also swung his precious sword to meet the attack. Old Zhuang Qi gritted his teeth and roared. Our Zhuang family rules over one region, holding countless cultivation resources. The strong dominate, it is only natural. You tell me how else could we protect this enterprise? Old thief, truly unscrupulous. A cold shout echoed, a ferocious sword formation erupted, sword ki crisscrossing straight towards Feng Xiaoqian's vital points. The clash of ki force shook heaven and earth, and billowing smoke and dust blotted out the sky. Zhuang Nian held Shizhen tightly in her arms, her movement technique like lightning as she glided over the tall ancient tree branches. Her heart was burning with worry for her master's safety. Master, you must be safe, she thought silently. Perhaps they all must rely on you. Shizhen was still in a deep sleep, his body and soul on the verge of leaving. Memories of a doomed love suddenly surged back. The sounds of miserable wailing and terrifying crashes echoed in his ears. He saw himself as a lost child in a sea of fire, with tall buildings collapsing into ruins. In a state of panic, Shizhen tripped and fell, pain spreading through his limbs. His legs went limp and he could not move. Perhaps they were broken. Shizhen, Shizhen. A heart-rending call rang out. His parents appeared amidst the thick smoke and dust, waving towards him. Shizhen joyfully saw the familiar figures, hurriedly reaching out to touch them. But just then, a huge shadow descended, a broken slab of concrete from a collapsing skyscraper. Shizhen stared in horror at the deathly object hurtling towards him. No! The scream had barely ended when Shizhen's parents shot forward like arrows, using their frail bodies to shield him. His mother's gentle voice sounded, "Do not be afraid, mother and father are here." Tears streamed down Shizhen's face. He choked. "Do not worry about me anymore. I will only drag you down. No." Ah! Shizhen woke from the dream with a start, his back already soaked with cold sweat. Zhuang Nian, who was focusing on reading a family secret letter, turned around with a start. Seeing that Shizhen had woken up, she quickly approached. "Young master, you have finally awoken?" Shizhen panted, his gaze panicked as he looked around, feeling that his body was still intact. He asked in surprise, "I have been saved?" Zhuang Nian's expression was dark. It was fortunate that the Grand Elder acted in time, otherwise it would have been difficult for us to keep our lives. Hearing this, Shizun asked even more worriedly, how is the Zhuang family? What of my mother and father? Zhuang Nian lowered her head, her voice choked with emotion. Aside from the missing clan members, everyone else has met with misfortune. Without the Grand Elder's protection, the family head has also been captured by the court. Shizun's eyes darkened, an infinite wave of sorrow hit him, and his heart felt as if it were being cut. He turned his face away, trying to suppress his emotions, his voice trembling. Is it because uncle came rushing to save me, that his clone at my parents' place became weak? Is that right? Zhuang Nian looked at the dazed Shizun, her heart full of complicated feelings, not knowing how to console him. Shizun suddenly flew into a rage, swinging his hand to slam heavily against the stone wall. Damn it! A loud bang rang out, and the sturdy stone wall immediately collapsed into ruins. Shizun blamed himself. In my past life or this one, I have always been a burden to my parents. It is all because I am weak and useless, always needing their protection. Am I truly worthless? Am I forever just a waste? Zhuang Nian softly advised, young master, do not be so pessimistic. The future of the Zhuang family may still depend on you to turn things around. Shizun was startled, raising his head to ask, sister, what did you just say? Zhuang Nian explained seriously, participate in the Xuantian Dao Discourse Grand Assembly and seize the title of Dao Child. If you win, you may have a chance to save the Zhuang family. The Xuantian Grand Assembly is a major event in the cultivation world, occurring only once every 10 years. Its purpose is to find the most outstanding genius to be appointed as the new Xuantian Dao Child. Successive Dao children all enjoy supreme cultivation resources and privileges. They can even make one request to the court, and it is not impossible to receive a universal amnesty. Saying this, Zhuang Nian excitedly gripped Shizun's hand. Young master, give it a try. This may be our greatest opportunity. The young master has no spiritual root and cannot cultivate, but within your body seems to conceal a kind of profound and unpredictable mysterious power. If you can unlock this power, you will surely be able to bring the Zhuang family back to prominence. Hearing this, Shizun's spirit was shaken, his aura soaring to the heavens, and his hands clenched tightly. Good, then we will immediately retreat into seclusion, go into closed-door bitter training, temper our bodies, and increase our strength. Zhuang Nian, however, showed hesitation. But the Xuantian Grand Assembly only allows orthodox cultivators to participate. Rogue cultivators are not qualified. Shizun was momentarily stunned, scratching his head in confusion. Does that mean I have to join a sect? But my aptitude is very easy for others to see through. Zhuang Nian patted Shizun's shoulder to comfort him. Young master, do not worry. I have found a secluded mountain gate in the wilds of the southern region, a blessed land suitable for cultivation where court forces will have difficulty finding you. The young master only needs to change his appearance with some disguise. Shizun's face scrunched up like a steamed bun, his discomfort plain to see before Zhuang Nian's endless chatter. Young master, the path of cultivation from now on can only be blazed by yourself. This old servant must follow master's orders and depart immediately. Summon the remaining surviving clan members and plot to restore the Zhuang family. Young master, you must be careful. Shizun was brimming with momentum, his roar like a thunderclap. I will definitely train diligently, refine my sinews and bones, and increase my cultivation. Just like that, Shizun stepped through the outer sect threshold of Lin Immortal Sect. Time slipped by, and after over a year, he finally won on the arena and smoothly entered the inner sect. But who would have thought that on the way back, he would encounter a group of Imperial soldiers rigorously checking passersby? And even more hateful was that bloodline-seeking system. Not only did it force Shizun to hide, it also assigned a mandatory quest, compelling him to openly pass through the soldiers' inspection. So now Shizun had to face the people hunting him head-on, his face full of solemnity. The officer bellowed like thunder, lift your head, let me compare you with the wanted portrait. Hearing this, Shizun's whole body trembled like a leaf, cold sweat drenching his back. This was it. Even the portrait must have been drawn by that red-eyed ape. This time he was in deep trouble. The soldier before him immediately took out the wanted painting and began to compare. Shizun's heart surged like a tide, thoughts racing. What should he do now? If he directly attacked and scattered them, would that count as a frontal pass? He clenched his hands secretly, ready to fight. The wanted scroll slowly unrolled, officially comparing it to Shizun. But as soon as he glanced at it, he nearly coughed up 3 liters of blood. His portrait in the painting was drawn as hideous as a yaksha demon, making him extremely disappointed. He was even furious and outraged at that portrait. Just like that, the wanted man passed through leisurely, while the pursuers also departed in a hubbub. Speaking of the moment the portrait was drawn, Feng Xiuqin did not want to describe it with words, but Bare Soul declared he would personally sketch Shizun's likeness. As soon as he finished speaking, he roared like thunder, "Men, bring brush and paper quickly. This old man will personally draw that face today," leaving him no way to hide his identity. Relying on his uncanny painting skills, he began to wield his brush and sketch Shizun's portrait. Back to Shizun's situation, the system simultaneously fired a notification about his attributes and quest progress. Seeing the quest was complete, Shizun breathed a sigh of relief, lamenting that the calamity had finally passed. Next, he only needed to enter the intersect, train in secrecy, and never let anyone discover his trash spirit root physique. The old woman inside just then announced a replacement, tossing Shizun back into the abyss of disappointment. According to the rules, intersect new recruits still needed to test their spirit roots before officially joining. Shizun frowned, his face bitter as if he had eaten poison, and muttered in annoyance, "This is insane. Heaven is deliberately toying with me. Isn't this practically trying to kill me? If I touch it, won't I instantly expose my trash spirit root identity and get expelled from the sect?" He hurriedly planned to slip away, his mind in a tangle. Maybe he should switch sects now. It seemed his fate and Lin Immortal sect were somewhat at odds. Suddenly, the system appeared again to block Shisun's path. "Stop right there." Shisun's face grew even more panicked. "What the hell is it now?" In an instant, the system assigned a mandatory quest, forcing Shizun to undergo the spirit root test. In a fiery rage, Shizun grabbed the system panel and roared like a lion. "Tell me, are you deliberately trying to kill me or what? Other people's systems wholeheartedly help their hosts overcome difficulties, but you do the opposite, only pushing me toward death." Seeing Shizun dare to resist, the system showed no mercy and imposed a punishment. The electric shocks charred Shizun's body black, but he stubbornly stepped forward one step at a time, preparing for the spirit root test. Before the crowd of inner sect disciples, an announcement echoed through the air. "All new disciples who have registered, quickly come forward. Transfer spirit power into the spirit stone. This will not only test your cultivation realm, but also determine your spirit root grade." The old woman then brought out an item resembling an ancient iPhone model to take attendance. First person Shen Chong. He puffed out his chest and strutted forward for the test. Shen Chong strode with a dragon step and a tiger's gait, walking up to the spirit stone. Soon as he arrived, he channeled all his spirit power and threw a punch at the spirit stone. The powerful force instantly surged into the spirit stone, gradually displaying his cultivation level. After the test, the old woman announced the results in a loud voice. Shenchong, Layer 8 of Key Refinement, Mid-Grade Spirit Root. Zen Wudi, Layer 9 of Key Refinement, Mid-Grade Spirit Root. Yensen, Early Foundation Establishment, High-Grade Spirit Root. Not far away, a figure with flowing white hair was quietly observing the aptitude test. Before them, the majestic female sect leader Nangang Huang appeared, accompanied by 6 elders and a fellow Daoist. 7 figures, solemn and sharp-eyed, watched together. The aura of this batch of new disciples was truly extraordinary, full of vigorous blood and extraordinary foundations. It seemed the future of our Lin Immortal sect was very bright. Below the stage, the steward in charge of the aptitude test, Ling Gong, continued calling names. Next person, Jiang Mu. Just hearing his name, an old man with snow-white hair, leaning on a bamboo stick, staggered out, surprising the steward. Coming right away. This old man has bitterly trained in the outer sect for 60 years, and today I finally have the chance to enter the inner sect." The steward glanced at Jiang Mu and immediately barked, "Hurry up and expel him down the mountain. His age has long exceeded the limit." Jiang Mu was dragged away amid pitiful cries, full of grievance. "I demand an appeal. This old man is still just a youth of 60 springs." Afterwards, the elder who witnessed this scene also frowned in dissatisfaction. Indeed, it was hard to avoid such people sneaking into the sect. Below, the steward called the next name, Shizun. A handsome young man, his steps somewhat hesitant, slowly walked forward, his expression betraying slight worry. He thought to himself, "Finally, it's my turn." Intentionally stalling for time, Shizun took heavy steps toward the test spirit stone. The fellow Daoist above smiled as he looked down. "I heard this man is the outer sect arena champion. He once defeated 2 enemies with a single punch on the arena." The nearby elders glanced briefly, showing half belief and half doubt. A single punch. That must just be a show of force with no real substance. As Shizun approached the test spirit stone, he suddenly raised a hand to signal, "May I ask if I can stretch my bones and do a little warm-up?" After the steward granted permission, Shizun took a deep breath, slowly raised both hands, and began performing a series of bizarre exercise movements. The surrounding new disciples saw this scene, and couldn't help but feel awkward and confused, their gazes all converging on Shizun. The elders watching grew even more puzzled. Someone asked, "What in the world is this fellow doing? These are all strange moves we've never seen before." Shizun's mind images from earlier flashed, making his heart even more tangled. What should I do? The Imperial Court just finished their check. If my identity is exposed now, I'll definitely be captured. Even though he tried to maintain an inscrutable posture, Shizun's mind was constantly searching for a way out of this predicament. After an incense stick's time, he still held the same pose, his head a mess. The steward in charge of the test could no longer hold back and shouted directly at Shizun, "An entire incense stick has passed. How long are you going to delay before testing your spirit root? Do you want to be expelled from the inner sect?" Faced with the steward's thunderous scolding, Shizun quickly rushed to the side of the test spirit stone. In his mind, he had made a decision. "I have no choice but to risk this approach. The Tao rhythm here is so dense. Perhaps I can rely on the secret fist technique." Under extreme pressure, he was forced to channel all the spiritual energy in his body into the spirit stone, creating an abnormal reaction to pass the spirit root test. To get through this obstacle, the only way was to use the secret fist technique. Back in the outer sect, he had tirelessly trained this move without rest. It was one of the most powerful techniques in the physical cultivation secret arts he had mastered. The presiding elder above stroked his beard repeatedly, his eyes showing anticipation. Oh, this kid has finally decided to make his move. In an instant, Shizen burst forth with all his power, swinging his fist forward fiercely, executing the technique Ripping Wind Fist, his eyes firm as a blade as he roared inwardly, "Let a miracle appear." This punch contained immense physical cultivation force, and Shizen accidentally shattered the test spirit stone into countless pieces. This was a basic entry movement in the familiarity and minor mastery phase, and one of the most effective moves. Previously, every day Shizen had to bitterly practice hitting sandbags and arduously train this technique. After countless sessions, his cultivation had progressed by leaps and bounds. Who would have thought that today, he would inadvertently use this fist to shatter the test spirit stone of Lin Immortal Sect? Seeing the sect's examination spirit stone shattered into dust by Shizen, the steward was terrified and his face turned pale. A shocking dragon roar echoed across the sky, and countless bolts of lightning and raging winds appeared, striking straight down at the Demon Forest Immortal Sect, causing everyone to be extremely frightened. Nangang Huang and the two elders were also horrified as they witnessed this strange phenomenon. The old man's face turned green, and he subconsciously exclaimed, "Did our examination spirit stone break?" The other was no less shocked, his eyes wide and his mouth agape in astonishment. The scene shifted to the Demon Forest Hall, where the old man's furious roar echoed endlessly. "Damn it! Why don't you let me go right now? Today I must skin that brat alive to quell my heart's hatred." Seeing his old friend so agitated, the companion quickly stepped forward to advise, "Calm down a bit, mind your elder's demeanor." The old man was burning with rage and shouted. The examination spirit stone was personally set up by the founding ancestor when he established the sect, standing firm in our Demon Forest Immortal Sect for 10,000 years. His finger trembled as he pointed straight at Shizen. Today, it was smashed by this damn brat, and even death would not atone for this crime. I must throw you into the pill refining furnace and torment you for 100 years to feel satisfied. Shizen, hearing the old man's thunderous scolding, looked embarrassed, but then put on an innocent face. Staring blankly at the old man, he replied, "I only did as you asked, throwing a full-force punch. Examination spirit stone might have also expired. After all, it has been used since the founding ancestor's time, and it must have expired after 10,000 years. Or perhaps this product was inherently flawed. Your founding ancestor might have been too careless to notice this defect." "Ignorant brat!" The old man bristled and roared. "How dare you spout nonsense and even slander the founder?" Nangang Huang raised his voice at the critical moment, startling the entire scene. "Everyone, shut up!" An indestructible spirit stone that lasted 10,000 years was shattered today by Shizen with one punch, enough to show that his bone structure and talent are extraordinary and unparalleled. His companion beside him echoed, "Exactly. Considering the current situation of the Demon Forest Immortal Sect, it is desperately in need of such a genius." The old man was choked by Nangang Huang's reasoning and could only angrily turn around and leave. Nangang Huang, with eyes like lightning, shouted sternly, "Nevertheless, the Trial Spirit Stone is a sacred relic established by the founding ancestor, and the sect still needs to discipline you. I now punish you by going into seclusion for repentance on the Heavenly Peak Summit for 1 month." The scene shifted to the Heavenly Peak Summit, a towering peak beside the Demon Forest Immortal Sect. Shizen looked mournful, his grief and indignation reaching the heavens as he was confined to this remote mountain valley. His eyes swept across the surroundings as he murmured softly, "This place has clear springs, lush forests, and dense spiritual energy." After a careful observation, Shizen stretched energetically. "Truly a blessed land, such a desolate and remote place. No need to worry about exposing my special identity." He immediately stirred his mind and opened the training system panel. "Then I will just train in peace." Before his eyes appeared the level-up conditions: refinement points, physique points, skill proficiency, a 5th grade beast's demon core, the flesh and blood of a 6th grade demon beast, and medium-grade primordial essence. Looking at the harsh requirements, Shizen rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Only by leveling up the system could he break through to the next cultivation realm. His current stats were still far from enough, so he'd not hesitate to click and select various new skill items, step by step. First, use refinement points to unlock the missing movements, then unlock the physique training movements. Shizen began exercising and training his strength by lifting crude training tools. His refinement points were limited, so there was no other choice. Unable to exchange for specialized equipment, he had to make do with materials from the wilderness for practice. As he was training hard from the weeds beside him, a huge green venomous snake with deadly fangs suddenly lunged out and attacked fiercely. Sensing the danger, Shizen let out a soft shout and threw a powerful punch, directly suppressing the green venomous snake with the force of a thunderbolt. After knocking the snake demon unconscious, Shizen pondered and observed. Indeed, physique training materials delivered right to my door. He was satisfied. Following that, resounding shouts of effort echoed throughout the heavenly peak summit. Shizen used the flexible body of the green snake to train and refine his own bones and physique. With astonishing elasticity and unmatched resilience, he utilized Shi Yao to strengthen his hands. The Shi Yao was in a miserable state, its head tied tightly to a large rock, its body stretched taut by Shizen. Amid the arduous training, Shizen kept telling himself, only a few years remain until the Bixuan Heaven Assembly. I must seize the time. At the summit of Tianfeng Pond, beneath the vast sky, an earth-shattering battle within the cultivation world was unfolding. This shark claw was a divine weapon, 3 fen sharp, 3 inches and 7 fen long, weighing 3 liang and 23 jun, capable of cutting metal and jade, slicing hair like mud. This claw was 3 inches and 3 fen long, weighing 6 liang and 4 jun. In today's Fire's Dragon Tiger battle, the odds favored the home team before the opportune moment arose. Just as the first round began, that sharp beak crowed with great vigor, but before the crowing ended, it was seized by the neck with a hand like an iron clamp, choking it into silence. Shizen clenched 2 spurs tightly in his hands, his voice full of anticipation. Lunch has arrived today. In the blink of an eye, the fierce fighting cock was plucked and roasted by Shizen, turning into a humble meal for cultivation. Besides tempering the body, high-quality protein was also an indispensable part of strengthening the flesh. Suddenly, the clouds above condensed into a massive vortex, forming an eye in an instant, its power shaking heaven and earth. Seeing the celestial anomaly, dark clouds rolling in and thunder roaring, Shizen frowned as he observed, why the sudden dark clouds and lightning? A storm on the horizon. The terrifying aura continuously released lightning force, striking toward Tianfeng Peak, the sound stirring the universe and growing increasingly intense. The disciples of Malin Immortal Sect, even from afar, felt terror. What's happening? Is the Earth Dragon enraged? The old man and Nangong Huang nearby had expressions of shock and uncertainty, also sensing the surge of the great heaven and earth Dao's energy. The old man frowned, probing toward Tianfeng Peak, and murmured, "This is the power of the great Dao tribulation lightning, only triggered by those defying heaven to ascend realms. This aura comes specifically from Tianfeng Peak. Could some great power be enduring the tribulation?" His companion, upon hearing this, curled his lips into a profound smile, glanced at the old man, and replied, "If I recall correctly, the Supreme Elder is still in secluded meditation. Could it be that he chose Tianfeng Peak as his place of arduous cultivation for a breakthrough?" Nangong Huang's expression turned grave, a sense of unease rising in his heart. Trouble. With the heavens Dao tribulation lightning's earth-shaking power originating from where the Supreme Elder is in seclusion, it might level the mountain. The place where Shizen was confined was precisely Tianfeng Peak. If the tribulation lightning descends, even if not directly struck, the residual might will grind me to ashes. Realizing the danger, Nangong Huang exclaimed in terror, "Issue an order. Quickly summon the lightning-avoiding talisman art, and go rescue them." After giving the order, Nangong Huang secretly thought, "I originally wanted to take the chance to teach that one a lesson, but unexpectedly, we coincidentally encountered the Supreme Elder enduring the tribulation." Back to where the heavens Dao tribulation lightning raged, Shizen looked up at the gloomy sky with a dazed expression, muttering, "The thunder roars violently. It's clearly a sign that heaven is about to bestow sweet dew." His gaze then fell reluctantly on the half-roasted chicken. "But my chicken isn't done yet. Can it rain another time? I wonder if my gale storm fist could scatter those thunder clouds." With that, he leaped up, planted his feet firmly, assumed a solemn demeanor, gathered power in his fist aimed at the heavens Dao tribulation lightning, and roared, "Gale storm fist." In that critical moment, the system suddenly appeared, startling Shun, its notification ringing. Realm-breaking tribulation lightning can cleanse the marrow, promote potential, forge a golden body, and increase physique points. Through the system's notification, Shizen showed clear excitement. Strengthen the physical body. Such a good deal exists. He then frowned and thought, but how do I devour the Dao tribulation lightning? The system quickly grasped its master's thoughts, pointing out details step by step for Shizen. After understanding the instructions, he looked up at the heavens Dao tribulation lightning and said confidently, "The heavens Dao tribulation lightning is so high and mighty. Only that ultimate move will do." Shizen immediately took a running start, charging powerfully toward the heavens Dao tribulation lightning, employing a body technique to soar through the air. After gaining enough momentum, Shizen swung his fist fiercely, flying close to the tribulation lightning, his face showing an unprecedented determination. Viewed from afar, only his silhouette was seen, swift as a shooting star, plunging into the tribulation lightning in the blink of an eye. Soon as he set foot there, Shizun shouted loudly, his aggressive aura blazing as if wanting to devour everything. In the blink of an eye, countless lightning tribulations simultaneously struck directly at Shizun's body, each wave containing supreme heavenly might. That violent lightning aura seemed intent on crushing his small frame. After swallowing the first wave of lightning tribulation, Shizun shouted with surging momentum, "Add a bit more force! It's still far from the system's punishment." Amidst the dense heavenly tribulation and the system's wrath, a lightning bolt with supreme power swiftly descended, directly targeting Shizun. Facing that powerful lightning bolt, Shizun's eyes widened, and an indescribable panic rose in his heart. In just a few short breaths, the lightning tribulation left Shizun's entire body numb, and his previous arrogant momentum vanished into thin air. Amidst the heavenly lightning tribulation, countless lightning bolts rampaged endlessly. Yet strangely, they did not strike the peak of the heaven top directly. This left Nangang Huang and the two old men utterly bewildered. Nangang Huang's face changed in surprise. Why did the lightning tribulation not directly strike the heaven top peak, but instead explode in midair like that? Seeing the situation was somewhat abnormal, the three hurriedly mobilized all their strength to fly towards the heaven top peak. At that moment, a hand that was forming a seal relaxed simultaneously. The Supreme Elder, who was making a breakthrough while sitting on a rock at the heaven top peak, let out a gentle breath. My realm has finally broken through. But why did the heavenly lightning tribulation not descend upon my body? His expression was somewhat curious, his mind filled with puzzling questions. As the Supreme Elder strolled leisurely across the heaven-top peak, his keen sense of smell suddenly detected a faint, strange fragrance drifting over. Extremely curious about this mysterious scent, he quickly flew through the air towards where the fragrance was spreading. Upon arriving, he immediately encountered Shizun, who was roasting a chicken with a charred body. His face at that moment showed eyes like the letter A and a mouth like the letter O as he stared at the Supreme Elder. The Supreme Elder looked somewhat puzzled at the other's appearance, thinking to himself, why is this brat's whole body so black? Looking at his attire, it was clear that he was a disciple of the Yulin Immortal sect. Before going into seclusion, I secretly instructed Nangang Huang that if he encountered a disciple with extraordinary talent, he could send them here for me to guide. So far, he is the second one to be sent. Shizun's face still retained a childish look, his elegant brows slightly furrowed, and his eyes full of suspicion, firmly locking onto the Supreme Elder's back. That old Taoist has been staring at me all this time. Could he be craving my fragrant roasted chicken? As soon as he finished speaking, the Supreme Elder appeared beside Shizun like a ghost, letting out a loud laugh. Ha ha, you little brat, why are you in this deep, remote valley? Shizun was startled, and seeing the old Taoist approach, he hurriedly hid the roasted chicken deep in his bosom, as if it were a precious treasure. The Supreme Elder's eyes sparkled, his mind secretly scheming with an indescribably excited expression. It just so happens that I've recently broken through a bottleneck, and was looking for someone to guide. This brat's appearance is truly a heaven-sent opportunity. Shizun weakly sat down on the ground, his tone dejected, reporting to the ancestor. This disciple is being punished with facing the wall and confinement here. The Supreme Elder stroked his snow-white beard and looked at Shizun with probing eyes. Oh, what offense have you committed? Could it be a spar with fellow sect members that led to a fight? Shizun glanced indifferently into the distance. It's not that. What this disciple did is a bit more serious. The Supreme Elder began to feel a bit uneasy, his eyes sharp as daggers staring at Shizun. A bit more serious. Did you trespass into a heavily restricted area? Shizun remained seated, lightly curling his finger. Probably a bit more serious than that. Supreme Elder's eyes widened with an expression of extreme shock. Still not serious enough. Could it be, could you have carelessly destroyed a precious spirit treasure artifact? Shizun's face was as gloomy as if attending a funeral, with unparalleled sorrow. Ancestor, your guess is close. It could be considered that this disciple inadvertently destroyed a treasure. Hearing this, the Supreme Elder burst into laughter, slapping his thigh in delight. Haha, no need to blame yourself so much. Although our Yulin Immortal sect is not a renowned clan, we have some foundation. Breaking a small treasure, what does it matter? Shizun's next answer was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, instantly changing the old man's expression erratically. This disciple destroyed the sect's foundation spirit stone. Supreme Elder's expression shifted from peak joy to extreme shock and boundless fury. He roared like thunder. What did you just say? The Foundation Spirit Stone is revered as the supreme treasure of our sect, an ancient relic from time immemorial. It was personally arranged by the ancestral founder. How could a brat like you, whose mouth still reeks of milk, destroy it? Moreover, according to ancient records, a primordial true phoenix is suppressed beneath the Foundation Spirit Stone. Now that the seal has been broken, our Yulin Immortal sect will surely face a a great calamity that could annihilate the sect, Shizun felt as if he were an ancient sinner being reproached by old Taishang, and could only stand frozen like a statue, his face full of dissatisfaction. Suddenly, old Taishang seemed to discover something earth-shattering, and with a focused gaze, he circled around observing Shisan's body step by step. After a meticulous observation, he stopped and slowly spoke. Indeed, this old man cannot sense any spiritual energy on you. Is this because the gap between our realms is too vast? Or do you have a treasure concealing the heavens, blocking my detection? Hearing this, Shisan's heart tightened to the extreme, terrified that his heaven-defying identity would be exposed. Old Taishang pondered and continued, a cultivator as young as you, only 15 or 16 years old, can actually smash solid spirit stones, let alone this Shinsao continent. Even the strong in the upper realm or the immortal palace would find it rare to accomplish such a feat. Are you certain you shattered that spirit stone? Were those words you spoke true? Shisan's forehead dotted with sweat. He kept nodding vigorously with an earnest gaze at old Taishang. Then, the old man suddenly tore off his outer robe, revealing a muscular bare chest rippling with power as if containing boundless might. Come, use your full strength and punch me. Seeing old Taishang's strange actions, Shizan was horrified and his expression changed. Old ancestor, what trick are you playing this time? Old Taishang's face was as firm as stone. This old man only believes what he sees and hears, not empty words. Use all your strength and attack so I can see just how powerful your abilities really are. Shizan was terrified inside, afraid that this punch would cause a murder, and hurriedly waved his hands to refuse. Disciple declines. Ancestor, old man, are you trying to pull a dirty trick and frame me? The old Taishang opposite him was so angry that his beard and hair stood on end, and he roared, you little brat, what kind of person do you take me, old Li, to be? Just then, a cold voice from the system suddenly rang in Shizan's mind, and an unexpected mission appeared. Two choices, yes or no, emerged regarding old Li's request. The tempting reward was high-quality protein. Facing Shizan's eerie smile, old Li urged him on more, pushing his burly chest forward. Stop hesitating and just hit me with all your might. Old Li secretly chuckled smugly in his heart, having just reached a new peak after breaking through his realm. My defensive methods and the Heaven Immortal Steel Kai body protection technique had also made tremendous progress, offering a perfect chance to test them. While old Li was still lost in thought, Shisan's storm-like punch viciously hurtled toward his face, leaving him wide-eyed and agape in extreme shock. With a look of utter panic, old Li hastily shouted, hey you little brat, I haven't said start yet. In that split second of imminent danger, he activated the Heaven Immortal Steel Kai divine ability to defend himself. But that punch from Shizan was earth-shattering. In an instant, it crushed his sturdy defense like thin paper. The residual force immediately ground the ground in front of him into countless pieces. The supreme strength from his innate physique nearly broke the laws of heaven and earth, the terrifying offensive power instantly forming a thick cloud of dust that billowed up to the sky peak. Seeing the explosive power from the youth's body, Elder Li was shocked pale and cried out in alarm. Strange. A simple punch carries such might. Amid his swirling thoughts, he involuntarily looked away and observed the young man before him again. This boy is young, yet his strength rivals the saint sons and saint daughters of immortal sects. With such heaven-defying talent, if he could join the Yulin Immortal Sect, it would be an excellent thing. Just as he was lost in thought, his Heaven Immortal Realm protective steel key suddenly shattered, shocking him again. His face turned unusually serious. What? The perfected Heaven Immortal Steel Key is broken so easily. His whole body trembled slightly, and he spoke in a strange tone. Not bad. Indeed not bad, young man, you have truly made me see you in a new light. In an instant, 3 powerful auras erupted from old Li, his eyes flashing like lightning as he stared fixedly at Shizan. Come, young man, let's have a good sparring session, so I can gauge the extent of your strength. Seeing that his opponent intended to go all out, Shizan pondered silently. Recalling the system's reward, his unconscious punch only managed to damage this old man's defense. He wondered just how formidable his true strength might be. Facing Elder Li, the figure of Feng Xiaoqun from years past surfaced in Shizan's mind. That powerful aura was indeed similar to the berserk ape he had once fought. Before Shizan could react, old Li raised his hand, and the staff in his hand transformed into a streak of light hurtling fiercely. Young man, take my move. Double hit of the Tathagata divine palm. Shizan found himself on the defensive, momentarily shocked and pale. The oppressive sensation was truly overwhelming. At this critical moment, Nangong Huang suddenly appeared, his voice like thunder halting the impending battle. Supreme Elder, please stop. Seeing Nangong Huang appear, Elder Li was startled and hastily retracted his spiritual power, a look of embarrassment on his face. As soon as Nangong Huang arrived, he quickly clasped his hands and bowed to Elder Li. Welcome, Supreme Elder, as you emerge from seclusion, great auspiciousness. But what kind of drama is unfolding here today? Judging by your stance, could it be that you intend to spar with a disciple of the sect? Hearing Nangong Huang's questioning, Elder Li felt somewhat awkward, immediately changed expression, and pretended to cough a couple of times. How could that be? With my lofty status, how could I casually fight with a fellow disciple? I am merely guiding him through a few moves. You all know that this old man always values propriety and acts with restraint. Nangong Huang sneered inwardly, but outwardly replied calmly, it is precisely because you always acted with great restraint. At the slightest whim, you want to test a disciple's strength, forcing them to compete with you, causing countless injuries. That is why during your seclusion, I had to be extremely cautious in bringing disciples here. Elder Li also turned to look at Shizun, smiling and praising him for having good talent, saying his confinement period should be ended early, so he could enter the inner sect. Thanks to the Supreme Elder's intercession, Shizun had his punishment cut short and officially joined the inner sect of Yulin Immortal Sect. Scene shifted to a waste storage area of Yulin Immortal Sect. As soon as he arrived, Shizun's face darkened, showing clear dissatisfaction as he looked at the dilapidated room before him. Full of disappointment and frustration, he questioned aloud whether this was the inner sect they had spoken of. The old steward looked up to the sky and gave a wry laugh, replying that this was merely a temporary area for new disciples before formally entering the inner sect, as the number of recruits this time exceeded the quota. Furthermore, he had joined nearly a month late, so all other areas were full, leaving only this waste storage for accommodation. After giving his hasty explanation, the old steward rode away on a cloud, telling Shizun to clean up on his own and to go to Spirit Mechanism Hall tomorrow to receive his identity jade token. Shizun frowned as he observed his surroundings, a secluded location with tranquil scenery, a clear blue lake, and majestic mountains. In his heart, he could not help but rejoice. Was this not a perfect place for seclusion? The pure air reminded him of the carefree days he spent on the lonely island. In an instant, Shizun shed his robe, immersing himself in nature, feeling his mind refreshed and at one with the world. This truly was a wonderful place for quiet cultivation and hard training. His figure moved like a streak of light, like a rock spreading its wings, then twisted and turned like a flood dragon after a perfect somersault. He plunged straight into the lake, his body dissolving into the clear water, each powerful kick of his legs making his swimming speed as fast as a meteor, cutting through the wind and parting the waves. Shizun swam in a winding path, like a carp transforming into a dragon, lost in the midst of the water. Suddenly, a blurry female figure appeared before his eyes, startling him slightly. He looked ahead in surprise and realized someone was there. In that moment of crisis, Shizun quickly channeled his true energy, unleashing the 9 dragon's indestructible body, using all his strength to forcibly stop his momentum. Not good, he was about to collide with the mermaid beauty. The immense force created a giant whirlpool in the water. The encounter between the flood dragon and jade leaf on the lake's surface inadvertently became a painting of a bun dipped in ink, full of meaning, their gazes meeting beneath the vast sky. It was a fated bond between a 3-legged youth and a 100-hole beauty. Her eyes were dreamy, innocent and pure like the moon just peeking out at 16, and she had unwittingly fallen for a powerhouse under a brilliant starry night. Half an hour earlier, when Shizun had landed a punch that inadvertently shattered a mountain, debris flew everywhere, and all things began to fall apart from there. One small stone among the countless fragments accidentally struck a spirit fruit. From that, the law of the 5 elements was formed. The spirit fruit, having just formed a theorem, disrupted the order of the universe. Then through the cycle of collision, it struck an ancient rock, which in turn struck other rocks in succession, creating an endless loop. Finally, a hailstorm of unknown origin fell from the sky, all crashing down below at once. Nearby, a woman was leisurely strolling along the path leading to Yulin Immortal Sect. Today was her first day on the job. She intended to ride the wind, but she wanted to get familiar with the new environment, so she deliberately walked instead. This place, though desolate, was quiet and had fresh, crisp air. The air even contained spiritual energy, making one feel at one with nature. No sooner had she spoken than countless large rocks suddenly fell before her. Kingswan was terrified, her face pale with fear. What kind of ghostly place is this? How can there be a mountain collapse and earth fissure in the middle of this deep forest? Suddenly a vast, clear blue lake appeared before her eyes. Excited at heart, Kingswan quickly walked forward. She finally found a place to bathe, and then came the encounter with Shizun. Kingswan had already undressed, and jumped into the cool water to wash off the dust. Suddenly, a figure appeared, startling her greatly. She hastily turned her head to look. What is this? Could it be a giant water monster? Immediately after, the water surface churned violently, forming countless whirlpools. Next, Shizun appeared with a dazed expression, staring straight at her. The situation was too sudden for Kingswan to react. She stared wide-eyed in shock. She looked at Shizan's fair body, seeing his perfect physique, but felt something was wrong. Realizing she was naked in front of a man, she was extremely embarrassed. In her panic, Kingswan let out a sky-shaking, earth-shattering scream. She quickly threw on an outer robe to cover herself, then summoned her precious sword, glaring at Shizan and shouting, "Shameless thief! How dare you be so bold?" Caught off guard, Shizan quickly raised his hand in a gesture. "This is a misunderstanding. It was an accident." Kingswan across from him refused to listen to his explanation and directly swung her sword at him. Powerful sword energy created a deep gash in the middle of the lake, its might astonishing. Shizan's eyes widened in fear. This sword energy is too strong. "If I get hit, I'll surely be torn to pieces." Seeing Shizan dodge, Kingswan charged again. "Die!" Before him was a furious beauty charging with a sword, wanting to kill him. Shizan was dazed as he looked at the scenery before his opponent's chest, his cheeks instantly flushing red. He nimbly dodged to the side to evade her powerful attack. Somewhat annoyed, Shizan opened his mouth and shouted, "I told you it was an accident. Besides, miss, your appearance now is even more enchanting than before." Hearing this, Kingswan grew even more furious. "You dare speak? It seems I won't be done until I cut you down." With that, Kingswan swung a horizontal slash forward, her rage exploding to the heavens. Shizan hurriedly retreated to continue dodging. By chance, the sword path grazed past, cutting a strand of his hair, terrifying him immensely. "That was a close call. I almost lost my life," he felt he could not explain. Shizan quickly swam away with incredible speed, thinking that since he could not explain, he should flee first and figure it out later. As he swam away, the water column splashed everywhere, soaking Kingswan completely. Then the lake returned to calm. Kingswan, with an icy expression, looked ahead. He escaped. His movement technique was extraordinary. She thought to herself, "Before bathing, I clearly released my divine sense to scout. Yet I let him get so close carelessly. Don't let me meet you again." With a look of intense anger, Kingswan stood in the middle of the lake and shouted loudly, "I swear I won't coexist under the same sky with you." Meanwhile, Shizan had hidden himself behind a large rock, his expression mournful. After escaping from the other party's sight, Shizan breathed a sigh of relief. That was dangerous. Not long after, Shizan advanced deeper into the inner sect following the old friend's directions to receive his identity jade token. Under his disguise, he wondered, is this the inner sect of Yu Lin Immortal Sect? Its atmosphere is far more extraordinary than the outer sect, but the style is a bit strange. Why does it feel like an illusion formation? Suddenly, a voice startled him. This is the inner sect corridor, where disciples trade here. Hearing the explanation from a nearby cultivator, Shizan was still confused, turning around to assess the situation. The female beside him immediately bowed in salute. That cultivator must be the disciple in charge of the entry assessment. I heard Daoist Shizan shattered the spirit stone with one punch. Shizan was astonished and quickly tried to explain. There's a misunderstanding. I've disguised myself and covered my face completely. How did Miss recognize me? That woman immediately hugged him tightly, her joy beyond measure. Great benefactor, I finally meet you. Even if you turn to ashes, I would recognize you. Shizan was full of confusion. Why does Miss call me benefactor? That woman then revealed her identity. This little woman is named Ying Ying. Thanks to benefactor's punch that shattered the spirit stone, I was fortunate enough to pass the assessment and enter the inner sect. She added, if I hadn't passed the entry test that day, I would probably have been expelled from the sect long ago. Seizing the opportunity, Shizan inquired about the location of Spirit Mechanism Hall. Miss has been in the sect for nearly a month. Surely you know the way to Spirit Mechanism Hall. I've been searching for half a day without a trace. Ying Ying cheerfully led Shizan to Spirit Mechanism Hall. As soon as he arrived, Shizan heard countless whispers from the crowd of disciples, all directed at him. Faced with this, he felt a bit troubled. Could it be that everyone already knows about that matter? He thought to himself, I didn't want to attract attention. I only wanted to focus on training. Ying Ying quickly took out an item that looked like a sect iPhone. Benefactor, the matter of shattering the spirit stone with one punch was unprecedented. Back then you caused a stir throughout the sect for half a month. Seeing the strange item in Ying Ying's hand, Shizan was shocked, his mouth agape. The cultivation world also has such novel treasures. Afterwards, he went to the counter to receive his own identity token. Ying Ying explained in detail that this token was not only for proving identity, but could also be used to look up sect information and had many other functions. Shizan tightened his identity token in his hand, thinking to himself that he had finally officially stepped into the inner sect and was qualified to attend the Profound Heaven Conference. Ying revealed something that shocked Shizun. It turned out that the Profound Heaven Conference was the benefactor's goal, but the Yulin Immortal sect only had 2 spots to attend. This was also the preliminary round. Only the top 10 disciples in terms of merit points could register to compete for those 2 spots. This meant that even veteran disciples who had cultivated for decades would also jump to the competition. Those words made Shizun's face change, clearly showing disappointment mixed with doubt about his own merit points. Ying immediately led the way to answer Shizun's question. As soon as they arrived, Ying pointed at the heavenly mechanism platform, saying that by scanning his identity token on the platform, he could check his personal merit points. Following the instructions, Shizun quickly placed his identity token on the heavenly mechanism platform. Immediately, the inner sect merit point ranking list appeared. Seeing his own rank, his face gradually turned pale. The serial number climbed up to 100. He tried to look down the second row but still couldn't find his name, and sweat was already beading on his forehead. When he clearly saw his merit points and ranking, Shizun's eyes widened, and an expression of horror and despair was clearly visible. Merit points, no rank, dead last. Ying quickly raised her hand to calm him, saying that merit points could be earned through courses and sect missions. Besides, the benefactor had just entered the sect and had been punished with a month of confinement. It was normal to temporarily fall behind others. There was no need to be too pessimistic. With the benefactor's strength, he would surely catch up and surpass them soon. His expression still gloomy, Shizun said discontentedly, meaning that if he wanted merit points, he must stand out in front of everyone. His heart was full of turmoil, both fearful and angry. Wouldn't that expose his identity easily? He just wanted to cultivate peacefully. Suddenly, a man rushed aggressively into the spirit mechanism hall, shouting loudly for Shizun the brat to get out here quickly. He had a fierce expression, shouting throughout the hall as he walked, drawing everyone's gaze. Shizun frowned, looking at the other party with contempt. What kind of mud are you? Ying looked at the vicious man in panic, thinking how he had tracked down the trail all the way here. Her heart was full of hatred. Shizun heard the startled cry, felt a shock of fear, wondering why he had made an enemy for no reason when he had never met him. Ying's expression turned serious, quickly answering that it might be because the qualification assessment test upon entering the sect. This matter greatly affected his future cultivation prospects. That was a practical test to assess talent related to the merit points and the basis for tier classification 2 months later. As a result, you crushed the spirit testing stone with one fist, invalidating the test results. He held a grudge in his heart, his resentment hard to dissipate. With an arrogant expression, he raised his hand and pointed directly at Shizun, shouting that the treacherous brat had used despicable means to destroy the spirit testing stone. Today, he would definitely expose your true face in front of everyone. Do you have the guts to accept a battle to the death? In his rage, he thought to himself that merit points could be exchanged for countless resources, yet you caused me such a huge loss. Today, see how I cripple your cultivation? Ying quickly shouted to stop him, her voice full of worry, telling him never to agree. Do you still remember the intersect newbie merit point ranking list you just saw? Not only were the top 3 far superior to others, but he was one of those 3, having already reached the foundation establishment realm. His name was Mengfei Luo, ranked 3rd on the intersect newbie list. Then he again roared, urging Shizun to accept the challenge. Shizun, if you have any guts, step up here and fight me to a decisive victory. Ying quickly reminded him that according to intersect rules, except when the other party agreed to a duel, no one was allowed to start a fight on their own. There were also elders stationed in the spirit mechanism hall. He would not dare act recklessly. Following Ying's guidance, Shizun decisively raised his hand to refuse, shocking Fei Luo. Then he turned around and left, saying he was busy earning merit points and had no time to waste with you. Mengfei Luo felt insulted, grinding his teeth in anger. I, a proud 3rd-ranked intersect newbie, and my challenge is being treated by you like a child's game? Having said that, he roared fiercely. Then how about using 50,000 merit points as the bet? Do you dare? Hearing the mention of merit points, Shizun suddenly stopped in his tracks, the corner of his mouth curling into a sinister smile. The system immediately displayed a mission notification in response to Fei Luo's challenge, offering 2 choices. The reward this time included a specialized spirit fragment artifact. He thus pondered as he looked at the system panel. The reward was worth as 300 points of physique. His eyes lit up momentarily. Merit points and a mission reward too. It was truly an irresistible temptation, but no. Doing so would attract the crowd's attention, making it easy to expose his identity. He must maintain a low profile, strive for restraint, and not let greed cloud his reason. In an instant, his face showed a look of profound thought, staring straight ahead. At this moment, he was already standing proudly on the arena platform, facing Mengfei Luo, having accepted the challenge. After a period of internal struggle, Shizun covered his face with his hand, finally succumbing to greed. Ying from below the arena kept cheering loudly. Since things had come to this, the benefactor would surely win this battle. Shizun on the platform looked at Meng Fei Luo, silently calculating. To deal with him, merely using the nourishing life fist would be more than enough. The key point was not to perform too outstandingly, to avoid exposing his identity, not to make a grand display in front of everyone. Meng Fei Luo on the opposite side with a contemptuous attitude laughed loudly and roared, "Haha, I've finally waited for this day. Accepting the challenge is equivalent to signing a life and death contract. Even if I kill you here, I won't be held responsible." With that, he swung his hand, channeling his spiritual power, and summoned a scarlet wall crane dragon spear. Ying below the arena saw this and was extremely shocked, her eyes bulging. Could this be a spirit-grade lower-class artifact? In this remote mountain region, and him being just a newbie, how could he possess such an artifact? I'm afraid the benefactor is in great trouble. On the arena, Meng Fei Luo gripped the scarlet wall crane dragon spear tightly, charging at Shizun with all his speed. Die. Facing the other party's earth-shattering strike, Shizun used his superior eyesight, staring intently. Moving forward like lightning, he reached out and snatched the artifact, then repeated the bizarre weightlifting motion in front of everyone. All the inner sect disciples below were stunned beyond belief, their mouths agape. With his powerful physique, Shizun broke the other party's artifact right in full view of everyone. Faced with this scene, Meng Fei Luo and Ying were completely bewildered. What exactly was happening? Suddenly, Shizun felt a bit awkward about his action just now. Wait, what was I doing? Didn't I tell myself not to show off? A moment ago, seeing a cylindrical object, I instinctively mistook it for a barbell again. Meng Fei Luo on the opposite side suddenly fell to his knees. Looking at the scarlet wall artifact in his hand, his face was filled with grief and regret. He cried out in pain. My scarlet wall spirit transferring treasure was actually broken by him with his bare flesh. Blazing fury attacked his heart, his anger soaring to the heavens. He kept roaring like thunder, startling Shizun. This time I will definitely strip your flesh from your bones and chop you into 1,000 pieces. With that, he roared and charged forward, his fist carrying surging Dao principles. But Shizun's body movement was uncanny. He dodged leisurely. His figure barely stirred as he easily slipped through countless attacks. During the exchange, he saw that the opponent's lower base was unstable. Shizun had long seen through the flaw. Your arm strength is indeed not bad, but your foundation is shaky. It seems you have neglected training your lower base. Meanwhile, Meng Fei Luo formed hand seals with both hands, muttering incantations to activate the blazing flame field, a fire attribute platform technique. Each movement had a somewhat strange posture, but the actions were extremely slow. As the sky-filling flames gradually accumulated in his mouth, containing astonishing power, but before he could unleash it, Shizun had already eerily shifted his position, stomping hard on his rear. Your chanting of the incantation is far too slow. With a single kick, he easily sent Meng Fei Luo flying straight toward a distant mountain. The inner disciples only then saw Shizun's true strength for the second time, and all of them were terrified. Rumors about him spread like wildfire throughout the Imperial Forest Immortal sect with shocking headlines. Shizun was panicked. How did it come to this? He had become the sect's prominent figure. This was bad. He had been a bit showy lately. He absolutely had to restrain himself. He needed to be more humble. Focusing on cultivation and accumulating contribution points was the best course. The next morning, in the vast martial arts field where all inner disciples gathered, Qingxuan announced, "From now on, the new student program is under my direction. I am your guide on the path of cultivation at the Imperial Forest Immortal sect. I am Qingxuan." Shizun, in the crowd, saw Qingxuan and his expression changed. What the hell was this? He never expected to run into his nemesis right away. Qingxuan stood before all the inner disciples, calmly introducing herself. Shizun became even more uneasy, quickly looking for a way to escape. What a small world. It was best to leave now. Amidst the sea of people, Qingxuan's gaze caught a familiar figure. That kid wanted to run away. She hesitated, then shouted loudly, "That green-haired friend. Do you have important business to attend to that requires you to leave?" Hearing this, Shizun was drenched in sweat and terrified. Damn it, she had found him. Another disciple rushed forward and yelled, wanting to leave at the first lesson, "Are you disrespecting the master teacher?" He grabbed Shizun's shoulder and spun him around, shouting, "Why do not quickly turn back and listen to the lecture?" Caught off guard by the spin, Shizun revealed his true appearance. Qingxuan squinted, staring fixedly, a flicker of familiarity rising in her heart. He was that lustful man who accidentally saw her bathing a few days ago. She had looked everywhere and couldn't find him, but it turned out he was a new student of the Imperial Forest Immortal sect. "Today you have fallen into my hands. It will be hard to escape deadly calamity." She used sound transmission into secret, startling Shizun. "Did you tell anyone about that incident?" Hearing the voice echoing in his head, Shizun panicked. Who is it? Who is transmitting sound? Qingxuan Kingswan said sternly, "This is the sound transmission technique. Answer with your mind. Do not speak loudly." Knowing Kingswan was transmitting sound, Shizun became even more flustered. Was it her? Shizun swore fervently. He would never reveal a single word. That kiss was merely an unexpected misunderstanding. Kingswan curled her lips into a meaningful smile. "Very good. I will make your life a living hell. It is not convenient to act within the sect grounds. I will torment you first." After her scheming, Kingswan announced loudly, "For the first lesson, I want to train your ability to withstand oppressive force. You all know if the gap in cultivation level in Rome is too great, the stronger only needs to release their spiritual energy and burst their momentum to repel the opponent. Resisting spiritual pressure is an inevitable necessity for cultivators. Therefore, I need a disciple to come up and demonstrate for everyone. Who is willing to practice with me?" A certain follower heard this, and his face showed excitement. The opportunity to be close to Master Teacher had finally come. He was the young master of the main bloodline, with extraordinary talent, and had only stooped to this third-rate sect because of her. Wu Yang stepped forward and bowed. "Master Teacher, the disciple is willing to cooperate." Before the words were finished, Kingswan flicked her sleeve, a thunderous strike sending Mu Yang flying several zhang away, ending the act in an instant. She turned to Shizun, her voice like a silver bell, filled with implication. "This junior disciple brother, I wonder if you are willing to practice with me. If you demonstrate before the inner disciples, there will be rich rewards." Looking at Kingswan's not quite a smile. Shizun was terrified inside. This smile hid killing intent. There must be a scheme. He only wanted to cultivate in peace. He did not want to be the center of attention. Right then, the Spirit Intelligence System interface appeared with an assessment mission. 2 choices before Kingswan's proposal. The reward was a random quality enhancement item. Shizun's face was grave, facing the tempting reward. Next second, he immediately agreed. "The disciple is willing to demonstrate with Master Teacher, respectfully requesting Master Teacher to go easy on me." Hearing this, Kingswan thought to herself, "This new disciple is at least at the Foundation Establishment realm. I will probe him using Foundation Establishment stage spiritual energy." Having thought this, she lightly raised her hand, channeling Foundation Establishment stage spiritual energy, and pressed it towards Shizun. In that instant, a fierce Foundation Establishment aura crashed down from above Shizun's head, transforming into a powerful gale that swept across the 4 directions. Mu Yang clenched his teeth and fists, his face ugly. The spiritual pressure was so strong. Many nearby disciples with lower cultivation found it difficult to breathe. Mu Yang gradually focused on Shizun, revealing a puzzled expression. How could he stand under such a fierce momentum without any reaction? Shizun just stood there dumbly, a look on his face of slight surprise. "Ah, has it started already?" Seeing this, Kingswan felt displeased inside. This kid still dares to feign calm, making this master lose face. She immediately channeled her true essence, raising her spiritual energy to the golden core stage. "Let us see how long you can pretend." Shizun only then slightly furrowed his brow, feeling the space around him, showing signs of cracking, but his face remained calm. "Oh, now I feel a little something." Seeing Shizun so composed, Kingswan grew angry. He was still so leisurely. Indeed, their first meeting had shown his quick escape. His strength was not ordinary. Kingswan burst forth her true essence, urging her spiritual energy to release the oppressive force from the former nascent soul stage. In that instant, an invisible, mountain-like powerful pressure surged towards Shizun, intending to crush him to ashes. Shizun raised his head and glanced at the silent sky, and in that moment, the pressure collided with the great earth, shattering the ground into countless small stone shards. The vast momentum surging, it caused the nearby inner disciples who could not stand firm to fall to the ground in agony. Even Mu Yang was pressed down heavily by that invisible force, collapsing to his knees. He looked up at Shizun, confusion in his heart. How could he stand as firm as a pine in cypress? This aura was truly too terrifying. Mu Yang was filled with terror, pondering. Previously, the master uncle had never displayed such terrifying might. Kingswan's eyes widened in disbelief. "I have used the Wind Fist divine ability and he is still holding on. Then I will increase my magical power and directly crush him." Next moment, under Kingswan's Wind Fist divine ability, a great storm condensed and pressed down towards Shizun, causing him to feel a surge of increased pressure. His body began to tremble, his teeth clenched tightly together. But immediately after, Shizun suddenly stood firm. His feet seemed to take root in the earth, and he let out a loud shout. Activating his body cultivator power, his 2 legs were like pillars, standing towering and unmoving, proudly resisting the crushing and terrifying pressure. Kingswan's mouth hung open in shock. What, he could still stand firm in this situation? Shizun channeled his cauldron-lifting power, his transcendent body cultivator physique, easily lifting the stream of spiritual energy above his head up high. The aura in that instant redirected and counterattacked towards Kingswan, causing her composure to fall away from her face. Not good. The divine ability was being repelled, about to attack its user in return. Before she could finish her words, she was swept away by the very whirlwind she had created. From her mouth came a final scream, like retribution. Her own move caused her head to smash hard against the ancient stone, knocking her unconscious. Hastily, she announced the end of today's pressure resistance test. Late at night, in the small courtyard at the back mountain, Shizun appeared excited. He checked his news on the Yulin Immortals sect's official channel. It seemed his performance this time had caused no controversy. Suddenly his eyes narrowed, looking at a strange piece of news that had appeared. What is this? On it was a message from Jiang Rarin, the source vague, containing a warning. Shizun was suspicious and sneered lightly. Who is this guy? Truly an insignificant nobody. Just then, a decree from the Yulin Immortals sect came down regarding the sect's triennial sword control assembly. The champion would receive 1,000 contribution points, high-grade cultivation resources, and a chance for personal guidance from the master. Seeing the reward, Shizun's eyes blazed with light like stars. The spirit treasures were truly tempting. 1,000 contribution points were enough to atone for his sins and escape his identity as a sinner. However, wouldn't participating in this competition cause too much of a stir? Moreover, my bones are mediocre. I have no spiritual root. Where would I get the true key to control a sword and fly? Should I participate and reveal my identity, inviting disaster? I should lie low, train my body hard, and earn contribution points on my own. Hiding in the shadows, Shizun felt secretly smug. The bizarre system suddenly manifested, shocking his spiritual sense and causing his head to ache as if split by an axe. Seeing the system appear, Shizun angrily shouted, "Damn thing, don't use these weird tricks in front of me." Wait, the damn system appearing now, is it going to shove a new mission at me? High-level mission. Participate in the sword control assembly. Win the champion position. The Golden Core Great Tao could grant an indestructible golden body and boundless radiance, but lower cultivators needed external force. Participants must be at least at the key refining stage, commonly using sword to fly. Time for the Yulin sect's triennial sword control assembly had finally arrived. The female duty officer held an amplifying artifact and spoke in a clear voice. The sword control assembly officially begins. Invite all disciples to enter the arena. Amidst the vast sea of people, Shizun's small figure still stood out unique. He quietly watched from afar, sweeping his gaze over the young cultivators, thinking to himself that this competition was indeed crowded. Suddenly, an arrogant voice reached him, startling Shizun slightly. Mu Yang stepped forward with a haughty expression and a contemptuous tone. "I didn't expect a nobody like you to dare come. This time competing on the same arena, don't even dream of stealing the spotlight." Shizun frowned, staring suspiciously at Mu Yang. "What kind of person dares to act tough in front of me?" Mu Yang angrily shouted, "Are you blind? A few days ago, we were in the same class, and I already introduced myself. I am Mu Yang of the Jiang family in the southern border wasteland, ranked second on the hero contribution board." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly glanced at the high platform where the elders and mentors were, secretly hoping to display all his talent. With a proud look, he turned to Shizun, his voice full of disdain. "In this competition, you can only eat my dust." Shizun remained calm, ignoring him completely, which made Mu Yang even angrier, grinding his teeth. The female duty officer raised her voice to remind, "Disciples, please select your personal artifacts." Upon hearing this, a male disciple stepped out from within the hall. He took out an alchemy cauldron made from extraterrestrial essence crystals, muttering, "Finally, it's time for me to reveal my true form." The female duty officer exclaimed in surprise, "The Queen's Dragon Cross, truly rare. The first disciple has already taken out a precious spirit treasure." Another male disciple said contemptuously, "It's just an ordinary artifact." He waved his hand to produce a strange rope, shouting loudly, "Dragon Serpent Immortal Rope, appear." The female duty officer praised it, though its shape was odd, its aura was extraordinary. Indeed, everyone had prepared well. Most artifacts were at the spirit grade or above. The male disciple nearby was even more contemptuous. "You are truly a bunch of blind fools. Just a few petty spirit treasures." He stepped forward arrogantly, took out an object and shouted loudly, a powerful aura radiating out, shaking the surroundings. "Open your eyes wide and see this." Its might was heaven-shaking, breaking the atmosphere. It was that sharp sword in Mu Yang's hand. Even the elders and sect leader on the platform were shocked by this heaven-grade artifact. The dignified old man looked down, muttering softly, "This kind of spiritual power fluctuation is truly a heaven treasure." Lao Xiao beside him had a grave expression, pondering, "Artifacts have 5 grades: mortal, spirit, heaven, immortal, saint." Previous competitions all provided standard artifacts, but now letting disciples prepare their own, isn't that unfair? Angong Huang's sharp eyes looked ahead, answering firmly, in equal strength, artifacts are the key to victory or defeat. Though unfair, the rules were set beforehand. In a life-or-death battle, would an enemy abandon a supreme artifact for the sake of fairness? Mu Yang, at the peak of Foundation establishment, was confident of holding the world in his hand, thinking to himself, peak Foundation establishment, plus a protective artifact, this competition is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. He glanced contemptuously at Shizun, ordering, Shizun, it's time for you to present your artifact. Before he finished speaking, Mu Yang's eyes widened in shock. What the hell is that? You dare bring this thing as an artifact? Shizun's face beamed like a flower. He replied calmly. That's right, before the assembly, I asked the old sweeper outside the sect gate. Mu Yang's face twisted in shock. Isn't this just an ordinary broom for sweeping the house? Do you take this assembly as child's play? Duty officer slowly stepped forward, her voice solemn as she announced the rules. Disciples, please place your artifacts in the designated positions. Shizun stood nearby listening, his hands attentive, carefully observing the rules. The female duty officer raised her voice. The competition is not just one round. The core is to use spiritual power to control the artifact. First, use spiritual power to retrieve the artifact from a distance, then perform the sword flight technique along the designated course. Whoever reaches the finish line first is the champion. Of course, there will be countless dangerous obstacles along the way. Hearing the rules, Shizun was stunned, his face showing sorrow. What? I have no spiritual power, how can I retrieve and control the artifact from a distance? Mu Yang laughed mockingly, full of contempt. Silly Shizun, now do you feel the pressure? After a round of preparation, all artifacts were placed in the designated positions. Female duty officer's voice echoed across the square. The sword control assembly is officially commencing. As the command was given, countless streaks of artifact light turned into flowing radiance. And without taking off quickly, he rushed toward the owner, signaling the start of the second round. Mu Yang's aura soared to the sky, his gaze sharp as an eagle's as he stared straight ahead, his hands clenched tightly. He sheathed his sword, the corner of his eye sweeping over Shizun, and sneered maliciously. I'll take the lead first, you useless piece. With that, he spurred his sword light, transforming into a brilliant rainbow, leading the crowd of inner disciples forward, leaving a cloud of dust behind. In an instant, the dust cleared, revealing the solitary figure of Shizun. Seeing him standing still as a statue, the crowd buzzed with discussion and mocking laughter rang out. Why hasn't that guy started? Could it be he still can't recall his magic tool? No way. He doesn't even know basic operations. Someone this useless dares to dream of joining the competition? Shizun's face gradually paled, his heart filled with extreme panic. Damn it, if I keep standing here frozen, my identity will definitely be suspected. The gray-robed elder beside him frowned, his eyes full of doubt as he looked at Shizun. What's wrong with Shizun? Can't he even use a bit of basic spiritual energy? The corner of Kingswin's mouth curled into a contemptuous smile, inwardly mocking, haha, this fool is really asking for humiliation. Shizun's gaze was as firm as steel, staring at the magic tool in the distance, gritting his teeth. There's only one way, I'll have to take a risk to find out. He immediately swung his hand forward powerfully, letting out a heaven-shaking roar. That broom, why aren't you obediently coming over to me yet? Next, Shizun mustered all his strength, stomping his foot on the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. This astonishing stomp created an incredibly powerful recoil force, launched the ordinary broom into the air, flying straight toward Shizun. After firmly grasping the magic tool in his hand, Shizun revealed an excited expression, shouting loudly. Recalling the magic tool from the final stage is already easily completed. The gray-robed elder opened his mouth in shock, muttering as if lost. Does that even count as recalling the magic tool from the middle stage? Meanwhile, on the racetrack, the contestants had already entered the obstacle area meticulously arranged by the sect. Countless restrictions activated simultaneously, unleashing wave after wave of fierce attacks, ruthlessly striking down cultivators one after another, causing them to fall like kites with broken strings to the ground. Thanks to his superior cultivation and protective magic treasures, Mu Yang barely stood firm after the first wave of attacks, his heart filled with arrogant pride. I am a genius sword cultivator, and with the help of my magic treasure, this competition is truly tailor-made for me. At the same time, Shizun was still struggling at the starting point, stomping hard on the ground in an attempt to recall his magic tool. With just a single simple stomp, he easily obtained the magic tool. Right after, he was dazzled by the brilliance, leaping into the air. His body was like an arrow leaving the bow, shooting straight toward the final stage with a gaze as firm as a rock. The gray-robed elder's expression grew even more dumbfounded, rubbing his eyes as he looked at Shizun, stammering, what kind of posture is this? How is his flying sword technique so vastly different from everyone else's? Shizun had now caught up to the first obstacle area. As soon as he arrived, he was met by countless ferocious energy attacks surging toward him, blocking his path. Thanks to his exceptionally agile reflexes, he quickly leaped to dodge, then took the opportunity to ride the energy currents, sprinting across the chaotic airflows emitted by the obstacles. Gray-robed elder was once again utterly astounded, muttering, "His control feels more and more unbelievable by the second." Mu Yang was still immersed in the illusion of victory, continuing to fly his sword toward the finish line. "Those useless pieces have all been left behind by me." Suddenly, a ghostly figure appeared beside him, startling him so much his soul nearly fled. Mu Yang stared wide-eyed at Shizun, roaring furiously, "When did you get here, you rotten brat?" Shizun maintained his firm state, moving forward steadily without haste. Suddenly the scenery around them seemed to freeze, the space solidifying. Shizun's body lost gravity, slowly falling with a helpless expression. Mu Yang beside him was extremely shocked, blankly turning his head to look at him, his heart filled with doubt. Shizun, meanwhile, was still immersed in thought, silently muttering, "Damn it, my movement technique has reached its limit. The distance to those boulders is still far away, and now I have no foothold left to borrow strength. I'm finished." The system had previously issued a mission to seize the top position at all costs. An SSS rank mission like this, if not completed, would certainly bring down a terrifying punishment. Mu Yang still calmly shot Shizun an arrogant glare. "You haven't even mastered the flying sword technique, yet you dare to dream of participating in the flying sword competition? Let me send you off, as a thank you gift for your audacity in front of the sect elder. This time, I'll give you a grand gift, ensuring you never recover." He circulated his spiritual energy throughout his body, his hands condensing blinding lightning. Several boulders were simultaneously attracted by Mu Yang, pulling them close together. After shortening the distance, he swung his hand, controlling all the obstacles, to violently bombard Shizun. Countless giant rocks followed his will, descending like meteorites onto the opponent's position. The supervising elder witnessed the scene before him, his face turning pale with shock as he quickly spoke. "Using magic to control boulders to attack another contestant. Isn't this a violation of the competition rules? You old scoundrel!" The white-robed elder was stern, his gaze sharp as a knife as he stared ahead. "The competition rules absolutely do not prohibit this behavior." Shizun, while falling freely in midair, had to face a storm of attacks from countless boulders. Seeing the massive obstacles bearing down on him, Shizun was extremely astonished, his expression solemn as he stared straight at the assault. Instantly, from Shizun's position, countless heaven-shaking explosions echoed across the nine heavens, the entire space seeming to sink into a sea of skyscraping flames. Corner of Mu Yang's mouth curled into a sinister smile, his eyes glancing back. "Even if you've cultivated an indestructible divine technique, being caught in such a terrifying explosion will make it hard to keep your life." Unexpectedly, amidst the sea of flames and explosions, a sword light as fast as lightning tore through the smoke, carrying a world-destroying momentum straight forward. Next, Shizun's figure appeared valiantly, his gaze as firm as steel, his face full of fighting spirit. In just the blink of an eye, his figure had closed in on Mu Yang, causing the latter to be utterly terrified, his arrogant expression instantly turning into indescribable horror. "What? How can you calmly escape such an explosion so easily?" Shizun's face gradually revealed a ferocious look, his eyes like a starving wolf staring at the opponent. "Thanks for taking the trouble to put on such a brilliant fireworks display for me." With that, Shizun mercilessly kicked straight at Mu Yang's face, leaving him dazed. He almost fainted and lost consciousness. "This is a little token of my appreciation, a return gift I specially prepared for you." After that earth-shattering kick, Shizun took the momentum to glide forward, his ghostly movement technique turning into a streak of light that tore through the wind, speeding ahead. That kick had thoroughly crushed Mu Yang, his body like a kite with a broken string sliding across the ground. Shizun, meanwhile, had already approached the final finish line of the flying sword competition, shooting forward like an arrow leaving the bow. Thus, at the decisive moment, Shizun proudly seized the champion position, becoming the first to touch the glorious finish line. The female attendant disciple then announced in a clear voice, "The champion of this year's flying sword competition has been decided, and it is none other than the disciple Shizun." Moreover, not only did he secure the champion title, but Shizun also broke the record set by the previous senior grand disciple, officially ushering in a new era for the flying sword competition. Hearing this news, the crowd of disciples was extremely shocked. "What? A nobody took the flying sword competition champion and even broke the senior grand disciple's record? I absolutely don't believe it. It can't be true." The system timely transmitted a voice into Shizun's sea of consciousness. "Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission. This time's reward is a supreme and unfathomable cultivation technique." Hearing the word cultivation technique, Shizun immediately felt his heart bloom with joy, ecstatic as he hurriedly opened it to check what divine technique that cultivation art was. System continued to remind him. Currently, the system has a special beginner's gift pack. The host can freely choose the desired reward, only needing to spend a small amount of accumulated points to obtain a rare treasure in this world. Shizun still wore his foolish expression, blankly staring ahead. Huh? I accidentally broke the record again? After breaking the record, Shizun harvested countless spirit medicines, magic treasures, and sect contribution points. Receiving the rewards from the system, he leisurely enjoyed a carefree life. He sat by a campfire roasting a wild chicken, thinking to himself, time to nourish my body with high-grade protein again. He added some secret spices, then leaped inside to get more seasoning. But when he returned, the sight before him made him furious. Where is my roasted chicken? Why is there only a pile of bones left? One by one, all the high-grade spirit beasts he had painstakingly prepared had collectively vanished without a trace. Shizun was once again caught in another doubt. Could a demon beast be lurking around and hiding here? Next, he took out another chicken and carefully roasted it from scratch. At the spot where the chicken was placed, traps were set all around, with the main goal being to capture that hateful thief alive. Not far away, a pair of keen eyes were secretly observing every movement meticulously and cautiously. After setting up the traps, Shizun hid himself in the shadows, patiently waiting for his prey. This time he used a plump fat chicken as bait, confident he would catch that person. At that moment, a black shadow shot over from afar like an arrow. The black shadow swiftly dashed towards Shizun's fragrant roasted chicken. Sensing the unfamiliar aura, Shizun immediately circulated his spiritual power throughout his body, ready for battle. The moment the black shadow's hand touched the roasted chicken, Shizun erupted with incredible speed, yanking the rope to activate the trap mechanism he had set. The trap immediately took effect, binding the target tightly and lifting them off the ground. Finally, he had successfully captured a little girl with an innocent expression on her face. Before him was a little girl with a clean and otherworldly beautiful appearance. Shizun was so frightened his soul nearly left his body. Cold sweat poured out, and his face showed extreme shock. Strange, wasn't it a demon beast? Unexpectedly, it was a young lady from a boudoir. The two figures faced each other, both with faces full of dumbfounded surprise. The little girl knew her whereabouts had been exposed. She clutched the roasted spirit chicken tightly, her steps moving as if treading on wind, in an instant turning into a blur of dust. After running around wildly for a while, she turned back and laughed gleefully and triumphantly. Haha, you think a mere little immortal binding rope can restrain me? As soon as she finished speaking, she happened to glance at Shizun, her phoenix eyes immediately rounding wide, showing extreme shock. Shizun still held the rope tightly in his hand, shouting angrily, "Which thief is this? Return my spirit chicken at once." The little girl wrinkled her face and frowned, showing a displeased expression as she glanced at Shizun. It's just a low-grade roasted chicken." As she finished speaking, the little girl's body sank down. Immediately after, a kick like the earth-shattering fiercely lashed out straight towards Shizun. This kick contained astonishing power, creating a collision that shook heaven and earth, with clouds of dust billowing up. Then, the little girl sneered and stepped out from the curtain of dust. Daring to dream of stopping me? You're looking for death?" Suddenly, Shizun's steady voice sounded again, startling the little girl. "Oh, what a rich aroma! Roasted spirit chicken is truly a nourishing essence." Her spiritual sense warned her of something unusual, and she quickly turned to look. As soon as she turned her head, she was shocked to find Shizun with his mouth wide open like a water pump, swallowing the spirit chicken whole. In the blink of an eye, the entire roasted chicken had vanished into nothing, leaving only a single bone. Then he stared blankly at the little girl, muttering under his breath, "Not a single bit left." The little girl just snapped back to her senses, hurriedly searching for the roasted spirit chicken that was supposed to be in her hand. Discovering the sacred object had been stolen by Shizun, she flew into a furious rage and harshly yelled, "Damnable little thief, are you asking for your soul to be scattered?" The little girl channeled all her spiritual power into a shocking palm strike aimed straight at Shizun, causing the ground to crack severely. Shizun on the opposite side shouted helplessly, Hey, you little girl, how can you be so shameless, robbing me and then crying thief? This roasted spirit chicken was clearly mine. Since when did it become your possession?" With a mysterious and furious look on her face, the little girl used her hand to snap the rope binding her body. Next, she went berserk, continuously throwing punches and kicks at Shizun, her rage filling the air. Seeing the enemy's attack carried such great power, Shizun could not help but be astonished. With such terrifying strength, even a casual strike could shatter mountains and break peaks. With a smug and arrogant face, the little girl roared, "You brat, are you only capable of scurrying away like a mouse? but immediately after, her body was bound all over by Shizun's special immortal binding rope. Successfully restraining his opponent, Shizun held the rope tight and threatened loudly, "Sorry, but if I let you go, this place might be reduced to rubble by you." While being controlled, the little girl swung her hand angrily, her tone arrogant. "You think this mere mortal rope can imprison me? Watch my skill." After exerting her strength, the little girl was slightly stunned to see the rope binding her body remained completely unmoved. Panicking, the little girl struggled continuously, screaming like a madwoman. After a bout of frenzy, she began to show fear. "Even divine artifacts from the immortal realm couldn't bind me, so why can't I break this rope?" Shizun explained from the side. "This rope has a rebound force reinforced by my spiritual power. How could it be so easily cut by you?" Never expected that the refined tool granted by the system during this grand competition would be so useful. Unable to escape, the little girl harshly yelled straight at Shizun's face. You don't even know who I am. How dare you be so rude as to bind me like this?" Shizun stared blankly ahead. "Oh, then tell me, who are you?" Hearing this, the little girl curled her lips into a sinister smile. "I am your senior sister, Xiaoman, the renowned disciple of the Imperial Forest Immortal Sect." The two of them once again stared at each other with dumbfounded expressions, their hearts full of confusion. Shizun asked loudly, "My confusion is, you are only 7 or 8 years old in the sect, yet you dare to call yourself my senior sister?" With a face full of resentment and malice, the little girl stared at Shizun. "Although I am still young, I entered the Dao before you, offending your senior sister, subordinate striking a superior. Do you know what punishment you will bear?" Suddenly, her body was lifted straight up off the ground. Lifted up, the little girl panicked and yelled, Hey, what kind of trick are you pulling?" Shizun held the little girl firmly in his hand, his face solemn as he looked ahead. "If I knew you were also a disciple of the Imperial Forest Immortal Sect, then it's simple. Now I just need to take you to the main hall to face punishment and properly discuss how to compensate for the roasted spirit chickens I lost." So, Shizun eagerly carried the little girl straight towards the main hall of the Imperial Forest Immortal Sect. The scene shifts to the martial arts field in front of the main gate, where a crowd of disciples were training. Suddenly, from amidst the crowd, a disciple shouted in alarm, causing everyone to panic. "Oh no, the little demon girl has come out of seclusion." In an instant, all the disciples scattered far away and vanished without a trace, leaving Shizun dazed and stunned, nearly collapsing at the sight. Shizun continued to control and drag the little girl towards the majestic main hall. The fearsome little demon girl of the Imperial Forest Immortal Sect being subdued by Shizun was indeed a rare oddity. The outer sect disciples secretly observed, whispering among themselves with a hint of glee, that little demon girl has finally tasted defeat. Let's see if she still dares to act so arrogant." The little demon girl, with sharp ears, heard the taunts clearly, her face turning purple with rage. She immediately concentrated strength into her leg and kicked a large cobblestone from the side towards the crowd. The stone shot forth with a howling wind, instantly striking a talkative fellow, who cried out in pain and rolled to the ground, unconscious. The remaining people were terrified out of their wits, their souls taking flight, mouths unceasingly screaming in panic, "Mommy, I'm gonna faint! I'm really fainting!" Shizun frowned, his tone filled with helplessness. "Could you please stop causing trouble and gossiping?" The little witch let out a cold snort, her expression arrogant. "Miss here hates those bugs who talk behind people's backs more than anything." Shizun looked at her stubborn face, couldn't help but pout, secretly thinking about what kind of parents she must have to give birth to such a rebellious, stubborn, and fierce creature. Just at that moment, an authoritative voice rang out. "What the Daoist friend said is not wrong. I am Xiaoman's mother." Hearing that noble voice, Shizun was extremely shocked, frozen to stone on the spot, a feeling of utter despair rising in the depths of his heart. Matriarch Nangonghwang led Shizun and Xiaoman to the Imperial Forest Hall, recounting the entire story from beginning to end. After hearing Shizun's explanation, Nangonghwang turned to reprimand Xiaoman. "Aren't you currently under punishment in seclusion? How dare you leave the meditation chamber without permission?" Xiaoman lowered her head, her expression gloomy, replying that she heard someone had shattered the spirit stone, defeated even the minor hall master, and broken the flying sword technique record, so her curiosity got the better of her and she wanted to go out and see. Nangonghwang sighed, raised her hand to rub her forehead, and declared, "1 more month of seclusion. Copy the Tao scripture once every day as punishment." Xiaoman frowned, her face showing displeasure. "What? Won't I be locked up until I'm moldy like that?" Nangonghwang glanced at her, her voice stern. "Do you dare to complain?" Xiaoman knew she could not resist, so she dejectedly lowered her head. "I dare not." Xiaoman takes her leave. The little witch trudged away from the Imperial Forest Hall, returning to the meditation chamber to continue her punishment of seclusion. Watching Xiaoman's lonely retreating figure, Nangonghwang's gaze grew distant, a pang of grief rising in her heart. She was truly pitiable, for her origins were not like those of ordinary people. Shizun stood beside her, puzzled, and asked the matriarch what she meant by not like ordinary ordinary people. Nangang Huang withdrew her gaze, slowly explaining that Xiaoman was born from a giant egg she had fortuitously found many years ago. Upon hearing this, Shisun was so astounded his mouth fell open. An egg? Is it full of protein or something? Good thing I didn't find it, or I would have already cooked it into soup. Nangang Huang continued, leaving Shisun even more dumbfounded. When I first got it, I also thought about cooking it for nourishment, but who would have thought? When the egg encountered high heat, it hatched a little girl. Furthermore, as soon as she was born, her strength had already reached the peak of the body-tempering realm, born with divine power and a formidable physique. Out of compassion, I took her as my disciple, but shaman cannot control her innate power, often unintentionally injuring others, creating deep, indelible wounds. Even fellow disciples, just by lightly touching her body, could have their bones and tendons snapped. Because of this, Xiaoman hasn't had a single friend, always alone and isolated. Upon hearing this, Shisan's eyes widened, his heart feeling as if pierced by a sharp object, a surge of sympathy rising powerfully within him. He recalled the image of his own loneliness in his past life. She was exactly like me, both without friends. Nangang Huang continued, that is precisely why Xiaoman gradually changed her personality, becoming rebellious, stubborn, and fond of doing bizarre things. Shisun's expression turned awkward, deeply sympathizing with her fate. Perhaps she does this just to attract everyone's attention. On the surface, she laughs and talks happily, but deep inside she must be extremely lonely. The scene shifted to Silent Solitude Mountain, the place where Xiaoman was punished to seclusion by Nangang Huang. With overwhelming resentment in her heart, Xiaoman punched the rock wall in anger, each fist carrying powerful force as she bombarded it. Her face twisted as she endlessly muttered the name Shisun. Damn Shisun, you got me punished even more severely. At that moment, Shisun appeared behind Xiaoman asking, is this your meditation chamber? Xiaoman spun around in shock, discovering Shisun and was astonished, staring at him in disbelief. You again? What are you doing here? How do you know this place of mine? Did you come here on purpose to mock me? Shisun stood opposite, dumbfounded for a moment, carefully observing Xiaoman's furious demeanor. In his mind, he suddenly recalled Nangang Huang's request, hoping Shisun would help Xiaoman control herself. Then Shisun turned his face aside, his gaze probing. A moment later, Shisun cast his eyes around the desolate surroundings, the scene of ruin striking his eyes. He asked, this is your cave dwelling? How can it be so devastated? Look at this mess, these ruins piled up. How is it different from a graveyard for walking corpses? Xiaoman felt her pride was offended, anger surging to the heavens, glaring straight ahead. So you really came to mock me? I'm throwing a huge tantrum right now. Seeing the other party was like a wild beast about to go berserk, Shisun quickly waved his hands to calm her down. Hey there, Taoist friend, calm down. I have no intention of fighting with you. You like to do all these bizarre things, isn't it, to attract other people's attention? Am I right? Hearing these words, Xiaoman's eyes flew wide open, stunned to the point of being petrified. Shisun on the opposite side continued, deep in your heart, you always yearn for friends by your side to play with, but it's just your strange innate physique that scares others away. This is exactly like my memory of a past life. Hearing this, Xiaoman fell silent as a statue, staring blankly in Shisun's direction. After a long while, she quickly turned her face away, unwilling to reveal her grief. Her whole body trembled slightly, her voice stammering, Who told you these things? Xiaoman's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she looked at Shisun. Who dares to slander me for not having any friends? She pointed at the stone puppets standing solemnly beside her, enthusiastically introducing them. Look, this is Xiaoman number 11, and this is Xiaoman number 12. Looking at the other's dazed and dull appearance, Shisun sighed helplessly, thinking to himself that they were just figurines molded from mud. This child, I'm afraid, has a severe inner demon tormenting her. Xiaoman shifted her attention to Shisun. You still have the nerve to talk about me. I've been watching you for a long time. Your place, with your sparse courtyard and shallow water, it's desolate and lonely, without a single soul. You're also all alone, aren't you? Hitting the nail on the head, Shisun showed an embarrassed, ashamed look. Who told you that? Who dares to slander me for not having friends? He immediately took out a special magical artifact, a powder sachet, introducing it. This is the Iron Tendon Taoist friend. Then he took out a small weight, lifting it in his hand, and this is the great strong Taoist friend. Finally, he took out a super elastic rope, showing it in front of Xiaoman. This one you've already met, just call him the sacrificial dog Taoist friend. With a face halfway between a bloom and a frown, Shisun said cheerfully, these are all the Taoist friends accompanying me on the path of cultivation. Xiaoman showed obvious bewilderment, her expression awkward as a chicken, thinking to herself that this guy's illness was even more severe than her own. Shisun suddenly reached into his Taoist robe, took out a secret manual of a cultivation technique, and directly handed it to Xiaoman. This is for you. Faced with this sudden situation, Xiaoman still hadn't snapped out of it. What kind of trick are you pulling? Shizun continued looking straight ahead. Just take it. This is a peerless sacred manual. Consider it an apology for getting you punished more severely. Xiaoman dazedly reached out with both hands to accept it, her expression still vacant. What cultivation technique is this? On the cover of Shizun's technique manual were a few lines of text reading, tendon relaxation and sinew stretching art. With a look of disdain, she puckered her lips to show disgust. What kind of writing is this? It's as ugly as chicken scratches. Did you make this up yourself? Shizun on the opposite side immediately snapped. What's with that contemptuous look? Do you have any idea how precious this handwritten secret manual is? This is a relaxation technique gifted to me by a physical cultivation grandmaster upon reaching the perfected Dunti realm. I see that your Kai is strong, but you cannot control it, especially when you are agitated. The reason is that your tendons and bones are overly tense. Therefore, what you need now is not to train your strength, but to learn how to relax. This Huanjian Shu Jin technique can help you regulate your body, loosen your tendons, and improve your mood. After giving detailed instructions, Shizun turned around and left. Take this time to think it over carefully. I have nothing else to say. Farewell. Xiaoman remained standing in place. She gazed intently at Shizun's retreating figure, a flood of emotion surging within her heart. An indescribable feeling welled up within her, and her hands trembled as she clutched the cultivation manual Shizun had just given her. On the screen, a myriad of news items related to Shizun and Xiaoman appeared. The man seated high above had a gloomy and sinister expression. Lately, all the news has been about him. This Shizun has truly been too conspicuous recently. Wu Yang, his body covered in injuries, was the one kneeling prostrate on the ground. He used demonic arts to win the competition, reducing me to this miserable state. Meng Feila beside him was also groaning in pain, her old wounds not yet healed. Big brother Liu, please stand up for us and seek justice. The man surnamed Liu above them let out a crafty smile. Rest assured, he has attracted too much attention. We must find a way to suppress him. The scene shifted to the vast plaza of the Wulin sect, where a crowd of inner disciples buzzed with gossip about the number of spirit stones being traded this time. A few were curious about those unfamiliar merchants. Who are they? So strange looking. They are merchants from Shaman, occasionally permitted to trade on the street. Should we go try our luck? A nearby disciple waved his hand in refusal. Forget it, they are just a bunch of spirit stone peddlers, one-time traders. If we get cheated, who would we complain to? Boom. A deafening explosion suddenly rang out, startling both figures standing there. Heavens above, someone has actually unlocked a mid-grade essence crystal. The young man immediately panicked, utterly astonished. What? There is spiritual essence energy hidden inside the rough stone. Isn't this the primary resource for cultivators to train and also the common currency in the world of cultivation? Spiritual essence crystals are divided into 4 grades: low, mid, high, and supreme. Yet from an ordinary piece of copper rough stone, a mid-grade essence crystal was extracted. Who exactly is this cultivator with such heaven-defying luck? Their gazes immediately shot like arrows, both locking onto Shizun and Yingying. At that very moment, Yingying held the spirit stone tightly in both hands, cheering jubilantly. Young master, truly divine in your calculations, to be able to extract a mid-grade essence crystal. Essence crystals of this level are extremely rare in the barbarian wastelands. The old merchant opposite had a face like he was constipated, grumbling in dissatisfaction. What kind of damn luck does this kid have? Spending only 100 low-grade spirit stones to open a mid-grade essence crystal. Shizun stood nearby, a wave of disappointment rising in his heart. His face fell as if attending a funeral as he thought to himself with displeasure. With so many people here, this is really too ostentatious. If it weren't for that system forcing a quest on me, I would never set foot in this noisy place. Ah, forget it. One of the system's upgrade conditions requires collecting 1,000 mid-grade essence crystals. I'll just consider it as making progress. The sound of applause rang out along with another person's hearty voice, startling Shizun. Not bad, not bad. Shizun, a name that has recently risen like a comet within the inner sect. I never expected you to be so proficient in the art of stone cutting. Nian Trum truly lives up to its reputation. Hearing it is not as good as seeing it with one's own eyes. I, Liu Cheng, have come here specifically to befriend you, fellow cultivator. Shizun felt suspicion arise in his heart, his gaze scrutinizing Liu Cheng intently, wondering if there was anyone named Liu Cheng among the new inner sect disciples. Yingying stood by the side, cold sweat pouring down like a shower, her face pale with worry. Why did he come here? He is no new disciple, but an old monster who has cultivated for many years in the immortal sect, belonging to the senior disciple level. Liu Cheng waved his hand pointing in a direction, continuing to introduce. This friend of mine is very skilled in the way of rough stones, wishing to compete with fellow cultivator Shizun. As soon as he finished speaking, a youth in a purple robe immediately cupped his hands in salute. I am Fang Tianshu. Having just observed your profound stone arts, I have taken the liberty to come and seek your guidance. Shizun looked bewildered, staring blankly ahead. What the hell is a stone art? I know absolutely nothing about it. Tianshu, upon hearing this, smiled lightly and replied, Junior disciple Trang, do not be too modest. To show my sincerity, allow me to display my meager skill before an expert. He then slowly walked over, meticulously observing the pile of rough stones stacked like a mountain beside him. His gaze was like lightning, sweeping across each rough stone in search of hidden treasures. In the blink of an eye, as if discovering something, he reached out and placed his hand on a rough stone belonging to the old merchant. After carefully sensing the energy on the stone, Tianxiu then lifted the stone and placed it before the boss. I want this one. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated his profound art, executing his stone technique. Streaks of sharp energy like blades carved into the rough stone. In an instant, before everyone's eyes, a sparkling superior grade essence spirit stone appeared. Yingying standing beside him let out an exclamation, her mouth forming an O and an A. This is simply too dazzling. Shizun looked at the magnificent scene, unable to help but marvel, a question rising in his heart. Is that a superior grade essence spirit stone before me? To extract such a grade of essence spirit stone in just an instant. This person's energy is truly formidable. Could he be a rough stone appraiser? Just as Shizun was intently observing Tian Shuo, the system suddenly appeared before his eyes, issuing a warning. There is only one superior grade essence spirit stone left in the pile of rough stones. Host seized the opportunity quickly. Seeing the clear warning line, Shizun was terrified and his face changed color. What did you say? Only one piece left. Liu Cheng then spoke up to challenge Shizun. What's the matter, Shizun? Do you dare to accept this challenge? Let's see who can extract an essence spirit stone of higher value. Loser must offer all the essence spirit stones extracted today to the winner. Shizun's face was pensive, showing a thoughtful expression at the challenge. After a short while, the system appeared before him again, issuing a mandatory quest. Accept the betting invitation and seize victory. Upon receiving the mandatory quest from the system, Shizun's gaze became determined, revealing a look of decisiveness. With soaring spirit, he declared, "Let's fight then. Who's afraid of whom?" Seeing that the opponent agreed to the challenge, Liu Cheng laughed heartily in triumph, then showed a sinister expression and said to Shizun, "Good, you little brat. Truly a reckless one, falling for the trap so easily. This is the match between you and Fang Tianshuo. Additionally, do you dare to have another external match with me?" Faced with the opponent's proposal, Shizun was somewhat puzzled. An external match? What exactly do you mean? Liu Cheng with a cunning expression quickly waved his hand to signal. We each add another 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. What I mean is, the loser not only loses all essence spirit stones today, but also has to forfeit an additional 10,000 spirit stones. The surrounding disciples immediately buzzed with discussion. What? 10,000 spirit stones? That much? I've been in the sect for over 10 years, and I've only managed to accumulate a few thousand low-grade spirit stones. Shizun quickly turned to Yingying. Yingying, how many low-grade spirit stones do I have left after exchanging contribution points? Yingying quickly checked under her guidance. We only have less than 2,000 low-grade spirit stones left. Shizun was momentarily flustered upon learning the meager amount of spirit stones he had. Only 2,000 spirit stones. Such a paltry sum of wealth, not even enough to buy a piece of waste rough stone. Yu Cheng sneered contemptuously, his tone as cold as a 1,000-year ice storm. Shizun, after sweeping his spiritual sense through his storage pouch, found that he indeed did not have enough spirit stones, and looked somewhat embarrassed as he said in a low voice, "I'm afraid the spirit stones on me are not enough to bet with you." Liu Cheng squinted his eyes like a poisonous snake staring at Shizun, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "No matter. If you lose, you can sell yourself to me for 3 years, serving as a slave to offset the debt." "Benefactor, you absolutely cannot agree." Yingying hurried forward, her voice filled with worry and unease. Look at his smug demeanor. He must have been prepared for this long ago. Before Shizun could carefully consider, the system's icy voice suddenly rang out in his sea of consciousness, a mandatory quest appearing before his eyes, not allowing him to refuse the betting agreement with Liu Cheng. Shizun took a deep breath, lifted his head and puffed out his chest, and replied loudly, "Fine. I accept." As soon as the words left his mouth, the surroundings buzzed with commotion, everyone's gaze fixed on him, carrying surprise and confusion. The stall owner, who had been half asleep, suddenly brightened his eyes upon hearing this, laughing heartily as he stepped forward, his voice echoing throughout the stall. "Ha ha ha. It's rare in this lonely sect to witness such a dramatic stone art competition. This old man can no longer hide his skills." With that, he waved his sleeve, a flash of light shone, and 3 massive rough stones, several times larger than those on regular display, appeared on the ground, emitting a dense spiritual aura all around. These are the 9 aperture rough stones nourished by the world's spiritual energy, with a much higher chance of extracting high-grade spirit essence. I originally intended to bring them to the heavenly rough stone market for trade, but today I'll take them out for some fun. Liu Cheng's gaze greedily swept over the 3 rough stones, clapped his hands, and laughed loudly. "Good, very good. Then the stone art competition officially begins. Liu Cheng's command, Shizhen and Fang Tianshuo simultaneously stepped forward. Fang Tianshuo quickly formed hand seals with both hands, activating his heavenly eye technique to observe. When his spiritual gaze touched the 9-aperture rough stone, sensing the extraordinary spiritual aura, he immediately identified his target. But unexpectedly, Shisen's figure, like a ghost, had already appeared beside it. His hand was already placed on the 9-aperture rough stone, his gaze as firm as a rock. I choose this one. Fang Tianshuo was shocked. He snatched it first. This speed is eerily fast. The stall owner stroked his white beard and said slowly, "This little fellow cultivator truly has good eyesight, but this rough stone costs 3,000 spirit stones." What? 3,000 spirit stones? Shisen's face drastically changed upon hearing this, and he cried out, "Then I don't have enough spirit stones to pay." He silently wailed in his heart. His purse was indeed almost empty. Fang Tianshuo laughed disdainfully, crossed his arms and watched. The bet this time is on spirit essence. How can spirit essence be used for trade? With that said, he quickly stepped forward, wanting to snatch the 9-aperture rough stone from Shisen's hands. This action of Fang Tianshuo greatly shocked Shisen, who glared at him with surging anger in his heart. Ying, who was below, also shouted angrily, her voice filled with contempt. "Fang Tianshuo, you are truly shameless." Fang Tianshuo sneered, revealing an extremely arrogant expression. "We are here for fair competition. If you don't have enough spirit stones, you can only blame yourself for not being fully prepared." With that, he waved his sleeve, and a sharp energy like a blade struck the 9-aperture rough stone. Stone shattered, a blinding light flashed, and a flawless superior-grade essence spirit stone appeared before everyone's eyes. Shizen stood there dumbfounded, horrified in his heart. Is this the last superior-grade spirit essence? Fang Tianshuo proudly admired the superior-grade essence spirit stone and said arrogantly, "I am not an ordinary treasure appraiser. I am a fate master many times more noble. I can probe for essence veins below, and deduce heavenly secrets above. I have long seen through your destiny." The stall owner approached again and said gently, "Little fellow cultivator, would you like to take a look at those other 2 stones? These 2 only cost 2,000 spirit stones, a much more reasonable price." Shizen, like a lost soul, sat down heavily on the ground. Covering his eyes with both hands, he muttered meaningless numbers, his strange movements baffling others, as if he was practicing some peculiar technique. Seeing this, Liu Cheng broke out in a cold sweat, feeling uneasy in his heart. What kind of trick is this little bastard pulling now? Shizen rubbed his temples with both hands, saying to himself, "The superior-grade spirit essence is truly gone, but the system still hasn't notified me of quest failure. Moreover, the mission required mining at least superior-class spirit essence, indicating that this pile of rough stones certainly concealed more precious treasures." He recalled that earlier he had merely glanced over 3 blocks of rough stone. Perhaps his eyesight was not yet sharp enough to see through the truth. The 10 eye-protecting techniques ended. Shizen awakened abruptly, his eyes wide open, sharp light shooting in all directions like 2 sharp swords. The moment of victory or defeat had arrived. He stood up with a jolt, stepping forward with unwavering determination and resolve. His gaze swept over the pile of rough stones, determined to find the top-grade spirit essence. His mind's eye became much clearer now, allowing him to sense the spiritual energy within each rough stone. His spiritual perception was also stronger, indeed allowing him to see much more clearly. Shizen exclaimed in surprise, then slowly turned around to survey the entire stall. The images in his eyes became real, everything transparent, their outer shells no longer able to conceal. Amidst the mixed pile of rough stones, he inadvertently discovered one glowing with a brilliant red light, a rare quality. Having confirmed his target, Shizen did not hesitate. He strode quickly over to the red rough stone, picked it up, and presented it to the old trader. "I want this one." Liu Cheng, standing beside him, curved his lips into a contemptuous smile. "Scraping up some courage from this pile of waste is truly laughable." Shizen said plainly, "By the eyesight of a cultivator, the grain of this rough stone is clear, its matrix stable and firm. It must originate from a main dragon vein power grid. This kind of outer stone not only gathers spiritual energy but also possesses the hidden effect of isolating light and heat. This is absolutely a rare supreme-grade spirit essence." Hearing this, Liu Cheng frowned, his probing gaze fixed tightly on Shizen's figure. Shizen did not delay, channeling force into both palms to powerfully split the outer shell. Instantly, a crackling sound rang out, and a dazzling red light shot forth in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the superior quality of the spirit essence stone was clearly revealed in Shizen's hands. Witnessing this sight, Liu Cheng's expression changed dramatically, and he cried out in shock, "Scarlet red quality spirit essence." Fang Tiansuo, standing nearby, also panicked, shouting, "Excellent! This is the legendary supreme-grade spirit essence. How could such a treasure be hidden in a pile of waste?" Liu Cheng flew into a rage, grabbing the old trader by the collar and growling, "What the hell is going on here?" The stall owner, terrified, quickly defended himself. "I did not know. This pile of waste was all scrap bought from the mining area. Who would have thought it concealed a supreme-grade spirit essence?" Shizun held the supreme grade spirit essence tightly in his hand with a sharp glint in his eyes. This fist-sized spirit essence was far more valuable than your superior grade one. He stood proudly before Liu Cheng and Fang Tiansuo, his voice resonating. You have lost, what are you waiting for? Hand over all the spoils, all the spirit essence mine today, and the 10,000 low-grade spirit stones you bet. Liu Cheng gritted his teeth, his face pale green, glaring fiercely at his opponent. Then he reluctantly took out the items and threw them forcefully forward, handing over 10,000 spirit stones and all the spirit essence. Shizun caught them with quick hands and eyes. He took the spoils with an eyes as firm as a rock. Liu Cheng gritted his teeth in anger and said, "These are 2 rings. The red ring contains all our spirit essence from today, and the rest is the 10,000 spirit stones after our defeat." Having said that, Liu Cheng and Fang Tiansuo left in anger, their backs full of disarray. He cast a sidelong glance at Shizun, his voice ice-cold. "Shizun, do not be too smug just yet. The real drama is still to come." Yingying cheerfully ran up to Shizun at that moment, her eyes sparkling. "Benefactor truly has divine foresight. Even a Fate Master is no match for you." Shizun laughed triumphantly, his voice full of excitement. "Haha, it is all just luck." He took out the ring containing 10,000 spirit stones and generously gave it to Yingying. "Today was thanks to your help. This is a small token of my appreciation." Yingying tried to decline, but Shizun said earnestly, "Just take it. Keeping it would be merely an external thing. Besides, I have already harvested quite a bit of spirit essence today." After handing the ring to Yingying, Shizun turned and walked away. "Farewell. I must go into seclusion to cultivate." The scene shifted to the simple cave dwelling on the mountainside. He stared intently at the illusory system panel, checking the rewards. Countless mission completion animations appeared, the reward being 1,000 forging points. In the bag, spiritual light flickered, and countless supreme grade and superior grade spirit essences were piled up like mountains. Shizun pondered, his eyes focused on the system panel. Upgrading requires 2,000 medium grade spirit essences. How should I go about splitting the spirit essences I have? The system seemed to read its master's thoughts, and immediately displayed the method to split spirit essences into smaller grades. Shizun did not hesitate, taking out a superior grade spirit stone and presenting it forward. "There is nothing to worry about. Go ahead and do it." In an instant, the superior grade spirit essence and other items were split and absorbed into the system, transforming into pure energy. Forging points immediately reached the limit, with 300 points left over. Simultaneously, his physique and other attributes grew leaps and bounds after careful observation. Shizun shifted his target to demon cores. Among the remaining upgrade conditions, everything was in order. His next target was demon cores and demon beast meat. Just then, Yingying suddenly burst in, panic-stricken. "Benefactor, something terrible has happened." Seeing Yingying's frantic expression, Shizun asked curiously, "What happened that has you so flustered?" Yingying gasped for breath, quickly reporting the news. "That treacherous stall owner has brought people here to cause trouble." The scene shifted to the Imperial Forest Hall, the majestic main hall of the Imperial Forest Immortal Sect. As soon as he entered the hall, the stall owner hastily knelt down, pitifully pleading, "Sect Master, please judge wisely. These are the spirit stones that Brat traded with me, and they have all now turned to rubble. He must have used advanced illusion techniques to fool my eyes." Hearing this, Shizun's anger blazed to the heavens, and he furiously shouted right in his face, "You are spitting blood and slandering me? I exchanged these spirit stones fairly and squarely with real money. Why did you not open your eyes and inspect them carefully when you accepted them?" The stall owner sneered, answering loudly, "This humble one is but a mortal with low cultivation. How could I possibly see through your devious illusion techniques?" Nangang Huang slowly spoke at this moment, his voice deep and majestic like a great bell. "Then how do you wish to resolve this matter?" Hearing the Imperial Forest Sect Master's words, the stall owner showed a sinister smile. Since counterfeit spirit stones were used in the trade, it naturally invalidates the deal. My request is not excessive. He only needs to return the supreme grade spirit essence, and we can pretend nothing happened." Shizun spoke coldly, "So it is the supreme grade spirit essence that you are after, but unfortunately, that one has been fully refined by me already." The stall owner's face turned pale, and he cried out in shock, "How is that possible? That is a supreme grade spirit essence, a priceless treasure. How could it have been completely absorbed in such a short time? Are you not just making excuses? Will all of you shut your mouths?" The sect master finally raised his voice, intending to salvage the chaotic situation. "Everyone, please calm down. This is a superior grade essence-seeking stone with impeccable quality. There is still a final chance to mine it. Who knows, it might contain a supreme grade essence within, enough to compensate for this friend's loss." During this, Shizen was both grief-stricken and furious, shouting, "Sect Master, how can you be so muddle-headed?" The sly old stall owner chuckled smugly. "Haha, fine, fine, I will consider it a loss on my part." Shizen gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with anger as if wanting to burn the old man before him. This treacherous old dog. The stall owner's heart was full of satisfaction as he sneered. "Want to play games with me? The kid is still too green." That night, shocking news spread everywhere, alarming everyone. Shizen uses illusion magic to deceive, his shameless behavior exposed. Several high-level cultivators reveal their true faces online, countless hashtags targeting Shizen, making him grit his teeth in fury. What the hell is this? Why has bad news about me suddenly climbed to the trending searches? The sectmaster frowned, unable to understand. That old man is clearly a swindler. Why did we have to settle with him? The female sect leader beside him suddenly remembered something and quickly said, "Oh dear, I forgot. Once that artifact is activated, it will attract countless demon beasts to that place." One day, in the desolate wilderness of the southern frontier, a remote and secluded mountain valley. This place was originally the territory of a herd of foolish beasts, living together in flocks, days passing by peacefully without incident. Until one day, the appearance of a terrifying giant shattered the existing tranquility, sowing terror among every creature there. That man trampled the peaceful life of the herd, turning it into a nightmare, like a god of destruction enveloping this forest. Shizen casually grabbed a spirit chicken, preparing a sumptuous lunch, needing to replenish his protein today. The title of the great protein demon king had spread throughout the mountains, and any animal that saw his shadow would be scared out of its wits. Shizen now had no choice but to venture deep to the forest each day, hunting those pitiful creatures to maintain his cultivation. While strolling leisurely through the forest, a miserable scream suddenly tore through the silent air, startling Shizen. "Help! Help!" His eyes immediately turned towards the source of the sound. His divine sense swept lightly. There was someone calling for help ahead. It seemed something had happened. Without hesitation, although a bit hesitant, Shizen still activated his footwork, turning into a blurry afterimage, rushing swiftly towards the cry for help. Upon arriving, the scene before him could not help but surprise him. A black-boar demon beast, with an extraordinarily strong physique, was frantically chasing a young man, whose face was filled with terror. A demon beast chasing a person, this black boar had abundant spiritual energy, rich in protein. Wait, that person being chased looked like... Shizen squinted to look closely, and immediately recognized him. Wasn't this Fang Tiansuo, who'd made a bet with him 2 days ago? Why was he here? During the escape, the black boar demon beast suddenly accelerated and charged. Its massive body smashed heavily into Fang Tiansuo, flinging him to the side. His body scraped violently against the ground, creating a cloud of dust, causing excruciating pain. Shizen exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't he a core inner disciple? How can he not even handle a black boar demon beast? Did he put all his skill points into elemental arts?" Fang Tiansuo's body was battered. He sat weak and slumped on the ground, his eyes terrified as he looked at the fierce demon beast before him. "This place is far from the sect. It seems I won't escape this calamity today." At this moment, his eyes inadvertently caught a familiar figure standing not far away. He couldn't help but be surprised. "Isn't that Shizen?" In his despair, Fang Tiansuo instinctively cried out, "Shizen, save me." As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them. "No, no! I mocked him myself 2 days ago. Will he really help me?" While he was still in doubt, the black boar demon beast charged again, its sharp fangs aimed directly at his battered body. Witnessing this scene, a troubled expression appeared on Shizen's face. This attack might be enough to send him to the afterlife. Should I step in to help? He made things difficult for me 2 days ago. It's only right to leave him to be taught a lesson by the demon beast. But he is still a fellow disciple after all. It truly wouldn't be right to watch him die without helping. The system, as if understanding Shizen's inner conflict, suddenly appeared before his eyes at this moment. The familiar selection board emerged, showing 2 choices to save or not save Fang Tiansuo, accompanied by 2 tempting rewards. Shizen's eyes lit up, clearly showing greed. "Gym equipment, haha. Sorry, Fang Tiansuo, it seems even the heavens want me to leave you be." After the fatal charge, Fang Tiansuo lay motionless amidst the dust cloud. The dust gradually cleared, revealing his accumulated injuries, and his despairing gaze directed at the standing Shizen. Seeing Shizen standing there sneering, his heart grew even colder. "Are you still there mocking me? It seems he truly doesn't want to save me. It's only right, a person like me who fawns on the strong, dying is well deserved." Memories flooded back. He remembered the solemn vows before leaving his family, determined to revitalize the clan. But because of his mediocre talent, he was scorned by others. So when facing power, he could only bow and submit, losing his original intention. The The clan also suffered humiliation because of this. All the grievances he endured were to be expected, well deserved. The black boar demon beast's eyes blazed with killing intent, growling as it glared at Fang Suo. The next second, it gathered all its demonic power, frantically charging towards the position where Fang Tiansuo lay, preparing for a fatal strike. Fang Tiansuo closed his eyes in resignation. To hell with it, goodbye to this world full of suffering. Suddenly one day, a figure suddenly appeared, blocking in front of Fang Tiansuo, intercepting the attack of the black boar demon beast. Fang Tiansuo's eyes opened wide in extreme surprise. It was Shisen, standing proudly before him, holding back the demon beast. Indeed, compared to gym equipment, protein still has a fatal attraction. Fang Tiansuo's entire body trembled. He struggled to sit up, his gaze fixed ahead. When he realized Shisen was risking himself to help, he was stunned, moved to tears. Facing the demon beast's attack, Shisen let out a loud shout, delivering a world-shaking punch, directly meeting it head-on. Witnessing Shisen's terrifying strength, Fang Tiansuo's eyes widened and his jaw dropped. He muttered in a daze, strong, so strong. He killed the demon beast in one move. After Shisen killed the ferocious black wind boar in one move, he turned around, his gaze sharp as lightning sweeping over Fang Tiansuo, his tone calm. Just a body-slaying beast, slightly stronger than common ones. Killing it in one move, what's so difficult about that? Fang Tiansuo quickly scrambled up from the ground, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, What did you say? This is a 4th grade demon beast, strength equivalent to a golden core stage cultivator. The corner of Shisan's mouth twitched, he glanced sideways at Fang Tiansuo. Is that so? Doesn't feel much different from those ordinary greens I usually eat. They naturally can't withstand a stir-fry from me either. Fang Tiansuo stared at Shizan with eyes full of doubt. There was some bad blood between us. Why would you willingly help me? Shizan's steps didn't stop, he still walked forward, his lazy voice drifting back. No reason, just suddenly had a whim to have some barbecue. Simple as that. And so, the majestic 4th grade demon beast, the black wind boar, sadly transformed into delicious barbecue, filled with the essence of the demon beast for Shizan. While savoring the delicious food, Shisen's gaze casually drifted towards Fang Tiansuo. Are you sure you don't want to try a bit? Fang Tiansuo's face was pale. He quickly waved his hand in fright and said, That is the meat of a 4th grade demon beast. In my current weakened state, if I swallow even a bite, I'm afraid I won't be able to suppress the violent demonic essence within my body. At best my meridians will rupture, at worst I'll suffer a chi deviation and die. Hearing this, Shisen was secretly surprised. Is this guy out of his mind? It's just some ordinary barbecue. Does he have to be so dramatic? Fang Tiansuo on the other side also furrowed his brows tightly, inner turmoil rising. Has he gone mad? No matter how strong his body is, eating that much 4th grade demon beast meat, isn't he afraid of a backlash? After finishing the last piece of meat in his hand, Shisen finally spoke slowly, finding it strange as well. You, a dignified cultivator, how did you get ambushed by a wild beast? Fang Tiansuo immediately became serious, raised his hand and said solemnly, First, I must emphasize that this was absolutely not an ordinary common wild boar, but a 4th grade demon beast. And as you know, I am a fate master. When we diligently cultivate our Dao arts, the worst thing is to be disturbed by external forces, which is why we need to find a remote mountain valley to go into seclusion and cultivate in peace. Behind the desolate Malin Immortal Mountain, bordering the 10,000 Demon Mountain range, it was originally a place rarely visited by people. But the strange thing is that demon beasts from the 10,000 Demon Mountain range have never crossed the border before. Today, a 4th grade demon beast suddenly appeared. I suspect that some unusual change must be occurring within. Also, for the life-saving grace you have shown me, how should I properly repay you? I don't like owing favors. How about I try a divination of fate for you, a fortune-telling, to help you turn misfortune into blessing? This is the only thing I can do right now. Shisen listened, deep in thought. Given his current status as a wanted man, this matter did have some benefit. He finished speaking and casually sat down on a large rock. Then, I'll reluctantly let you give it a try. In a brief moment, the two stood in the middle of an empty patch of land. Fang Tiansuo also took out his precious 8-trigram compass, preparing to cast a divination. A fate master predicting the future must ascend the ascending fate platform. The higher the ascending fate platform, the clearer the heavenly secret seen. But one also pays a heavy price. With that, he began to circulate the incantation, manipulating the 8-trigram compass in his hand. In an instant, a powerful, vibrating spiritual barrier formed around his body. Then he solemnly formed a hand seal, pointing a finger at his brow with a firm gaze fixed on the mind seal diagram. The fate principle and heavenly secrets within his consciousness had now climbed to the fate principle step of the array. In an instant, he recoiled, revealing extreme terror. How could this be possible? Before his eyes, a phantom gradually condensed into a martial gate of heavenly secrets, containing endless mysteries. Why did the ascending fate platform not appear, but instead a martial gate emerged? If a peerless expert had used great magical force to conceal the heavenly secrets, I would surely be unable to enter the space now. But as things stand, even if I entered, I could not see the ascending fate pattern. Could it be that the true ascending fate pattern was hidden behind this martial gate, requiring it to be opened before it could be seen? He did not hesitate to step forward, reaching his hand toward the illusory martial gate. The moment he touched it, countless violent lightning bolts erupted, surging into Tiansuo's body, shocking him pale. In the blink of an eye, his body encountered fierce backlash, sending him flying like a kite with its string cut. Escaping the illusion, his body was heavily injured. Under extreme medicinal force suppression, his weakened frame was easily knocked away, miserably tumbling on the ground. Shizen, witnessing this scene from the side, was shocked and cried out, Are you all right?" After the backlash, Fang Tiansuo hurriedly forced himself to sit up, his eyes dazed as he glanced at Shizen. Did I fail? My cultivation insufficient, or is his future simply unseeable? Shizen saw Tiansuo's wretched state and spoke faintly. Forget it. Saving you was just a casual act anyway. Tiansuo quickly waved his hand, speaking resolutely, No, I absolutely do not like owing others favors. If I cannot calculate your future, then I will personally repay you with clarity right now. Shizen was somewhat intrigued, staring intently at Tiansuo. What do you mean by clarity? Tiansuo immediately stood up, his expression solemn as he explained. Actually, the spirit stone bet 2 days ago was all secretly manipulated by Liao Cheng. That stall manager was a retainer of the Liao family. The high-grade spirit stone we opened was prepared in advance. They just didn't expect a supreme-grade spirit stone to be among those waste stones. Later, the scheme to frame you for counterfeiting spirit stones was simply to tarnish your reputation. Shizen clasped his hands behind his back, his expression pensive as he sighed softly. So that's the truth of the matter. I had been puzzled before. It seems the wicked meet their heavenly punishment. Tiansuo beside him quickly added, I will immediately post on the bulletin board to expose Liu Cheng's true face and clear your name. Shizen stepped forward to stop him, saying, But aren't you his subordinate? Wouldn't doing that put yourself in danger? Fang Tiansuo lowered his head, his expression somewhat sorrowful. After this life and death trial, I seem to have found my original heart again. Rest assured, I know my limits. That night, the bulletin board of the Immortal sect once again displayed large text. Traitors colluded. The mastermind behind the bet has been revealed. Shizen was actually framed. Shizen was somewhat surprised by Fang Tiansuo's action, not expecting him to actually post the news. Moreover, the news spread quickly throughout the entire sect. Scene transition to the second day at Shizen's cave dwelling behind Yufeng Mountain. At the break of dawn, news within the sect was once again abuzz. A major misfortune, the mastermind behind the previous bet turned out to be Fang Tiansuo himself, a thief crying thief. Fang Tiansuo's 3 consecutive actions, accepting bribes then betraying. What exactly was his intention? In just one night, the bulletin board was filled with insults directed at Fang Tiansuo. Shizen hurriedly sent a message to reassure Fang Tiansuo, but in an instant, he received a meeting request from Fang Tiansuo at South Mountain G Pavilion. Scene transition to the South Mountain summit beside Yulin Immortal Sect. Shizen arrived as scheduled. Didn't he ask me to meet here? Where is he? Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. You've finally arrived. Hearing the voice, Shizen immediately turned to observe. The moment his eyes saw the person before him, they clearly showed shock. Before his eyes, Fang Tiansuo was hung upside down on an ancient tree branch by Liu Cheng's men with Liu Cheng's sinister face beside him. Liu Cheng slowly spoke. Come over here and explain yourself clearly. Fang Tiansuo was now covered in bruises, blood red and dripping, in extreme agony. Being hung upside down like this only added to his pain. Seeing this scene, Shizen couldn't help but be shocked. Did you people turn him into this state? Liu Cheng's face was arrogant as he stared straight at Shizen. Dare to betray me? This is the price to pay. Shizen's expression also gradually darkened, showing clear anger. At least we are fellow disciples. Must you be so cruel? Liu Cheng laughed loudly with delight upon hearing this. Haha, fellow disciples. How can an immortal sect have such a naive person like you? Shizen was helpless, unwilling to waste more words with this Liu Cheng. He slowly stepped forward, revealing a resolute aura. Since you put it that way, so be it. Each of his movements contained supreme power, creating an immensely oppressive aura. Even the surrounding space trembled from his extraordinary presence. Seeing Shizen about to act, Liu Cheng raised his hand to stop him, shouting loudly, Stop right there. Sharp primal essence appeared on Fang Tiansuo's neck. Liu Cheng intended to use it to threaten Shizen. He held the situation firmly in hand, becoming even more arrogant. If you take another step forward, his little life won't be spared. Faced with this move from his opponent, Shizen still did not reply, merely observing calmly. Liu Cheng continued to use Fang Tiansuo's life to force Shizen into submission. Kneel, kowtow to me, or I will take his life immediately. As he spoke, he increased the sharp primal essence, piercing deep into Fang Tiansuo's neck, creating a deadly threat to Shizen. Shizen let out a sigh, his attitude turning increasingly cold. Truly, no matter the world, the posturing of traitors is always the same. Liu Cheng looked at Shizen with a panicked expression. What are you talking about? Shizen's movement was like lightning, directly executing a movement technique to rescue Fang Tiansuo from control. This left Liu Cheng wide-eyed and slack-jawed, utterly shocked. Shizen then gently set Fang Tiansuo down to one side so he could recover from the brutal beating by Liu Cheng. Next, he shot Liu Cheng a gaze of icy coldness and sky-high killing intent. "Now, how should I settle accounts with you, huh?" Liu Cheng stood frozen like a statue, his horrified eyes turning back to look at Shisun. When did he manage to teleport behind me like this? Witnessing Shisun's astonishing strength, his face turned pale with fear. Truly confident indeed, arrogant, his Dharma body is truly extraordinary. Next second, he waved his hand, ordering his minions to charge forward and surround Shisun. "All of you, go! Kill him!" The minions immediately charged forward, tightly encircling Shisun from all sides, intending to overwhelm him with numbers, but they did not expect Shisun's body to be like a phantom. In a single breath, he used his breathtaking speed to take them all down, not even allowing them to catch a glimpse of his shadow. Liu Cheng's eyes grew increasingly clear with terror at what had just happened, yet there was absolutely no sound or movement. Before, unable to see his movements, I thought I had been careless and not observed carefully, but now even when focusing all my spiritual sense, I cannot see clearly. Knowing he only had one path to survival, he condensed a spell to summon the innate battle weapon, the Heavenly Steel Sleeve. With my late-stage Golden Core cultivation and realm, coupled with the innate battle weapon, how could I fear a new student like you? 3 seconds later, Shizen again used his divine speed to charge like lightning, condensing true essence into his fist, and facing this terrifying strength made Liu Cheng extremely fearful. Shizen simultaneously unleashed a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering punch, and Liu Cheng, panicking, hastily mobilized his spiritual power to control the Heavenly Steel Sleeve to block the blow. Shizen, facing the powerful immortal weapon, immediately had the flesh on his fist torn by the sword aura. Feeling the pain, he widened his eyes, revealing a hint of surprise. Startled, he quickly retreated to maintain a safe distance, evading the attack. Stabilizing his stance, Shizen narrowed his eyes to observe his opponent. "To think he managed to injure me. This sword truly is no ordinary object." Seeing that his sword aura had wounded Shizen, Liu Cheng became even more arrogant. "Haha, your time's up, isn't it? Today I will show you the true power of the innate battle weapon." Having said that, Liu Cheng again circulated his spiritual energy to drive the sword technique, intending to use the heavenly realm battle weapon to defeat Shizen. Facing this fierce assault, Shizen could only retreat using his movement technique defensively, struggling to withstand each wave of attacks. While defending, Shizen's face darkened as he shouted back, retorting that his opponent was the one fond of using weapons. He moved his hand and summoned his life-bound treasure, and at the same time, Liu Cheng's heavenly realm battle weapon struck forth like a bamboo shoot, but instantly dissipated into smoke. It completely failed as Shisan's heavy hammer came down, bending it out of shape. Witnessing the heavenly realm battle weapon being bent out of shape, Liu Cheng was extremely shocked. He exclaimed in his heart, "What? The heavenly realm battle weapon was shattered in an instant? What grade is this weapon? Its strange shape, I have never seen it before." While he was still in shock, Shizen had already leaped through the air and swung his fist like a storm. In an instant, Shizen successfully suppressed his foe, violently pinning him down underfoot. Liu Cheng immediately begged for mercy, though his expression remained arrogant. "Wait a moment, I admit defeat, spare my life. I'll compensate for any injuries." Before he finished speaking, Shizen, ignoring him, viciously slapped his face, causing excruciating pain. Receiving this slap, Liu Cheng still screamed relentlessly, "Don't be reckless, I'm a veteran disciple of the heavenly class. Do you know the severe punishment for causing trouble after class? I have support behind me." Shizen had no intention of stopping, looking coldly at the arrogant fool before him. "Your mouth is really too talkative," and so he furiously and continuously slapped the opponent's face, preventing him from fighting back. In a short time, his face was swollen and deformed, losing the ability to confirm his identity. Suddenly, a voice like thunder echoed in the air, accompanied by a mountain crushing pressure that made him look up, quite bold for a new student. The oppressive pressure made Shisun feel uncomfortable, his body weak. This pressure was truly powerful. Right after Liu Songyang and his group appeared, their attitude arrogant, intending to use their pressure to suppress Shisun. Upon arriving, he shouted in an arrogant tone, "Even if he's just a dog of the heavenly class, humiliating him like that is the same as slapping the heavenly class in the face. A new student like you has no small amount of guts." Liu Cheng, his face bruised, lay on the ground wailing, "Boss!" Seeing the stranger arrive with such arrogant rudeness, Shizen couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "Who are you?" One of Liu Songyang's underlings immediately sneered, "You really have no eyes. This is the representative of the heavenly class, from the prestigious family of the central continent, young master Liu Songyang." Liu Songyang looked at Shizen with a smug expression. The authority of the heavenly class was not to be challenged. He gave the order, "Teach him a lesson, all of you attack together." His subordinates, hearing the order, surged forward eagerly to defeat Shizen. Shizun still remained calm with a contemptuous expression. A bunch without martial virtue, still ganging up on this guy. He shouted back with an arrogant tone, I also have something to show you. Having said that, Shizun used Liu Cheng's body as a weapon to break through the opponent's offense, the immense shockwave destroying the enemy's weapons. At the same time, it created a direct attack force on those individuals, causing them severe damage. Liu Songyang's underling, completely defeated, exclaimed in shock. This kid actually used Liu Cheng as a flesh and blood weapon. With his extraordinary physique, Shizun used Liu Cheng's body like a staff, continuously spinning it, sending the group flying. Then Shizun hurled Liu Cheng's body at Liu Songyang as an attack. Gong Heng hurriedly used his heaven-shattering fist to block it, then knocked Liu Cheng away. Seizing this opportunity, Shizun concentrated all his power into his fist and attacked Liu Songyang. But this punch of Shizun's was easily caught by Liu Songyang, whose strength was a whole level superior. Seeing this, Shizun's expression showed great surprise. He blocked it. Liu Songyang slowly raised his hand to form a seal, channeling his spiritual power to control his sword aura, shocking heaven stab. In an instant a sword aura burst up from the ground, causing Shizun to dodge. Shizun cried out in pain, and even as he took the blow, he couldn't help thinking in surprise. Without using a magic treasure, just relying on magic arts to injure me. Shizun thought as he quickly retreated, widening the safe distance from Liu Songyang. Liu Songyang remained arrogant. Not bad, this move was meant to pierce your head, yet you managed to evade it. Shizun asked in confusion in a loud voice. What realm of cultivation are you at, exactly? Liu Songyang replied arrogantly. Early nascent soul, what about it? Early nascent soul, the system appeared just in time before Shizun, confirming the host was threatened. The system suggested either to bide time as a wise man or to retaliate. Shizun looked excitedly at the system panel. When it's come to this, is there any need to say more? At that moment, Liu Songyang used another magic art, the dragon capture hand, condensing countless earth and stones into a giant hand to capture Shizun. Shizun was quickly and unexpectedly captured by his opponent, revealing a terrified expression, unable to escape. Liu Songyang quickly cast his magic to pull Shizun towards him. As Shizun's figure slid over, Liu Songyang immediately activated his sword aura, intending to kill him. But in an instant, Shizun smiled sinisterly, all bluff and bluster. Before he finished speaking, a ferocious subduing dragon subduing tiger fist directly blasted the opponent away, simultaneously shattering the earth prison stone trapping array. Liu Songyang's body flew like a kite with a broken string, tumbling on the ground. Shizun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing with a resolute and pained expression. Just now, you harbored killing intent, so naturally, I must repay injury with injury. Liu Songyang stood up with difficulty, glaring at Shizun with a sinister look in his eyes. He said mockingly, those 5 punches of yours had some strength, but unfortunately, they still lack refinement. Seeing that he could still stand, Shizun's expression showed some shock, and he wondered in his heart, why? Clearly hit by the attack, yet he was unharmed. Was he a dual cultivator of body and technique? Liu Songyang sneered arrogantly. I admire your strength. Now I will give you 2 paths. 1. Surrender and become my right-hand man. 2. I will send you to meet your maker right now. A small system warning rang in Shizun's mind, reminding him he was in a perilous situation. Shizun was furious, brushing the system aside and shouting, Scram! My bloodline is boiling! Few have ever forced me to use my true strength. Seeing Shizun's attitude and momentum, Liu Songyang felt a surge of shock in his heart. Shizun roared fiercely, then right now, let me see how many moves you can withstand. With that, Shizun's figure shot forward like lightning, his violent strike startling Liu Songyang. It turned out that Shizun had secretly circulated his Kai and blood, activated his potential, and unleashed the first layer of the brute blood. At the same time, Fang Tianshuo also woke from his stupor, wondering, have I returned to the underworld? As he opened his eyes and saw the ruined face of Liu Cheng, he was terrified. Fang Tianshuo jumped up in panic, exclaiming, a monster! Wait, isn't this Liu Cheng? How did he end up in such a miserable state? Suddenly, the sound of an earth-shattering battle reached his ears, capturing Fang Tianshuo's attention. The terror in his eyes grew increasingly evident. Before him appeared the fierce figure of Shizun, locked in combat with Liu Songyang. Fang Tianshuo was shocked, his heart filled with worry. Could he have saved me? Then who is his opponent? Such a formidable expert? Fang Tianshuo continued to observe, recognizing Liu Songyang. Is this the head of the heavenly class rank? Did he actually make a move? Fearing that Shizun would meet with misfortune, Fang Tianshuo wanted to stop him. No! If I don't stop him, Shizun will surely die. Stop at once. Before he finished speaking, Fang Tianshuo's eyes widened in extreme shock. On the other side, Shizun had already charged forward, using his formidable body cultivation power to attack Liu Songyang. Relying on his incredible physical endurance, Shizun shouted arrogantly, let me see how much force you can withstand. Shizun, like a war machine, unleashed a continuous onslaught, turning into countless fist shadows, attacking Liu Songyang without pause. Under the overwhelming pressure, Liu Songyang was terrified, carefully watching Shizun's movements. Facing the the high-intensity attacks, Liu Songyang desperately defended, barely holding on. The repeated explosive force gradually created a thick smoke screen, accompanied by shocking aftershocks. Bang Tianxue was utterly shocked, his mouth agape as he stared at Shizun. What? Liu Songyang has reached the nascent soul realm, on par with an elder, and Shizun is suppressing him. What kind of monster is he? Under the relentless assault, Liu Songyang could only use all his strength to defend, struggling painfully, even letting out pathetic screams. Unexpectedly, his protective jade pendant shattered under the pressure. This caused him to panic. What? My heaven-grade protective artifact was broken by him? Shizun continued his assault, landing a heavy punch on his opponent's lower abdomen. When he was open, this punch struck his danchin, causing him extreme pain. The force was immense, sending him flying, his body scraping across the ground. Losing the strength to fight back, he felt excruciating pain and spat blood. Shizun pressed his advantage, continuing his fierce offensive. It seemed the punches were effective. Just then, a barrier formation appeared from above. Instantly, countless black iron chains howled towards Shizun. In a flash, shackles bound his hands. The chains continued to fly in relentlessly, soon locking Shizun's hands, leaving a bewildered expression on his face. The Vice Hall Master, Elder Su of the Yanglin Immortal Sect, appeared. Upon arriving, he shouted coldly, "Shizun, stop at once." Looking at Shizun with a ferocious expression, he threatened repeatedly. "How dare you engage in private combat within the sect? Breaking the sect rules, an unforgivable crime." Shizun frowned, glancing at Elder Su with dissatisfaction. "They attacked me first. This muddled old man cannot distinguish right from wrong and wants to blame me." The old man bellowed, "How dare you? Do you know who Liu Songyang is? The Liu family is a prestigious clan that serves the Imperial family, a loyal and righteous house. The Imperial Forest Immortal Sect cannot afford to offend them. You are just a nameless junior." Hearing this, Liu Songyang's expression became even more arrogant, his attitude domineering. "Yes, Shizun, offending me will not lead to a good end for you." Hearing about the Imperial family, Shizun's resolve in his heart grew even firmer. "You say his family's influence reaches the heavens through the Imperial family? Then I must be determined to eliminate future troubles. I cannot show mercy to such scum." Shizun circulated his true essence throughout his body, erupting with brute force and pulling hard, breaking the iron chains and successfully escaping the bindings. Elder Su behind witnessed the strange phenomenon, his mind shaken. "My spell, this brat could also dissolve it?" Facing the oppressive aura and violent assault, Liu Songyang's expression turned grim as he hurriedly dodged. But Shizun's movement was ghostly, his speed like lightning. This punch directly hit his face head-on, making Liu Songyang's mind dizzy, the world spinning. The explosive force created a shockwave, raising clouds of dust. The earth-shattering punch knocked him down, his body scraping across the ground like a broken kite, crashing heavily into a cliff wall. Elder Su wanted to stop it, but it was too late. He could only watch and roar. "You little wretch, you've courted death, despicable traitor. How dare you defy this elder's command? You have no regard for anyone." With that, he channeled the sect-founding Long Mountain technique, launching a violent attack at Shizun, intending to suppress him on the spot. A terrifying gale carrying overwhelming pressure rumbled towards him. Witnessing this, Shizun stared in stunned disbelief, his heart filled with extreme confusion. At this critical moment, a blood-colored sword light descended from above, carrying an immense and powerful aura. A short distance from the two of them, the terrifying force shattered Elder Su's gale, while also pushing Shizun back. The shock on his face deepened, and he muttered, "Such a domineering sword aura. Is this what a true peerless expert is like?" Elder Su steadied himself and looked closely, recognizing the newcomer's identity, the Crimson Edge Sword sect leader Nangang Huang. Nangang Huang rode his sword, his figure suspended in the air, majestic and awe-inspiring, standing between Elder Su and Shizun, halting the conflict. "The matter is settled. The Imperial Forest Hall, the Imperial Forest Immortal Sect. I have just returned." Elder Su was furious and dissatisfied. "What? That brat only gets to face the wall in contemplation, confined to his quarters for a month." Nangang Huang stood firm in the Great Hall, calmly replying, "After all, they were the ones who attacked first, threatening Shizun." Elder Su was livid, firmly objecting, "I do not accept this. This brat is arrogant and lawless, disregarding everyone, and even dares to defy my orders. Sect leader, why do you always favor him?" Lao Xiao beside him chuckled and advised, "Old ghost, are you not embarrassed? As an elder, you cannot even control a new student. Have you been slacking in your cultivation these years?" No sooner were the words spoken than Elder Su erupted in fury, engaging in a noisy argument. Seeing this, Nangang Huang shouted with authority, suppressing the entire hall, "To uncle's silence!" Elder Su gritted his teeth and replied, "In any case, this matter is not over for me yet. It must be thoroughly resolved." Unless old Xiao saw that Elder's half-spoken, half-concealed words make him even angrier. "What else was there, you old ghost?" The old Elder's eyes flashed with a cold glint, staring straight at Shizun, unless he could withstand two of his attacks without using any protective treasures. Old Xiao heard this and dissatisfiedly shouted, "You shameless old man really have no shame. How many people in the Imperial Forest Immortal Sect can withstand 2 of your blows. Moreover, Shizun is a key-trained genius. If his foundation is heavily damaged, then what would be the plan? Old Xiao turned to Shizun, lowering his voice to remind, "Don't you agree with him? Today I will stand up to protect you." Shizun's expression was calm. He smiled and replied, "Thank you for the elder's concern." But as soon as he said that, Shizun caught a glimpse of the notification appearing on the system interface. The next mission required him to agree to that elder's request. Shizun's eyes were firm, and he immediately replied, "If it can bring this matter to an end, this junior is willing to accept the elder's request." Old Xiao was stunned upon hearing this. His expression worried. "Kid, have you gone mad? That old ghost strength is already at the mid-nascent soul stage. Don't think it's just one small realm above Liu Songyang under the nascent soul stage. Each realm's difference. The strength is worlds apart." Nangang Huang, who had trusted Shizun from the start, smiled and nodded. "It's fine, let Shizun try." Not long after, the news spread everywhere. The disciples buzzed with discussion, whispering to each other about the shocking announcement. Shizun was about to face off against Skinny Elder. All the disciples who heard it rushed messily towards the martial arts arena, extremely excited. There's a good show to watch. He actually dares to provoke Skinny Elder. The scene changed to the square of the martial arts arena of the Yulin Immortal Sect. At this moment, Shizun and Old Skinny were already standing opposite each other on the stage, the atmosphere tense as a bowstring. Shizun was extremely surprised, inwardly glancing around. Why are there suddenly so many people coming to watch the excitement? Old Skinny frowned and shouted, "What are you still looking around for? Hurry up and start!" As soon as he finished speaking, he circulated his spiritual origin, activating the Divine Mountain Seal, his life-bound treasure, intending to use full force to suppress Shizun. Old Xiao, watching from below, witnessed this scene and angrily shouted, "You shameless old man! You actually dare to use a magic treasure of a higher grade, the Divine Mountain, to deal with Shizun." The Divine Mountain Seal appeared at the critical moment, hovering above Shizun's head, causing that man to be extremely terrified. His eyes opened like an owl's. His originally calm face instantly became tense, like a zombie meeting sunlight, terrified by the vast ancient magical power that was trying to suppress his body. Under the weight of 1,000 pounds pressing down on his shoulders, Shizun gritted his teeth and mustered all his strength to resist. The ground beneath his feet shattered with a rumble, turning into a spreading cobweb. The Divine Mountain Seal continued to madly press down, boundless pressure on one side, waves of violent tremors like a tsunami. Old Skinny, watching from afar, saw the change in Shizun's expression, a flash of insight suddenly appearing in his heart as he silently speculated, "So that's it." Shizun groaned softly, his teeth clenched so tightly they bled as he struggled to hold on, silently sighing. As expected of a mid-nascent soul expert, this fierce momentum is even stronger than the life and death trial of that old thief. In the very next moment, Shizun suddenly stood up straight, lightly lifting the Divine Mountain Seal with both hands, as if it were a feather, without expending any effort. "I haven't been standing still during this time." Then he applied force in his arms, and threw the Divine Mountain Seal far away by 10,000 zhang. In just the blink of an eye, Old Skinny's Divine Mountain Seal was casually discarded by Shizun like trash. All the cultivators present witnessed this eerie scene, each one with eyes wide and mouths agape, horrified to the point their complexions turned ashen. Old Skinny was terrified to the extreme, his eyes bulging as if they would crack, staring fixedly at Shizun, muttering to himself, "My magic was broken so easily by this person? No, I didn't sense any spiritual power fluctuation from you just now. Could it be that you relied on brute force to break my attack?" Shizun was shocked inwardly, afraid of revealing his heaven-defying identity, and hurriedly circulated his spiritual energy to come up with an excuse. "Damn it, I accidentally went a bit too far. I must not be suspected." Then Shizun hastily explained his method of dispersing force. "Actually, I am a body cultivator." Old Skinny's face was twisted with an extremely ugly expression. "Even a body cultivator would find it hard to reach this level, let alone under my full force attack." Shizun proudly raised his head, slowly explaining, "There is a possibility, which is that a cultivator of your advanced age inevitably has some unspeakable problems, such as when blood weakens, cultivation declines, leading to physical frailty, and the Dao method also weakens accordingly." Feeling his self-esteem trampled, Old Skinny raged like thunder, roaring with fury, "Damn brat, watch as I destroy you today." With that, Old Skinny poured out all his spiritual power, unfolding the strongest Dao method he had comprehended, intending to utterly suppress and kill Shizun. Heavenly Realm Divine Method, Brahma Heaven Divine Mountain Seal. In an instant, the originally clear sky changed color, rolling dark clouds gathering. A gargantuan mountain, heavy as 10,000 armies, crashed down from the sky, its might shaking heaven and earth. Old Skinny was truly enraged, wanting to use this Dao method to grind Shizen into dust. The old friend's expression changed drastically, shouting in horror, "You old immortal, do you want to grind Shizen to dust as well? I can no longer just stand by and watch. I must act to stop this." Nangong Huang quickly stopped his old friend on one side. "Wait, just observe calmly and let them continue their exchange. I want to see how Shizen will deal with this violent Dao method." Facing this world-destroying might, Shizen's eyes were wide, cold sweat pouring out like a bath, along with an extremely panicked expression. Just before that terrifying Dao method descended, Shizen hurriedly activated his entire body's blood energy, using his frail physical body to withstand it. The terrifying suppressive force upon collision immediately formed countless shocking shockwaves, carrying with it flying dust and sand that filled the sky. The old friend, watching from afar, kept staring amidst the terrifying might, exclaiming in astonishment, "I didn't expect he could barely withstand that skinny fellow's heavenly realm divine method." After barely withstanding old Skinny's world-shaking strike, Shizen inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, externally pretending to laugh cheerfully in excitement. But then he suddenly realized something, and the smile on his face froze. Before him, the crowd of cultivators were all staring at him with mouths agape in shock, as if looking at a monster, unable to believe their eyes that he could withstand such a violent Dao method. At this moment, Shizen finally realized he had been too careless, inwardly groaning in distress. "This is bad. What is the meaning of what I have done? That elder only meant to discipline me a little, just wanted to find a way to save face. I have actually succeeded in blocking 2 of his Dao methods. Doing this is no different from slapping his face in public. Even if I luckily escape punishment this time, I will surely be unable to avoid him holding a grudge against me in the future. Moreover, showing too much strength now will also draw attention and gossip from others. This is definitely not a good thing. So why don't I take this opportunity to put on a bitter play and gain some benefits for myself?" After pondering for a moment, Shizen then pretended to be dizzy, staggering and falling. His entire body trembled violently, his mouth shouting out in great sorrow, I can't take it anymore." Old Skinny witnessed this bizarre situation, his expression revealing confusion, his suspicious eyes staring intensely at Shizen. On the other side, Shizen continued to stumble backward, pretending that he had completely failed to withstand the Elder's Dao method. Old Skinny's divine mountain seal violently crashed into the ground at the same time, creating a world-shaking earthquake that shook the entire immortal sect, countless broken stone fragments flying everywhere. The old friend, seeing this, was horrified and shouted in a fluster, "You old immortal, why don't you stop now? Do you really want to force him to death?" Old Skinny, upon hearing this, raised his hand, circulated his magic formula, and retracted the surging Dao rhythm of his technique. The mirage-like divine mountain seal disappeared in an instant like bubbles, leaving only a thick screen of dust covering the arena. Soon after, his old friend and Nangong Huang had already flown up to the battlefield, hastily checking on Shizen's condition. Old Xiao's face was twisted, sweat like rain along with an extremely worried gaze, staring closely at Shizen. "Kid, are you alright?" Shizen still lay motionless on the ground, looking disheveled after the act of feigning defeat before Old Skinny's divine ability. Then, his eyes moved slightly, glancing towards Old Skinny, his tone weak. "Thank you, Senior Skinny, for going easy on me. If not, this junior's small life would have long since returned to heaven." The ugly old man standing beside him slightly furrowed his sword-like brows, looking at Shizen as if probing him. His entire body was unharmed. Could it be that he was only pretending to be dead just now? Moreover, at first, he was clearly struggling to withstand my earth-shattering ultimate technique. Could it be that he deliberately fell down, not wanting to make things difficult for me in front of the crowd of heroes? The ugly old man now understood the truth, so he took a step forward and loudly acknowledged Shizen's strength. The body-refining art truly lived up to its reputation. His body was so powerful yet completely uninjured. Shizen was still lying on the ground, his expression somewhat embarrassed and awkward, frowning slightly as he looked at the ugly old man. Old Xiao immediately stepped forward, laughing heartily as he replied, "Oh, hello, what's so strange about this? Heaven and earth are vast, all things are impermanent, prodigies like Shizen are not rare among millions. That little demoness's cultivation was only at the key-drawing realm, but her physique was unusually powerful. Her strength could even rival a golden core realm cultivator." Nangong Huang also quickly added, "The Divine Continent's 9 regions, each region has its own character. The Central Territory's forces are in conflict, the 3 sects and 4 schools, the 72 gates. The ancient imperial clans determined the world. The imperial forest immortal sect has declined to this day. I fear it would be difficult for them to even maintain their position among the 72 gates. Now the sudden appearance of three geniuses is a sign that the Imperial Forest Immortal sect is destined to rise and revitalize its sect. Shizen has already taken 2 of your moves. Do you still have any objection to his punishment? The ugly old man was now completely convinced, so he hurriedly cupped his hands in salute. I dare not. Let it be decided entirely by the sect leader. Sometime later, Shizen returned to the secluded Valley of Silence where he resided, devoted himself to bitter cultivation in seclusion, hoping to break through to the next realm soon. With a helpless expression, he sighed in frustration. What a waste of effort. All the contribution points from this punishment have vanished into thin air, forcing me to start cultivating from scratch. Suddenly, the system transmitted a strange sound again, making Shizen somewhat surprised. The proficiency of Shizen's current skills has reached 90%. These words made Shizen extremely excited. It seems the goal this time is complete, only lacking 3 more systems to level up. I can enter the refinement stage and strengthen the skills within my 6 organs and 5 viscera. He was happily studying the system. Then he suddenly saw a blinding golden light descending from the 9th heaven. Witnessing this strange phenomenon, Shizen was both surprised and curious, staring dumbfoundedly. He murmured to himself, why did that direction suddenly emit such strange light? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Shizen immediately activated his footwork and rushed towards where the strange light was. After a while of walking, he hurried to a desolate, lonely, dark forest covered with dense, overgrown vegetation. Just as he took a few more steps, his footsteps suddenly halted. His eyes showed surprise as he probed forward. Before him, an ancient mountain manor had somehow appeared, quietly sitting in the middle of the wilderness. What the hell is this? How can there be a manor like this in a desolate mountain valley? Immediately, Shizen's eyes became dazed as he carefully examined the imposing villa standing before him. Doubt arose in his heart. Could that golden light have come from this place? Or is it the hidden dwelling of some supreme elder? He pondered for a moment. Shizen then turned around, intending to leave. Forget it, don't get involved, or I'll bring trouble upon myself. Better to slip away quickly. Suddenly, the half-closed gate of the mountain manor slowly opened wide, and a man with an arrogant demeanor and a self-important posture stepped out. He spoke, esteemed young friend, since you have taken the trouble to come here, why not come inside the manor to rest for a while? Consider it a fate to meet from 1,000 miles away. He thought to himself, what fate? To lure you here, I had to consume my spiritual power for days on end. Yet you were still too foolish to notice. With no other choice, I had to use my immortal power to create light and attract your attention. Upon hearing the voice, Shizen quickly turned his head to look back, extremely surprised. Could you, sir, also be a supreme elder of the Imperial Forest Immortal sect? Mysterious man immediately waved his hand and denied, no, I am not. After saying this, he muttered to himself, but don't lump me in with those ants of the lower realm. I am an immortal from the upper realm, an existence that you mundane mortals could never compare to in a million eons. Helplessly, he had to continue. The competition among cultivators in the immortal realm is fierce. I am just one of those who chose to descend to the mortal world to hide. I am merely a reclusive great power. Just a while ago, I sensed your aura and wanted to lead you here for a chance to witness your extraordinary demeanor, so as not to waste my 1,000 years of bitter cultivation. That strange man suddenly laughed heartily, calling himself I the Immortal, then corrected, no, I am Li Nianfen, just an ordinary cloth-robed villager. After saying this, he thought smugly, deliberately showing a slight flaw. This the Immortal address is not something any ordinary big shot would dare to use. You little brat, must have understood my humility by now, right? Next second, Shizen eagerly strode quickly into the manor, leaving Li Nianfen somewhat disappointed. He said, since you have sincerely invited me as a guest, I will take the liberty of not being polite. Besides, we both have parched throats right now. Feeling disrespected, Li Nianfen was extremely helpless. Doesn't he notice anything at all? And Shizen, as soon as he entered, looked up at the inscription on the gate. Imperial Forest Mountain Blessed Land, Mortal World Dwelling Cave Heaven. Hearing this, Li Nianfen continued to be smug. Very good, finally managed to get his attention. This is the calligraphy I personally inscribed, containing countless Tao rhythms. You, little brat, can immerse yourself in it to your heart's content. Shizen replied calmly, this handwriting is not bad, is it? Li Nianfen choked, his expression instantly turning ashen. That's not the point, you're completely off track. Shizen then directly stepped inside. In the next moment, his eyes widened, surprise and amazement clearly showing on his face. Before his eyes, 2 rows of dazzling exotic flowers and rare herbs along with lush green bamboo covered the vast courtyard. Li Nianfen was once again smugly elated. Haha, though slow, he finally feels it. This place is filled with premium spiritual herbs everywhere. Even a waste who inhales a breath of spiritual energy here could advance their cultivation. Shizen again gestured to Li Nianfen. Mr. Nianfen, truly elegant and otherworldly. I never expected you could arrange the courtyard so uniquely. Just then, a ferocious spirit beast suddenly appeared beside them, growling and staring fixedly at Shizen. Every step it took carried a ferocious and brutal force, its aura constantly fluctuating violently. Shizen was startled to see it in the manner. Li Nianfan continued to think smugly and proudly, "This top dog is my immortal mount. This time I'll have it release its proud immortal might, enough to make you, little brat, submit." At the same time, Shizen approached and started petting its head, causing the spirit beast to waggle happily. Meanwhile, he kept observing its demeanor. "I was really startled by this dog's momentum just now. Never thought such a fierce exterior would hide such a gentle nature." Li Nianfan was speechless, his face gradually turning pale. "Haha, everyone says that. Damn it, you stupid dog! You're supposed to be a dignified immortal beast." After entering the main courtyard, Li Nianfan had prepared tea to entertain Shizen. Shizen looked at Li Nianfan with a cautious expression. "This is really troubling you, even specially brewing tea for me." Li Nianfan hurriedly replied, "This is enlightenment tea, a specialty of my hometown. Please, young friend, have a taste." Just after saying that, Li Nianfan thought arrogantly again, "Mif, this is the renowned enlightenment tea, capable of causing bloody storms in the mortal world. Even if your spiritual sense is dull, after swallowing this divine enlightenment tea directly, how can it not produce some strange phenomenon?" Shizen calmly raised the cup, slowly sipped the tea, his posture composed. As the tea entered his throat, he immediately showed great interest, truly living up to its reputation. "The taste is extraordinary." Seeing this, Li Nianfan rejoiced inwardly. Finally, some reaction. He hurriedly pressed on. "Do you sense anything else?" Shizen frowned, looking at Li Nianfan with a puzzled expression. "That's it, it tastes good." Li Fanren expended countless schemes, only to feel helpless in the end, momentarily agitated. With a sulky expression, that man continued to ponder, completely against common sense. Logically, this mortal should have knelt in worship before the senior. This person was definitely not ordinary. While thinking, Li Fanren circled around to observe Shizen. Then he fell into deep analysis, truly unable to sense any spiritual energy from him. Could it be that the gap in cultivation was too great, and my immortal key completely concealed his spiritual energy? Then it must be that his cultivation was too low to recognize the value of a true treasure. As the saying goes, a wild boar cannot understand a precious jade. After some thought, Li Fanren came up with a new plan to make him submit. He reached out his hand, feigning generosity. "This little brother, it is almost time for a meal. Why not stay and have some spiritual food? What do you think?" Shizen replied without the slightest hesitation, "Since you are being so humble, I will not stand on ceremony." Hearing this, Li Fanren became enthusiastic. He took out a large platter of beast meat, his face full of pride. "Let me proudly introduce today's spiritual delicacy. This is 5th grade demon beast meat, containing an extremely domineering blood energy power. Any cultivator below the nascent soul stage who consumes too much would die from their body exploding." As soon as Shizen saw the meat, his eyes lit up, and he blurted out in surprise, "Is that protein?" The next second, he swung his chopsticks to pick up large pieces of spiritual meat, muttering, "Then I won't be polite. I'll take it all." Li Fanren was still calculating in his heart, eagerly awaiting the result, finally getting a reaction from him. "When the cayenne blood backfire, I will make a move to help him. A master hidden in plain sight." After a long wait with no movement, Li Fanren curiously opened his eyes to look at Shizen, a puzzled expression on his face. The scene before him shocked Li Fanren to the extreme, his face turning pale. What kind of situation is this? Shizen was currently happily patting his full belly, laughing loudly. "Haha, I am so full, so full." Suddenly, Shizen felt his body's strength surging more and more, along with the familiar sound of the system leveling up. This left him extremely astonished and somewhat confused. What is this sound? At the same moment, the system interface instantly appeared before Shizen's eyes, displaying several lines of notifications. First, consumption of 5th grade demon beast flesh, blood energy enhanced, muscle points added, strength simultaneously increased. After reading the notification, Shizen was overjoyed. "My strength has increased again?" With a serious expression, Shizen continuously searched for practice weapons, really wanting to find something good to test his newfound power. Suddenly, Shizen noticed a strangely shaped bow, constantly emitting powerful energy, hanging on a bow rack. Realizing it was a treasure, Shizen excitedly ran over. "Is this a bow?" Out of curiosity, he slowly reached out and touched it, gazing at it in a daze. "Just look at this design. Its grade and aura must be extraordinary. I hear the higher the bow's grade, the harder it is to draw." Wanting to test it, he indicated to borrow the bow from Li Fanren. "Senior, may I borrow this precious bow?" Li Fanren subconsciously nodded in agreement, but he immediately realized with a start, wait, the bow he mentioned couldn't possibly be. Li Fanren's gaze once again fell on Shizen, with a panicked expression. "It really is, that is my clan's foundational treasure, the pinnacle immortal artifact of the lower realm, the godly bow of absolute divine power, nearly impossible to draw." Shizen firmly grasped the treasured bow, examining it closely. It is indeed heavy in the hand. Wanting to test it, Shizen tried to draw the bow with all his strength, but it remained unmoved. He sighed softly, not even a slight movement. Li Fanren felt a slight relief in his heart seeing Shisan's helplessness, then shuddered in shock. This treasured bow. Even immortals from the upper realm find it hard to casually draw. After gathering his strength for a moment, Shisan tried again. I must use all my power this time. Saying this, Shisan held the bow tightly, using all his might to draw it with fierce effort. As he pulled, he gritted his teeth, and the veins on his muscles gradually bulged. Blood seeped from his palm as he struggled to draw Li Fanren's bow. Li Fanren suddenly saw the bowstring being pulled taut, his astonishment extreme, his gaze becoming incredibly tense. Shisan continued to violently pull the bow with one hand, his entire body trembling violently. Li Fanren groaned inwardly, his primordial spirit shaking like a roaring ocean wave, his handsome face showing extreme terror. This is bad. Has this kid really managed to grasp the sun-chasing divine bow? This divine bow, named Sun Chaser, even without an arrow, could condense a spirit arrow of its own after being drawn. Its divine power truly unfathomable. Fearing Shisan might inadvertently stir chaos in the mortal world, Li Fanren hurriedly shouted to stop him, his voice carrying a hint of helplessness. Stop immediately. Hearing this, Shisan was slightly startled, as if waking from a dream, and quickly let go. This startled movement caused the chasing divine bow to unconsciously release a stream of spiritual power. That spiritual power instantly transformed into a divine arrow, tearing through the wind and shooting straight into the 9 heavens, its divine radiance blazing, supremely domineering. The divine arrow tore through the sky, revealing the outer realms of the heavenly Tao, as if wanting to pierce through the entire world. Time seemed to pass endlessly as the divine arrow rampaged and howled across the 9 heavens, before descending with a heaven-shattering, earth-destroying force. Its target was a strange ancient pagoda structure, located in the middle of a desolate mountain range. The terrifying force dispersed as it enveloped the ancient pagoda, churning the entire wilderness. At the same time, inside the pagoda, an elder was in secluded cultivation. Caught off guard by the backlash of spiritual power, his meridians violently ruptured, spraying a mist of blood, his face pale as paper. His close attendants were shocked, quickly asking, reporting to the clan leader, "Are you all right?" The old clan leader's face was deathly white, drenched in cold sweat, his stern eyes as if trying to pierce through the void. He said in a deep voice, "This is a great calamity. The seal of the 10,000 demon mountain range has been broken." Back at Li Fanren's meditation room in the Misty Valley, both of them stared in horror at the sky, watching the astonishing phenomenon before them. Shisan asked in shock and unease, "Is this divine bow's power truly so terrifying?" Fanren sighed helplessly. "This is all my fault for not warning you in time." Shisan quickly asked Fanren, his tone worried, "Will a great disaster befall us from this?" Li Fanren stared blankly at the arrow's trajectory, muttering, "It is heading toward the 10,000 demon mountain range. Perhaps it won't cause mass destruction to living beings. But you, my friend, are truly a dragon among men. Even in the lower realm, there can be such an outstanding genius. Turns out the fool was me all along." The scene shifted to the 10,000 demon forbidden hall that Li Fanren had mentioned. After the ceiling prohibition shattered, the demon escaped and demonic ki surged forth in rolling waves. A giant demon claw tore apart the ancient pagoda. An eerie figure with demonic wings and ghostly mist appeared. Stepping into the mortal world for the first time, the demon emperor roared arrogantly, his voice shaking the 9 heavens. This emperor, the demon sovereign, has finally returned to the world. The demon emperor used his sharp claws to stab his own body, gathering his demon blood. Then he spewed out demon blood, scattering his essence blood and roaring in a show of dominance, demonic ki flooding forth. The demon emperor used his bloodline to summon the demon king. Demonic beasts overran the human world, blood dyed the heavens and earth. As his words ended, 10,000 demons roared, shaking the heavens and earth. Countless demonic beasts surged forward like a tidal wave. The group of demons prostrated themselves and shouted, "Long live His Majesty the Demon Emperor!" They swore to obey his commands. At that moment, a figure stepped through the air, his pressure shaking the world, his voice like thunder. "A 5th-level demonic beast with a mere nascent soul cultivation, and you dare to call yourself a demon king? A 6th-level demonic beast that barely shapeshifts, called a demon cultivator, with a divine transformation cultivation, and you dare to dream of becoming a demon emperor. Finally, something worthy of my attention." Seeing the figure, the demon emperor roared, "How dare a human cultivator intrude upon the forbidden land of the demon race?" The demon emperor was arrogant and overconfident, daring to storm the sacred hall of the demon race. He rose ferociously, roared at the figure, and vowed to offer his head as a sacrifice, reopening the demonic swamp path for his people. The human man replied arrogantly, his tone contemptuous, "My strength is limited, but dealing with the likes of you is more than enough." With those words, the man casually waved his hand and a single strike pierced through the demon emperor's skull. The demon emperor screamed in agony, turning to ash in an instant, his body and soul annihilated. Seeing this, the demons were terrified, their faces pale, shouting, the demon emperor is dead. They scattered in panic, only regretting they didn't have more legs. In the end, the demonic beasts dispersed, leaving only the human cultivator and the demon emperor's corpse, a scene of desolation and ruin. The cultivator's expression was calm, his eyes as still as an ancient well, staring intently at the remnants, speaking slowly, just as I expected. Those foolish demonic beasts only focus on refining their physical bodies, neglecting the cultivation of their primordial spirits. Thus, even with heaven-defying strength, they are hard-pressed to resist spirit attacks. In the end, this demon emperor's physical body belongs to me. With those words, the cultivator did not hesitate. He opened his mouth and sucked in the residual spirit power of the demon emperor, crazily channeling it into his own body. His body suddenly transformed into a bizarre, mercury-like liquid, crawling out from the demon emperor's 7 orifices. In an instant, the cultivator waved his hand again, and the demon emperor's physical body turned to ash, vanishing into the world. In less than a few breaths, the male cultivator had completely refined the demon emperor's demonic power, channeling it into the meridians of his entire body. After absorbing the demon emperor's physical body, he felt a great comfort throughout his body and sighed, not bad. Although this physical body is still a ways from its peak, it should be enough to flatten a small sect. Back then, Ma Lin destroyed my physical body with his sneak attack, and suppressed my primordial spirit into a 10,000-year spirit stone. Today, I will slaughter all your disciples and descendants, cutting off your lineage. The scene shifted to the outer region of the 10,000 Demons Mountain, where mortal fishermen were diligently tilling their fields. An old farmer suddenly heard a terrifying noise echoing from deep within the forest. In the blink of an eye, a ferocious wolf demon charged out from the forest, its fangs and claws sharp. Seeing the demonic beast appear, the villagers were terrified, fleeing in panic, shouting, "A demonic beast has appeared! Run!" One of them ran back in panic to report to the village chief. "This is terrible, chief. Demonic beast charged out of the forest. We villagers can't fight it. Many have been injured." The old village chief's face was wrinkled with worry as he asked the messenger, "Is it another second-level demonic beast? Usually, when we encounter a first-level minor demon, everyone can barely handle it. But why have high-level demonic beasts been appearing continuously lately?" The villager asked anxiously, "Should we go to the nearby immortal sect and ask for help?" For the safety of the villagers, the old chief dared not delay and immediately nodded, ordering, "Go quickly. This matter is beyond our ability." Time passed quickly. A month flew by in a flash. At the spirit mechanism pavilion of the Yulin Immortal Sect, as soon as his confinement ended, Shizun rushed over, wanting to find a mission. He asked, "Excuse me, are there any missions here that give a lot of sect contribution points?" As he spoke, he was both anxious and calculating. Since his points had been deducted completely, he had no choice but to accept new missions to earn some back. The affairs manager replied calmly, "Currently, the mission with the biggest reward is hunting down a 7th-level demonic beast. But this is a team mission. It requires a team of at least class level or above, with no fewer than 3 people." Shizun was a bit confused upon hearing this and asked, "What is class level?" The manager explained patiently, "That's right. All new disciples have already been assigned to classes. Go to the Celestial Mechanism Tower, scan your identity jade token, and you can check your class assignment information." Shizun immediately took out his identity jade token, channeling spiritual energy to check. The new student class assignment information appeared clearly, consisting of 4 classes: Heaven class, Earth class, Mystery class, and Yellow class. Shizun looked it over for a long time and was shocked to find his name wasn't there, exclaiming, "Why isn't my name here?" The affairs manager's expression turned serious as he looked at Shizun and said slowly, "Congratulations, you've been selected. You are assigned to the special group class, the Void class." As soon as he arrived at the Void class, the little demoness was already there early, smiling mischievously. "Haha, little Shizun, I didn't expect we'd be so fated. But don't worry, now that I'm here, no matter what happens, I'll protect you." After hearing everything, the little demoness understood. "Oh, so you took the mission just to earn sect contribution points. Now that I'm here, you can rest easy. Everyone knows I'm very reliable and qualified to lead a team." Shizun frowned at the little demoness, a sense of unease rising in his heart. Because she was here, he felt uneasy. The little demoness Yu, with a proud expression and a voice like silver bells, continued, "Besides, the important thing is that the entrance exam team needs 3 people. But could it be that this class only has the 2 of us? If so, we might as well invite him out of seclusion." Shizun's face showed surprise and curiosity. "Who is he?" The little demoness gestured with her hand and chuckled. "The one who will clear up Shizun's doubts is little Tang Tang, the first person to enter this Void Court, and the once-in-a-millennium genius senior brother of the Yulin Immortal Sect." The scene shifted to a small courtyard hidden deep within the valley of the Void Court, a place filled with indescribable mystery. On the courtyard gate hung an old wooden plaque, engraved with 3 large characters, Bi Guanzhang. Inside the courtyard, a man with disheveled hair had wisps of white mist rising from the top of his head, surrounded by countless crumpled drafts scattered everywhere. This person was Tang Yi, whom Yu had just mentioned in her conversation with Shizun. At this moment, Tang Yi was plagued by inner demons, feeling full of frustration and irritation, shouting, "This is bad, my head is about to explode, I can't write a single word." Tang Yi roared angrily. As everyone knew, before him was a renowned writer. The continental masterpiece First E.E. that he authored had once shaken the literary world, earning countless praises as well as malicious criticisms that he humbly accepted. Now he was preparing for a new work, but after days in seclusion, without a shred of inspiration, he was extremely disheartened. Tang Yi forced himself to stand up, intending to leave the courtyard, muttering to himself, stubbornly thinking isn't the best policy. Perhaps going out for a walk might spark a new idea. By the way, besides writing, Tang Yi also did not neglect his cultivation. One could say he had some talent, and with the countless spirit stones gifted by his readers, his cultivation could not be underestimated. Deep in thought, Tang Yi stepped out of the courtyard gate, planning to take a stroll and enjoy the natural scenery. At that moment, Shizun also happened to arrive, about to knock and seek him out. This unexpected encounter left both of them stunned. Shizun saw Tang Yi and spoke up, "I was about to knock, but you happened to step out." Tang Yi, with a face full of arrogance, said to Shizun, "Which sect are you a fellow cultivator from?" Yu beside him raised a hand and pointed at Tang Yi, shouting loudly, "Little Tang Tang, it is I need your help with something." The 3 of them walked out to the garden together, drinking tea while discussing matters of importance. After hearing the whole story, Tang Yi pondered for a moment and replied, "So it is because you were ordered by your sect to carry out a mission, and you wish to invite me to join the team." Shizun continued to ask, "Brother Tang, what do you think of this mission?" Tang Yi finally nodded in agreement, causing Yu to jump for joy. "Wonderful. Finally, there is a chance to leave the mountain for a trip." At the same time, Tang Yi suggested, "To increase our cohesion, our team should have a title. Do the 2 fellow cultivators have any objections?" Before anyone could speak, he decisively stated the name, "Then we shall call ourselves the Stop Sect. Traveling the world requires caution to preserve our lives, so we need aliases. Each person needs a new name for addressing others outside. Do the 2 of you have any opinions?" Shizun still looked at Tang Yi innocently, with no intention of dissenting. Tang Yi patted his shoulder and said, "In order of joining the sect, you rank 3rd, so I shall call you Tang-san. This mission is fraught with hidden dangers," Tang Yi suggested. "I propose we divine the fortune of this trip. What do the 2 fellow cultivators think?" Yu jumped up in astonishment. "Little Tang Tang, when did you learn these things?" Tang Yi stroked his chin proudly. "You flatter me. Last time I accidentally obtained a remnant scripture of a heavenly master." Hearing this, Yu eagerly stepped forward. "Then divine for me first." Tang Yi immediately calmed his mind and spirit, placing his hand on his brow center. "Then I shall begin." As soon as he closed his eyes, Tang Yang's primordial spirit shot straight into Yu's sea of consciousness, like a streak of flowing light tearing through the night. Entering the strange space, what met his eyes was a towering, 10,000-foot divine staircase. The great path entity stood tall against the blue sky, radiating an ancient and profound aura. Tang Yi exclaimed excitedly, "So this is the fate divine staircase of alchemy. As long as I ascend it, I can divine a person's fortune." Thinking this, Tang Yi took a deep breath, his heart burning like fire, and firmly stepped onto the first stairs. Time seemed to freeze, space twisted. After what felt like an eternity, Tang Yi climbed halfway, standing amidst chaos, his eyes blazing as he looked around. He muttered as he walked, "So divine, what exactly will Yu's destiny be?" Before he could finish his words, suddenly, a terrifying anomaly appeared. Bolts of lightning descended from the 9 heavens as if to destroy everything. Then a massive tide with bone-piercing cold light tore through the void, carrying the might of heaven-destroying power, attacking Tang Yi directly. The terrifying force collided with divine staircase, halting Tang Yi's steps. His primordial spirit heavily injured, Tang Yi panicked and quickly fled that eerie space. Returning to his physical body, he coughed a few times softly, his face pale and weak. Yu and Shizun found it strange and quickly asked, "Big senior brother, what is wrong with you?" Tang Yi gasped for breath. "I just suffered backlash in my sea of consciousness. It must be a strong practitioner using a forbidden technique." Yu frowned, a look of contemplation in her eyes. "Could it be my master and mother who acted?" Tang Yi shook his head, turned to look at Shizun. "Forget it. Let me divine for brother Shizun instead." Upon hearing this, Shizun quickly sat up straight, waiting for Tang Yi to begin the divination. As soon as he closed his eyes, Tang Yi entered Shizun's divine consciousness space. Unexpectedly, he discovered a massive monster standing before him, blocking his path. Tang Yi was astonished. "What the hell is this? Why is there a door here? Even the ancient texts never mentioned this. Could the fate divine staircase be hidden behind this door?" Muttering for a while, he decided to try opening the door. Stepping forward, he placed his hand on the door and mobilized his spiritual power. Upon contact, Tang Yi felt a force as heavy as a mountain trying to prevent him from exploring Shizun's destiny. but he still gritted his teeth and used all his strength, intending to break through the door to uncover the truth. After a struggle, the massive door finally opened a crack. From within, a savage force like a primordial beast breaking free suddenly erupted, its ferocious aura spreading in all directions. Facing that terrifying force, Tang Yi suffered backlash again, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his eyes in intense pain, his primordial spirit violently shaken. Shizun stood up in panic. Big senior brother, are you alright? After experiencing the eerie events in Yu Yu's and Shizun's seas of consciousness, Tang Yi had to return to his cave dwelling and tightly shut the door of his small courtyard. He also carefully hung up a wooden plaque, meticulously writing, "Closed for quiet cultivation." Shizun and Yu Yu stood before the courtyard in dissatisfaction, sighing. The plan to recruit team members has failed again. Both dejectedly returned to Lingji Pavilion. The managing steward saw them and asked, "What is it? Has the big senior brother gone into seclusion again? Your team still does not have enough personnel to take on difficult missions." Shizun stared blankly at the elder and said with difficulty, "That is right. Can I find a replacement?" The elder looked at Shizun and said, "I have 2 people here who can assist and join your team. Due to the special nature of your class, this matter is not entirely impossible to make an exception." Just then, a voice from behind startled Shizun. "How about I replace senior brother Wang Ji informing the team? What do you think?" Senior sister Ling Dao slowly appeared, her face beaming with joy. "I heard that big senior brother Wang Ji's strength rivals that of an elder venerable. If I replace him, the strategy should match, right?" Shizun observed senior sister Ling Dao suspiciously, thinking to himself, "Why is it this woman again?" Steward elder heard the suggestion, hesitated a little, then nodded. "Since senior sister Ling Dao has agreed to step forward, we have no further objections." Senior sister Ling Dao was secretly pleased, a sinister smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Hey, I finally have this chance to use his blade to kill." After forming the team, Shizun's group rode their flying swords, transforming into streaks of sword light that cut through the wind, heading straight for the 10,000 Demon Mountain range. Senior sister Ling Dao instructed, "I repeat the mission requirements. The seal suppression formation at the 10,000 Demon Mountain peak shows signs of being broken. High-level demon beasts from the Forbidden Land, when they escape, will massacre living beings and threaten the nearby cities. We only need to stop or eliminate the fleeing demon beasts." After speaking, the senior sister accelerated, turning into a flowing light leading the way to the 10,000 Demon Mountain range. At the same time, outside the spiritual vein range of 10,000 demons, earth-shattering explosions sounded one after another. When they drew near, they saw 2 factions of cultivators locked in a standoff, their words and actions seeming to be on a rescue mission. A disciple of the Imperial Guard Immortal Sect gripped his spiritual sword tightly and shouted angrily, "This is truly bullying the weak by the strong." Before he could finish, a fierce attack howled from afar, violently slamming into his body. That strike directly sent the Imperial Guard Immortal Sect disciple flying into a corner, looking disheveled. The attacker wore a look of arrogant contempt and spoke in a haughty tone. "What is this 36 sects? Can't even withstand one of my moves." The Imperial Guard Immortal Sect is indeed famous in name only. As he finished speaking, a brilliant immortal light descended from the 9 heavens to the ground, accompanied by a thunderous shout. "Who dares to insult our Imperial Guard Immortal Sect?" The overwhelming pressure that appeared caused the opposing faction to be extremely terrified. At the same time, Shizun led the group of the Yulin Immortal Sect, appearing with an overwhelming aura. Yulin Immortal Sect disciple, seeing the reinforcements arrive, cried out joyfully that the elder had come. The arriving elder immediately frowned as he observed the opposing group, recognizing the robes of the Qingfeng sect, and it seemed they also had a connection with this demon beast. He turned to question the Yulin Immortal Sect disciple why they were fighting here. The disciple replied solemnly, "We joined forces to surround a 4th-grade demon beast, and when we were about to succeed, they ambushed us, leading to a dispute over the spoils." Suddenly, from afar, a beam of light flew over, transforming into an old man who slowly walked over, saying that a disciple of my Qingfeng sect used a special technique and luckily killed this 4th-grade demon beast. After speaking, the old man cupped his hands in salute, calling himself Elder Wu of the Qingfeng sect, honored to meet all of you to avoid harming the harmony between the 2 sects. He proposed each sect send a disciple to spar, and the winner would obtain the demon core. What do you all think? Yulin Immortal Sect Elder, upon hearing this, nodded with satisfaction and agreed. "My Yulin Immortal Sect will send you." Amidst the cheers, the Yulin Immortal Sect disciples' expressions suddenly changed, showing fear. So was the little demon girl? Why would the sect leader let her out? Jizun stepped forward worriedly, asking Yu in a low voice, "Little girl, are you alright?" He transmitted a sound into Yu's ear, telling her that they looked weak. Be careful not to accidentally hurt them. Yu smiled and raised her hand to signal him to be at ease, saying that the nurturing technique you taught me has reached great mastery. Elder Wu of the Qingfeng sect narrowed his eyes and assessed the Yulin Immortal Sect. Indeed, it had declined. He never thought they would send a little brat to fight. Her aura indicated she was still at the body refining stage. Finally, he ordered a disciple to fight, telling Chen Feng to make his move, remembering to grasp the measure and not be too heavy-handed to avoid causing disaster. Chen Feng accepted the order and stepped forward. That disciple assumed a combat stance, calling himself the head disciple Chen Feng of the Qingfeng sect, with a cultivation base at the core formation stage, requesting guidance. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly made his move, executing a full power strike. Yu on the opposite side showed a triumphant expression, happily channeling her energy for defense and shouted, "Come on!" Chen Feng's attack, like a violent storm, furiously bombarded Yu. Just before it reached, it suddenly changed direction, trying to break through Yu's frontal defense. Yu, discovering the sudden change in direction of the attack, looked shocked. Seeing this, Chen Feng became even more proud and arrogant, sneering, "Quite unexpected, right? At such a close distance, you surely can't escape." Pierced through her body, Yu then domineeringly used her head to receive the attack, directly crushing the opponent's technique. Seeing his magic tool dissipate into thin air, Chen Feng was terrified and exclaimed, "What is happening?" Yu's expression showed excitement and a smile, then she decisively used her brute strength, gripping the iron chain in Chen Feng's hand and pulling hard. Chen Feng was involuntarily pulled by Yu, unable to resist, dragged right in front of her. The little demon girl then punched him directly in the face, a wild blow that dumbfounded Chen Feng, making him lose all will to fight. Yu did not let go, continuing to drag the enemy with the iron chain, using her domineering body cultivation strength to treat Chen Feng like a punching bag, continuously pulling him in, and then blasting him away, rendering him powerless to fight back. Elder Wu's expression changed drastically. He shouted tremblingly, "How is this possible? This old man's outstanding true disciple was defeated by a brat at the body refining stage." In a fit of rage, Elder Wu thundered like a storm, ordering everyone to stop, audacious. Yu, having the upper hand, kicked like an axe straight at the opponent's throat. Her kinetic energy exploded like a landslide, directly blasting Chen Feng several zhang away, crashing heavily to the ground in front of the stupefied Elder Wu. Chen Feng's bones were shattered, his internal organs in turmoil, his face ashen, his breath as faint as a thread. Shizhen clapped and laughed from afar, praising loudly, "Good girl, not bad, not bad. Your techniques are more measured than before. You have improved greatly." Yu puffed up her chest proudly, curled her lips and replied, "Just being humble, a genius is always like this." Elder Wu was so angry his hair stood on end, pointing a trembling finger and shouting, "This is what you call being measured." Beaten into this state, even his own parents would have trouble recognizing him. The lead instructor Fengkai calmly stepped forward, her voice as cold as jade falling on a plate, saying that according to the agreement, this 4th grade demon beast naturally belongs to the Yulin immortal sect. Elder Wu snorted coldly in annoyance, grinding his teeth and telling them to quickly take this trash back and use pills to treat him. "Let us go." Before he even finished speaking, Elder Wu flicked his sleeve and led his dejected group away, leaving the Yulin immortal sect behind. Only then was Yu surrounded by the sect members, their cheers resounding like thunder. "The little senior sister is invincible. The 4th grade demon beast is ours. This is the first time we've captured a 4th grade demon beast. Senior sister is mighty." Yu felt joy at hearing the praise, but a hint of contemplation arose in her heart. "So I am admired by everyone now?" The Yulin immortal sect returned victorious, their cheers echoing through the mountain valley, as if trying to overturn the heavens and earth. The lead instructor still maintained an icy expression, speaking slowly, "A 4th grade demon beast is considered mid to high grade by normal standards. If the 10,000 demon mountain range has an anomaly, with high grade demon beasts surging from deep within the range, they will inevitably compress the living space of the low grade demon beasts outside. Then the first demon beast to break out should have been low grade. Now even a 4th grade demon beast has appeared, proving that the anomaly within the 10,000 demon mountain range has exceeded expectations. If a 5th grade demon beast, or even higher, appears, it may exceed the scope of a grade B mission. I suggest the spirit class team immediately enter the mountain range to investigate the anomaly and gather intelligence." After speaking, a cold glint flashed in her eyes, and she calculated inwardly, the more chaotic the place, the easier it is to scheme for great things. Shizhen, standing nearby, heard this clearly, looked at the lead instructor's back, and also made a mental note. The spring veins are more dangerous. The higher the chance of encountering high-grade demon beasts. Isn't this the perfect opportunity to complete the system upgrade conditions? It seems on this trip I must go deep inside. 2 people, 2 plans, but both showed smug expressions on their faces, stepping into the 10,000 demon mountain range together in high spirits. Yu excitedly took the lead, her figure like an arrow leaving the bow, charging straight into the deep forest. "So I can go into the mountains to scout now, right?" Shizhen saw Yu charging so recklessly and couldn't help but yell worriedly, "Little girl, don't wild everywhere. No leaving the team on your own." The lead instructor waved her hand to stop Shizhen's concern. "No need to worry about her, she has the sect leader's mark on her. There won't be any life-threatening danger. Let us go." Just as she finished speaking, the lead instructor took the lead and entered the 10,000 demon mountain range, scouting the situation while secretly executing her plan. The two went deep into the dense forest, the surroundings desolate and silent, the lush trees blocking out the sunlight. Wan Shizun observed for a while, raised an eyebrow and said, "This 10,000 demon mountain range doesn't seem any different from ordinary mountain forests." The lead instructor walked behind Shizun, a strange smile curling at the corner of her mouth. "Indeed it is so." Saying this, she stealthily reached into her bosom with a sly expression like a fox. The lead instructor took out a small jade bottle containing a peculiar liquid. She lightly channeled her spiritual power to open the bottle cap. "This is dragon ambergris liquid. This thing can attract all demon beasts, and can even awaken slumbering demonic beings of long ago." After saying this, she did not hesitate and flicked the dragon ambergris forward. The amber-colored liquid drew a bizarre arc in the air. The liquid fell precisely on Shisun's body. A strange damp feeling startled Shisun a little. "Why is there water? Could it be about to rain?" Shizun turned his head in confusion to look at the lead instructor. "Hey kid," a low voice echoed. "Do you have a defensive treasure to shield from wind and rain?" Just as he turned his head back, the silhouette of the lead instructor had vanished without a trace. Shizun frowned, filled with confusion and bewilderment, constantly looking around and muttering, "Where did she go? She was just here a moment ago." At the same time, atop a towering ancient tree, the lead instructor had concealed herself within the dense foliage, a sinister smile curling at the corner of her mouth. "This distance is absolutely safe now. It is said this person can withstand a full-force blow from several elders, and his cultivation has already reached the golden core stage. Relying on his powerful physical body, he can barely match the early nascent soul stage. As long as they lure a 5th-grade demon king out, he is sure to be 90% dead." While Shizun was still anxiously searching for traces of Master Leng, suddenly from behind, a rolling wave of demonic energy swept over, startling him and causing his whole body to tense up instantly. Shizun quickly turned around, watching warily. Before his eyes appeared a giant bear with a ferocious and murderous expression. On its body, demonic energy erupted fiercely like rolling stormy waves. Master Leng was still quietly watching from above, silently appraising the situation. In just a moment, a demon beast had already appeared. This dragon fey incense is indeed a miraculous body training treasure. Luring demon beasts was not wrong. The giant demon bear bared its teeth and glared, continuously growling menacingly at Shizun. Shizun maintained an expressionless face, staring at the demon beast before him, thinking inwardly, meeting a demon beast right upon entering the forest was not bad luck. With a relaxed and composed demeanor, Shizun directly opened his mouth to ask the demon beast, "May I ask, what grade of demon beast are you, demon brother?" Master Leng, hidden in the tree, silently analyzed the beast's demonic energy and lightly nodded. "Based on this aura, it is a late 4th-grade demon beast, equivalent to late golden core. That should be enough to teach that arrogant brat a lifelong lesson." The giant demon bear heard the question and immediately roared to the heavens, raising its sharp, dagger-like claws to charge straight ahead. "I am a 4th-grade demon beast." Facing the terrifying momentum, Shizun lightly raised his right hand and casually blocked it. With a crisp cracking sound, the demon beast's arm, thick as a pillar, was stopped by him. His expression remained calm, and he only gave the giant demon bear a cold glance before judging. "Not good enough. You are not qualified to level me up." The giant demon bear, faced with Shizun's overbearing strength, was instantly terrified beyond measure, its eyes wide and mouth agape. Shizun sneered slightly, calculating inwardly. Still, a 4th-grade demon core should be worth a few contribution points in the sect, right? The giant demon bear, terrified by Shizun's monstrous strength, hastily knelt down and begged for mercy. "Spare me, great master." But before its words even ended, its body was shattered into nothingness by a punch of Shizun's with earth-shaking power. As easy as eating porridge, having slain the 4th-grade demon beast, Shizun rummaged through the remains to find the demon core. Moments later, he cheerfully picked up a demon core radiating a dense aura. Hooray! Found it. A 4th-grade demon core. Master Leng, witnessing this horrifying scene from afar, was stunned with her mouth agape, a storm of shock rising in her heart. What the hell? A single punch to kill a 4th-grade demon beast? Shizun was still standing amidst the ruins of the giant demon bear, his face looking knave as he looked around. In his heart, he wished to obtain more demon cores. It would be great if he could encounter a few more demon beasts. Just then, another earth-shattering commotion sounded from the side. In the blink of an eye, Shizun was surrounded by countless demon beasts from all sides. These demon beasts had all sensed the scent of dragon, fate, incense, and came looking. Upon arriving, they buzzed with discussion. "The smell on this brat is correct. He does have the dragon fate incense on him." Seeing the horde of demon beasts, Shizun became even more excited, jumping for joy. "Wow, why are so many demon beasts suddenly appearing? I wonder if any of these demon beasts are 5th grade?" The wolf demon in the pack saw Shizun and eagerly charged forward to attack, roaring loudly. He is nothing but an insignificant nobody. It rushed forward, but before it could even touch the corner of Shizun's robe, it was blown 9 skies away by his violently powerful fist. In an instant, Shizun easily claimed another demon core. No rush, hand over all your demon cores quickly. The system will sort them out then. A group of demon beasts, having just witnessed the horrifying scene before them, began to become vigilant, staring at Shizun with wide, fearful eyes. A rhinoceros among them started whispering to its kind. How can this be? Kangling just took one hit and died instantly. The Black Panther beside it replied in fury, "This man is no ordinary person. Do not underestimate him. Quickly join forces to capture him. We will share the dragon fate incense then." The rhinoceros, hearing the plan, crazily charged forward. "Then let me lead the way." Seeing the demon beast charging at him, Shizun began to take a defensive stance, circulating his spiritual energy to prepare a counterattack. However, from behind, 2 frog demons appeared, extending their whip-like tongues to lock Shizun's arms. He was unexpectedly caught off guard, his hands momentarily powerless, unable to muster strength for a counter. With a bewildered face, Shizun quickly glanced behind, exclaiming in surprise, "Why are my hands tied? That human brat, your days are numbered today." The rhinoceros demon roared fiercely, charging straight at Shizun with a valiant demeanor, intending to trample him into a pulp. Unexpectedly, Shizun proudly rose to the challenge, directly using his skull to viciously collide with the rhinoceros's unrivaled strength. A loud crack echoed, showcasing overbearing power and absolute hardness. It instantly crushed the sharp horn of the rhinoceros into fine powder. Shizun let out a cold laugh, his face revealing an unmatched arrogance. A moment later, he swung his arms like a child, easily breaking the 2 chains formed by the frog monsters that were binding his arms. The earth-shattering force caused the 2 frog monsters to crash into each other with a loud bang, creating fatal injuries and sending blood splattering everywhere. The black leopard demon beside them was utterly horrified. Could this brat's cultivation have already reached the nascent soul stage? Knowing they were no match, the terrified demon beasts hurriedly scattered to escape. But the speed of the black leopard demon was no match for Shizun's, and before it could even move, he caught its tail. Shizun's expression was cold, a smug smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "None of you will escape my grasp." As he spoke, Shizun struck mercilessly, a fist of earth-shattering power flying out. In an instant, the body of the black leopard demon turned to nothing, leaving only a dissipating cloud of demonic energy. On the high mountain peak, the female cultivator watching the battle slowly revealed a look of shock. This is clearly a crushing victory. That brat's strength is completely beyond my expectations." Just as the female cultivator was silently evaluating Shizun, a sudden surge of demonic energy descended from behind. Sensing the brutal aura of a demon beast, the female cultivator hurriedly turned to observe before the snake spirit could attack. She managed to activate a movement technique and evade, preserving her life. The snake spirit let out a hoarse roar, its eyes glaring fiercely at the female cultivator. "The perception of you nascent soul cultivators is indeed not ordinary. I tried my utmost to hide my aura, yet you still discovered me." The female cultivator's face turned even paler. She exclaimed in shock, Are you a 5th grade demon king?" She was terrified beyond belief, staring blankly at the giant snake spirit that was greedily looking at her like prey. "Why were you not lured by the dragon fate herb and instead targeted me?" The demon snake slowly approached with a venomous look at the female cultivator. "I have had my eye on you ever since you invaded my demon territory." Hearing this, the female cultivator's mind was in chaos. "Damn it, a demon beast of the same realm is naturally stronger than a cultivator. I am afraid I am no match for it. I can only risk using spells and find a chance to escape." After struggling to form hand seals to cast a spell, the female cultivator was horrified to find that the spiritual energy within her body could not be mobilized. In a state of extreme panic, she gasped, "Why is my spiritual energy blocked?" Looking at the panicked and helpless female cultivator, the demon snake laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, I have been hiding for a long time. Did you think I would not prepare anything? My tail can release a poisonous miasma that suppresses spiritual energy. Just now your mind was focused on the battle ahead, and you unknowingly inhaled quite a lot. With that, it transformed into a streak of black light, attacking like a storm. Now you are a fish on the chopping block, at my mercy." On another side, Shizun had completely destroyed the surrounding demon beasts, collecting a large number of demon cores. He opened the system, commanding it to absorb the demon cores. "This spot is finished. Absorb them. See if there are any 5th grade demon cores." The system scanned cursorily, then sent a reply message. There were no 5th grade demon cores, only low-grade demon beasts. This shocked Shizen. What? He had been busy for so long and still had not reached the target. Just as he was staring angrily at the system, a shocking commotion suddenly erupted behind him, sending rocks and earth flying everywhere. A female cultivator was sent flying right beside him, surprising him. The female cultivator, covered in wounds, lay motionless on the ground. Shizen worriedly approached to check. Who injured you like this? The demon snake ferociously lunged forward again, smashing the boulders blocking its path, intending to continue its attack to seize the dragon-lengthened grass. Its colossal body and cultivation realm made it incredibly arrogant. It roared, "Before this azure dragon demon king, you are nothing but ants." Shizen still stood calmly before the colossal body of the 5th grade demon beast. His eyes carefully observed the azure dragon. This demon beast was huge. This time it was definitely 5th grade. Then the azure dragon condensed demonic poison in its mouth, shouting, "Just a puny little ant, go die." It spat out a blood essence miasma, wanting to kill Shizen in one strike. Recognizing the incoming attack, Shizen decisively stamped his foot firmly, causing earth and rock to surge up, forming a solid layer of defense. Decisively stamped his foot firmly, causing earth and rock to surge up, forming a solid layer of defense. Seeing its attack so brutally destroyed, the azure dragon demon beast furiously roared inwardly, "I didn't expect you to use such a method to block my attack." Suddenly, the entire body of the azure dragon demon beast was yanked away by a terrifying brute force. Looking closely, it turned out Shizen was using his physical strength to tightly grip it. "I will take your demon core right now." While being spun at high speed, the azure dragon demon snake was somewhat stunned. When did this brat circle behind this king? In just a blink of an eye, the enormous body of the demon snake was slammed to the ground by Shizen using brute force, with a shocking tremor spreading out. He wanted a quick victory, so he leaped into the air, mobilizing his true essence. A full-force strike brutally hammered on the demon snake's body, continuously releasing waves of shock energy. The azure snake seemed completely unharmed, continuing to glare at Shizen, which caught him somewhat off guard. In that moment of crisis, the snake Yo did not hesitate at all, swung its serpent tail, delivering a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering strike towards Shizen's lower body. A loud explosion echoed, and the shockwave and storm instantly sent Shizen flying like a kite with a broken string, causing dirt and dust to billow up in rolling clouds. After a long while, amidst the thick cloud of dust, Shizen staggered to his feet, his whole body aching as if every joint been crushed. His eyes were still as firm as rock, tightly locked onto the snake Yao. He exclaimed in shock inwardly, "A full-powered strike from me is still useless against this monster." The snake Yao bared its teeth and glared, its vicious gaze fixed firmly on Shizen like a wolf's. It sneered out each word. "A weakling like you wasn't smashed to a pulp by my single tail strike. Your physical body has some accomplishment." As soon as it finished speaking, it transformed into a streak of gale, its speed as fast as lightning as it attacked Shizen, its snake mouth roaring. Unfortunately, this bit of cultivation is far from enough to oppose this king. As soon as it closed in on Shizen, its snake tail wildly coiled around, the binding force instantly stiffening Shizen and stagnating his blood and energy. Next, its colossal body violently flung Shizen into the air. Shizen's figure hung powerlessly between heaven and earth like a withered leaf in a storm. Having subdued its opponent, the snake Yao was smug. It immediately spat a thick, blood essence venom towards Shizen, declaring sinisterly, "Any cultivator below the nascent soul stage, upon touching my blood essence venom, will surely turn into a blood mist, body and soul destroyed." Hanging by a thread, Shizen suddenly released the restriction on his two hands, decisively channeling his energy and clapping them together forcefully, shouting loudly, "Great strength, golden clap." This clapping action of Shizen immediately formed a fierce wave of energy, dispersing the blood essence venom in an instant. Observing through his spiritual eye, the snake Yao was shocked to the extreme, horrified as it wondered, "What? Without using any spells, just by clapping, he could create an energy wave to disperse my blood essence venom. Truly strange. Could this be some ancient secret technique?" Shizen landed lightly, completely unharmed. After breaking the attack, he charged forward again, determined to use his physical strength to defeat this monster. He thought to himself, "Fancy moves are useless, I have to use my fists." As soon as he closed in on his target, Shizen unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, his speed so fast that only afterimages could be seen. Demonic force and explosive power concentrated on bombarding the snake Yao's belly, each punch carrying a fierce gale force. The snake Yao remained calmly unmoving, its sturdy scale armor not even chipped. Turning to look at Shizen, it said contemptuously, "It is useless. This king is a 5th grade demon beast, only one step away from the demon horde. My soul scale armor has the ability to defend against all attacks below the divinity transformation stage, but without fail." Unexpectedly, right after that, a fist as hard as steel slammed straight into its face. Shizen used his terrifying strength, shattering its defensive scales. Feeling the bone-piercing pain, Yao let out a long roar that echoed across the myriad demon's mountain range, stunned that his scales had been broken. In immense pain, it struggled continuously, beginning to rampage and releasing its true demonic power. Its sand tail unconsciously shook repeatedly to try and control Shizen. Hearing that sound, Shizen felt his soul shaken, his consciousness blurred, his whole body uncomfortable. He realized with horror that this was that eerie sound. Next, Shiyao used his ultimate killing move, concentrating all his power to destroy Shizen. His challenging roar shook the heavens, releasing a berserk aura. An attack condensed from all the demonic power in his body. It shot out quickly like a massive mountain hurtling toward Shizen. The destructive force shattered every obstacle, toppling ancient trees. After the energy wave dissipated, the ground revealed a gigantic deep crater. Shizen's figure had also vanished without a trace. Shiyao swept his spiritual sense cautiously around, muttering, "No trace of his aura left. It seems I have scattered his soul to the winds." Finally, Shiyao returned to the unconscious sect leader's side. He faced her, sneering coldly. "Next, it is your turn. Dragon saliva incense has been on your body all along. Haha, how foolish." To take the dragon saliva incense, Shiyao channeled his demonic power to pull the sect leader's body. The sect leader was still unconscious, at Shiyao's mercy. Shiyao quickly pulled the dragon saliva incense bottle from her body. Seeing the vial before him, Shiyao laughed excitedly. "Finally got it! Ha ha ha!" Suddenly, a vine shot up from the ground, fast as lightning, snatching the dragon saliva incense bottle right from under Shiyao's nose in an instant. Shizen appeared once more, bursting unexpectedly from the earth with a face of utmost fury. As soon as he jumped up, Shizen snatched the dragon saliva incense back into his hand. He carefully observed the liquid veil in his hand, curling his lip into a sneer. "No wonder you kept dodging around the sect leader during the fight. Humph, you do know how to treasure a good thing." Shiyao glared at Shizen, roaring angrily. "You damned brat! You are still not dead, so you have been hiding underground all this time. Today I will swallow you whole." With that, Shiyao opened his mouth wide and charged forward, intending to swallow Shizen in one gulp. At that moment, Shizen was still intently staring at the dragon saliva incense bottle, completely unaware of Shiyao's attack. In the blink of an eye, Shizen's entire body was swallowed by Shiyao. A few seconds later, Shizen was directly devoured whole into Shiyao's stomach. Inside Shiyao's belly, Shizen looked around, thinking to himself, "Is this the snake's stomach? It is not much different from those dark caves." A bold idea suddenly flashed in his head, the corner of his mouth curling into a sinister smile. "You fool! If I could not get you from the outside, then I will destroy your body from the inside. This is much easier." As he thought, Shizen immediately circulated his inner energy, concentrating power into both fists, and continuously bombarded the sturdy stomach walls of Shiyao. But after a round of bombardment, Shizen was horrified to find that his fists were like throwing rocks into the sea, completely failing to injure Shiyao. Could it be useless? Shizen exclaimed in shock, a sense of alarm rising in his heart. From outside came Shiyao's strange mocking laughter, rolling like thunder. "Ha ha ha, you foolish human brat. Did you think this lord had no defenses? If the inside of my body were not as solid as an iron wall, do you think I would have easily swallowed you?" The moment he finished, a thick, foul-smelling, dark green digestive fluid with terrifying corrosive properties gushed out from inside Shiyao's body. Shizen was suddenly hit by the mucus, which stuck to his skin like leeches, and he screamed in agony. "Ah, so hot! It is burning me alive." Shiyao's voice rang out with certainty. "Himph, now I just wait for you to be corroded to ashes by my digestive fluids. Then this lord will easily refine the dragon saliva incense." Hearing this, suspicion arose in Shizen's heart. Dragon saliva incense? He immediately brought the tightly gripped dragon saliva incense bottle up for a close look. So this is the thing that Snake was talking about? System screen conveniently displayed a cold notification, an emotionless electronic voice sounding out. Dragon saliva incense, a top-grade spirit medicine with extremely distinct and rapid effects in strengthening the physical body. Through the system's explanation, Shizen finally understood its heaven-defying effects. Without any hesitation, Shizen tilted his head back, upended the dragon saliva incense bottle, and swallowed it all in one gulp, deciding to risk everything to strengthen himself. Indeed, the moment the spirit medicine entered his stomach, its miraculous effects took hold. Shizen's physique point skyrocketed, his bones and frame being continuously tempered. After drinking the dragon saliva incense, his strength directly increased by 5 points, reaching an astonishing 95 points on the stat sheet. Shizen excitedly observed his body growing more robust, feeling every taut muscle fiber, his bulging muscles seeming to harbor hidden dragons and serpents. He was eager to test his current power. Shizen took a deep breath. Channeling all his power into his fist, he viciously slammed it down onto Shiyao's stomach wall, producing a heavy sound. This punch contained earth-shaking destructive force, striking straight into Shiyao's belly, causing it to howl in pain as if struck by lightning. What the hell is this? How did that brat's strength suddenly increase to such a degree? Even if he drank all the dragon saliva incense, In such a short time, he could not have refined it. It should have been enough time for me to digest him to ashes. Inside Shi Yao's body, Shizhen continued to use his ghostly technique, applying a swift footwork, sprinting like a wild horse, causing intense pain to continuously tear through Shi Yao's body. The pain, like mountains collapsing and earth splitting, relentlessly tortured Shi Yao's body, causing it heart-wrenching agony. Next, Shizhen nimbly changed direction, his figure darting left and right, jumping around wildly like a monkey. He repeated this endlessly, as if intent on torturing Shi Yao to death. The extreme physical pain caused Shi Yao to lose all ability to resist, left only to grit its teeth and endure. It could no longer bear it, roaring in fury. "You filthy brat! What devilry are you playing in my stomach?" Unable to withstand Shizhen's frantic disturbance inside, Shi Yao immediately condensed all the blood energy in his body, in an instant violently expelling Shizhen's body. Shizhen took the chance to escape, his figure landing steadily on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Shi Yao, eyes bloodshot, charged at Shizhen with earth-shattering killing intent, roaring, "This lord is furious." Shi Yao flew into a rage Shizhen quickly took out, his familiar weighted disc swinging it fiercely towards Shi Yao's attacking move. The weighted disc carried unparalleled force, cleaving through the air, shattering Shi Yao's earth breath attack into pieces. Shi Yao witnessed it firsthand, exclaiming in shock, "A strange treasure. Could it be that this lord's earth breath was destroyed by that piece of junk?" Before he could recover, Shi Yao was hit on the head by the weighted disc, his mind reeling, seeing stars. What kind of magical artifact is that? Shizhen gave his opponent no time to breathe. He leaped high into the air, channeling all his current strength. Taking advantage of Shi Yao's dizziness, he delivered a full power strike straight down onto its head, knocking it unconscious. The massive body crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up dust. Shi Yao was terrified out of his wits. How could he be so unbelievably strong? Could it be that he was truly hiding his strength just now? The next second, Shi Yao panicked and tried to flee. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing was the best plan, but before he could escape far, Shizhen swung his familiar rope, binding Shi Yao tightly like a zongzi for the new year, completely subduing him on the spot. Shizhen leaped into the air, his right hand raised high with a killing intent-filled fist, ready to deliver the decisive blow. "Shi Yao, I will have your demon core today." Shizhen's 5 brutal, merciless punches rained down on Shi Yao's head. Unable to dodge, Shi Yao lay helplessly taking the beating. After a series of ruthless punches and kicks, Shizhen finally successfully harvested Shi Yao's 5th-rank demon core. At the same time, he summoned the system to proceed with absorption. The moment the system appeared, it immediately operated rapidly, absorbing the demon core, strengthening Shizhen's physique. The system immediately displayed a new notification, indicating that the 5th-grade demon pill had finished fusing, with only 5 points of muscle strength and 6th-grade demon beast flesh attribute points remaining. Adding just 10 kg of 6th-grade demon beast meat would allow the system to upgrade the host, while officially entering the cultivation stage and opening the path to muscle enhancement. The scene suddenly shifted, moving to a different area, hidden deep within the layered and endless 10,000 demon mountain range. Miss Yu, her small figure lost in the dark, dense forest, could not help but exclaim in fear. Could it be that this young lady has lost her way again? In this place, the trees and rocks everywhere looked the same, making one dizzy, and unable to distinguish direction at all. Before she finished speaking, a strange object wrapped tightly in countless white spider threads suddenly fell from above, startling Yu so much that she let out a terrified scream. Acting on instinct, Yu channeled force into her fist, deciding to use violence to deal with the obstacle before her, and then threw a punch. The object bound in spider threads took the full force of the blow, its body immediately sent flying backwards, viciously slamming into a large boulder nearby. A tearing sound rang out, and the sturdy layer of spider threads was ripped open at one corner, revealing the pale face of a young man in a deep coma. Yu was amazed and observed with a worried gaze. "Is this a human? He still seems to have a bit of breath left. It seems this young lady struck a bit too hard. Lucky for you, you met this noble lady with a merciful heart, so you have a chance to be saved." While Yu was hurriedly tearing away the troublesome spider threads, from afar, amidst the dense tree branches, a pair of vicious, bloodshot eyes flickered. An abnormally large demon spider was silently approaching, lurking and waiting for an opportunity. Sensing its prey was within range, it immediately burst forth, its massive form like an arrow leaving a bow, carrying a fierce wind as it shot straight towards Yu, intent on delivering a fatal sneak attack. Although her cultivation was not high, Yu possessed extremely sharp spiritual senses and had long detected the hidden killing intent. She reacted extremely quickly, hurriedly dragging the unconscious young man beside her, her movement technique as nimble as a swallow gliding on the wind, narrowly dodging the vicious attack. Thus, the two of them managed to save their lives by a hair's breadth. After evading the demon spider's attack, Yu had time to carefully observe the demon beast that had just attacked her. Seeing its massive size and dense demon aura, she felt a hint of joy at first, thinking that she had finally encountered a demon monster with some real strength, so that this young lady could stretch her limbs a bit. Life is not a dream, and thoughts and actions are often contradictory. As soon as she finished speaking, Yu hurriedly turned and fled, her movements swift and without hesitation, her small hand still holding onto the unconscious young man. Oh heavens and earth, I am so dead this time. Why does it have to be a mid-5th grade demon beast? With this young lady's 5th level body severing cultivation, I simply cannot fight it, Yu screamed in her heart, but her speed underfoot increased even more. While deeply unconscious, the young man was dragged across the rough ground by Yu, his handsome face constantly scraping against the rocks and earth, causing countless severe injuries. Demon Spider behind them did not give up either, its large mouth wide open as it shot out a sticky strand of spider web, carrying immense force, intending to bind Yu and hinder her escape. Facing the relentless attacks of the demon beast, Yu could only try her best to use her movement technique, continuously leaping and dodging. But the innocent young man behind her was not so lucky. Although he was not directly hit by the spider web, during the escape his head continuously slammed violently into obstacles on the ground, making the situation even worse. The situation was hanging by a thread, and Yu was extremely frustrated in her heart. Unable to bear it any longer, she shouted loudly, "Where in heaven's name should I run to find a way to survive?" At that critical moment, a rich fragrance suddenly wafted from afar, gently entering her sense of smell, like a lighthouse in the dark night, guiding her towards a path of escape. This fragrance was unmistakable. It came from Shizan's direction. At that moment he was alone, eating grilled meat and enjoying the spoils he had just harvested, his mouth wide open as he voraciously bit into the fragrant demon beast flesh. After the intense battle, replenishing nutrition was the best way to restore his stamina. Shizan mumbled as he ate, feeling a bit puzzled in his heart. How strange, this is also clearly the meat of the 5th grade Stilling Wind Demon King. So why isn't the system reacting at all this time? It seems that as my own cultivation progresses, the triggering conditions for the system have become much more stringent. Just as Shizun was still engrossed in enjoying his wild BBQ feast, Yu happened to run to the spot, her panicked voice echoing through the mountain forest. "Little Shizun, save me, quick!" Hearing the familiar voice, Shizun was startled and looked up, his gaze amazed as he looked towards the source of the sound. He saw Yu tightly clutching a strange young man in both hands, frantically rushing towards him, with a huge and ferocious demon spider hot on her trail. "That hateful demon creature has been clinging to me like a leech, chasing me for such a long distance," Yu said, panting heavily and with resentment, along with a vicious glance at the approaching demon spider. Shizun did not hesitate at all, decisively standing up to meet them. With his current strength, he simply did not take a 5th grade demon beast seriously. He took a deep breath, channeled force into his fist, and threw a simple punch. Unmatched power exploded forth, and the ferocious demon, before it could even react, was sent flying backwards, its massive body slamming into the cliff wall like a broken kite, producing a sound that shook the entire canyon. Witnessing this scene with her own eyes, Yu was struck dumb, frozen like a statue, her mouth agape in disbelief as she stammered. A 5th grade demon king was actually scattered so easily with just one move, easily defeating the demon spider. It was only then that Shizun had time to notice the young man lying face down on the ground. He stepped forward curiously and asked, "Who is this brother here?" Yu hurriedly replied, "Ah, he is a cultivator I rescued on the way." Shizun once again carefully observed that person, his gaze pausing on the other's somewhat familiar clothing, a hint of doubt rising in his heart. Curious about his true features, he wanted to reach out and turn the young man over to get a better look. But as soon as he turned the man over, Shizun was immediately stunned in shock. Before him was a face covered in red scratches, swollen to the point that he could not recognize the original features at all. Seeing the severity of the man's injuries, Shizun expressed his doubt. "What is this? How did his face get hurt into such a state?" Yu stammered, the little girl not daring to admit it was her fault, so she placed all the blame on the demon spider. It was all because of that hateful spider, it wounded him. Shizun was still worried about Yu and the unknown leader mentor, so he suggested, "This place is extremely dangerous. You should quickly take this leader mentor back to the Ma Lin Immortal sect. I still have some matters to deal with." Hearing this, Yu raised her eyebrows and looked at Shizun, asking suspiciously, "The leader mentor you speak of is also injured?" Shizun pointed a hand towards the still unconscious young man. "That's right, cheat. No, he was heavily wounded by that giant snake." Yu's expression was one of shock, her eyes filled with disbelief as she looked ahead. Even the leader mentor is no match for it, yet it was beaten into such a miserable state by you, Shizun. Suddenly remembering something important, Shizun shouted out, "Ah, that's right, I almost forgot. I still have some things I want to give you." While speaking, Shizun was not stingy at all, decisively taking out a large amount of various demon pills and piling them up into a big heap in front of Yu. Do you have these things? Take all these demon pills and those 2 demon beast corpses. These things can be exchanged for quite a few intersect rewards. Looking at the pile of spoils that Shizen had laid out before her, Yu was momentarily dazed and asked blankly, "Did you come to the 10,000 demon mountain range to stock up on goods or something? I never expected you could collect so many demon materials." Yu tilted her head again to look at Shizen, puzzled. "As for you, aren't you going to come back with us?" Jiang Shizhen shook his head, replying with extreme seriousness, "No, I still want to go deeper into the mountains to explore further, and at the same time, train myself a bit. If I miss this opportunity, I don't know when I'll ever get to encounter a 6th grade demon beast again." Upon hearing this, Yu kindly reminded Shizen, "I heard that a terrifying 6th grade demon emperor is sealed in the deepest part of the 10,000 demon mountain range. You need to be very careful." Shizen was not worried at all upon hearing this. Instead, he reassured Yu, "Little girl, just rest assured, my skills are much stronger than you imagine." The scene suddenly shifted, moving to the Forbidden Abyss grounds of the 10,000 demon mountain range, where celestial anomalies continuously appeared and blood-red heavenly lightning constantly struck down from the 9 heavens. If any cultivator dared to approach, they would surely be horrified to discover a world-shaking great battle taking place between 2 powerful cultivators with world-dominating cultivation bases. Elder Patriarch Shen concentrated all his power into his cultivation, attempting to suppress the fierce, roaring afterimage of Haifeng. Slowly circulated his true essence, controlling countless ancient trees to merge to a single mass. A powerful giant palm that could strike the heavens successfully detonated, smashing the afterimage of Haifeng into pieces. The domineering force caused Haifeng's phantom to crash violently into the earth before dissipating into nothingness. Haifeng's true body proudly appeared, its phoenix-like eyes looking down contemptuously at that old man. "Not bad, you were actually able to break my afterimage clone, but you are nothing more than a group of brute martial artists. My true self has said it already. I am not the demon emperor you are looking for, and don't you dare touch my primordial essence. You people have been harassing me for nearly a month now." The old patriarch obviously did not believe him, snorting contemptuously, "Himph. Although this old man has never personally met the demon emperor, the supreme ancestor has instructed us 1,000 times that the demon emperor has golden fur." Haifeng suddenly felt a surge of annoyance in his heart, as he suddenly remembered the appearance of the demon emperor he had slain in the past. The old patriarch suddenly pointed a finger behind him, his voice thunderous as he declared, "Moreover, you cannot hide who you are from our clan. This demon-suppressing flag reacts to your demonic energy, so even if you transform into human form, it is useless." Haifeng suddenly realized the core issue. It must be because his true self had taken over the demon emperor's body that he had become tainted by that man's aura. Haifeng coldly stared at the old clan leader, all because Yuans were seeking death. His expression changed in an instant. Haifeng immediately unleashed a domineering soul cultivation technique to attack the old clan leader. The invisible attack with a ghostly speed directly pierced through that old man's glabella. Under the earth-shaking might, the old clan leader fell in a miserable defeat, blood continuously spurting from his mouth. The clan members beside him were terrified, hastily rushing forward to support the old clan leader, frantically asking if he was all right. The old clan leader's entire body was in intense pain, his eyes filled with horror as he looked at the enemy. This was a primordial spirit attacking technique, an extremely rare divine ability on the Shenzhou continent. A clan member tightly gripped the demon suppression banner, continuously shouting that it was bad. The clan leader's soul had been damaged. "We must retreat immediately and request the old ancestor to come forth." The entire group following the old clan leader turned into rainbow lights, scattering in flight to escape Haifeng's perception range. Haifeng did not bother to pursue. He stood as still as a stone statue, watching those cultivators flee without a trace. After everyone had left, Haifeng could barely conceal his injuries, revealing a sign of weakness. In the current situation, unleashing a soul attack was a mutual destruction move. His true self had already expended a vast amount of primordial spirit energy. Haifeng sat down cross-legged, beginning to circulate his energy and regulate his breathing, needing to recuperate his spirit before pursuing and slaughtering towards the Imperial Forest Immortal sect. The group on the old clan leader's side, after running a long distance, had also reached a safe area, just as they were passing by Shizen in a very unexpected situation. After a brief moment, both forces were startled to realize the other's presence in this deep mountain valley of the 10,000 demon mountain range. The old clan leader's people saw a stranger and tested him, noticing his attire was that of an Imperial Forest Immortal sect disciple, asking why he dared to venture deep into this place. Shizen was suspicious of the other party's identity, so he asked them who they were. This side quickly replied, "We are the Handguard clan, the ones who issued the Myriad Sect mission to you. Little brother, ahead is the territory of a 6th grade demon emperor. I advise you to leave here quickly." Shizun asked the man back, is he really that strong? The Handguard clan group looked at the old clan leader with his weakened aura, thought of it with lingering fear, and recounted that their clan leader, the early-stage nascent soul powerhouse armed with the demon suppression banner, was still no match. So you think about it yourself. Before leaving the 10,000 Demon Mountain range together, the Handguard clan member kindly reminded Shizun to leave quickly. Shizun touched his chin, sinking into contemplation about a true nascent soul realm demon emperor. Moreover, his strength was definitely not lower than early-stage nascent soul. It seemed he should still prepare some sufficient props and check if the system had anything usable. Communicating with the system in his mind, Shizun suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, it's this one, the sword debate reward prop seems quite reliable." Returning to the position where Hai Feng was sitting cross-legged regulating his blood and energy, the high-level beast's spiritual sense made it feel someone approaching. Shizun swaggered forward step by step. Hai Feng remained unmoving, observing with phoenix eyes. As soon as Shizun arrived, he arrogantly questioned, "Are you that 6th grade demon emperor?" Hai Feng looked at Shizun in surprise. "So it's you." He stood before Shizun, laughing like a maniac. "Ha, it seems we truly have a connection." Shizun's face went blank. He asked back in confusion, "Have we met before?" Hai Feng looked at Shizun, a mix of gratitude and disbelief in his voice. "The inner part of the solid spirit stone had been worn down by my true self for 1,000 years, yet you only needed one kick to break it from the outside." Shizun was even more dazed, not understanding what that man was trying to say. Hai Feng became increasingly agitated. "Have you forgotten? You were the one who used a domineering punch to shatter the solid spirit stone, releasing my true self outside." Hearing this, Shizun was shocked, realizing something. He stared intently at the person before him. The system suddenly sent a new mission notification, activating a mandatory mission: defeat Hai Feng Huang Yuangu. Shizun did not act rashly, carefully probing. The supreme elder in the sect once mentioned that an ancient Hai Feng was sealed under the solid spirit stone. Could it be you? Hai Feng did not hide anything, nodding in confirmation. "That is correct." Shizun had a sudden epiphany, understanding the incident from his first time entering the sect, so he said that the solid spirit stone being shattered by a punch was not entirely his fault. Hearing this, Hai Feng burst into manic laughter. "Haha, you overestimate yourself. Without the destruction from the inside by my true self, how could you alone have broken it?" His arrogant words were like thunder. Shizun erupted with astonishing speed, concentrating all his physical strength into his fist, transforming into a fierce gale of fist force, striking straight forward. He roared in fury, his voice like a dragon's chant, "It is you who brought me countless troubles." This one punch, Shizun used all his strength with the momentum to split mountains and break rocks, aimed directly at Hai Feng's face, facing the storm-like offensive. Hai Feng remained indifferent, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, his gaze contemptuous. "What kind of farce are you performing?" Shizun stood frozen, as if turned to stone. In the blink of an eye, Hai Feng casually waved his hand, an invisible gale immediately blasted Shizun far away. Faced with that terrifying fist force, Shizun could not withstand it, his body like a kite with a broken string, skidding across the hard ground, tearing a deep trench. Hai Feng frowned, his expression ferocious and arrogant, his voice icy. "If it weren't for those mortal fools on the mountain hindering me, your Imperial Forest Immortal sect would have already been bathed in blood." Shizun struggled to stand, gritting his teeth as he looked at Hai Feng. Hai Feng stood arrogantly, his eyes cold like knives staring at Shizun. "But you came just in time. You are the first Imperial Forest and I have encountered since breaking the seal, so obediently endure the extreme torture until you die." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a beam of black light, his speed as fast as lightning, suddenly launching an attack on Shizun, his ghostly movement closing in an instant. His hand like iron pliers grabbed Shizun's head, then used terrifying brute force to slam him hard onto the ground. Shizun was no pushover. He braced himself with both hands on the ground, trying to lift his body up. He immediately channeled strength into his legs, one knee like a sledgehammer thrusting straight toward Hai Feng's face. Hai Feng arrogantly received that mighty knee, as if it were just a breeze brushing his ear, completely unshaken. Shizun was undaunted. He then channeled his internal energy throughout his body, his fists like a rainstorm, continuously bombarding Hai Feng, facing the extremely violent fist force. Hai Feng casually waved his hand, lightly deflecting all of the attacks. A look of contempt and mockery appeared on his face. "You are no different from those martial artists. It seems you all completely fail to understand the problem." Before he even finished speaking, he suddenly struck out with a thunder-like palm, hitting Shizun directly in the Dantun energy sea. Facing such a vast disparity in strength, Shizun finally felt a bone-deep pain. His body was sent flying again, tumbling and struggling on the ground. Hai Feng proudly flaunted his robust physical body, arrogantly revealing, "My true self has long been covered by protective true Kai. Do you think your attacks can even touch me? Truth is, it's just scratching an itch for my defense. You cannot even break through my defense." Shizun looked dumbfounded, continuously observing his opponent, and exclaimed in shock, "Is that protective true ki?" Hai Feng frowned as he looked at Shizun, his voice carrying a hint of admiration for the level of physical body this man had achieved. Not bad at all, taking 2 hits from me and still standing. I wonder how much more fun you can bring me. With that, he turned into a streak of black light again, moving with lightning speed, carrying surging killing intent as he charged straight at Shizun. As soon as he closed in, he threw a fierce punch directly at his opponent's face. With his powerful ancient physique, Haifeng continuously used pure strength to batter Shisan's body relentlessly. After a flurry of attacks, he finally noticed something strange. How odd, he said, suddenly switching tactics and sending Shisun flying into the air with a sideways kick. At the same time, he raised his hand to summon heavenly thunder, lightning striking down from the sky and bombarding Shisun violently. Before Shisun's body even hit the ground, it had already been pummeled by countless lightning bolts and non-stop explosions. Thinking he had finished it, Haifeng withdrew his hand and coldly watched Shizun fall freely to the ground. Amid the storm of attacks, Haifeng widened his eyes in shock as he saw Shizun still barely alive. Could my attacks not kill him in a short time? Shizun's entire body ached as if torn apart, lingering lightning numbed every limb as he trembled uncontrollably. This was the first time I had felt such pain since awakening the system. Determined to eliminate Shizun, Haifeng once again waved his hand to summon a magical artifact. A beam of black light tore through space and struck, brutally landing on his body in an unexpected moment. The terrifying pressure hit him, causing unbearable pain as if his internal organs were about to burst, blood pouring endlessly from his mouth. His body could not withstand it and helplessly collapsed to the ground. Shizun's will remained steadfast as stone, his eyes focused on observing the opponent. Not good, the gap in strength is too vast. If I keep dragging this out, this body won't hold up. My fists are completely useless against him. System, your host is in danger. Do you have no function at all? A mechanical system voice sounded, repeating the forced mission: defeat ancient Haifeng. On the other side, Haifeng continued his relentless assault like a raging storm, bombarding Shizun without pause. His overwhelming power rained down on Shizun like a flood or wild beast, forcing him to struggle and defend. Taking countless blows, his body weakened to the extreme, getting flung into a distant corner. Shisun's face was ashen as he gritted his teeth and cursed, "This troublesome system is truly the most useless piece of junk under heaven." Hearing this, inside his head, a cold warning sound rang out, forbidding insults to the system, with a threat of immediate annihilation for repetition. Haifeng had long lost patience, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He glared at Shizun and growled, "Why haven't you died yet?" With that, he exploded his true essence, launching a full power strike directly at Shisun's vital point. Enduring attacks like a raging storm, Shisun's body fell like a broken kite, collapsing weakly to the ground. Immediately after, he continued to roar and curse the system. "Other people's systems help their hosts defy fate, but my system is worse than a dog." The warning was ineffective. The system seethed with fury, instantly summoning heavenly thunder to strike down directly at Shizun. In this critical moment, Shizun woke with a jolt, a brilliant light flashing in his eyes as they locked onto Haifeng like a hawk's. Immediately, he mustered all his remaining strength and charged forward recklessly, heedless of the lightning crashing down from the sky, as if to tear space apart. Shizun did not hesitate, leaping to tightly embrace Haifeng, shocking the enemy to the extreme. In an instant, the system's lightning rumbled in, viciously bombarding Shisun's body while spreading to Haifeng, causing him to scream in agony. The world-shattering might of the lightning grew more intense, shaking the surrounding ground violently. Feeling bone-piercing pain spread through all limbs, Haifeng and Shizun both let out screams like pigs being slaughtered. Haifeng's protective true essence layer dissipated in an instant. The tribulation lightning summoned by the system possessed terrifying power, causing the entire area to explode. After the heavenly thunder's fury, the dense forest was leveled, leaving only a wasteland of rubble and thick smoke. Amidst the swirling white smoke, Haifeng staggered out, his body severely injured, staring in horror at his charred form. Why was I attacked by lightning for no reason? And it even shattered my protective formation. In the distance, Shizun lay motionless on the ground, gritting his teeth and glaring into the void. This system really is ruthless, even breaking his protective formation, but my current situation isn't much better. It seems it's time to use the mountain-suppressing treasure. After rummaging through his storage ring, Shizun took out a small jade bottle containing a azure spiritual liquid. It was said that this liquid could strengthen the body and bones for 15 minutes, with physical combat power increasing multiplicatively in real time. Shizun did not hesitate, tilting his head back to drink the entire jade bottle, swallowing all the precious liquid to strengthen his physique. After a few breaths, the medicinal effect kicked in, and Shizun was like a tiger with wings springing up, his combat power instantly skyrocketing. Haifeng's face showed overwhelming fury, roaring like thunder, "Today I must annihilate you." Shizun wasted no words, directly channeling spiritual power, his body shooting forward like an arrow, putting all his strength into one punch. A punch carrying earth-shattering power directly broke through Haifeng's last layer of defense, slamming viciously into his face and stunning him. Shizun pressed the advantage, continuing to unleash countless punches like a torrential rain, striking the opponent's face. Haifeng refused to accept defeat, struggling to circulate his true essence. countering with a hammer-like punch that hit Shisun's face, sending him staggering back several feet. Haifeng's face twisted viciously as he laughed coldly. Haha, don't think breaking my protective formation means you can hurt me. Relying on this powerful physique, I can unleash limitless strength, approaching the Union stage realm. With that, he waved his hand to unleash the heart-devouring black flame. The overwhelming black fire seemed to devour space itself, attacking Shizun. Attacks like whirlwinds continuously rushed in, aimed straight at Shizun. Shizun remained calm in danger, clapping his hands together, using the terrifying force from the body training system. Invisible energy spread in all directions, easily dispersing Haifeng's attacks. Seeing his attack neutralized in an instant, Haifeng was shocked, exclaiming, "What?" Shizun's system timely sent a few notification lines, believing the host had realized. With your initial body training cultivation, you can easily defeat any enemy below the divine transformation stage, but facing opponents at the divine transformation level or above will be extremely difficult. Shizun's face was bruised and battered, injuries piling up, muttering bitterly, "Yet you gave me a forced mission to defeat him. Isn't this just asking me to die?" In the moment of Shizun's carelessness, Haifeng took the chance to execute the divine soul finger, unleashing spiritual soul power to attack him. Facing the strange and unpredictable technique, Shizun could not react in time. His body convulsed immediately. Haifeng had expended much blood essence executing this move, leaving him extremely fatigued as well. Thinking he had subdued Shizun, he laughed arrogantly. "Having taken my full force soul strike, you're finally about to be scattered into nothingness, aren't you?" Shizun held his head in pain and stood up, causing Haifeng to be extremely terrified by the pain that felt like it was splitting open. The system continued to display the message. Because the gap in strength between the host and the opponent is too great, the system will grant you a reminder prompt. The physical body of a 6th grade demon emperor has been detected in the nearby area, which may be one of the conditions for advancement. We implore the host to find every means to quickly advance. Upon hearing this news, Shizun felt as if he had struck gold. He hastily activated his movement technique, transforming into a streak of light and disappearing from Haifeng's sight, frantically searching for the demon emperor's physical body. Haifeng stood in place, watching the back of Shizun vanish on the horizon, and roared violently. Why? Why are you still not dead? You truly are an immortal cockroach that disgusts people." His fury exploded to the extreme, and Haifeng directly activated the Haifeng Divine Soul's true form. His Divine Soul's eye transformed into the primordial Haifeng's beast form, its aura soaring to the heavens. Shizun continued to desperately move forward, wholeheartedly searching for the Demon Emperor's physical body to advance the system. Not long after traveling some distance, the colossal, mountain-like corpse of the Demon Emperor appeared before his eyes, emitting an ancient aura. Huang Wu stared fixedly at the corpse. Shizun was slightly astonished. Could this be the physical body of the legendary 6th grade demon emperor? Immediately after, a Haifeng true form filled with demonic energy and explosive fur caused Shizun to be momentarily stunned. In his daze, he secretly wondered in confusion, what in the world is that thing? Could it be Haifeng's true form? As soon as Haifeng appeared, he showed no mercy, unleashing techniques of destruction. He roared, wanting to completely annihilate Shizun, his eyes bulging with rage. The system had long since issued a crimson warning. Shizun was even more terrified. The power of this lightning far more frightening than the heavenly punishment the system had previously inflicted. Not daring to waste even a moment, Shizun rapidly flew towards the Demon Emperor's physical body. Exerted all his strength, his body like an arrow leaving the bowstring, one hand grabbing the Demon Emperor's limb that emitted an ancient aura. The moment he touched the target, Shizun roared in his heart, "What are you waiting for? Quickly refine and absorb it for me." At that moment, Haifeng also descended from above with a full force strike, intending to crush Shizun into dust. Haifeng's heaven-destroying, earth-obliterating attack struck Shizun's body without error. At the same time, at the location where Yu Yu and his group were hiding, the ancient aura belonging to Haifeng spread to them. Feeling the terrifying pressure approaching, Yu Yu changed expression and hurriedly turned to look. How can this spiritual might be so horrifying? Upon seeing the surrounding spiritual energy and the commotion, Yu Yu's expression grew even more grave. He couldn't help but worry for Shizun's safety in his heart. "Little Shizun, are you alright?" Back on the battlefield, the terrifying pressure from Haifeng constantly pressed down on Shizun's body. The extreme agony was causing him to gradually weaken, his expression becoming dazed. His physical body and robe had begun to show signs of disintegration under the thunderous peak. The system screamed warnings repeatedly. "Warning, warning. This lightning method is comparable to the tribulation lightning of a combined stage grandmaster, far exceeding the endurance limit of the host's physical body." Seeing Shizun being tortured half to death by the lightning, Haifeng laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha ha. Having been hit by my flame annihilation, heavenly thunder, both your soul and physical body will turn into nothingness." Shizun was now scorched to the brink of life and death by Haifeng's lightning, and he muttered weakly, Am I really going to fall?" At the critical moment between life and death, the images of his loved ones beside Shizen in this world suddenly became vividly clear in his mind. The old ancestor, then his manifested master with a stern expression, followed by the father and mother of Shizen in this world. At the same time, his biological parents from the real world also appeared clearly in Shizen's memories. Every word of their teachings, every loving gaze of theirs was etched deep into his heart and bones, making him remember them forever. In an instant, Shizen erupted with a fierce will to live and, with eyes as firm as steel, looked straight ahead. Facing the roaring lightning, Shizen gritted his teeth and resisted, desperately seeking a chance to counterattack. Haifeng snarled at Shizen, "No matter how much you struggle, it is useless. When you die, I will wash the Yulin immortal sect in blood. Your master, your fellow disciples, even your friends. I will kill them all, leaving none alive." Shizen's face showed boundless anger, and a murderous intent erupted in his eyes. The figures of the Yulin immortal sect disciples continued to appear. Fang Tian Suodier. All were people he had met and befriended at Yulin Immortal Sect. He regarded the sect as his family, feeling no sense of alienation. Shizen's gaze at this moment grew even more resolute. He wanted to live, he must live to protect everyone. Ignoring the lightning that fell like a waterfall, Shizen still stepped forward, one firm step at a time. During this process, his physical body gradually became exceptionally powerful. Then he raised his head and roared coldly at Haifeng. "It wasn't easy for me to have this life, and it wasn't easy for me to have this sect and these friends." Saying this, he roared like thunder, unleashing all his potential. "How could I let you easily destroy all of that?" Shizen's physique points just then were accumulated like a torrential flood. Seeing Shizen stubbornly struggling and resisting, Haifeng grew even more frantic in pouring in his power. Determined to crush Shizen, he thought, "Damn it, I must use all my energy." Shizen had now transformed into a frenzied beast, roaring and confronting the lightning. This physical body of mine must continue to endure. The physique points in an instant reached the threshold for a breakthrough. The system simultaneously issued a shocking announcement. "Congratulations, host Shizen, for finally shattering the lightning that was suppressing you." Afterwards, Shizen appeared with a completely new appearance, a body bulging with muscles, every lump of flesh as hard as steel. He glared at Haifeng with eyes of boundless fury. The system continued to deliver new information. "Congratulations, host, for stepping into the path of cultivation, successfully advancing to the first layer of the mortal realm." Seeing Shizen still standing firm after his ultimate move, Haifeng screamed in terror, "How is this possible? Why aren't you dead yet? Your physical body seems to be able to level up. Damn it, I don't care anymore." With that, he began to burn his divine soul, wanting to perish together with Shizen. "Even if I must burn my primordial spirit, I am determined to drag you down to hell." The system continued to deliver new information to Shizen. "Host has successfully broken through to a new realm. The reward has been infused into your sea of consciousness. This new movement is not only for physical training, but will also yield unexpected results in real combat. While the medicinal power is still strong, face the enemy head-on." Shizen looked up at the sky with a proud expression and a firm gaze. Right after, his body moved swiftly, channeling all his true essence and spiritual power into a battle stance, facing the ancient Haifeng. But Haifeng crazily burned his spirit, depleting his origin, and unleashed a black wind demon flame that shot towards Shizen. Shizen did not flinch, stepping forward and throwing a punch imbued with his newly mastered ultimate technique and divine power, charging into Haifeng. The two surging forces of heaven-shaking might and ferocious, destructive energy violently collided. The overwhelming pressure and instant devastation raised everything, wiping out all existence in a flash. The powerful shockwave continued to surge into the sky, tearing the heavens apart. The earth and sky trembled, and space shattered into a massive crack, through which the outside world could be faintly seen. Yet within an instant, space sealed itself and rapidly restored. The mountain-guarding ancestor, the senior who protected the mountain, sensed the anomaly from afar and manifested to observe the ruins of the demon region. From a distance, he witnessed the devastation like a wasteland and wondered with shock if this was a battle of a peak nascent soul powerhouse. As the doubt faded, he already had his answer. He took a step and flew over. When the ancestor approached, he saw the remains of the demon emperor lying on the ground. His ruined body was now nothing but a soulless shell, shrouded in deathly energy with all vitality severed. The mountain-guarding ancestor's expression changed, and he exclaimed in terror that the demon emperor was dead. It was rumored that the last person to enter was a disciple of the Imperial Forest Immortal Sect. How could he have such shocking cultivation? He extended his divine sense for 1,000 li, but detected no trace of any aura. Vast land was now desolate, confirming something he muttered that he had sensed no signs. It seemed he had perished alongside the demon emperor, body and soul extinguished. Hearing this conclusion, Yu screamed in horror. "What did you say? His brother Shizen really dead? I don't believe it. He was so powerful. How could he die?" Beside her, the tribe leader scolded her for her rudeness. The mountain guarding ancestor gently told Yu that he had scanned the entire demon region with his divine will but truly found no trace of aura. The senior sister beside them was dazed, thinking that he could not escape death after all. But why did grief rise in her heart? She said to herself, even though I had a grudge against him before and even wished for his death, if not for him, I might have long since died in the Serpent King's mouth. Yu still refused to accept the truth, shaking her head vigorously. No, you must have sensed wrong. Suddenly, a strike from behind to the back of her neck knocked Yu unconscious. The senior sister intervened to help her calm down from the immense shock. She wanted to help the little girl steady herself after this shock. The senior sister then turned to the mountain guarding ancestor, saying that the trial was a matter of life and death. After returning to the sect, she would report the matter to the headmaster. The mountain guarding ancestor sighed with regret. What a pity. The southern wilderness has lost such an exceptional genius. He might have been a strong candidate for the future Heavenly Selection Assembly, or even stepped forward to become a dust immortal. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days went by. At the old battlefield between Shizun and Haifeng, Shizun, in a daze, faintly heard a desperate cry for help. Save me! Help! Shizun woke up suddenly, feeling his whole body aching as if torn apart. His entire body was limp, his limbs powerless. Looking around, Shizun suddenly saw Haifeng in a barely breathing state. Haifeng, now with his spiritual power exhausted, kept pleading, "Save me! Without a physical body to anchor my spirit, I will be scattered to the winds." Hearing this, Shizun was stunned. You're still not dead? Didn't you once declare you would massacre my imperial forest, immortal mansion? Saving you would be like releasing a tiger back to the mountain. Haifeng, now at death's door, hastily and earnestly said, I really don't want to die. As long as you save me, I swear to the old heavenly lord that you are my master. If I dare to betray, heaven's Tao will punish me. Shizun rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Having an ancient phoenix as a mount doesn't sound so bad, does it? After a moment of thought, Shizun turned to look at Haifeng. Alright, so what do I need to do to save you? Haifeng hurriedly replied, just kill a fierce beast for me to parasitize its physical body. The higher the grade, the better. Shizun was shocked upon hearing this. A demon beast? The system conveniently reminded him that due to medicinal backlash, the host was in a weakened state and was forbidden from fighting. Through the system, Shizun examined his own body and realized his strength was gone, making it hard to even handle a third Grimmon beast. Shizun looked around and said, look at this place. Where can I find a fierce beast? Haifeng was panicked, sweating profusely and begging, please save me quickly. I can't hold on much longer. Feeling helpless, Shizun sank into thought again, seeking a way to save Haifeng from utter destruction. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck, and a thought appeared in his mind. With a mysterious look, Shizun reached into his spatial storage and searched for something. Then he pulled out an object that left Haifeng lying wide-eyed and slack-jawed. Shizun looked at Haifeng with an innocent expression. Here's this top-grade spirit chicken. Use it. The Supreme Elder gave it to me. I haven't even tasted it yet. Haifeng was displeased. What sheep? Huh? This is me? An esteemed ancient phoenix true spirit has to parasitize into this thing. It's clearly not a demon beast's body, just a mere hen that just molted and is ready for the pot. Shizun sighed lightly and directly declared that this was the only option. Endure it and accept it, or endure it and suffer the consequences. Haifeng's face darkened as he stared intently at the spirit chicken, remaining silent. In the end, having no other choice, Haifeng reluctantly merged into the hen's body. In an instant, Haifeng's soul awakened, and his eyes suddenly sharpened in shock. He jumped up, raised his neck, and crowed, Ho, the phoenix, have been reborn? After taking over his new body, Haifeng kept moving his limbs, testing and getting used to his current form. After a short while, his expression became strangely excited. What is this? The compatibility rate of this body is even higher than the Demon Emperor form. If my spirit recovers a bit more and I train this body, I feel like I can regain the peak of the pond realm. But his eyes shifted down to the chicken body and he frowned only. This form truly has no aesthetic appeal. Saying this, Haifeng used an illusionary technique and draped himself in a brand new, pitch-black robe. With his current appearance, Haifeng was even more satisfied. This look is barely acceptable. Haha. Shizun, standing nearby, was also tempted to get new clothes and ordered Haifeng, my clothes are all torn too. Quickly create a new set for me. Haifeng furrowed his brows, his expression slightly dissatisfied, glancing at Shizun. In an instant, Haifeng waved his hand to cast a spell, draping battle armor over Shizun. Seeing that armor, Shizun became angry. What kind of ghostly clothing is this? I wanted the old set I had before. Haifeng irritably raised his hand forward, muttering while casting the spell, complaining that this man was too troublesome. After Shizun put on the old set of clothes, he nodded slightly in satisfaction. This set looks passable. Suddenly his stomach rumbled like thunder, making his face turn ugly. Right after, Shizun put on the tone of a master, pointing his finger to order Haifeng. I am very hungry. Go hunt some food for me. Hai Feng immediately retorted, I am the mighty ancient Hai Feng, and you want me to be a servant? Shizhen replied flatly, you were the one who said you wanted me to be your master, and now you want to go back on your word. Do you wish to be punished by the heavenly law? Hai Feng showed an annoyed expression openly, even spitting out a puff of air from his mouth. Next, he shot swiftly into the forest nearby, searching for prey. Wait here for a moment. Shizhen stood still in place, watching the fading figure. Finally got rid of him. After the system upgraded, I haven't had the chance to look into its new functions, so I might as well examine it carefully. When he opened the system, a flood of information poured in. What caught Shisan's attention most was the physique forging art. The system explained that this was an advanced method for tempering muscles and bones, possessing strong practical combat value. It was a comprehensive free combat skill, based on Wing Chun, boxing, and swordsmanship, while also incorporating the essence of martial arts from countless worlds. It requested the host to strive for training points to unlock more abilities. Shizhen curiously explored further. After successful unlocking, the system announced tools to enhance training effects, including a healing hot spring for physical recovery and a steam bath to boost vitality and remove impurities. Reading this line, Shizhen doubted, a hot spring? Can it cure the backlash force on my body? The system replied, the hot spring is ineffective against the backlash force generated by the special nature of the items. Shizhen immediately summoned the hot spring for himself, sighing softly. Oh well, soaking to soothe the spirit and relax the muscles after each battle is fine too. He then jumped into the hot spring, comfortably soaking to relax his muscles and recover from minor injuries. The scene shifted to the nearby forest, where Hai Feng was tracking prey. Suddenly a wolf demon sprang out from somewhere, blocking the path, and laughed coldly. Aha, a mountain range beast like you is reduced to this kind of wild chicken? I have been struggling to find prey, so I might as well fill my stomach with you first. Haha! Hai Feng furrowed his brows and snorted coldly, glaring at the wolf demon. Hemp, only a third-rank demonic beast. As soon as he finished speaking, Hai Feng leaped up, stomping straight onto the wolf demon's face, leaving it dizzy and disoriented. With just a simple kick, Hai Feng defeated the wolf demon, dragging its body as spoils and automatically turning back. As soon as he returned to Shisan's spot, Hai Feng's face stiffened. He could not help but ask in confusion, hurriedly, where did this hot spring come from? Shizhen turned to look at Hai Feng. You're back? Get lost, come in here and soak for a bit to relax. Hai Feng stepped into the hot spring step by step, dissatisfied. The mighty ancient Hai Feng, how can he share a hot spring with a mortal? But just a few seconds later, a surge of ecstasy hit him, making Hai Feng excited, shouting, this feeling, my divine soul is gradually recovering. Hai Feng knew this was a treasure and was not foolish enough to miss the opportunity, so he declared with slight embarrassment, I'll reluctantly soak for a bit longer. Shizhen was too lazy to argue with him, commanding, later, you go cook for me, then take me back to the Imperial Forest front gate. Hai Feng angrily roared, what? Are you treating me as your servant? Time passed quickly, and a few days later, at the Imperial Forest Immortals sect, in the Five Scenery Wilderness, the scene shifted the dilapidated small courtyard of Shizhen behind the mountain. The people of the Imperial Forest Immortals sect thought Shizhen had fallen, so they set up a spirit tablet and grave for him. Fang Tiansuo, wounded by poison, drank while weeping before the grave, crying, Brother Shizhen, you have returned to heaven. Then who will be our match against them anymore? Our Imperial Forest Immortal sect faces the risk of having its fortune stolen again. Truly heaven envies talent. How could Brother Shizhen be so hasty in returning to heaven? Just as the mournful cries had not ceased, Shizhen suddenly appeared, startling Fang Tiansuo out of his wits. Who are you crying and mourning for so freshly? Fang Tiansuo looked at Shizhen with a deathly pale face like a ghost, exclaiming in terror, Ghost, there's a ghost. Shizhen raised an eyebrow, glancing at the grave in front. What kind of ghostly thing is this? Who built this grave for me? Why make such an unlucky thing? Fang Tiansuo trembled as he stepped forward to check, then cried out in shock, Brother Shizhen, you really haven't fallen. Shizhen's face was ugly, looking askance and replying, Need I say more? Am I not standing right here? Fang Tiansuo was overjoyed as if he had found a priceless treasure, stammering, Good, very good. I said so. How could one conclude a person has fallen without seeing the body? But wait, if you are not dead, didn't you single-handedly kill that demon Emperor Six Vines? Shizhen looked up thoughtfully at the nine heavens, stroking his chin in contemplation. It seems it could be understood that way. Hearing this, Fang Tiansuo exclaimed in shock. What? You freak, you actually killed a divine transformation stage expert. Those noble holy sons and daughters are no match for that. Hai Feng beside him let out a soft snort, his contemptuous attitude clear. These mortals from this rustic village truly have shallow knowledge. What is so great about killing a divine transformation stage at this age? Fang Tiansuo was utterly horrified upon hearing this, then panikedly pointed at Hai Feng. Chicken, this chicken just spoke human language. Could it be a third-rank demonic beast? Shizhen rubbed rubbed Haifeng's head, calmly saying, "Yeah, he is my little brother I took in from the 10,000 Demon Mountain ruins." Haifeng gave Shizun a dissatisfied sideways glance, thinking to himself, "How annoying, every time I hear him brag like this. I just want to explode." Fang Tiansuo still stared intently at Haifeng, asking doubtfully, "Little brother? I initially thought it was the provisions you had prepared." Shizun timely brought up what Fang Tiansuo had just said. "You said the Imperial Forest Immortal sect was in danger. What exactly happened?" Fang Tiansuo put away his shock, looked at Shizun, and recounted the whole story. It is the King Fang sect that, taking advantage of the sect master's closed-door cultivation, had senior brother Shi Lilan from outside lead the Xuan sect to attack the sect gate. Shizun brought his hand to stroke his chin, pondering deeply. The King Fang sect. Could it be because of what happened at the 10,000 Demon Mountain ruins? Fang Tiansuo continued to tell about the sect's situation. They used the Xuantian Holy Gathering as a pretext, demanded a martial contest with the sect's disciples. "Right, Shizun, we should hurry to the meditation room to check on Nangong Man." Hearing this, Shizun's expression changed, asking worriedly, "Has she been severely injured already?" Scene shifted to Nangong Man's meditation room, a rundown dilapidated quiet chamber with cracked walls, hidden within a towering mountain. As soon as Shizun arrived, he hurriedly rushed in, shouting in worry, "How is Nangong Man doing?" Lao Xiao was treating Nangong Man's wounds, somewhat surprised to see Shizun appear. Because of the great surprise, he blurted out and asked, "Shizun, you are still alive?" At this moment, Nangong Man's injuries were extremely critical, and he was still unconscious. Shizun's face was heavy, and he suggested that he had a method could cure Nangong Man. Without any hesitation, Shizun quickly took Nangong Man into the hot spring bestowed by the system to heal his wounds. After soaking for a while, Nangong Man's vitality gradually stabilized. Lao Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, saying that Nangong Man's breathing was much smoother, and the healing effect of this spirit spring was truly extraordinary. Shizun's expression immediately changed, and he angrily demanded who had inflicted such severe injuries on Nangong Man. Lao Xiao quickly recounted that the culprit was Yang Xiao, the leading disciple of Xuanjin sect and a contestant of the Xuanjin Grand Assembly, who had deliberately concealed his cultivation. He had tricked Nangong Man onto the arena with cruel methods. If it were not for Old Man stopping him in time, Nangong Man would have surely lost his life. Shizun immediately asked if that man was still at the training grounds. Upon confirmation, he stormed off saying, "Fine, I will settle the account with him personally." The dust settled, revealing the arena of the Imperial Forest Immortal sect, where the disciples were in chaotic disarray, like a nest of disturbed bees. Liu Songyang, once hailed as a prodigy, now lay in disgrace unconscious at the edge of the arena. Yang Xiao stood proudly in the center of the arena, his gaze contemptuously sweeping downward, sarcastically remarking that the rumored head of the Tianzi pavilion was nothing but a loud, empty vessel, unable to withstand a single strike from him. He mocked the Imperial Forest Immortal sect, asking if, despite being among the 36 major sects, it did not have a single qualified cultivator. The elder from Xuanzhen sect on the main seat turned to the managing elder of the Xuanqing Grand Assembly, his tone sarcastic. "Today, I have invited the examiner to witness. If your sect cannot find anyone to defeat my beloved disciple, then it seems this qualification spot must be ceded to Xuanzhen sect." The managing elder's face turned pale. He deeply regretted his underestimation, never expecting them to resort to such a cultivation-suppressing scheme, which had forced him into a hasty wager. On the arena, Yang Xiao continuously shouted provocations. "I heard the Imperial Forest Immortal sect also has a senior brother, a kingly figure with some strength. Could it be that he is too cowardly to show his face this time?" The crowd of Imperial Forest Immortal sect disciples felt utterly humiliated, their fury boiling over, believing that they were taking advantage of the senior brother's seclusion to cause trouble. Yang Xiao laughed heartily, his voice even more grating, insulting the Imperial Forest Immortal sect for truly being as degenerate as this. He said that now it only nurtured a bunch of useless trash. Just then, a thunderous shout echoed from the sky. "Shut your mouth!" Along with it came a powerful, oppressive aura that landed directly on the arena, creating a shockwave of energy that swept across. Shizun descended with a heroic posture, his gaze as sharp as a blade, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. The disciples of the Imperial Forest Immortal sect were extremely shocked, shouting in unison, "It is him! Shizun!" The managing elder also jerked in surprise, his face turning pale. "Shizun, did he not fall already?" Yang Xiao furrowed his brow, looking at Shizun with a probing gaze. "Who are you?" Shizun cupped his fists, his eyes fixed on the petty man before him. "Imperial Forest Immortal Sect Inner Sect New Recruit, Shizun. I am here today for a quick battle with you." Hearing this, Yang Xiao immediately regained his arrogant demeanor, sneering in reply. "Just an Inner Sect New Recruit, so eager to seek death. Fine, today I, Yang, will grant your wish." He introduced himself as the leading disciple of Xuanzhen sect, Yang Xiao, with a cultivation base at the mid-core formation stage. The managing elder above quickly shouted a warning. Be careful. Do not let him deceive you. He is deliberately hiding his cultivation. In reality, he has already reached the late core formation stage. The elder from Xuanzhen sect on the sidelines thought to himself, such a narrow vision for a managing elder. My idol has already broken through to the early nascent soul stage. Since the senior brother of the Imperial Forest Immortal sect is not here, who can possibly rival my idol? The system in Shisan's head simultaneously issued a warning. Warning, opponent cultivation detected. Early nascent soul stage. Host's body has not fully recovered. Please exercise caution in battle. Shizen, following the system's reminder, glared at Yang Xiao and shouted, Fine scoundrel, you are not sincere at all. Clearly at the early nascent soul stage, yet you deliberately conceal your strength to lure me into underestimating you? Exposed, Yang Xiao's expression instantly panicked. What? You can see through my disguise? The elder from Xuanzhen sect above looked at the managing elder with a sneaky glance. It is no matter. Knowing my beloved disciple's true strength should only make you more anxious, right? The managing elder was already inwardly pleased, thinking about Shizen. Shizen returned safely from the hands of Lu Jia Yao Huang. How could he fear a mere early nascent soul cultivator like you? Yang Xiao's expression grew even more arrogant, staring intently at Shizen. Since you have seen through me, then let you experience my full strength. As he spoke, he immediately executed the ascending immortal art, a vine dart shooting toward Shizen with a gust of wind. The vine struck with the force of a venomous snake, tightly entangling Shizen's arm, but it did not cause any trace of fear in him. Yang Xiao thought he had victory firmly in hand, laughing triumphantly. Ha ha, I have caught you. Shizen's face showed confusion, slightly furrowing his brow as he looked at Yang Xiao. What is this ridiculous move? This vine is outdated, and you have only tied your own hands. Hearing this, Yang Xiao was stunned, his eyes wide with shock. The next moment, Shizen made his move. He swung his arm and pulled hard while Yang Xiao was still holding on. Before he could react, he was dragged off the arena with an expression of extreme horror. Shizen pulled the opponent closer while unleashing a full-powered punch. It struck directly into Yang Xiao's face. The immense force erupted, sending Yang Xiao flying like a kite with a broken string. His body scraped violently across the ground, crying out in pain as he clutched his face miserably on the arena. Ah, ah! It hurts so much. Shizen withdrew his fist and looked at his own hand, thinking to himself, logically, this punch should have knocked him unconscious. It seems my body is still weak. Yang Xiao once again mustered his full strength, unleashing his ultimate technique, Ghost Forest Immortal Vines. Instantly, countless thorny vine nets erupted from the ground around Shizen, as if trying to trap him. Shizen was slightly startled. Seeing that the technique had successfully trapped Shizen, Yang Xiao laughed triumphantly. You are surrounded. He threatened that these immortal vines were all coated with poison. The moment they touched his skin, his little life would be hard to save. But facing this attack, Shizen only lightly dodged, his movements graceful. The vine seemed like he was naturally practicing his movement technique. Yang Xiao was shocked and panicked. What kind of ghostly movement technique is this? It can dodge all my attacks. Shizen casually picked up a stone, taking aim. He hurled it fiercely toward Yang Xiao. The stone flew through the air, its wind approaching. The stone flew swiftly, smashing directly into Yang Xiao's body. He cried out in pain, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Shizen then took his training rope, wrapped it tightly around the stone, and continued to throw them repeatedly, his movements leisurely as if playing. Yang Xiao could only stand still and take the hits, enduring all the devastating damage. In the blink of an eye, his protective spell formation shattered, causing him to suffer even more severe injuries. The elder on the high platform's face changed drastically, shouting like thunder, Stop! Why do you not stop immediately? His figure turned into a streak of light as he rushed down, catching Yang Xiao's tattered, kite-like body. As soon as he set foot on the battlefield, the elder roared like a thunderclap. Vicious little thief! You dared to ruin my disciples' Dao Foundation and Danshan. I will never forgive you! The elder of Xuanzhen sect turned purple with rage and raised his hand, intending to punish Shizen. Unexpectedly, the examiner of the Xuantian Grand Gathering suddenly appeared, stopped him and slowly said, Since you have stepped onto the duel arena, life and death are fated, wealth and honor are up to heaven. Losing is losing, what more is there to say? According to the established rules, this Xuantian Grand Gathering quota from now on belongs to Yulin Immortal Sect. Hearing this, the Xuanzhen sect elder choked and dared not refute, only hating that he could not punch the void. He could only angrily toss the quota to the ground like trash. Shizen, eyes sharp as torches and hands swift as lightning, snatched the quota with a face full of confusion. Staring blankly at the item he had just seized, he could not help asking, "What is this thing?" Old Ugly had long since crept closer, laughing heartily as he congratulated Shizun. "Congratulations, young friend. Having joined the sect for only a few months and already winning the quota through your own strength, your future is limitless. This golden token is precisely the credential for participating in the grand gathering. Once you drop blood to claim ownership, young friend, you will officially become a contestant." Shizun was still dazed, glancing suspiciously at Old Ugly and asking, "So that means I no longer have to risk my life accumulating study points?" Old Ugly frowned at Shizun as if he were a fool and replied, "No longer needed. Your strength has proven everything. Study points are nothing." Hearing this, Shizun's eyes lit up, and he roared excitedly on the arena, "This is amazing. Ha ha ha." Time flew by. A few days later, the sect leader who had been in seclusion finally returned to the sect. As soon as he arrived at the sect grounds, the imposing sect leader immediately summoned the disciples, his voice booming. "I was in seclusion attending a council, and now I return to officially announce that the trial's secret realm shows signs of opening. 1 month from now, the southern region qualifiers of the Xuantian Grand Gathering will begin. Seeing that some disciples who participated in the previous qualifiers were severely injured and had not yet recovered, I have decided to directly announce the list of contestants for Yulin Immortal Sect this time. The first is Tang Ye, the strongest in Yulin Immortal Sect. The second is the enchantress Nangong Man, who topped the points board through her exploits in the 10,000 Demon Mountain Range. And finally, it is Shizun, the absolute victor who seized the quota from Xuanzhen Sect. After making the announcement to the entire sect, Nangong Huang led Shizun's group to a mountain near the sect and slowly explained, "As this is your first time participating in the qualifiers, I will briefly introduce the secret realm. The secret realm is called Tianmu Chong, and legend says it is the training ground of a great cultivator at the Tribulation Transcendence realm. That great cultivator failed to ascend, but when he fell, his Tao rhyme did not dissipate. Instead, it condensed into this secret realm. Do not think that you are the strongest in the desolate region. In these qualifiers, you absolutely must not be complacent and underestimate the enemy. This is a battle encompassing the entire southern domain. The vast southern domain is immense. The desolate region is but a tiny corner, like a grain of sand in the ocean. There is Xuanzhen Sect, ranked 15th among the 36 sects, Spirit Beast Sect ranked 20th, Haoshan Sect ranked 3rd, along with Sword Dao Sect and Swanee Sect of the 4 sects and 3 schools. In particular, the 4 prodigies of the southern domain are also participating in these qualifiers." Shizun looked at Nangong Huang with a curious expression and asked who the 4 prodigies were. Nangong Huang glanced at Tang Yi, signaling him to explain. Tang Yi answered gravely, speaking slowly, "The 4 prodigies are Jian Wuju, Si Chang'an of Sword Dao Sect, Meng Jiao of Swan Sect, Yuan Tiansheng of Haoshan Sect. Except for Yuan Tiansheng, who is only at the Spirit Transformation Realm, the other 3 have already entered the Integration Realm, especially Jian Wuju, who is said to have broken through the Mid-Integration Realm." Shizun's gaze was resolute as he glanced at Tang Yi, thinking to himself, Mid-Integration Realm. Last time when I fought Haifeng, I still had to rely on the system and special medicinal herbs to barely win. If I do not seize the time to cultivate, my chances of victory against an Integration Realm opponent are probably not high. Yu's face was anxious as she exclaimed in dismay, "Damn it, then are we doomed? I am only at the body tempering, marrow cleansing stage." Nangong Huang stared intently at Yu, pondered, "Little man's physique is truly peculiar. Although her physical body is formidable enough to rival the late Golden Core realm, it is difficult for her to break through the Q-refining realm." After a moment of thought, Nangong Huang turned to look at Shizun and said, "Shizun, you also primarily cultivate the body. Perhaps you can guide Nangong Man a little. This will be of some help for this secret realm qualifier." Shizun was somewhat surprised and quickly asked back, "Guide me. What does sect leader mean?" Time passed like a fleeting shadow. The peaceful scene shifted to Nangong Man's cultivation room. She eagerly urged Shizun, "Hurry up, little Shizun. Quickly teach me those weird footwork moves of yours. Do not be stingy." On the opposite side, Shizun pondered, "Can the movements unlocked by the system work on others?" Just as Shizun was still puzzled, the system's cold voice rang out, "The master-disciple contract has been formally bound. The deeper the bond, the more exquisite the ability to transmit movements will be. The disciple can thereby comprehend the profound mysteries of the muscle body, immortal cultivation technique, reaping countless benefits." Shizun looked at the text, understood 7 or 8 parts of it in his heart, and then spoke, "All right, you can learn it, but senior sister must acknowledge me as master. After all, this is my family's secret technique, and I cannot casually reveal it to outsiders." Hearing this, Yu's delicate face showed a helpless expression. She glanced at Shizun and said softly, "Acknowledge you as master. I am literally your senior sister." Shizun remained straightforward, extending his hand in front of Yu, his tone firm, "It does not matter. We can separate the public from the private." Yu heard Shizun say this and pondered for a long time in her heart. Her eyes lit up and she thought to herself, it is not impossible. At the same time, the system let out another prompting sound. Master Disciple contract successfully bound. Body technique transmission function has been officially unlocked. Shizen's expression was solemn as he continued to explain. The following movements and formulas must be memorized carefully, for the master will only demonstrate them once. After speaking, Shizen began to instruct Nangong Man in the movements to limber up the sinews and bones. Step forward. First, step forward with your left foot. Shizen then stretched his body, raised both hands above his head, and then circulated his energy to regulate his breathing, stretching and relaxing his bones. After a period of painstaking instruction, Shizen returned to his cultivation room behind Yuma Mountain. As soon as he arrived, he quickly opened the system to check. Finally, he had finished transmitting the health-preserving body technique. Next was the time for his own arduous training. The training movement function had been unlocked. Proficiency. It can enhance body techniques, footwork, and also increase physical strength. Enhancing physical strength is the surest way to consolidate the foundation of one's cultivation. Currently, the 100 Battle Fist scripture has unlocked countless exquisite movements, but fully comprehending them requires consuming a large amount of training points. Xuanqian Grand Gathering qualifier is about to begin. I should prioritize unlocking movements with higher practical combat value. Thus, Shizen began to focus on diligently training his body techniques with great discipline. Day and night, he ceaselessly enhanced his combat power. Day after day, he constantly stabilized his training strength. Each day, he increased the difficulty, and at the same time, he diligently engaged in sparring matches with Haifeng. Finally, after 2 months, the Tiamu Secret Realm officially opened. The Southern Region qualifier of the Xuanqian Grand Gathering also began accordingly. The scene shifted to the teleportation formation area of Yulin Immortal Sect. Nangong Huang appeared in person this time, leading Shizen's group. The qualifier grand competition is under my command. Everyone, follow me into the teleportation formation. Nangong Huang's gaze inadvertently passed over Shizen, but his attention was completely focused on Haifeng. How did a crow sneak into our team? Shizen immediately explained, reporting to the elder, this is my spiritual pet. I heard that bringing a spiritual pet to the competition does not violate the rules. After speaking, Shizen put on a sullen face, somewhat dissatisfied. This stinking crow insisted on following me, begging me day and night for half a month. Haifeng heard this, turned his head to look at Shizen, and replied, the secret realm is full of opportunities. Perhaps there will be something there to help me restore my strength. Shizen's group immediately became serious and entered the teleportation formation of Yulin Immortal Sect. Alright, time is precious. We must set off quickly. In an instant, the teleportation formation of Yulin Immortal Sect was activated by Nangong Huang. In just a few breaths, they crossed the spatial formation and arrived at the qualifier area of the Xuanqian Grand Gathering. As soon as they arrived, what greeted their eyes was an endless sea of people. Shizen could not help but exclaim in shock, what is this? There are so many people participating in the Secret Realm qualifiers. Nangong Huang walked while explaining Shizen's confusion. After all, this is the qualifier Secret Realm. There are countless large and small sect families. As long as they are a cultivation sect under the system of the cultivation world, they can receive at least one qualification to participate. Suddenly, a sinister voice came from a distance, startling Shizen. Ha, I have finally waited for you. Shizen heard the voice but saw no one, so he put on an arrogant expression and barked. Who is that? Who is whispering to me? The voice sounded again, even more cold and deep. This is a secret realm, so there will certainly be a chance to ask for advice on your ultimate technique. Shizen looked around, his face full of excitement, and he kept shouting, excellent. Stop hiding and skulking, who is being so sneaky? At that moment, a woman with a veil suddenly appeared right at Shizen's feet. What sneaky? I, your lady, am standing right before you. After she spoke, she turned and left, leaving behind a cryptic remark. I look forward to your performance. You had best not disappoint me. Shizen's expression stiffened, a look of confusion on his face. Who is that person? Truly bizarre. As he was bewildered, a commotion rose from the crowd of cultivators. Look quickly. The people from Sword Dao sect have arrived. Shizen curiously turned his head to look in the direction of the shouting crowd. Before his eyes, the teleportation gate of some mysterious power slowly began to appear. In the blink of an eye, a group of people with overbearing momentum arrogantly stepped out of the teleportation array. Hang Yai glanced at them, understanding their identity clearly in his heart. They were indeed people of the Sword Dao sect. The teleportation gate once again blazed with brilliant light. As soon as the female cultivators appeared, an earth-shaking cheer rose from the crowd. The fairies of the Chuan He sect have arrived. Shizen's eyes were full of shock, and he could not help but admire. Truly a large number of people. Nangong Huang's expression was serious as he continued. An ordinary sect only gets 1 quota. The upper 36 gates can seize 2 quotas. As for the 4 sects and 3 factions, they are favored with 4 quotas. Right at that moment, a figure swiftly approached from the distance. It was the examination official of the Grand Assembly. His voice boomed like thunder. "Dear fellow Daoists, please maintain silence. I am the examination official for this secret realm trial. My Daoist name is Xiaoxuanzi. Since you have all gathered, I shall announce the rules of the trial. This secret realm allows cooperation. Any cultivator below the Harmony Fusion realm can activate the Jade Slip in their hand to enter the secret realm. This Jade Slip contains a life-saving talisman array, which can block one fatal attack for you, and the Jade Slip will shatter in the process. A shattered Jade Slip means you are eliminated and must leave the secret realm. The secret realm holds countless spirit treasures and immortal opportunities, especially the Dao Fire condensed from Dao Rhyme. It not only advances cultivation but also offers a chance to comprehend the Dao. If the Dao Fire matches one's specialized cultivation technique, it is truly the icing on the cake. However, the Dao Fire originates from the Sky Tomes, and there is a limited number each time. Therefore, this trial will select the top 5 who collect the most Dao Fire to directly advance to the inner round. Of course, those who do not advance should not be discouraged, as they can still find inheritances or precious treasures. This journey will certainly not be in vain. Old Xiao waved his sleeve, and the secret realm teleportation gate slowly opened. I invite you all to enter the secret realm one by one. The teleportation location is completely random. The crowd of participating cultivators immediately boiled over, scrambling to step through the teleportation gate and enter the secret realm. Shizun did not delay either, bidding farewell to Tang Yi and immediately following suit. "Everyone, Zhuangmu will go ahead," Tang Yi loudly instructed from behind. "Little brother, be careful. Do not underestimate the enemy." Shizun and Haifeng strode to the teleportation gate. In the blink of an eye, Shizun's figure was teleported to a desolate land. As he steadied himself, he cast his gaze around. This place was the Sky Tome secret realm. At that moment, 2 unfamiliar figures and their mounts appeared before him. Shizun frowned, startled to recognize the aura of the opponents, Beast Spirit. One of them, with an arrogant face, spoke in a long, drawn-out tone. "Not bad luck. We just gathered with our sect mates and immediately found an opponent." Shizun frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled. "Isn't teleportation random? How can you gather into a team so quickly?" The 2 strangers looked arrogant and directly replied, "We are disciples of the Beast Spirit sect. Our spirit beasts can sense the aura of sect mates even from 10,000 miles away. Our luck this time is good. Our teleportation locations were not too far apart. Judging by your combination, you must also be a spirit tamer." The Beast Spirit sect disciple suddenly burst into loud laughter, his tone extremely mocking. "Haifeng the Fire Feather Chicken. Haha. Someone actually uses a jungle fowl as a spirit pet? Truly laughable to the point of losing one's teeth. We are from the 10th ranked sect, the Beast Spirit sect. Reducing one opponent increases our own chances of victory." As soon as he finished speaking, they urged their spirit beasts to fiercely charge and attack Shizun. "Kill him, Heaven Wing Lion King." Haifeng was not afraid in the slightest and immediately charged forward, his eyes full of killing intent. "Dare to look down on me, a chicken. You are courting death." Haifeng, like a streak of fiery light, directly slammed into the Heaven Wing Spirit beast, causing it to let out a painful, miserable cry. Not giving the opponent time to react, Haifeng continued to swing its claws, the sharp talons kicking straight into the spirit beast's face. 2 Beast Spirit sect disciples witnessed this scene, their faces filled with shock, clearly unable to believe their eyes. Outside the secret realm, countless martial artists continued to watch the teleportation gate. The next second, the 2 Beast Spirit sect disciples were beaten black and blue by Shizun and Haifeng, and were simultaneously eliminated from the secret realm. The crowd of participants exclaimed in shock, "Someone is eliminated." They were teleported out. Not all the contestants have even entered yet, and someone is already eliminated, and they are disciples of the 10th ranked sect, the Beast Spirit sect. Old Xiao showed a look of interest on his face. This selection seems extremely exciting. Tang Yi was also a bit worried. Seeing the Beast Spirit sect disciples eliminated, I must be more careful. Switching to Shizun's situation, he was now wandering in a desolate valley, a somewhat bewildered expression on his face. Shizun looked at Haifeng. "I have absolutely no idea where to find the Dao Fire right now." Haifeng looked grave, analyzing slowly. "If the Dao Fire is formed from the condensation of death, then perhaps we should search for it in places near tombs." While he was still confused with Haifeng, a streak of green light suddenly appeared in the sky, moving as fast as lightning, flashing right over Shizun's head. This made Shizun extremely surprised. "What is that thing?" As soon as he spoke, 3 more figures appeared behind him, in full pursuit of the streak of green light. Haifeng also recognized its aura. That is the Dao Fire. Moreover, it is being chased by others. Seeing this, Shizun and Haifeng immediately activated their movement techniques and chased after the trail of the Dao Fire. "Let's go check it out." The Dao Fire was still running wildly, reaching its maximum speed, nimbly dodging all attacks. At that moment, another figure appeared, blocking its path. "You can't escape." The man approached the Dao Fire, immediately formed hand seals, channeled his spiritual power, and activated the trapping formation he had laid in advance. In an instant, the Dao fire was completely imprisoned, locked tightly within the invisible formation. After a tense chase, the group of 3 finally succeeded in capturing the Dao fire. "Finally caught you! This thing sure knows how to run." At that moment, another voice suddenly rang out, startling the entire group. "Thank you all for your assistance." The Sword Dao sect disciple who just appeared arrogantly issued a threat. "I will give you 2 choices. 1. Be eliminated from the secret realm immediately, and this Dao fire belongs to me. 2. Hand it over willingly, and I will let you leave." 3 of them turned pale when they realized he was from the Sword Dao sect. This mongrel dared to steal our achievement. The Sword Dao sect disciple was still arrogant, telling them to decide quickly because he was losing patience. Facing the threat, the 3 were worried because his cultivation had reached early divine transformation stage. Even joining hands would be hard to defeat him. That disciple then loudly insulted them, saying that a bunch of ragtag unaffiliated cultivators without a divine transformation cultivator dared to oppose him. The moment he finished speaking, a heaven-shaking explosion erupted in midair. The 3 were crushed in momentum, falling like kites with cut strings onto the hard ground, utterly weakened. Indeed, the gap between nascent soul and divine transformation was vast and immeasurable. The Sword Dao sect disciple landed before them after striking. He revealed a venomous expression, slowly drew his sword, and said it was time for you to return to heaven. Suddenly, a large boulder carrying fierce gale force flew in from beside him. The Sword sect disciple hurriedly dodged to the side. After evading the blow, he roared in anger, asking who dared to ambush me. Shisun's arrogant voice echoed down from the mountain peak, calling him a dog thief who relied on high cultivation to steal others' achievements, and still had the nerve to act high and mighty. Sword Dao sect disciple frowned, feeling smug inside, thinking that in the cultivation world, the strong rule and the mighty set the rules. After saying that, he swung his sword straight at Shisun, believing that a low-level cultivator dared to block his path of cultivation. Facing the fierce sword momentum, Shisun's expression remained unchanged. He clamped the sword tip with 2 fingers and with a slight force, shattered the opponent's sword in pieces. That scene terrified the Sword Dao sect disciple, his face turning deathly pale, panicking and unable to understand what had happened. Shisun simultaneously threw a fierce punch, saying that it was all his own words coming back to him. Shisun's full power punch carried earth-shattering and heaven-destroying might, landing directly on the enemy's face. The overwhelming force created a terrifying pressure, sending the opponent crashing through multiple layers of rock, ultimately shattering his protective jade talisman. He was officially eliminated from the secret realm by Shisun, his body dissipating amid the heavenly tome. The other 3, witnessing this, stood dumbfounded in shock, unable to believe a single punch had defeated him. All 3 quickly ran over, bowed to Shisun, thanking the young brother for lending a hand, praising that righteous cultivators like him were rare in these times. Shisun awkwardly turned his head to look at them with a confused expression, saying, "What do you mean? What are you talking about?" Finally, Shisun raised his head high and yelled, "I am a bandit. Hand over the Dao fire now." Hearing Shisun's words, the group was terrified, cold sweat dripping, and asked what. In the end, Shisun successfully seized the Dao fire from others. He gazed at it and asked if this was the Dao fire. Haifeng immediately reminded him, telling him to store it quickly to avoid others coveting it. Shisun frowned, reached out to stroke his chin, and asked, "Store it, but how do you store this thing?" Haifeng looked at Shisun with extreme excitement, saying, "Just put it into your storage ring, that's all." Shisun's face darkened, stammering, not knowing how to respond to Haifeng. Seeing Shisun's expression, Haifeng was truly surprised. Extremely dissatisfied, she angrily shouted right in his face, asking if he really didn't have a storage ring. Shisun looked at Haifeng with a naive expression, saying, "I don't have one. I don't even have any spiritual power. How could I use such a thing?" He regretted it, thinking he should have stripped those people clean before they were eliminated. Haifeng helplessly frowned, saying if that's the case, the only option is just to find a hiding place and absorb it first. Shisun once again dumbly propped his chin, asking, "Absorb it? I don't have a spiritual root. How can I absorb it? Maybe just let things take their course." After a moment of pondering, Shisun offered an idea, saying, "Since you accepted me as your master, you absorb this Dao fire first." Hearing this, Haifeng was extremely shocked, asking if that was really true. She was so touched. At the same time, in a mysterious minor world, 2 cultivators joined forces to seize a ball of Dao fire essence. One laughed smugly, saying, "Who would have thought this remote place had the fortune to obtain Dao fire? Isn't this heaven favoring us?" Suddenly, a strange voice like a thunderclap sounded beside them, startling the 2, saying, "What's there to be happy about so early?" A towering figure like a mountain suddenly manifested. It was Yu. She arrogantly sneered coldly, telling them to leave the Dao fire and scram out of her sight. The 2 men were extremely shocked, quickly turning their heads to investigate. One loudly demanded to know who dared to meddle. Yu held her head high with arrogance, standing on a steep cliff that pierced the sky, threatening that if they obediently left the Dao fire, the great young lady would spare their miserable lives. The cultivator below showed a confused expression, constantly sizing up Yu, asking where this brat crawled out from, with mere body tempering stage cultivation. Truly a frog at the bottom of a well. We are nascent soul experts. How dare someone with your cultivation threaten us? Little Yu curled her lips in a cold smile, a weird glint flashing in her eyes as she swept her gaze over the people before her. In an instant, her figure turned into a phantom shadow, swooping down like lightning to launch a preemptive strike. The male cultivator opposite, seeing Yu's astonishing speed, had a face full of horror. Yu gathered true energy in one hand, turning it into a punch-carrying howling gale force, while her other hand swung up and struck the other's face hard, leaving him unable to dodge despite his skills. Remaining one's face turned pale, extremely terrified, thinking this wild girl was truly domineering. Was this the power of body tempering? The one sent flying several zhang away, tumbling on the rocky ground, quickly made hand seals to summon golden light for body protection. He said the little girl had some skill, but her realm was far below mine. See if you can break the golden light shield. Yu eerily appeared behind him, her hands joined like a sword, and thrust with force. Under the brutal pressure, the opponent's face twisted in pain, wailing miserably, saying she found the vital point so quickly. The golden light shield completely shattered, not giving the opponent a chance to catch his breath. Yu pressed the advantage, delivering a storm-like kick to his rear. At the teleportation gate of the secret realm, where countless cultivators gathered to observe, cultivator who had previously fought with Nangang Man had been miserably defeated and left the Heavenly Tome's secret realm. The crowd outside was extremely shocked at this sight, asking why the elimination rate this year was so fast. Could it be the emergence of the four great heavenly prodigies, causing exceptionally fierce competition? Old Xiao stroked his beard in deep thought as he observed, saying not only in the southern wasteland, but most of the holy sons and holy daughters of the various great sacred lands across the domains have already come out of seclusion to gain experience. This year is truly a year of contention among prodigies from all over, with talents emerging in waves. Right at this moment, the teleportation array of the Heavenly Tome's secret realm shuddered. Disheveled disciple, covered in wounds, was directly expelled from the secret realm. An old man recognized the identity of that person, asking if he wasn't Yuan Tiansheng of the Hao Tian sect, the sect ranked third among the 36 sects. Yuan Tiansheng had late divine transformation stage cultivation, and was the fourth seed in this selection round. How could he have been eliminated from the secret realm so early? Could he have encountered the prodigy of the Sword Dao sect, or the Profound Moon sect? Old Xiao smiled slightly and explained, saying perhaps the Heavenly Tome site not only contained Dao fire essence, but was also a sacred ground for beast cultivation. I have heard rumors that within the Heavenly Tome site, a 6th grade beast emperor was sealed, and after over 10 years it has likely broken through to a 7th grade beast venerable. A few old men beside him were shocked upon hearing this, asking a beast venerable, isn't that equivalent to the cultivation of the unity stage below? Old Xiao frowned and replied, exactly so. When a beast reaches the beast venerable realm, its form changes unpredictably, and a beast venerable has already reached the transformation stage, making it hard to distinguish from humans. The scene shifted. The mysterious woman who had encountered Shizun before was arrogantly walking through the secret realm. She still looked down on the participants this time. They were truly too weak. Claiming to be the 4 heavenly prodigies of the southern region, she had nearly killed that one by accident. The image of Shizun appeared in her mind, hoping he would not disappoint her. At the same time, Shizun was robbing others of their resources. He shouted, hand over your storage ring and Dao fire marrow, quickly. And so, countless cultivators were defeated by him and expelled from the Sky Tome's secret realm. He stripped them all clean, leaving nothing behind. Finally, one desperate man resisted, refusing to submit. Shizun stared at him with a helpless expression of grief and indignation. How can this one be so powerful? I have never heard of this master in the southern region. Shizun said coldly, then bellowed, why haven't you handed over your storage ring and Dao fire yet? That man hurriedly took out a signal flare, thinking only his senior brother could subdue this person. As soon as he took it out, he activated the flare, shooting it straight into the air. The signal flare tore through the wind, flying high into the sky, carrying a distress signal to his sectmates. Shizun was stunned, looking up. In broad daylight, why are you setting off fireworks? That man looked smug. This is a specially made distress signal of our Sword Dao sect, used in secret realms with restrictive space formations. After thinking for a moment, he used all his strength to flee, stalling for time to wait for reinforcements. He only needed to delay a while, and his senior brother would come to his rescue. But unexpectedly, in the next instant, his path was blocked by Shizun. In that moment, Shizun was arrogant, his hand like an iron claw locking the opponent's head, his voice cold as a 1,000-year glacier. This seat's patience is exhausted. Immediately, his full body energy erupted, an earth-shattering strike descended. The opponent's body flew like a kite with a broken string, crashing onto the barren rocks. In the blink of an eye, eye. The storage ring silently fell into Shisan's hands. Haha, I'll take this. The Sword Dao Sect disciple then snapped back to reality, staring at Shizen in utter shock. What? You? When did you take it? Was it in that moment of the clash just now? How could you achieve such speed? He stood fiercely in the desolate secret realm, his eyes venomously fixed on Shizen. So infuriating. Suddenly, from deep underground, a terrifying giant beast broke through the earth, its maw like an abyss, wanting to swallow the Sword Dao Sect disciple. Countless strange tentacles flailed, each touched to the ground causing a terrifying earthquake. The Sword Dao Sect disciple was scared out of his wits, his face pale. What is this? Before he could react, the beast's tentacles wrapped around him like lightning, reaping his life. Fortunately, his protective talisman activated, barely saving his life, and he turned into white light, expelled from the Sky Tome secret realm. Shizen landed lightly, his expression solemn as he observed. This secret realm actually had such a giant beast. Haifeng's quiet voice slowly rose to explain. Perhaps it existed here before the secret realm was formed. By constantly absorbing the dense spiritual energy, it could evolve to this level. Its aura is at least at the peak of a demon emperor. Before the words finished, a massive tentacle like a pillar furiously swept towards Shizen. Facing the sudden attack, Shizen was like a cloud, a casual strike still able to easily crush rocks into fine powder. His body moved like a ghost. Shizen easily dodged the attack. While moving, he smugly thought, having just broken through to the body tempering stage, he had not had a chance to test his new skills. This was just the right opponent for practice. Haifeng did not want to linger, coldly reminding him killing demon beasts doesn't earn points, no need to waste time. Haifeng was startled. He only saw Shizen's eyes as firm as a blade's edge. Don't you want to try grilled tentacles? Haifeng was dumbfounded. Eat. The blood essence of a 6th grade demon emperor does have some significant benefits for restoring my strength, and it can also strengthen this body. Haifeng finally wavered. Fine. Let's make it quick then, to avoid any unforeseen troubles. As they spoke, the beast's tentacles attacked Shizen again like a violent storm. The monstrous energy crashed into Shisan's body like a collapsing mountain, pushing him back, sliding along the ground, the aftershocks earth-shattering. But before the pressure of a 6th grade demon emperor, Shizen seemed completely unharmed. Circulating his true essence, his right fist roared like a dragon and tiger, energy concentrated in the fist. A phenomenal punch was thrown, directly shattering the demon emperor's tentacle. Feeling the bone-deep pain, the 6th grade demon emperor let out an earth-shaking roar. The sound vibrated, causing the surrounding ground to crack continuously. In an instant, the 6th grade demon emperor's massive body burst forth from the ground, revealing its grotesque and ferocious true form. Shizen sneered contemptuously, staring straight at it. So it's just an ordinary squid demon. The squid demon was enraged, its tentacles raining down, frantically attacking Shizen. But before such a storm of attacks, Shizen used a bizarre footwork, like a health exercise, effortlessly evading all the attacks. His energy exploded, the ground was ruined, dust filled the air. Shizen took the opportunity to leap high into the air, his ghostly movement astonishing the squid demon. The squid demon roared in fury, its spiritual power condensing in an indescribable way. At its massive mouth, it prepared a killing blow befitting a 6th grade demon emperor. Shizen's expression was grave as he stared ahead. At that dangerous moment, a flash of inspiration hit him, and he took out a training weight disc. He held it crosswise in front of him. Boom! The terrible energies collided, the disc vibrated violently but held firm against the attack. But the force was too great, pushing Shizen back over 10 miles. Haifeng appeared right behind the beast, lightning gathered in his hand as he struck out with a claw. Calmly, Haifeng stated bluntly, "It seems it's still just a 6th grade demon emperor that hasn't awakened its intelligence. Truly rare." Shizen shouted from afar, "Don't you interfere." Hearing this, Haifeng reluctantly stepped back, only to see a wave of black smoke covering him. Haifeng transformed into a black chicken, waddling away with a sway of his rear. "Suit yourself, then I'll just sit back and enjoy the spoils." The demon beast's tentacles coiled in like venomous snakes, instantly binding Shizen tightly, making him marvel at this terrifying control. Shizen struggled, trying to break free, and angrily shouted loudly. Damn it, his entire body was bound, and his strength could not be unleashed. Haifeng from afar, with eyes sharp as daggers locked onto Shizen, spoke in a deep, hoarse voice. "If you need support, just say the word." On the other side of the battlefield, Shizen had fallen into a perilous situation. The 6th grade demon emperor opened its fang-filled maw, condensing demonic power for a killing blow. But Shizen remained unusually calm, closing his eyes tight, his mind resolute with no choice but to use his final trump card. It was a type of fist technique that unleashed earth-shattering power in an instant. The system's cold yet helpful voice echoed in his mind, telling him to clench his 5 fingers tight, move the sinews and bones, comprehending how to control the pure energy spreading to every muscle cell. Clench the fist and strike immediately, while rotating the wrist to increase penetrating force, pushing muscle contraction speed to the limit, creating a short but sharp energy wave. Following the mysterious mantra inscribed on the divine tablet, Shizun unleashed a burst of power from his fist, the force sweeping through like a violent gale, directly smashing the formidable physical body of the 6th-grade demon emperor. Feeling such immense personal power, Shizun could not help but feel an indescribable pride. This is my unmatched ruling fist. Shizun used an earth-shattering punch to break free from the restraints and strange tentacles. Facing a storm of sharp attacks from the demon beast, Shizun maintained a majestic stance, charging forward with all his might. Every punch and kick he threw contained destructive force, directly crushing the demon emperor's physical body into countless fragments of blood and flesh. The demon emperor let out a miserable howl in extreme pain, its massive body writhing wildly. But astonishingly, those fatal wounds fully healed in an instant. The demon beast ferociously counterattacked Shizun. Just after recovery, it lunged to kill the boy, leaving Shizun in shock. Strike with terrifying power hit Shizun, sending his figure flying far like a kite with a broken string. Shizun's body traced an arc in the air, then crashed heavily onto the hard stone floor, dust blocking out the sky. Hai Feng appeared like a ghost beside Shizun, speaking in a grave tone. That creature's regeneration speed is truly eerie. It seems only destroying its spirit soul can hope to eradicate it at the root. Shizun furrowed his brows, eyes fixed on the rampaging demon emperor, and asked doubtfully, "You mean its spirit soul?" Hai Feng patiently explained, a 6th-grade demon emperor is equivalent to a nascent soul stage cultivator, already capable of refining an undying spirit soul. With the spirit soul immortal, even if the physical body is reduced to ashes, it can be recreated. Hearing the profound principle of the spirit soul, Shizun did not hesitate, stepping on the void with his feet, unleashing his full power, charging straight at the demon emperor. Soon Shizun stood face to face with the demon emperor and its countless strange tentacles. The moment they met, his fists were like a violent storm, striking continuously. His punching speed was so fast that fist images overlapped in layers. In an instant, the illusions completely crushed all of the demon beast's tentacles. Facing Shizun's imposing momentum, the demon emperor finally showed terror, its heart filled with panic and fear spreading. Shizun hovered in the air, clenching his right fist, with murderous intent gathering in his eyes. "Try this move of mine." Hai Feng observed from afar, showing a helpless expression. "Didn't you hear what I said? Pure physical techniques are fundamentally useless against its undying spirit soul." But Shizun had already gone all out, unleashing his power. He unleashed his ultimate right fist, a world-shaking blow smashing the demon emperor's skull. Its entire physical body instantly vanished. Hai Feng muttered softly beside him, "Such a waste of energy." Its spirit soul wasn't destroyed. Recreating its body is only a matter of time. Hai Feng's gaze remained fixed on where the demon emperor had disappeared. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Hai Feng gradually showed surprise. "What is happening? Why are there no signs of the demon beast's resurrection? Wait, why has the demon emperor's aura completely vanished? Could it truly be dead?" Shizun proudly raised his head high, full of spirit. "It seems it has departed to heaven." Hai Feng became even more bewildered. What? Could the Engle punch have destroyed its spirit's soul as well? Could it be that punch was just a simple physical attack, but also contained some mysterious secret technique within? Realizing the truth, Hai Feng calmed down and said slowly, "While the demon emperor has just fallen and its blood essence energy is still at its peak, quickly absorb it to increase your cultivation." Shizun heard this, rubbed his chin, and mused, "You mean absorb it? I have no spiritual root originally, and I don't understand the principle of absorbing spiritual energy. Quick, give me some flames. I'll roast some of these octopus tentacles to eat. My cultivation method is a bit special. I just need to directly swallow the demon beast's blood and flesh to level up." Hai Feng was solemn, looking at Shizun with deep eyes. "Kid, it seems you have quite a few earth-shattering secrets hidden on you." A moment later, Shizun was already devouring a huge piece of the 6th-grade demon emperor's octopus meat. Hai Feng circulated his spiritual power, focused on absorbing the pure blood energy of the demon emperor. Shizun chewed and savored the delicious flavor, while excitedly feeling his physical body and muscles continuously grow. The system promptly announced, "First time absorbing the blood and flesh of a 6th-grade demon emperor, blood enhanced, body value increased significantly." Shizun became even more enthusiastic and continued devouring. Just as expected, swallowing a high-grade demon beast for the first time can indeed increase physical and muscle points. Suddenly, a terrifying aura, carrying overwhelming murderous intent, came from afar at lightning speed, tearing through space. Hai Feng and Shizun had already sensed this killing aura, knowing clearly the enemy was heading their way. World-shaking force descended from the sky, plunging the entire area into devastation with debris flying. Both of them simultaneously used strange, perilous movement techniques to narrowly dodge the lethal attack, preserving their lives. Shizun looked tense, staring into the sky and roaring angrily, "Who dares be so bold to ambush me?" Amid the thick smoke and dust, a haughty voice echoed. "The distress signal came from this place. Who would have thought when I arrived, I'd find such a ruined battlefield without sensing the aura of my junior brother, fearing he had been devoured by demons. How interesting, even a demon emperor of this level can be eliminated, huh? You do have some skill. Let me offer you a small gift as a reward." And that Shizun was no fool. his voice rang with caution, his eyes scanning like an eagle. Sword Dowsect and Swanhee sect mongrels. I have heard the senior brother mention that these vermin had already entered the union stage, especially that Jian Wuju, rumored to be at mid-union stage already. Jiang Shizhen clenched his teeth, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the group that had just appeared, not expecting them to be in collusion. Meng Jiao of the Xuan sect let out a soft snort, her charming face showing clear arrogance. Do not flatter yourself. This immortal maiden was merely attracted by the commotion of battle here, encountering you all by chance. Jian Wuju of the Sword Dao sect spoke in a voice like thunder. This six-belt demon sovereign, my Sword Dao sect wants to claim. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure transformed into a streak of sword light. Appearing behind Shizhen in a ghostly manner, he unleashed a fatal strike without any mercy, truly a fearsome individual. Shizhen was caught off guard, not expecting the opponent to launch such a vicious ambush. He was momentarily terrified. A sharp, unparalleled sword light directly cleaved down on his body. The intense pain felt like it was tearing his bones apart. The torrential attack came crashing down. Shizhen completely had no time to react. He could only watch helplessly as the sword light slashed down. Haifeng beside him had an extremely grave expression, his eyes watching intently, preparing to act to protect Shizhen's life, and he softly shouted. Using all his strength, he pulled Shizhen back quickly, narrowly dodging that soul-stirring sword strike. Jian Wuju glanced contemptuously at the fleeing back, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. To take one of my sword strikes head-on, and still not be turned to ashes. Having said that, he raised his hand to press the advantage, but his junior disciple beside him hastily stopped him, exclaiming in surprise, "Wait, senior brother, hold on a moment. Demon Sovereign's essence blood is losing energy extremely quickly. If we don't refine it quickly and instead waste time chasing that person, wouldn't it be more harm than good?" Jian Wuju heard this and found it reasonable, nodding in agreement. That is true. His injuries probably won't hold out much longer. Activating his life-saving talisman is only a matter of time. His gaze shifted to Meng Jiao. Does Fairy Meng Jiao also want a piece of the pie? Meng Jiao calculated inwardly, her delicate brows slightly furrowed with a cautious expression. I do not have the upper hand, but that guy has the aura of a Dao fire on him. I can only seize the opportunity to pursue and gain the first mover advantage. Thinking this, she did not hesitate and fully activated her movement technique, chasing in the direction Haifeng and Shizhen had fled. On this side, Haifeng desperately carried Shizhen on his back, rushing towards a deserted mountain valley. While moving, Haifeng observed Shizhen's injuries, astonished inwardly. Your body is truly tough, kid. The opponent is at mid-stage Union Realm, and you survived a direct strike from him within the secret realm. But next time you encounter them, it's best to avoid them. Your strength can almost rival the Union Realm. Dealing with deity realm cultivators is no problem, but facing a true Union Realm cultivator, you are still far off. Suddenly, Shizhen's injuries flared up, the intense pain like surging waves and roaring seas. The sinister sword key continuously corroded his meridians, causing him to writhe in agony. Haifeng glanced down, speaking worriedly. If the wound isn't treated in time, it might become even more serious. Shizhen gritted his teeth, his face pale but his eyes still firmly fixed ahead. Quickly find a place to hide. I have a way to heal. Haifeng heard this, an image of the miraculous hot spring flashing through his mind. Oh, that strange pool of water. Just then, a powerful aura suddenly approached from behind, startling Haifeng. Recognizing the familiar aura, Haifeng turned his head to look back, his expression drastically changing. A strong surge of spiritual energy was chasing closely behind. Not daring to delay, Haifeng quickly found a treacherous rock crevice to hide in, concealing his aura. Meng Jiao had also arrived at the location, her divine sense spreading like a spider web in all directions, sensing the residual aura, but it suddenly disappeared. Meng Jiao, unwilling to give up, continued tracking the traces. Haifeng hid in the shadows, silently watching the other party's graceful figure, sighing to himself. It really is her. Right now, I can only exert peak deity realm strength. I am definitely no match for her. Calculating in his heart, Haifeng once again carried Shizhen and quickly leaped down into a deep chasm under a perilous cliff. After that, he carefully observed the situation above. She must have sensed the aura and chased here. I suppressed my spiritual aura to the lowest level, yet she still detected me. Her divine sense cultivation is not bad. But when it comes to controlling spiritual aura, I am your grandmaster. Haifeng gave a cold snort, circulating his true essence, and intentionally released a powerful, chaotic aura hurtling towards the horizon. Meng Jiao, who was searching for traces, suddenly sensed this massive aura. She slightly frowned, her gaze coldly looking down into the deep chasm. That faint aura has disappeared. Has he left this area? Thinking this, she immediately cast a spell to summon divine power, condensing a mystical spell formation with an oppressive aura, preferring to destroy this place than to let them escape. Hearing this, Haifeng was instantly horrified, his face showing 3 parts shock and 7 parts confusion. What? She wants to destroy this entire place. In urgent desperation, Haifeng hastily rummaged through Shizhen's belongings, deciding to borrow his Dao fire. He quickly took out a storage ring from inside and carefully stored the Dao fire. Next, he channeled spiritual power, causing the Dao fire to transform into a streak of light, tearing through the wind and shooting straight towards the horizon. Leaving the cramped hiding place, the Dao fire, with astonishing speed, continuously flew higher, avoiding the attention of the cultivators below. Seeing the suddenly appearing Dao fire, Meng Jiao's stunning face was momentarily dazed, her almond eyes wide open, staring fixedly at it. I must pursue with all my might, wanting to monopolize the Dao fire for myself. Haifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief, letting down his guard, secretly gloating, finally lured her away. But unexpectedly, not long after, Meng Jiao had seized the Dao fire, and at the same time returned with a cold gaze, continuing to lock onto the target in the deep chasm. Haifeng sensed the powerful aura of the opponent returning, momentarily panicking and losing his composure. Meng Jiao's face was frosty, her eyes like daggers staring down into the deep chasm, her voice bone-chillingly cold. "You want to use such a petty trick to lure me away? It's not that easy." Haifeng was furious inside, his angry eyes glaring straight up at the opponent. Damn it, how infuriating. Meng Jiao lightly raised her hand high, surging spiritual power gushing forth, condensing into two eerie magic circles, radiating a terrifying aura of destruction. That woman shouted coldly, "Let's see where you can run to." Having said that, she immediately swung her sleeve, unleashing a strike, the shockwaves shaking heaven and earth, leveling the top of a stone peak. Shizhen and Haifeng, hiding inside, saw the mountain peak obliterated into flat ground, their hearts filled with fear. Haifeng looked at the scene before him, a sense of unease rising in his heart. She has begun the attack. Shizen's face was speckled with blood. He weakly pleaded, "Haifeng, help me, just stall for time." Hearing this, Haifeng immediately turned around and asked, "Kid, you don't mean to take this chance to treat your wounds, do you?" Shizen explained helplessly, "If I don't tough it out, she will eventually discover us, and then we won't escape exposure." Haifeng had no choice but to comply, speaking in an annoyed tone. "Then you have to finish it quickly." Suddenly, a surging wave of evil energy appeared, shooting swiftly toward Meng Jiao. She watched the grotesque thing hurtling toward her. Meng Jiao frowned, thinking to herself, "It is too dark." She immediately condensed her spiritual energy into a shield to block the demonic energy from Haifeng. Meng Jiao curled her lips into a cold smile. "Finally showing yourself, are you?" Opposite her now stood Haifeng in human form. Though his body might falter, his spirit could not yield. He struggled to stay calm, but cold sweat already soaked his back. Haifeng groaned inwardly, "An opponent this strong, I will not hold out for long. I must hurry Shizen." At this moment, Shizen was soaking in excruciating pain within the cold spring, desperately healing his wounds. Meng Jiao sensed something was off and said indifferently, "The beast aura of your spirit pet is that lowly black chicken. I never expected you to be a 6th grade demon emperor. Truly, heaven aids me." A look of delight appeared on Meng Jiao's face, and with a single glance, she saw through Haifeng's intentions. She continued, "You came alone, likely to buy time for your master to escape. But do you know the qualification Jade Token's protection belongs only to its holder? If a beast dies in battle, the protective power will not activate." Hearing those words, Haifeng's heart stirred slightly. A faint ripple rose but quickly calmed. He waved his hand to gather evil energy, shouting coldly, "Little human cultivator, I am more than enough to deal with you." Immediately, Haifeng executed the 3000 Calamity Thunder. The lightning condensed into a massive serpent that roared forward, sealing off Meng Jiao's path. Meng Jiao swiftly engaged, using the opening spirit feather transformation. Countless spirit feathers shot forth like a rainstorm. The two earth-shaking forces collided violently against each other, evenly matched in strength. However, unexpectedly, hidden within Meng Jiao's attack was a killing move. She suddenly released a hidden arrow to ambush Haifeng. He sensed the anomaly and hastily retreated, but was still pierced through the body by the spirit feathers. Haifeng suffered a great loss at the hands of that woman, gnashing his teeth in fury. Haifeng switched tactics, executing the shield shift technique, appearing behind Meng Jiao, catching her off guard. He gathered surging spiritual power, using 10,000 June Thunder as his lethal strike. Haifeng unleashed the Annihilation Celestial Thunder again. Its power this time was even more terrifying. As soon as the blow landed, rocks and stones turned to ash. Facing the crisis, Meng Jiao remained calm. She opened a protective barrier to defend herself, while her other hand summoned a protective magic artifact. She revealed a proud smile and mocked, "A 6th grade demon emperor, your strength is merely this." As she spoke, a shimmering golden bell appeared in Meng Jiao's hand. It was the clear spirit bodyguarding bell. This bell seemed capable of blocking the invasion of all spells, rendering every attack from Haifeng useless. Meng Jiao spoke indifferently, "If you can't break through my defense, your attacks are futile." Haifeng refused to show weakness, replying coldly, "If I cannot harm you, then I will imprison you." Meng Jiao slightly curled her lips, revealing a sinister smile. "Imprison me?" She flicked her sleeve and continued, "Those spirit feathers that hit you earlier, did you think they were just superficial wounds?" Hearing this, a sense of foreboding rose in Haifeng's heart. He hurriedly lowered his head to look at his body. He discovered that the spots pierced by the spirit feathers were all emitting a strange radiance, cracks spreading. Meng Jiao's eyes were full of malice. Meng Jiao spoke up to explain, the spirit feathers hide a corrosion array. Once they touch you, they begin to erode the enemy. It's over, little black chicken. Meng Jiao revealed a triumphant look as Haifeng fell into her trap. Before she even finished speaking, the array exploded. Haifeng's body felt as if it were being torn apart. Blood gushed out, he lost all his strength, and fell from the air. Taking advantage of her opponent's weakness, Meng Jiao shot forward like lightning to seize the spoils of war, extracting both the demon core and marrow. Mine. At this moment, Haifeng's blood would not stop flowing. He struggled to get up. He weakly raised his hand to flail and block, but Meng Jiao easily swatted his hand aside with a disdainful snort. Worthless. Haifeng, covered in blood, ground his teeth and thought to himself, it's over. This time I've truly exhausted my strength. He turned his head to look at Shizun, wondering inwardly, has that brat still not recovered? Meng Jiao, her figure as light as a swallow, charged forward like a galloping horse and struck another blow at Haifeng's face. At this moment, Shizun had his eyes tightly shut, desperately circulating his cultivation technique to heal his wounds. Haifeng was already so weak he had no strength left to counterattack. He was violently punched again by her, his body blasted back several dozen zhang. Shizun still poured all his effort in trying to recover before Haifeng was refined into ashes. By now, Meng Jiao had lost all patience and wanted to end the fight quickly. Accept your death, Haifeng. His entire body weakened, officially collapsing after being humiliated by that woman countless times. Haifeng mustered the last of his remaining strength and shouted helplessly, Shizun. Hearing Haifeng's cry at the brink of life and death, Shizun snapped awake, his eyes fiercely opening wide. It signaled that the moment for Meng Jiao to taste bitter defeat had arrived. Meng Jiao raised her jade-like hand, manipulating spiritual flowers, preparing to deliver the killing blow to the ancient Haifeng. She gathered her true essence into her palms and muttered coldly, die. At that very moment, Shizun, having just recovered a sliver of energy, immediately used his bizarre movement technique and shot straight toward Meng Jiao. He threw a heavy punch at her face, catching her completely off guard. Truly a man who doesn't know how to cherish beauty. She stared at him, shocked. Shizun gritted his teeth and utilized his ultimate technique, the melting fist of swiftness. He struck out a torrential rain of countless fist shadows, each punch weighing 1,000 jun, bombarding Jiao's magic bell, forcing her into an awkward defensive position. But under Shizun's fierce assault, how long could she possibly hold out? Meng Jiao and her spirit bell were sent flying straight to the ground. The bell's surface became covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Sight stunned Meng Jiao, her mouth agape. The 3 pure spirit bell, a high-grade heavenly artifact, cannot withstand his attacks. Before she could react, Meng Jiao was struck by another punch from Shizun to the face. This kind of treatment might ruin your face. The force of the punch was so immense that she flew straight through a mountain peak, buried in a pile of rubble, dust billowing thickly. But Meng Jiao wasn't one to give up so easily. She shot up like a vengeful demon, roaring in fury. Damn it! She looked at the leveled mountains, directing her gaze toward that hazy veil of smoke, but sensing no movement whatsoever. Meng Jiao's face was swollen. She muttered angrily, I can't sense his spiritual aura. Did he take this chance to escape? She ground her teeth, cursing incessantly. Damn it, damn it. As Meng Jiao shouted, the surrounding rocks and earth resonated with her spiritual power. Meng Jiao frowned, a dangerous glint shining in her eyes. Heartless little brat, you dare destroy my magic artifact. Next time, I will make sure you wish you were dead. At this moment, deep within the sharp rock mountains, there was a small cave. After escaping from Meng Jiao, Shizun and Haifeng were resting and healing. Haifeng lay soaking in a pool of water, letting out a comfortable groan, finally reborn. He looked at Shizun with tear-filled eyes, offering some praise. Kid, you managed to stay rational, not getting too tangled up with that woman. Shizun frowned, speaking bluntly without hiding anything. I haven't fully recovered. I wasn't confident in victory. Then Shizun remembered the image of Jian Wuju and that blue-haired man, continuing, besides, dragging it out for too long might expose our whereabouts to those two. Haifeng asked with concern, so how is your injury recovery going? Shizun raised both hands, his expression extremely relaxed. I think I've recovered well enough. Then he slowly stepped out of the water. Let me test it out. Shizun reached out, activated his muscles and bones, then unleashed a palm strike, mountain-shattering, sea-breaking palm. The force was so strong it shattered the pile of rubble, even startling Haifeng. He angrily shouted, do you not have any divine sense? What if this place collapses? Hearing this, Shizun could only scratch his head with an apologetic smile, saying he had lost control of his strength. Suddenly, Shizun seemed to notice something unusual. He pointed at the hole he had just created, saying the cliff wall that was broken through seemed to be related to something. Haifeng heard this and curiously turned his head to look. The two of them walked over to the cave opening to observe. The scene inside made Shizun exclaim in surprise. Is this a heaven-sent treasure? Strange, everywhere were precious spiritual herbs, and there was even a healing spirit spring. Haifeng also quickly approached a spiritual herb, observed it, and commented, these divine grasses are all high-grade. Shizun walked over to the edge of the lake, seeming to have discovered something unusual, and called out, come over and see this. Hai Feng curiously ran over and recognized it as a natural dragon saliva incense spring. Shizen immediately bent down to taste it, his face contorting. After tasting it, he hopped around like a monkey, spitting out, "Tui, ptui, it tastes terrible." Hai Feng looked at Shizen, alternating between crying and laughing. "You really are a fool." Unlike refined dragon saliva incense fluid, the dragon saliva incense spring could only be used for bathing to strengthen the body. But the burden on a cultivator was also immense, like forging iron. If the body was not made of good material, the longer one soaked, the greater the damage. When Shisan's foot touched the dragon spring, a wave of heat surged up and he frowned, showing an unwillingness to listen. Seeing this, Hai Feng's eyebrows shot up and he hastily shouted, "You brat, calm your mind and listen to this old ancestor's full words." Shizen still ignored him, causing Hai Feng to be helpless. He lowered his voice, setting a supreme cunning state. "Did I, this seat, cultivate my physical body in just 3 breaths?" Saying this, Hai Feng flew into the spring, immediately crying out in pain, "Hot! It's burning my feathers." While shouting, he looked at Shizen, his tone provocative. "Well, you brat dare to compete in endurance with this seat." Shizen replied indifferently, "Why wouldn't I dare? This pool was born for a body temperer like him. The longer he soaked, the stronger he became." Time passed quickly, and several days went by like this. Amidst the layered mountains and valleys, a scholarly figure drifted through the air. He frowned, wondering to himself, what kind of damned place is this? Clearly, he had been teleported to this desolate area again. Memories flooded back as he recalled using a forbidden technique to seize a dead man's body solely to take revenge on Shizen. He, the once renowned elder of Xuanzhen sect, now had to rely on a mortal body, truly a tiger fallen to the plains. He looked around intending to find a way out of the secret realm, but was thrown to a place with not a soul in sight. While bewildered, he suddenly discovered a dark cave dwelling. A moment later, a glimmer of hope rose in his heart, believing it to be a heaven-sent opportunity. As soon as the greedy thought arose, he turned into a streak of light and shot towards the cave entrance, ready to seize the treasure. Life was not a dream. He was no main character favored by the heavens. From within the cave, countless strange vines slithered out like pythons, tightly wrapping around the elder's body. He was terrified, only managing to scream a few times before being dragged deep inside, vanishing into the endless darkness. The scene fell silent again, shifting to outside the secret realm. The sect elders and those who had been eliminated were waiting anxiously. Xuanzi Zhenren slowly spoke. "Time flies. Several days have passed. The auspicious hour has struck. The Baishu demon grounds are truly open." As soon as he finished speaking, the lake surface shook violently, and a massive skull slowly emerged. Its wide-open mouth transformed into a pitch-black cave entrance, like a bottomless abyss. Hundreds of cultivators watched with bated breath. Jian Wuju clasped his hands behind his back, his voice cold as ice. "A Tribulation Transcendence Grandmaster has finally appeared. The true treasure must be hidden inside." Having said that, he turned to the cultivators, his gaze full of arrogance. "Whoever has the courage, follow me in to contend for this heaven-defying opportunity." As his words ended, Jian Wuju transformed into a streak of sword light, shooting straight into the skull. A gray-robed martial artist, his face full of hesitation, spoke up to ask, "What should we do? Should we risk entering with them?" Another spoke in a nonchalant tone, "Riches are sought in danger. The great Tao is inherently ruthless. If one does not compete for opportunities, how can the path of cultivation open wide?" Hearing this, the gray-robed martial artist suddenly understood. All of them charged into the cave entrance of the skull. Unexpectedly, countless blue arrows shot out from within the cave like rain, causing the martial artists to be utterly terrified. The weak immediately became targets, pierced through by arrows, their souls scattered and gone. The gray-robed martial artist reacted quickly, hurriedly circulating his true essence to create a defensive shield, while shouting loudly, "Be careful, there are traps too." Back inside the cave dwelling, Shizen was still soaking in the dragon spring. Hai Feng praised, "Kid, your body is truly extraordinary. To persist this long in such a precious dragon spring is impressive." Shizen mused, "The system no longer notifies me of muscle value increases. It seems this spirit spring has reached its limit for me." Thinking this, Shizen leaped out of the pool, turned around and instructed Hai Feng, "We'll collect some spiritual materials here, then continue on our way to find the Tao flame. But remember, don't strip everything bare." Hai Feng nodded, indicating his understanding. Then Hai Feng, using his rooster form, grabbed Shizen and shot high into the air. Suddenly, Hai Feng sensed an abnormality and quickly reminded, "The spiritual energy here is fluctuating. Ahead there is a power extremely similar to the Tao flame." Shizen was curious, "Let's go check it out." Hai Feng also agreed. Soon, one man and one rooster arrived before the strange skull cave entrance. Shizen was surprised. Can there be such a strange place in a secret realm? Hai Feng was an ancient existence. With a single glance, he saw its origin. Based on the dense spiritual energy, this must be the burial ground of a Tribulation Transcendence Grandmaster. Shizen asked curiously, "Then the Tao flame born inside must be stronger?" Hai Feng affirmed firmly, "That's certainly right. Suddenly, a gust of powerful wind struck from behind unexpectedly, a truly shameless sneak attack. With lightning-fast reflexes, Shizun and Haifeng dodged the axe-like kick. Shizun steadied himself and looked. Is it that mysterious woman we met in the previous secret realm? The mysterious woman sneered, her voice full of excitement. I've waited so long. Finally, I've met you. She put her hands on her hips and arrogantly declared war. Come on, let's have a life or death match. Shizun craned his neck, his eyes sharp as daggers, piercing straight into her eerie figure. You wretched brat, who do you think you are? You've had it out for me since I set foot in this secret realm, haven't you? In response to Shizun's sharp questioning, she merely curled her lips into a contemptuous sneer, as if looking at a fly. A lowly prisoner like you has no right to know this lady's name. With that, she transformed into a whirlwind and charged fiercely forward. In her hands, she brandished a pair of blood-stained double blades, their gloomy cold aura spreading outward, causing Shizun's expression to change. With a roar, a piercing wind sound tore through the space, her violent slash carrying a terrifying power, as if wanting to split the heavens and earth in two. The ground beneath Shizun's feet cracked like a spiderweb, and dust billowed up in thick clouds. But Shizun's footwork was no less impressive. He sidestepped like a ghost, evading the lethal blow. Where he had just stood, the ground was blasted into a deep pit. It seemed his opponent was no pushover either. Haifeng, who had been standing still, now spoke up with a surprised tone. The spiritual energy on this little girl seems to be several times stronger than that group Lola from earlier. Before Haifeng could finish his words, she launched a storm of attacks. The twin blades in her hands spun wildly, transforming into countless deathly blades that enveloped Shizun. The cold blades were only a few inches away from his throat, the breath of death hitting his face, sending chills down his spine. But at that critical moment, Shizun calmly raised a single finger and gently caught the sharp blade. What? She stared wide-eyed, her face filled with utter horror, and a belated regret surged within her heart. If I had known this guy was this tough, I would have brought out the 100 Ghosts Night March. This ordinary weapon is indeed useless. Seeing his opponent in a daze, Shizun was not one to miss a golden opportunity. He channeled strength into his fist and threw a lightning-fast punch straight at her beautiful face. Slap! A crisp sound rang out. Boom! Before she could recover, she was sent flying several meters by Shizun's punch, her body like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the cave wall, sending stone fragments flying. Not bad. Despite being beaten black and blue, she gritted her teeth and praised, her tone a little surprised. Truly astonishing strength, as Teacher Lee said. It seems I have found an interesting opponent. But when she steadied herself and looked again, Shizun had vanished from where he stood without a trace. Where are you? Rage blazed within her, her eyes bloodshot as if about to spew fire. Could he have crawled into the tomb? Thinking this, she did not hesitate, transforming into a streak of light and charging straight into the cave, roaring incessantly like a wild beast. Damn it, stop right there. Don't even think about escaping this lady's grasp. On the other side of the battle line, Shizun and Haifeng were desperately running deeper into the cave. This place is definitely going to blow up. People are bound to come rushing to see. Shizun panted as he ran, talking as he went. There's no point in arguing with that little girl. Crack, crack, crack. The ground beneath their feet suddenly shook violently, countless sharp spikes rising from the earth like mushrooms after rain, blocking their path. Mom! Shizun was startled, sweat pouring out. But with his superb dodging skills, Shizun managed to weave and bob through the forest of stone spikes, leading Haifeng to escape by a hair's breadth. That was close. Shizun breathed a sigh of relief, patting his chest to calm himself. But their joy was short-lived. Before they could recover, a massive column of water as tall as a mountain erupted into the air from behind them, carrying an earth-shattering might. Shizun and Haifeng were swept away by the torrent before they could react, falling straight into a pitch-black, fathomless pit like a cosmic abyss. Oh my god, what on earth is this? Shizun yelled incessantly, the freefall feeling making his internal organs feel like they were going to fall out. Haifeng looked around at this moment, his face pale. Dragon absorption bloodline, this terrain. Below must be the destructive core flame. Indeed, as they fell deeper, a sea of blazing red fire appeared before their eyes. Molten rock bubbled and churned, emitting columns of thick black smoke, and the scorching heat hitting their faces felt like their skin was about to vaporize. Holy crap! Which high and mighty expert made such a move, daring to use such a top-grade terrain to set up a killing formation? Haifeng was both amazed and impressed. Looking at the sea of molten rock below, he trembled like a leaf. This hot lava is serifying. Even a full-spec Void Tribulation cultivator would probably bite the dust. What? A Void Tribulation cultivator would die too? Shizun's face turned a deathly pale, his soul fleeing in panic. Then why aren't we running for our lives as fast as we can? With this open space around, I'm powerless. Haifeng replied weakly, his voice utterly miserable. Powerless. You hit the nail on the head. He tried hard to recall the principle of this deadly mechanism. The dragon absorption cave is a terrifying air current created by the destructive core flame. Unless one's cultivation is high enough or one practices a top-tier flight technique. There's no escape. Thinking he was about to become a roasted chicken, Haifeng completely lost his spirit, crying without tears. Could this be the end of my fate today? Game over? I haven't even fallen yet. Shizun strained his neck, his fighting spirit blazing like fire. As long as I'm breathing, I can turn things around. I'll even take on this core flame. Saying so, he took a deep breath, channeling all his power into his fists, determined to go all out. Rapid Fire Fist. Shizun roared, his voice shaking the heavens and earth, his fists like a storm of rain, bombarding forward continuously. Thousands of earth-shattering punches carried unparalleled brute force, directly facing the scorching sea of molten rock. Boom, boom, boom. The violent force of Shizun's energy caused the lava to surge and churn. A massive vortex of fire formed under the impact of the rapid fire fists. At the center of the vortex, ancient mysterious characters gradually appeared. This is the main gate of the tomb chamber. Haifeng's eyes were wide in shock, and a faint glimmer of hope rose in his heart. Keep pounding with the wind fist. Don't let the lava converge at the center. Shizun nodded firmly, immediately switching techniques, executing the wind fist as if he were showing off. Haifeng took a deep breath, a dark aura exploding from within his body. A thick black smoke enveloped him. Then he transformed back into his original form. Haifeng locked onto the target, plunging straight down into the center of the lava vortex. Upon landing, he discovered the truth and hurriedly reached out to touch the glowing ancient characters, an ancient array, to break through this door. Thinking this, Haifeng, who was actually an old fox in disguise, revealed a sly smirk. What a blessing in disguise. Haifeng here has been lucky since the era of the primordial ancestors. After deciphering the secret of the ancient formation, Haifeng began to emit a jet-black dark aura around him. His hand pointed to the sky and earth, his mouth muttering a spell. Open. Boom! A thunderous explosion sounded, and a path of light opened up before them. While the wind is fair, let's fly inside quickly. Haifeng winked mischievously, urging them urgently. Without a word, Shizun shot forward like an arrow, entering the secret passage as fast as lightning. Fast and efficient, disappearing in an instant. After the two had made their escape, the door slowly closed, merging back into the surging lava, as if it had never existed. Shizun and Haifeng were now safely underground, standing in a mysterious tunnel. Just as he steadied himself to observe the surroundings, Shizun spoke up to ask, could this be the legendary ancient arcane palace? Unformed spirit! Haifeng seemed to have detected a treasure, and he exclaimed mysteriously, urging him on. Hurry up and look at this thing. Before them stood an ancient stone stele, faintly carrying a strange energy within. Haifeng recognized at a glance. It was none other than the legendary Divine Void treasure box. Haifeng was overjoyed and quickly added, it seems a powerful being once passed away here, leaving behind a mere remnant soul that entered this divine void. Likely they wanted to leave the legacy of their life's cultivation for a destined descendant. Hearing this, Shizun stepped closer, his eyes fixed on the divine void before him. At this point, Haifeng could only cross his arms, clicking his tongue in admiration at Shizun's outrageous luck. Your fortune is truly a stroke of sheer luck. Hurry and open the divine relic, and listen attentively as that senior preaches the Tao. Shizun obediently complied, carefully opening the divine void treasure box. From within the jade box, a blinding purple light emanated, and a phantom soul gradually appeared. It was a man with an extraordinary, carefree bearing, but unfortunately only a faint, weak remnant soul remained. Phantom sighed, its tone sorrowful. Failure by a hair's breadth. He slowly began recounting his life story. When I was young, I was a bit careless, accidentally caught in a spatial rift, and ended up drifting to this place. Hearing this, Shizun could not help but exclaim in shock. Was he not from this world after all? After speaking, he unconsciously pursed his lips, a deep sense of empathy rising in his heart, just like himself. Haifeng flapped the wings on his back and pondered the words of the remnant soul Great One. A few fragments of distant memories suddenly flashed through his mind. Crossing realms in the distant past, I have roamed through many more bizarre ancient ruins, and indeed, I have read a few vague records about this matter. He recalled the image of overlapping spatial vortexes called the Grand Thousand Worlds, slowly explaining that each Grand Thousand World is composed of countless small worlds. An invisible barrier exists between the worlds, separating them from each other. The divine continent we are on is merely one of countless realms. Remnant Soul Great One continued to transmit his voice, a tone carrying some regret. This place is a world filled with spiritual energy, suitable for cultivating immortality. Every living creature possesses a spiritual root, and anyone can cultivate. However, to truly step onto the path of immortality and comprehend the celestial opportunity, those can be counted on one's fingers. This is true even in the immortal realm. The lower limit is extremely high, but the upper limit is pitifully low. One can either comprehend the Tao to become an immortal, or find a way to break through the divine realm barrier. I once stepped into this realm myself. I Ironically, just as I was about to face the tribulation and undergo the lightning tribulation baptism, that once in a millennium rift suddenly appeared, and the calamity descended. Hearing this, both Shizun and Haifeng could not help but be shocked. The remnant soul Great One showed a look of grief and indignation, his tone full of unwillingness. In the end, I failed the tribulation, perished with the Tao, and passed away sitting here. Shizun, hearing this, asked in confusion, could it be that something took advantage of the spatial rift to ambush him, leading to the failure of his ascension? Haifeng was equally curious, gently shaking his head in speculation. Not necessarily, perhaps it was due to the spatial chaos caused by the cross-realm rift. After all, a spatial rift appears randomly and vanishes in a flash. I have lived for so many years, and have never encountered one. For this Great One to meet one twice is truly the worst luck in the world. At that moment, the remnant soul Great One began to dissipate, transforming into countless, tiny specks of light. But before disappearing completely, he managed to leave behind a sentence revealing the secret opportunity of the tomb. I have refined the Tao fruit into the supreme sacred heart Tao flame, placing it at the center of the shrine. If a fated person finds it, they can enter through the secret path at the back. Upon hearing this, Haifeng jumped up excitedly, his eyes shining like stars. The sacred heart Tao flame? Heavens, is that the legendary supreme treasure of strange fire? Furthermore, it is a sacred object refined from the essence of the Tao. If one can refine and absorb it, the path of cultivation from then on will be smooth, with no barriers or demonic obstacles, and transcending tribulations will be as easy as drinking water. Hurry, hurry, let us go. Saying this, Haifeng hastily pulled Shizun by the hand, and they ran towards the back door as fast as their 3 legs and 4 feet could carry them, determined to seize that heaven-defying fortune. Right now, in front of the tomb door, a chaotic crowd was gathered densely. Kim Wujil was also there, speaking coldly. Finally made it to this place. Before their eyes, the main tomb chamber revealed a massive ancient coffin, imposing and archaic, placed right in the center of the shrine. A triumphant smile curled at the corner of Wujil's mouth. Who would have thought this ancient tome would be so profound, connecting heaven and earth, layers upon layers of mechanisms and traps. Truly a journey through 9 deaths to reach here. The black-haired man beside him suddenly noticed something, hurriedly pointing forward and saying to Jian Wuju, senior brother, look over there. In front of the ancient coffin, a bizarre flame was burning flickeringly, its red glow illuminating the entire shrine. The moment the crowd saw the flame, they exclaimed in unison, Sacred Heart Tao Flame. It really is the Sacred Heart Tao Flame. They stirred into chaos, their greed-filled eyes unable to hide their fanaticism. The Sacred Heart Tao Flame inside the tomb chamber heard that absorbing this flame gives a chance to defy fate and become an immortal. Meng Jiao stood amidst the crowd, looking at the Sacred Heart Tao Flame through gritted teeth, her heart full of unwillingness and fury. Damn it, I am a proud disciple of the Chuan sect, yet I can only watch from afar, unable to do a thing. On this side, the black-haired man smiled faintly and whispered to Jian Wuju, that mob is itching to make a move. Indeed, when the supreme treasure of the Tao Flame appears, it is enough to make those ants disregard the difference in cultivation level and charge forward recklessly to fight for it. Hearing this, Jian Wuju coldly snorted, disdainfully glancing at the crowd behind. A bunch of cowardly turtles waiting to die. Keep an eye on Meng Jiao and the others. Do not let them ruin the grand plan. As soon as he finished speaking, streaks of flame surged from his body, slowly coalescing into a glowing red precious sword. The onlooking crowd was terrified, crying out in panic, is that not Jian Wuju life-bound magic treasure, the legendary heaven-grade precious sword? Witnessing the extreme terror on the faces of the ant-like crowd behind, Wujil smiled coldly. Jian Wuju grew even more conceited, having intimidated a bunch of nameless nobodies with just one sword. He arrogantly stepped onto the stone steps, staring at the Sacred Heart Tao Flame with greedy eyes like a hungry wolf, muttering to himself, it certainly belongs to me. As soon as he finished, he shot forward like an arrow, reaching out to grab the Sacred Heart Tao Flame. That moment, all eyes were fixed on Jian Wuju, watching helplessly as he reached for the Sacred Heart Tao Flame. The more they watched, the more arrogantly he roared, Sacred Heart Tao Flame, definitely mine. Meng Jiao looked at Si Chang and in front of her, somewhat flustered inside, what to do, should we make a move? She stared at him unblinkingly, beginning to rack her brains for a plan to deal with him. Si Chang'an, although your cultivation and mine are both at the early union stage, the aura you bring is even more terrifying than Jian Wuju. At this moment, Si Chang'an hair flew wildly in the gale as he coldly uttered, I will absolutely not let you get ahead of me. That Jian Wuju still arrogantly stretched out his hand, as if about to grasp the Sacred Heart Tao Flame. Just as he thought everything was going smoothly, the Sacred Heart Tao Flame suddenly erupted with violent fluctuations, freezing Jian Wuju in place. This fluctuation spread in all directions, affecting the crowd of bystanders watching the show. Jian Wuju was controlled by the strange fluctuation, stiff as a stone statue, and exclaimed in terror, my body cannot move. The people outside also froze like statues, continuously shouting in panic, what is going on? Our bodies cannot move. Have we triggered a restriction? Suddenly, a secret door opened in one of the stone walls, startling Jian Wuju. He stared wide-eyed at the stone door. The stone door opened. Could a new restriction have been triggered? Who would have thought that Shizhen and Haifeng would calmly walk out from inside, looking around as they walked, complaining, "This tunnel is so long, where in the world does it lead?" It was only then that Shizhen noticed the group of people including Jian Wuju, and his mouth fell open in surprise. On this side, Jian Wuju was equally shocked. Why is it this brat thought he died ages ago? Seeing the group motionless like wooden statues, Shizhen curiously moved closer to examine them. What is wrong with these people? It is like they have been paralyzed. Haifeng immediately judged upon hearing this. They have definitely triggered the restriction here. Haifeng immediately spotted the Sacred Heart Dao Flame and shouted excitedly, "This the Sacred Heart Dao Flame. Indeed, it feels different." Then he turned to urge Shizhen, "Hurry up, snatch it." But in response to his enthusiasm was the sight of Shizhen warming up his muscles in front of the ancient coffin. This made Haifeng hot-headed, and he roared, "What in the world are you doing now?" Shizhen stood upright in place, his hand on his chin, bluntly stating his crazy idea. "Is this the coffin of that great one? Should we just take his corpse along with us?" Hearing what his little panther said, Haifeng was startled out of his wits. He used his entire body to block Shizhen's reckless idea. "Do not talk nonsense. The corpse of a tribulation-crossing great one is not something we can touch. Moreover, the Guardian might have set up a deadly killing formation. We cannot be disrespectful." This cut off Shizhen's foolish idea. He pointed at the Sacred Heart Dao Flame and said, "Then what? So we just snatch the Sacred Heart Dao Flame and be done with it?" Who would have thought Haifeng would once again raise his hand to stop him? Wait. Haifeng looked at the frozen crowd and spoke. "Taking the Dao Flame might deactivate the restriction on everyone. There are still important things to do before that happens." After saying this, Haifeng moved towards where Meng Jiao was standing, leaving Shizhen speechless as he watched. When Meng Jiao saw Haifeng approaching her, she was terrified. She quickly threatened, What do you want? I have a life-saving talisman. Even in this situation, do not think you can get rid of me." Haifeng remained indifferent, as he could be seen opening his mouth to gather a few mouthfuls of saliva. This made Meng Jiao feel a sense of foreboding, exactly like a signal the universe was sending her. Haifeng directly spat a glob of saliva straight into Meng Jiao's face. He received the stream of unsanitary water, dazedly exclaiming, "So disgusting." On this side, Shizhen also closed in on his prey. Each of his steps sent a chill down Jian Wuju's spine. Fearing being humiliated like Meng Jiao, he quickly raised a threatening tone, "If you humiliate me, even after the preliminaries end, I will not let you off." Who would have thought that Shizhen would swing a kick straight into Jian Wuju's lower region? This time, he was truly aiming to cut off his lineage. Not stopping there, he continued to land several more kicks to that vulnerable spot, performing a full roundhouse kick routine. This time, he was cutting off any chance of reproduction for good. Even though he was as blind as a bat, he was still very stubborn. "No matter, this type of attack couldn't break through my defense." Shizhen heard this and curled his lips slightly, then cheerfully began to search Jian Wuju all over. He exclaimed in shock, What the hell are you doing?" Shizhen fished out 2 storage rings from Jian Wuju's body, and said gleefully, "Found them, your storage rings. With domineering strength, you must have collected quite a bit of Dao fire." Hearing these shameless words, Jian Wuju started cursing loudly. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Haifeng urged Shizhen to get to the main matter. "Alright, we should handle the real business now. Once we obtain the pure heart Dao fire, the prohibition will be lifted. We must escape immediately." Shizhen's ears perked up like a treasure-detecting radar, and he quickly replied, "As you command." Haifeng slightly moved his claws, and the scale on the underside of his scales shimmered with a mysterious black light, beginning to absorb the pure heart Dao fire. As soon as the flame was extinguished, Haifeng urged in a tense voice, "Right now, scram." 2 figures, one black and one white, immediately executed their lightness techniques, moving like lightning. In that instant, Jian Wuju's hand, which he thought was crippled, suddenly moved. He exclaimed joyfully, like a hen laying a golden egg, "I can move again." "Stop right there." Before he even finished speaking, Jian Wuju sprang up, like a cart transforming into a dragon, ferociously chasing after them. But his steps were halted by a strange sound coming from the ancient coffin. Jian Wuju frowned and turned back to ask, "What the hell is that sound?" Coffin shook violently, emitting thick black kai as if the gates of hell had opened, the eerie sound growing more horrifying by the moment. Zicheng glanced over, his face changing color as a sense of foreboding rose within him. "That is the coffin of a fallen tribulation, transcendence, great power. This aura is truly abnormal." Hearing this, Jian Wuju's face turned pale. Forgetting the chase, he exclaimed in terror, A corpse mutation." Violent black kai erupted from the coffin like raging waves, releasing a terrifying pressure everywhere, forcing Jian Wuju and the onlookers to circulate their energy to withstand it. A heavy sound echoed as the coffin lid slowly creaked open. A dry, pale hand like a chicken bone reached out, gripping the edge of the coffin tightly. Then, a gaunt, terrifyingly skeletal figure slowly sat up, the scene incredibly gruesome. The crowd of onlookers immediately scattered, screaming miserably. "Oh my god, the Tribulation Transcendence corpse has come back to life!" Even the brave Meng Jiao frowned in fear, guessing that removing the pure heart Dao fire had triggered a prohibition within the coffin. Ji Chang'an also shuddered, cold with fear, inwardly marveling at the unimaginably ferocious aura. At that moment, the corpse raised its face to the sky and let out an earth-shaking roar, sweeping its violent pressure across the area. The cowardly, terrified ones ran for their lives on all fours, run. But just as they were about to, the corpse would not easily let go of prey that had come right to its mouth. He raised his hand and performed an evil technique. The ground shook and collapsed, quickly burying the cave entrance, blocking the escape route. Seeing their retreat cut off, the group's faces drained of blood as they panicked. "The exit is blocked. We're done for." Jian Wuju completely forgot about revenge and charged to attack the monster, gritting his teeth. Even though this corpse is restrained by the secret realm's rules, its power still far exceeds expectations. Only by uniting our hearts and fighting with our lives can we hope to survive this calamity. Outside, Shizun and Haifeng had successfully escaped the secret realm. Haifeng pulled Shizun up into the air while urging, "Try to fly at full speed. It seems we are about to leave the secret realm's border." Hearing this, Shizun concluded that as long as they found a hiding place and waited for the secret realm to close, everything would be fine. Haifeng then led the way to find shelter. Suddenly they saw a dark cave and Shizun's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Over there. Could fate be calling me with another opportunity?" So the two flew straight towards that cave. The two slowly advanced deeper inside, as cautious as cats stalking mice. Suddenly, Shizun stepped on something that crunched under his feet. He looked down, his face turning pale, and said tremblingly, "I can't believe this place is full of bones." True to Shizun's words, both sides of the path were piled high with white bones like mountains. Haifeng stared thoughtfully at the dried bones. Then he gently lifted his foot and stomped hard on the ground. With a pop, his golden feathered chicken leg transformed into a fair human leg. Haifeng had reverted to his human form. Sweat beaded his forehead as a premonition of unease arose. "I have a bad feeling about this." The two continued walking through the mountains of bones. The deeper they went, the more bones there were. They stopped when they saw a dark figure sitting on a cold throne. The sight before them left Shizun and Haifeng stunned with their mouths wide open. The lower half of the corpse was a white skeleton, but the upper half was a hideous malignant tumor clinging tightly to the torso. Shizun observed for a while and suddenly realized that the attire of this corpse was very similar to the divine thought in the shrine. Haifeng was drenched in sweat and said gravely, "Could this be the real body of the Tribulation Transcendence Almighty? The corpse in the coffin was just a fake." Shizun looked at the tumor on the corpse and asked, "What happened to this body?" Haifeng seemed to sense something unusual and raised his hand to signal for silence. "Wait, listen carefully. Oh my god, that malignant tumor is moving." Looking closely, they saw the shape of an infant inside it. Shizun exclaimed in horror, "There's a person inside the fleshy mass." Haifeng got goosebumps and stepped back a few paces. "It might not be a person. That thing gives off a very unsettling feeling. I have never felt my hair stand on end like this since I was young. Whatever is inside is extremely terrifying." He looked at the baby within the tumor, and a horrific conjecture arose in his mind. It seems both like a parasite on the Great Power's corpse and some kind of soul-returning technique. As soon as he finished speaking, the baby inside the tumor suddenly opened its eyes and turned its face towards them. Its gaze was as cold as a viper, making Haifeng and Shizun's hair stand on end. "That thing has woken up." Sensing danger, Haifeng quickly erupted with his aura and urged Shizun to scram. "You run now. My instinct says we must destroy him before he breaks out." With that, Haifeng let out a roar and executed his ultimate move, destroying Heavenly Thunder, attacking with a violent aura. The technique was incredibly powerful, sweeping everything in its path. Thick smoke and dust covered the area. Haifeng cautiously looked ahead, wondering if it had been turned to ash yet. Unexpectedly, not only did that thing not vanish, but it also launched an extremely powerful counterattack, shooting a strand of piercing power straight through Haifeng's body. He was severely injured, his body stiffening like a stone statue, with fresh blood gushing from his chest like a broken dam. He saw the horrifying scene and finally screamed out, calling Haifeng's name. That man suddenly froze as if hit by a sudden blow. Before his eyes appeared a cold system notification, warning of a detected life-threatening danger. The system forcefully activated a tyrannical main quest: eliminate the threat. If he failed, the master's soul would scatter and vanish into thin air. In this moment of extreme peril, Haifeng was already half dead, collapsing like a dead dog in Shizun's arms. While the system howled madly, Shizun's face turned pale as he stared at the blood-red text on the notification, utterly terrified. A forced main quest. The system had such a trick. Just then, from within the thick dust and smoke, a sinister figure slowly emerged, its voice hoarse as if echoing from hell. Still not dead yet? Your life is quite tenacious. I didn't expect the ones breaking into my lair to be rats like you. Truly disappointing. As it spoke, the figure revealed its horrifying appearance. His entire body was bulging with muscles like boulders, blue veins protruding like ancient tree roots, a pair of demonic horns growing from his head, and he held a purple demon blade in his hand. He smirked, long time no see. He tilted his head in greeting like an old acquaintance. But Shisen stood frozen like a stone statue. Who are you? I have no memory of you in my mind. Hearing this, the demon sneered contemptuously. 2 months have passed, and you have already forgotten me. It is understandable, my face then and now are indeed as different as heaven and earth. At this moment, he suddenly recalled the space separation incident from years ago and continued. Back then, your battle unintentionally shattered the dimensional barrier, giving me the chance to descend into this world. Afterward, I merged with a remnant soul, which was that piece of excess flesh on that dead killer. Hearing these words, a strong sense of unease surged in Shisan's heart. Seeing Shisan's shocked and uncertain expression, the demon grew even more smug. What's the matter? Full of doubt, aren't you? Haha, it doesn't matter. After all, you are about to descend to the Yellow Springs soon. Dying man like you doesn't need to know too much. As he finished speaking, his face twisted ferociously like a demon. He brandished his demon blade and slashed a heaven-shaking strike at Shisan. Facing an attack like thunder and lightning, Shizen hurriedly activated his defensive magic artifact. Fearing his jade-like arm would be chopped to pulp, he quickly raised his black tortoise shield to withstand the blow, while his other arm tightly hugged Haifeng and pulled him backward. But everything was futile. The black tortoise shield shattered like tofu under the fierce blade aura. Not only that, a streak of blade light viciously struck down on Shizen. Shizen was scared out of his wits. This was a defensive artifact after the system upgrade, yet couldn't even withstand one move from this demon lord. On the other side, that strange demon looked at this scene and couldn't help but sigh. That artifact was not bad, to be able to withstand one of my strikes. After that, he brandished the demon blade like a child playing with a toy, smiling faintly. But that was just me using 5/10 of my blade aura. Haifeng had long realized the situation was dire and quickly tugged at Shizen, advising him not to tangle with that man. Although he knew his cultivation had advanced, he was absolutely no match for this demon. Though exhausted, Haifeng still tried to advise, in this cursed secret realm he is likely invincible. Even outside the secret realm, few could rival him. Haifeng's gaze shifted to observe the strange demon, his voice low. What is terrifying is not just his strength, suppressed by this secret realm. His strength is at most the peak of the Unity realm. His gaze then moved to the demon blade and the blood-like patterns on the demon. Hai said, the most unsettling thing is that demon blade. This weapon is certainly no ordinary object. The sheer aura emanating from that demon blade alone has terrified me to the extreme. But before he could finish, Haifeng was dragged roughly away by Shizen in astonishment. It turned out that Shizen had quickly grabbed Haifeng's collar and begun his earth-shattering escape. Holding Haifeng with one hand, his feet moving like they were oiled, Shizen shouted as he ran, "If we can't win, we run. Discretion is the better part of valor." Hearing this, Haifeng couldn't help but praise, "You are quite bold, kid." Seeing the two trying to flee, the demon sneered contemptuously, "Trying to escape from me? It won't be that easy." As he finished, he mimicked Naruto's running pose and began a relentless pursuit. At the same time, atop that giant skull, the robed woman sat dazedly, her face gloomy. This cursed formation seemed to have its own world. I have searched everywhere but found no trace of him. But since there is only one exit, I will just sit here and wait for him, hoping he is still inside. Suddenly, the woman sensed an anomaly and immediately turned her head sharply, looking into the distance. A heaven-shaking surge of killing intent was rushing toward her. The woman couldn't help but get goosebumps all over, her heart uneasy, wishing she could chant Buddhist scriptures. This killing intent is so thick, even from this far away it makes one's heart pound and legs tremble. Driven by curiosity, she decided to fly after it. Little did she know death was beckoning her ahead. She gradually approached the source of the killing intent. Finally, she saw the truth clearly. A figure was running like crazy, leaping among the sharp rocks like a gorilla. It turned out to be Shisun, carrying Haifeng as he sped past her at lightning speed. Both sides were stunned, mouths wide open. The woman quickly turned her head and shouted loudly, "Shisun, I've finally found you." Shisun paid her no attention, shouting angrily as he ran, "Idiot, there is a powerful enemy behind. Get lost now." As soon as he finished, the demon's figure appeared right behind her. The moment she turned her head, the sharp blade tip was pressed right before her eyes. With a single slash, she was severely wounded, blood spurting like a fountain, leaving her no strength to fight back. Seeing this, Shizen was furious and ground his teeth. Damn it! He moved like lightning, gaining momentum and leaping high into the air. Taking advantage of the demon's opening, he gathered all his strength, ready to give the demon a good lesson. This punch came crashing down fiercely, emitting a terrifying pressure that sent gravel flying everywhere. Shisen's twin maces at this moment were stained with a dazzling blood red, as if freshly dipped in a sea of blood. He tightly held the dying old rooster in one hand, his eyes as sharp as blades constantly scanning in all directions, his expression reaching the peak of vigilance. Opposite him, the strangely shaped demon wielding the ferocious great blade, his hoarse and eerie voice sounded with a hint of sinister praise. "Oh, interesting kid. A mortal body daring to withstand one of my strikes. You do have some skill." Right behind him, the robed woman slowly stepped forward, her voice like a thousand-year-old glacier shattering the silence. Not an ordinary blade. Her tone was grave as she slowly explained, evil aura soaring to the heavens, fierce might terrifying. This item is absolutely a quasi-immortal artifact. She took a deep breath, her tone growing even lower. If not for the oppressive rules of this cursed secret realm, I'm afraid we would have long since been scattered under this blade. After hearing this, Shizen was shocked to the core and exclaimed in disbelief, "What? A quasi-immortal artifact?" However, what concerned him more was the robed woman standing right beside him. He quickly questioned, "Wait, weren't you severely injured just now? How are you completely unharmed now?" The robed woman gently waved her hand, a golden pill gleaming like jade appearing in her palm. Her cold voice replied, "Fortunately, before setting out, I carefully prepared 2 heaven mandate pills. As long as the damage didn't touch the foundation, it can instantly restore one to their original state." Without any courtesy, Shizen immediately pushed the dying rooster toward her, his tone as natural as ordering a maid. "Hey, casually give this rooster 1 pill too. Look at its state, it's about to kick the bucket." The robed woman immediately jerked her hand back, her voice sharp as a dagger. "No, the Heaven Man pill is precious, do you think it's candy?" Shizen's expression grew serious, his voice sincere. "Consider it a debt of karma I owe you, okay?" The robed woman pondered for a moment, her lively eyes darting around once before she reluctantly nodded. "It seems this condition is barely acceptable." With that, she casually tossed the pill toward Shizen, her voice still carrying a hint of reluctance. "Take it." Shizen quickly caught the pill and didn't forget to say a grateful word, "Thank you, sister." Before he could even finish speaking, the demon, not giving him a chance to catch his breath, mysteriously teleported and appeared right behind Shizen. A rumbling sound rang out, carrying dissatisfaction. "Are you all treating me like thin air?" Shizen heard a strange noise behind him, turned his head in panic, and cold sweat poured out like a shower. He saw a beam of heaven shaking, earth-shattering cold light descending from the sky, chopping straight toward him. It was a full power strike from that monster. Shizen felt as if he was about to take the full brunt of that blade. The woman in the round robe acted in time, a defensive spell quickly taking shape, shielding Shizen. That protective barrier barely held for a moment before shattering into pieces. The monster let out a strange, delighted laugh, his voice trailing. "Oh, one-time protective charm?" The woman in the round robe snorted coldly, her voice arrogant. "That was just my carelessness just now. This time, I will make you pay blood with blood." With that, she formed hand seals, surging spiritual power gushing forth, countless complex spell circles appearing around her, like a brilliant lotus blooming in midair. Seeing this, the monster felt some shock inside, the smile on his face momentarily stiffening. Without hesitation, the woman in the long robe immediately urged her spell, countless streaks of spiritual light bombarding the monster at terrifying speed. Boom, boom. A series of explosions echoed through the space. Thick white smoke rose, enveloping the monster's figure. The smoke cleared, and he still stood firm, completely unharmed. He showed an even more excited expression, his strange voice full of delight. "Interesting. Truly too interesting." Not far away, hidden behind layers of mountains, Nangang Man was sitting cross-legged in quiet meditation, her body bathed in dense spiritual energy, focused on cultivation. She looked up at the sky, seeing countless strange dark clouds churning and gathering, forming a massive vortex, as if to swallow heaven and earth. Nangang Man slightly furrowed her brows, puzzled. A tribulation lightning, absorbing the Tao fire truly had great benefits. She felt the spiritual power within her boiling violently, like a volcano erupting, knowing she had reached the point of breaking through to the Ki refining stage. However, she could not help but be astonished. Could the Ki refining stage also welcome tribulation lightning? Lost in thought, Nangang Man suddenly noticed that in the distance, someone seemed to be engaged in fierce combat, the spiritual energy fluctuations shaking heaven and earth. She grew even more puzzled. What was going on? A fierce battle in such a desolate place. Curious by nature, Nangang Man did not hesitate to go check out the commotion. She thought to herself, "Go take a look. Maybe I can even get some lucky find." Matters of breakthrough could wait later, as long as she was not disturbed. Back on the battlefield, the monster and the woman in the round robe were locked in intense combat in the air, their moves too fast to see clearly. The collision of spiritual energy continuously produced earth-shaking explosions. Shizen, an old black chicken, had recovered some strength, standing on the ground looking up. Shizen remarked, "That big sister has an endless array of magical treasures." Old black chicken nodded in agreement, his hoarse voice chiming in. "Looks like she's definitely a pampered miss from some family." Nangang Man flew for a while and finally caught up. She waved her hand warmly in greeting, her clear voice echoing through the space. Little Shizun. Shizun heard the familiar voice, turned around in surprise and delight, recognizing Man. A bright smile immediately spreading across his face. Man, why are you here? Man replied cheerfully, I was cultivating nearby, heard a loud noise, and came to see. Didn't expect it to be you. She asked excitedly, who are you all fighting? Shizun shrugged, helpless. I don't know the opponent's origin, but it's an unusually strange ghost, with extremely bizarre strength. In the air, the monster and the woman in the round robe were still deadlocked. Shizun observed the situation and shook his head slightly. I feel like that big sister is about to lose her footing. Man pointed at herself, eyes sparkling. I wonder if my key refining tribulation lightning could be of any help. Old Black Chicken snorted coldly beside her, his voice contemptuous. Key refining tribulation lightning. Are you dreaming in broad daylight? However, immediately after, Old Black Chicken seemed to realize something, his expression suddenly changing drastically. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He quickly turned his head, eyes wide, shouting, You? What did you just say? Tribulation lightning at the key refining stage? Man was puzzled, replying innocently, Yes, when I was about to break through, it seemed like tribulation clouds appeared in the sky. Hearing this, Old Black Chicken's eyes darkened. He wailed like a chicken being slaughtered. What kind of freak are you? For ordinary cultivators, tribulation lightning only comes from the golden core stage. Occasionally some with great destiny have it early, but I've never heard of it at the key refining stage. Old Black Chicken was so agitated he knelt, grabbing Man's shoulders, shouting like a madman, Maybe it's useful. You break through here. When the tribulation lightning comes, lead the thunder straight at that enemy. Who knows, it might be able to injure him. Man found this reasonable and nodded without hesitation. She immediately sat down cross-legged, began circulating her technique, and went all out to break through. In the sky, the clouds grew thicker and thicker, churning and swirling, the dark cloud vortex expanding further. The Black Chicken stood by, watching nervously, muttering in a low voice, This little girl is just one final turning point away. She's about to break through to the Kai refining stage. As if to prove his words, the moment he finished speaking, from the center of the dark cloud vortex, countless azure lightning bolts suddenly shot out, illuminating the entire sky. The battle between the monster and the woman in the robe reached a tense climax. Every move from the monster carried overwhelming killing intent, without mercy. The woman in the robe could only struggle to defend, with no chance to counterattack. While barely blocking a blow, she thought to herself, It seems I've used up all the magic tools I brought this time. Sensing little chance of victory, the woman in the robe decisively retreated, intending to create distance. Old Black Chicken knew the time had come, immediately turned to Shizun, and shouted hoarsely, Seize the moment. Right now. Shizun hoisted Man onto his shoulder, grunted in preparation. Then, using all his strength, he threw Man like a cannonball straight at the strange monster. As he threw, he yelled, Go! The monster heard the noise, turned his ferocious head, scratched his sparse skull, and muttered, What kind of trick is this? Meanwhile, Man seemed possessed, her eyes suddenly turning a stark white. Her hands clenched, blue lightning crackling continuously around her small body. With a ghostly howl, Man instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning. The speed was eerily fast, leaving the monster no time to react before being hugged tightly. For the rest, Man silently entrusted everything to the Great Tribulation Lightning. She did not hold back, using her deep internal energy, slapping and kicking him, surprising him. At that moment, a bottomless abyss suddenly appeared in the sky. Countless bolts of lightning poured out madly, striking straight at the monster's body. He let out a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering roar of pain, while Man gritted her teeth and endured the tribulation's cleansing. He roared in fury, Dare to use tribulation lightning against me? Too bad your cultivation is too low. As soon as he finished speaking, the monster raised his blade to chop at Man. Hai Feng shouted in alarm from a distance. Not good. The girl is in danger. Shizun took advantage of his distraction, moving with ghostly footwork, landing a critical kick to the monster's face, rescuing Man from danger. The monster was kicked backward, looking at the wound on his face with a murderous expression. Shizun quickly said to Man, you did well. Fall back and rest. Seeing the opponent raise his blade, Shizun did not hesitate. His body shot forward like lightning. He decisively reached out to block the descending blade. He sneered, As long as I don't let you swing that blade, you're nothing but a paper tiger. His other hand clenched into a fist, and he shouted, Inch fist. Then he delivered a soul-shaking punch straight into the monster's belly. The monster was hit so hard that fresh blood gushed from his mouth like a fountain. Then came a flurry of powerful, storm-like punches. Inch fist, instant chain kicks, the rapid, condensed techniques rained down. Hai Feng, watching the the entire battle from below, showed a look of shock mixed with curiosity, muttering, "These techniques? Even a level 6 demon emperor would struggle to withstand them, but against him, the effect seems quite limited. What kind of freak is he exactly?" The girl with the strange mask appeared again, her voice low. "I think I remember now." She tried to rummage through her rusty memory. That eerie wicked armor, the long slender horns, sturdy body. I think I've read a similar description in an ancient book. His terrifying appearance made her gasp out 2 words in shock. Demon Slen. Haifeng was utterly terrified. Had the demon race been banished from this place since ancient times? She gently shook her head, her voice heavy. The ancient books recorded it as such, but for it to appear here now was truly difficult to explain. Haifeng could not help but ponder the ill omen. Could it be related to the water stains at the bottom of the abyss? Or perhaps a great power had fallen and caused the demonic seed to parasitize? At this moment, the demonic man had been beaten by Shizen until he was lying prostrate on a nearby rock outcropping. His hand remained clenched tight, never loosening, as he continuously rained down storm-like punches on the opponent. After a period of exhausting his strength, Shizen was panting heavily without stop. Seeing this, the demonic man sneered, his voice full of contempt. "You're already exhausted after just a little effort? Now it's my turn." The arm holding the blade that Shizen had gripped suddenly went slack. That weapon flew far away, then circled once in the air. It suddenly grew as large as a small mountain, slashing down at Shizen with an earth-shattering momentum, catching him completely off guard. Shizen frowned. His ghostly movement technique was pushed to its limit. He continuously leaped to dodge the enormous red blade. Wherever it slashed, he nimbly weaved and dodged like a loach. After a frenzy of attacks, the blade shrank back into its owner's hand. The demonic man's face was ferocious as he channeled a powerful surge of demonic energy forward. The blade suddenly extended endlessly like a giant python, and under its owner's control, it shot straight toward Shizen. His body at this moment seemed frozen, his face was pale, and he stared in terror at that terrifying aura. A soft figure flashed past Shizen, flying up to block in front of him. The masked girl used her frail body to shield him from that ferocious blade. The shield in her hand clashed with the blade and immediately shattered into 100 pieces. Her face turned deathly white as she exclaimed in horror, "Even my mid-tier heaven-grade magic artifact cannot withstand his strike." Sensing the situation was bad, she did not linger. She grabbed Shizen and ran for her life, deciding that retreat was the best option. Everyone followed her orders, running as fast as their legs could carry them, shouting, "He is a demonic man. There is no way we can face him." The skull territory at this moment still lay silently in the sea, as quiet as still water. Suddenly, a thick plume of black smoke rose up. Immediately afterward, a terrifying earthquake caused the entire skull to shake violently. Several figures flew out from within the skull in a miserable state, their bodies covered in mud and dirt, looking so pitiful one could hardly bear to look. Jianwuju gritted his teeth so hard they cracked, his jaw clenched until it bled, his whole body trembling like a reed, as he spoke through gritted teeth, "Shizen, come out here and die for me." Jianwuju gnashed his teeth, filled with bone-deep hatred. "I was lucky I used a secret technique to escape with my life that time." He turned back and ordered his lackeys, "Everyone, listen up, follow me. We have to drag that brat out by the neck." With that, everyone instantly transformed into streaks of flowing light, flying toward the mountain range ahead. Jianwuju hovered in the air, his eyes scanning back and forth like a hawk's, carefully observing every inch of land below. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide like chicken eggs, as he was horrified to discover below him, Shizen and his companions were desperately fleeing. "Found them!" The leader let out a thunderous roar and led his subordinates. They charged forward fiercely like hungry tigers pouncing on prey. Shizen was strolling leisurely, but when he saw that familiar figure charging straight at him, he was slightly startled and his steps faltered for a moment. "Ha ha ha, you little bastard, finally found you. Dare to pull a dirty trick. Almost made us scatter our souls to the wind." Jianwuju screamed as he charged forward, his voice as grating as a duck being slaughtered. Shizen's face remained as cold as ever, ignoring the barking noise at his ears. With exquisite movement, he sidestepped past him. Jianwuju was given the cold shoulder, furious to the point his 3 spirits leaped in rage, and he roared, "Damn it! How dare you look down on me!" A surge of sinister energy suddenly rose from behind him. It startled him, making his scalp tingle with fear. The killing intent was so thick. Jianwuju had only uttered a few words when a huge blood-red greatsword, carrying an astonishing gale force, was thrust right in front of his face. "Watch out!" Jianwuju shouted in terror, hurriedly somersaulting to dodge, but his unlucky comrade was not quick enough. "Thud!" A muffled sound rang out. a young man, before he could even gather his wits, was sliced across the body by that greatsword. His eyes bulged, blood sprayed from his mouth like a fountain, and he did not even have time to let out a miserable scream. The trial jade token on his body fell to the ground, shattering into 100 pieces. His body was also cut in two, with blood splattering everywhere. "Oh my god, it's over!" Everyone cried out in shock and fear simultaneously. Angong Huang frowned, his expression full of disbelief. How can this be? The life-saving formation of the trial jade token didn't activate. Xiao Xuanzi shook his head vigorously. No, the teleportation gate opened. That proves the magic formation was still effective. Hearing this, Meng Jiao became even more confused. She quickly asked, "Then why did he still die?" An examiner explained in a low voice. "This proves that the previous strike was so lethal it surpassed the limit of his endurance. The speed was even faster than the activation speed of the protective magic formation. But he is only a Union Realm cultivator. How could he have such terrifying power?" El blankly stared at the magic formation behind him, muttering, "What kind of mutation has occurred in the secret realm after all?" Seeing the corpse of their comrade vanish right before their eyes, the remaining people facing the danger could not help but be shocked and horrified. Shisun's face was pale, a look of terror in his eyes. He really died? Jian Wuju's face was ashen, sweat pouring out as if he had taken a bath, and he trembled as he judged. From what I can see, he had already stopped breathing before he was teleported away. He pointed directly at Shisun's face, gnashing his teeth and cursing, "You little bastard! Every time I meet you, I bring disaster. What kind of fucking trouble have you caused this time?" Shisun ignored the other's overwhelming hatred and kindly advised, "The enemy this time is no ordinary foe. I advise you to temporarily set aside personal grudges. It would be better to join forces and resist the enemy." Hearing this, Jian Wuju felt uncomfortable all over and stammered in reply, Join forces." Right at this moment, the demonic man, unbeknownst to them, had already caught up close behind them. Jian Wuju's senses warned him. He hurriedly spun around, only to see a burly figure with billowing demonic energy was standing right behind him. "Such an evil aura," he exclaimed in fear. The demonic man curled his lips into a sneer, his voice hoarse and full of cruelty. "Ha ha ha, it seems many more delicious snacks have appeared before my eyes." Jian Wuju asked suspiciously, Who is he? Is he also one of the examinees this time?" Shizen gently shook his head. "No, he is a demonic man who has possessed an Omnidao body, borrowing a corpse to return his soul." "What? A demonic man?" Jian Wuju was frightened out of his wits, nearly jumping up in the air. Yi Chang'an also changed expression, his face panicked. "Demonic man. I have only ever seen this term in ancient texts." Meng Jiao could not help but ask in alarm, "Why would a demonic man appear in this place?" Demon laughed loudly, his eyes sweeping across the crowd, making it clear he already knew our identities. He raised his killing blade, his voice deep and hoarse as he threatened, "No one would leave here alive." The blood-colored blade gleamed with red patterns, radiating a terrifying killing intent. Jian Wuju recognized at once that this great blade was no ordinary weapon. The demon looked at the people before him, muttering, "Killing blade, drink." He roared, channeling his core energy into his hand, and slashed the blade down to the ground. The Heaven Demon Massacre let out a cracking sound. The ground split apart, rocks flying like rain. An overwhelming blade aura surged forward with terrifying power. Jian Wuju spun around, unleashing his ultimate defensive technique. 3 layers of pure spirit shielded his body, and Meng Jiao immediately charged in to assist. Shisun clenched his fists, condensed lightning, and unleashed a violent punch at the demon. Fist wind howled. The weaker contestants, caught off guard, all took the first wave of the attack. Brutal battle between the bloodthirsty demon and the clumsy contestants shook the mountain, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. The weaker players failed to dodge, getting torn to shreds, blood gushing out. In an instant, they were all teleported back to the starting point, stunning the judges. A middle-aged man with a pale face yelled, "What the hell? Why did we die all of a sudden?" Xiao Xuanzi said thoughtfully, "I'm afraid something major has happened inside the secret realm." Angong Huang asked anxiously, "Isn't there any emergency shutdown?" Xiao Xuanzi shook his head. "The gate is open. Unless the time runs out, it can't be stopped." That middle-aged man flew into a rage, shouting, "So we just sit and watch our disciples die?" Xiao Xuanzi's staff slammed heavily into the ground, releasing a pressure wave that made everyone unsteady on their feet. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. "What terrifying pressure! Is this the strength of this judge?" Nangong Huang nodded in admiration. White-robed sword saint, Xiao Xuanzi, truly unfathomable. Xiao Xuanzi swept his gaze around and declared, "Let me go and scout it out." He turned around and approached the entrance to the secret realm. His aged face wrinkled, sweat pouring profusely, and as soon as his hand touched the gate, he was struck by a surge of pressure. Gate trembled like an earthquake, clearly forbidding anyone from touching it. Moments later, Xiao Xuanzi's hand was flung back. Everyone was stunned. "Is it the realm's rules? A merge realm master cannot enter." That middle-aged man plotted. Suppress your cultivation. Maybe you can bend the rules and get in. Jiao Xuanzi shook his head. Don't joke. Even if I forcibly suppress my cultivation, entering for a short while wouldn't be a problem. Indeed, an invisible force within the secret realm was influencing the rules, the tension as taut as a bowstring. Only those with profound internal energy could hold steady. Jian Wuju smiled brightly excited. I don't know where you're from, buddy, but you're really my type. He charged forward with bloodshot eyes, roaring. My path is to fight and become 10,000 times stronger. Demon sneered contemptuously. Oh, is the brat in such a hurry to die? Wu Ju swung his sword to strike, but the opponent easily blocked it with his blade. The two top-tier weapons clashed, creating a seismic wave that shattered the surrounding rock formations. The demon found it interesting. Clearly just a mid-tier heaven-grade combat weapon. How can it withstand a lethal blow? Could this sword have a hidden artifact? Jian Wuju said scornfully, relying on that crappy blade of yours. Do you think you're a god? His words enraged the demon. Both released their weapons, stepping back to maintain distance. Wherever the demon walked, that area was left in ruins. He lowered his head, muttering mysteriously. It seems you haven't realized something, have you? His hand loosened, and the blade fell, plunging into the ground. The demon gestured provocatively. Come on, red-haired brat. Jian Wuju, feeling his pride stung, cursed under his breath and shouted like thunder. Fused sword key. He swung his sword wildly, and a massive flame erupted violently. The blazing flame shot rapidly toward the demon. Soon the flame expanded, engulfing his entire body. But he ignored it as if nothing happened, his voice contemptuous. Is that all you've got? The masked girl marveled. A mid-tier Mystic Realm sword key can't even deal damage. That demon's body is incredibly tough. Jian Wuju, refusing to back down, followed with another technique, freezing ice true key. This move had an effect. The demon's eyes wavered. The fire had barely died down when the cold air was replaced by countless ice spears. Shizen suddenly realized, ah, I get it. No matter how hard the metal, going from fire to cold will make it crack. The demon beast's body was covered in a thick layer of ash hard as stone. Suddenly, a long crack appeared on his shoulder, like a bird's footprint on dry ground. Shizen's eyes widened with faint hope. The demon roared, swung his arm to shatter the ash layer, his body standing tall and unharmed. He sneered, is that all the tricks you have? Jian Wuju didn't argue, lunging forward with his sword, shouting, Supreme Sword Technique, Moonless Slash. Blade as sharp as a wolf's fang, carried a cold gleam as it slashed down at the demon's neck, determined to behead him. He poured all his strength into the final move, his force astonishing, but the sword only left a shallow cut on the demon's neck. Despite straining and gritting his teeth, the sword wouldn't budge further. His face flushed with rage, he roared like a wild beast, channeling all his power into the hand gripping the sword. The demon clan member completely lost patience, reaching out to firmly grab the blade, his rough fingers clenching the sword's body. He laughed loudly, not bad, not bad. Finally, this sword strike had some style to it. Before he finished speaking, he swung his hand and delivered a thunderous punch to Jian Wuju's stomach. He couldn't react in time, his body turning into a streak of light, flying backward like a kite with a broken string. The demon clan member shrugged smugly. What a pity, this shallow wound was nothing to him. But suddenly a strange gray smoke rose from that shallow cut, a piercing pain spreading through his body, making him widen his eyes in terror. He froze, muttering as if in a daze, the wound is corroding. Shizen couldn't hide his surprise either. Could it be that the earlier technique actually hit? He still shouted to encourage Jian Wuju. It's working. Don't stop. Attack even harder. However, Jian Wuju had put all his life's strength into that last move. Now his energy was depleted, his body as weak as a withered leaf. That sword strike had drained my last drop of spiritual power. The demon clan member sneered contemptuously. Working, you say? He moved his hand slightly, and the demon saber lying behind him instantly turned into a black streak of light flying into his hand, like a black dragon submitting to its master. The demon clan member stomped hard, his body shooting toward Jian Wuju like an arrow from a bowstring, wanting to teach him what real killing meant. Jian Wuju hurriedly raised his sword to block, intercepting the sharp demon blade that was descending like a thunderbolt. Its destructive power was even more terrifying than his technique by several times. The ground beneath their feet immediately sank deeply, shattering into thousands of pieces. Dust and smoke billowed up, obscuring the sky, and even Jiang Mengyao, standing far away, was shaken so much she could barely stand. She furrowed her brows, an expression of worry on her face. It seemed Jian Wuju was no match for him. This cursed place was far too dangerous. Mengyao decided decisively, of all 36 strategies, retreat was the best. She immediately cast an invisibility technique, determined to save her own life. Haifeng chuckled softly. That lady from the Swana sect has vanished without a trace. Nangong Man was also anxious, as if sitting on a bed of hot coals. Should we follow suit? while the Sword Dao sect member can still hold on for a while. The masked girl immediately retorted, her voice resolute. Absolutely not. There's still some time before the secret realm closes. If everyone works together, we still have a chance to live. If everyone runs separately, we'll all be hunted down and killed sooner or later. She gritted her teeth and struggled, her legs trembling, her body gradually giving way like a banana tree in a storm. His long sword began to show a dense network of cracks like a spiderweb. Jianwuju painfully spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, staining his robe red. The masked girl cried out in panic. That man can't hold on much longer. Shizen immediately assumed a battle-ready stance. I'll go help him. However, Shi Chang'an was a step faster than him. The giant brush pen in his hand was like a long spear, his movement ghostly, darting past Shizen. He smiled mysteriously and silently chanted the incantation. Would work, dual polarity slash. The demon clan member was still dazed and hadn't regained his composure, his face frozen stiff like a wooden statue. A tremendous pressure descended from the sky, weighing down on his body like Mount Tai collapsing. The demon clan member panicked and raised his demon saber to block, but the crushing force of Shi Chang'an's attack was too terrifying, far exceeding his endurance. He was pressed deep into the ground below, forming a deep pit. The masked girl quickly chanted an incantation, conjuring a golden protective barrier to shield everyone from the devastating aftershocks. Haifeng gaped in astonishment. That slash was insanely strong. I never thought his junior disciple would be so formidable. She also exclaimed in shock. That technique is no ordinary martial art or sword move. This is true divine power, already stepping into the realm of the blade. After being rescued, Jianwuju looked dazed and confused, still not understanding what had just happened. Shi Chang'an's figure suddenly descended right in front of him. Shi Chang'an didn't turn his head, only saying softly, "Senior brother, you rest and recover your strength for now. Leave this place to the disciple." Jianwuju helplessly looked at his junior disciple's back, a complex feeling of both unwillingness and hope rising in his heart. He called out softly, "Chang'an." The pile of chaotic rubble gradually parted, revealing the towering figure of the demon clan member. His face was twisted with rage, both hands gripping the demon saber tightly, his eyes blazing with hatred. He gritted his teeth and stared at Shi Chang'an. What the hell was that just now? You've got some skill after all. The weapon in his hand seemed to have a piece of the blade cracked off. If it weren't for the Fudo extermination divine saber protecting me, I would have suffered considerable damage. Shi Chang'an nodded in admiration. Fudo extermination. So that is the name of that blade. It truly lives to its reputation. No wonder it's a quasi-immortal grade weapon. The demon clan member quickly regained his arrogant demeanor, flashing a smug smile. But don't get too cocky. Until now, I've only been using 50% of my power. He suddenly broke out in blue veins, his eyes blood red. To deal with small fries like you, this is more than enough. Blazing red smoke billowed fiercely from his body and the demon's saber. The ground around them shook violently. I'll reluctantly push it up to 70% of my power then. Shisen's side also felt the terrifying shift in his power, everything shaking like an earthquake, all things trembling. The masked girl paled with worry. His spiritual power is skyrocketing at an alarming rate, making the ground tremble with it. The fragile skull domain could not escape misfortune either, shaking violently. In the middle of the gloomy domain, a huge upright coffin stood imposingly. Under the heaven-shaking, earth-shattering impact, the coffin lid began to shift. The coffin lid was blasted open and a giant skeleton, emitting a thick aura of death, emerged. Kang Yi gasped. How is it so fast? That is a Dharmakaya corpse puppet refined by a tribulation transcendence realm powerhouse. The demon clan member lifted the corpse puppet's head. You mean this thing? It's indeed a bit troublesome. He shook his head in annoyance. It's making me use up to 80% of my power. Shizen panicked and shouted, "It's over! The plan is ruined. We can't handle this troublesome demon." He began to wail and cry out for the system's help. "Oh, great system lord, I cannot possibly complete the forced quest you gave me. The disparity in strength is too ridiculous. How am I supposed to kill him?" The system screen, hearing the cries of lament, immediately appeared and kindly reminded him, "Try to find a way to boost your body's stats." Shizen's face turned purple as he hugged the screen and roared, "In this short amount of time, where am I supposed to find a way to boost my stats?" The masked girl, unable to see the system, only saw him talking to himself and was startled. "What's wrong with you? Are you going into caviation from despair?" His eyes opened wide as if he remembered something. "Wait, if we're talking about boosting body stats in an instant, it seems the only thing here is the Dao fire, right?" Shizen held his head and lamented again, the girl becoming even more frightened. "I don't have a spiritual root. I can't absorb it." The girl thought to herself, "Oh no, he's getting crazier by the minute." He suddenly paused in thought. Could it be? Shizen turned to speak to everyone. "I need to ask you all for a favor. A few glints of determination shone in his eyes. He spoke clearly. Please buy me some time. I might have a way to deal with him. Everyone who heard this simultaneously dropped their jaws, exclaiming, huh? What? The demonic being waited for a while, seeing no one make a move, then spoke with contempt. It seems you have exhausted all your tricks to resist. He curled his lips and continued, I have grown tired of standing. It is time to send you all on your way. Without further ado, he shouted, Heavenly Demon Collapse. Then, gathering 80% of his power, he hurled his blade straight at them like a whirlwind. Wherever the demonic being's blade passed, the scenery was shattered like crumbling walls. However, suddenly that terrifying scope was halted, and then slowly began to shrink back towards the demonic being. Seeing this, he immediately frowned, showing his displeasure and irritation. Before long, what the blade had created rebounded towards him, causing everything around him to explode, submerged in a sea of destructive flames. Tang Yi still stood calmly in one place, silently chanting, using his power to protect everyone. He spoke up, saying to everyone, let me hold him back. You guys use whatever techniques you have quickly. Nangong Man cheered excitedly. The little sugar cube has finally decided to make a move. Jian Wuju found his horizons broadened this time. Is that the kingly grand senior brother Tang Yi of the Yulin immortal sect? I have only heard of him by reputation, never seen him in action. The flames just now slowly receded, revealing the tall body of the demonic being, which was now covered in miserable wounds. He ground his teeth, asking resentfully, what kind of devilish technique is this? No, it feels more like a one-time spatial defensive treasure. Seeming to lose interest in dragging things out, he did not hesitate and continued to unleash attacks, but let you all merely be buying time to await death. Tang Yi calmly clasped his hands before him, muttering an incantation. 10,000 heavens, tremble mountain peace. Shizen heard this and became extremely anxious. Is that not the very spell the elder used on me? It is just the most ordinary heaven-grade spell. Even I could withstand it back then. How can it block the demonic being's killing blade? He quickly shouted, Grand Senior Brother, be careful. Tang Yi softly called out, catch. A giant golden palm appeared, completely embracing the demonic being's heaven-shaking attack. He strained to hold it for a while, then swung his hand and fiercely hurled it back towards him, shouting transform. The giant golden palms continuously emerged from his body one after another after Tang Yi softly uttered the word emit. Then they all flew towards the demonic being like a shower of meteors. His face turned as pale as a banana leaf. He shouted, another one has stepped through the threshold of divine abilities. That palm swept across the ground, then directly slapped his face with a resounding sound. The demonic being was flung far away, dragging along the ground and leaving behind web-like cracks, demolishing all the rocky outcrops around. Shisan's eyes shone like stars. He cheered, holy crap, Grand Senior Brother truly lives up to his reputation. He turned back and said to Hai Feng, hurry up, throw the Sacred Heart Dao fire to me. Hai Feng asked suspiciously, do you intend to break through right here and now? Suddenly, he did a complete turnaround, changing his attitude from doubt to excitement, tossing the Sacred Heart Dao fire to the other party. Wait, perhaps there is hope. If it is you absorbing it, you might actually turn the tables. Everyone simultaneously stood up to block in front of Shizen, saying, we will protect your dharma for you. He received the Sacred Heart Dao fire, could not help but tremble violently, sweating profusely. It was incredibly hot. The pain felt like his palm was being scorched, ripping his heart and liver apart. Before the speechless gazes of his teammates, he did not hesitate and shoved the whole thing into his mouth. Hai Feng was stunned, stammering, what kind of tree? You absorb the Dao fire like that? The masked girl also jumped up, idiot. You have to use spiritual power to guide the absorption of spiritual energy and Dao rhythm. Swallowing it raw like that will burn yourself to death. That is the Sacred Heart Dao fire. As soon as the words finished, Shizen shook violently, slumped down, and hugged his stomach, which was cramping like a tsunami. He tilted his head back and let out a loud roar, fire spewing out from his 7 orifices in booming bursts. The masked girl stepped back in fear. Something was off about him earlier, and now it looks like he has truly gone into key deviation, clearly seeking death. Shizen strained himself, trying to suppress the heat that was burning his entire body, until his physical body reached its limit. Finally, Shizen welcomed the explosion. The Dao fire inside his body erupted like a volcano, its momentum reaching the heavens. Ding ding ding. The system notification sounds for body attribute points rang like bells, continuously pouring into his ears. This strange scene immediately caught the eye of the demonic being lurking for prey. Oh ho, using Dao fire to temper the body? This brat is somewhat interesting. Want to take this chance to break through your own limit? This lord will not let you have your wish. He let out a thunderous roar, charging madly towards Shizen while shouting. But he had only flown a few zang. Smack! He took a direct hit to the face. His face slammed flat against a large rocky outcrop beside him, like a turtle hitting its nose against a wall. The demonic being turned purple with rage, roaring as he shattered the layer of earth and rock, bellowing furiously. 80% power. You are dead this time. On Tang Ai's side, the brilliant golden palms continued to appear like mushrooms after rain, all forming a giant circle encasing Shizen. Tang Yi muttered incantations, his hands forming hand seals. 10,000 heavens, 10,000 mountain seals. Go! He extended his hand towards the demonic being and shouted. 10,000 Buddhas returned to the sect. Let's go, brothers! The golden palms surged forward like a swarm of bees, their momentum grand and mighty. The demonic being growled like a wild beast, madly swinging the weapon in his hand, resisting the storm like assault. Heavenly demon collapse. I will fight you all to the death. Full power. The golden palms continuously descended upon the blood-colored sphere he had created, trying to suppress the expansion of his power. The tremendous pressure created by the battle was so great that it spilled out of the secret realm's gate, reaching the position of the examiners who were eagerly watching outside. One examiner's eyes widened and he exclaimed in fright, "Oh my god! The power is spilling out of the secret realm's teleportation gate. This is no joke." Zhao Xuanzi still tried to maintain composure in front of the younger generation, speaking slowly. This shows that the rules within the secret realm can no longer suppress the spiritual power inside. Nangang Huang looked at his back, a sense of unease rising in his heart. He quickly asked, "Then what will the outcome be?" Beads of worried sweat began to appear on that wrinkled old face. The secret realm collapses, space shatters, everything inside will be swept in the temporal rift. This time, I fear things will turn out for the worse. Shisan's body at that moment had been burned by the Dao fire to the point where his skin and flesh were peeling, his mouth constantly groaning in pain, like a pig being scraped clean. As if sensing the ill omen, the demonic being exclaimed inwardly, "Not good." A strong sense of foreboding surged up. Once he finishes his tempering, he will definitely be a mortal threat to me. Thinking this, he immediately and frantically pushed his power to its peak. Full power. I will fight you to the death. The power he generated quickly shattered all the golden palms that Tang Yi had painstakingly created. Tang Yi was immediately severely injured. His chest felt like it was struck by a hammer, spitting a mouthful of bright red blood, staining the front of his robe. Before long, those palms could no longer resist, exploding one after another like fireworks. The demonic being swept away all obstacles in his path, shooting straight towards Shizan at the speed of light, like a rocket out of control. "Hai Feng, old brother, let's go!" Jian Wuju shouted loudly. Hai Feng and everyone else surged forward like a swarm of bees, determined to block the path of the bloodthirsty demonic being. Scram, the demon clan's eyes were blood red, his sharp claws swung forward like death scythes. Boom! The three were sent flying by his terrifying power, tumbling like crabs with broken claws. Not bothering with those insignificant insects, the demon clan member charged straight through them. His only target was Shizan. Jian Wuju and Shi Chenggen were unwilling to retreat, both charging forward again simultaneously, determined to fight to the death. The two combined their swords, a dual-bladed slash, an absolute severance. He only smirked in contempt, a disdainful tone, then swung his blade and sang loudly, "Heavenly demon annihilating the world, might shaking the cosmos." Boom, boom, boom. A surge of blood-red power with terrifying destructive force quickly sent Jian Wuju and Shi Chenggen flying, tossing them far away like kites with broken strings. It was like a giant, ferocious monster charging straight towards the spot where Shizan was cultivating. The masked man saw the critical situation and shouted anxiously, "Not good. Shizan has not finished his cultivation yet. Now is his weakest defensive moment." Angong man beside him could only yell helplessly, "Little Shizan, be careful." That giant blade collided with the Dao flames surrounding Shizan and exploded instantly, causing an earth-shattering tremor, the cave shaking violently. The demon clan member looked at the horrifying explosion before him and laughed gloatingly. "Ha ha ha ha. A strike with full power, this time you're dead for sure, you insignificant ant." But immediately after, something made him turn his head in surprise. Meng Jiao had silently returned at some point, creating a solid defensive barrier to protect Shizan. She gritted her teeth, enduring the heart-wrenching pain, trying to hold on. This was a life-saving secret technique set by the clan elders for the intersect geniuses, only to be used at death's door, equivalent to a full-powered strike of the Mahayana realm. Use it to cancel this attack. Before continuing to conceal herself, Meng Jiao did not forget to add a word. "This old lady has used her defensive trick. The rest is up to you, little Shizan." Just then, the blazing flames around Shizan gradually extinguished, the crimson light vanished. Seeing this, the demon clan member was both furious and uneasy, his voice trembling. "The cultivation is over." Boom! Shizan's eyes snapped open, the weak trembling in his gaze gone, replaced by extreme determination and ferocity. His body points were now 300. This old master has broken through. He did not hesitate for a second, launching himself like an arrow towards the demon clan member, his momentum soaring to the heavens. "Come on!" Shizan leaped into the air, one foot stomping on the demon's thigh, the other arm swinging to smash an elbow right into his face. Smack! Demon clan member was dazed from the hit, but inwardly ecstatic. "Good, let me see how strong you are after leveling up." Crack, crack, crack. The gloomy gray sky, dotted with a few dark clouds, was suddenly torn apart like broken glass. Small water cracks at first gradually spread, appearing more and more, crisscrossing like a spider web. Not good, gasp. Haifeng was the first to notice the anomalies in the sky and the collapse of the surrounding rock formations. He exclaimed in shock, "This secret realm is showing signs of collapsing soon. We need to prepare to withdraw." The masked girl did not seem overly panicked, shrugging casually and saying, "Anyway, the power of those two has been constantly bombarding the secret realm's rules, suppressing it to its limit. It's about to be destroyed. The realm can't withstand this power exceeding its limit." Focusing on the current situation, the earth-shattering battle between the Demon Clan member and Shizen continued at a dizzying pace. Both were evenly matched, vying to destroy the secret realm with each technique they unleashed. All of Shizen's muscles seemed to be infused with dense internal energy after the successful cultivation, every punch and kick carrying astonishing power. Shizen leaped up and delivered a thunderous knee strike to the Demon Clan member's face, making him spit out another mouthful of blood, this time seemingly worse than before. The demon could not withstand Shizen's overwhelming power, flying straight out like a cannonball, slamming into a large rock behind him, nearly turning to paste in the wilderness. Shizen showed no mercy, pointing his hand towards him. All of his internal energy condensed into his right hand, forming an invisible surge of power. Shizen did not hesitate, snapped his fingers with a crack, and a flash of blue energy shot out like lightning, tearing through space. Whoosh whoosh. They all rushed towards the Demon Clan member who was lying crumpled like a dead dog, catching him off guard, leaving him only to stare blankly as death approached. So close, boom boom boom. The terrifying power he created was so strong that the rock behind the demon at this moment was shattered into fine dust, billowing up a thick cloud of smoke. Not yet satisfied, Shizen, with the momentum of a broken dam, continued to rain down punches like a storm. His furious fist wind descended like thunder and lightning, continuously bombarding the demon creature's body, beating him until his mind spun, leaving him only able to cover his head and take the beating. His large body was pinned to the broken stone ground. The dust cleared, revealing the Demon Clan's huge, battered body lying sprawled in a pool of black blood. Shizen's eyes went wide, exclaiming in shock, "What the hell? Bombarding him like this only suppressed him. Is he that tough?" The demon creature threw his head back and laughed raucously, disdainfully replying, "Suppress me? Ha, are you dreaming in broad daylight? Until this moment, this lord has not even bothered to use a tenth of my true power." He roared, erupting with demonic aura that soared to the sky. Easily standing up, he stood tall and proud amidst the ruined world, his ferocious aura filling the sky. The collapse of this space was nothing. "Today, this lord will teach you stinking ants a lesson about peak power." He raised his head to the sky and roared in anger, his mouth opened wide to his ears, his blood-red eyes spewing thick black smoke, unleashing his full demonic power without restraint. Following the earth-shattering roar, the ground shook violently as if the world were ending. On the gray sky, a massive space black hole suddenly appeared. Twisting space, all the broken rubble around was sucked into the black hole, flying up like locusts. Shizen was scared out of his wits, his eyes bulging. "Damn it, the sky is really collapsing." Just then, a mysterious voice from behind echoed straight into Shizen's mind. "You idiot! The spatial rift destroy him." Shizen's heart skipped a beat. He quickly turned his head to look, realizing it was the advanced technique of sound transmission into the mind. The owner of the voice was that mysterious masked girl. She was using a secret technique to remind him, hit him into the spatial rift. The chaotic time stream inside would grind everything to dust, making him vanish forever. "Spatial rift?" Shizen muttered, his gaze fixed on the huge black hole in the sky, suddenly enlightened in his heart. "So all I had to do was send him into that damn hole." Demon Clan member floated in midair, threw his head back in wild laughter, shouting arrogantly, "This is this lord's final ultimate move. This single strike will tear you and this shattered space into pieces, burying everything." Shizen completely ignored the empty threat, his feet treading on void, charging forward to meet the attack, a fierce fist directly blasting forth. Jian Wuju heard this and shouted in panic, "You fool! That strike cannot be met head-on with the physical body." The demon blade in the Demon Clan's hand suddenly transformed into a heaven-defying great sword, ferociously slashing down at Shizen's head, like a strike, obliterating the void. Shizen's figure stiffened, the Tao of that great sword instantly slashed across his body, tearing him limb from limb without mercy. Nangong Man screamed in terror, "Little Shizen." But a bizarre scene suddenly appeared. Shizen's body cut in two, suddenly turned blurry and vanished like sea foam. The Demon Clan member's eyes bulged, horrified beyond belief. "What? How is this possible?" At that moment, Shizen appeared from another direction, a thunderous fist crashing straight into the Demon Clan member's face. Boom. The domineering fist wind sent him flying backwards. A familiar figure came into view, shocking him. The image of Ji Chang'an standing in the distance chanting a spell once again stirred a familiar, eerie feeling in his heart. The Demon Clan member's eyes were filled with hatred and helplessness, grinding his teeth. "So it was you, disrupting my senses again." This punch from Shizen had successfully sent the Demon Clan member flying into the deep space black hole in the sky. Demon could only struggle and let out a miserable howl in utter despair. The joy Shizun had sown had finally succeeded. He looked around, seeing space shatter into pieces, and asked in confusion, with this place so ruined, how would we return? Yi Zidun answered bluntly, saying he had a mid-grade spatial treasure that could temporarily withstand the collapse, enough to last until the secret realm dissipated. Nangongma jumped up, clapped his hands, and shouted at little Shizun, "You are amazing." Heifeng also could not help but praise the earlier move, its aura no less than a great completion realm expert. The masked woman coldly reminded him, "Do not forget the agreement between us." Rustle. A crimson divine lightning suddenly appeared behind Shizun. It shot forward like lightning, wrapping tightly around his body. Shizun had no time to react and was immediately pulled away by the lightning like a kite with a broken string. The demon still trapped in the black hole roared fiercely, "Even if I die, I will drag you ants down with me." A crimson lightning wrapped tightly around Shizun, pulling him straight into the black hole high in the sky. The demon sneered maliciously, gloating that even in death he would have a cushion. Ha ha ha. Shizun heard the familiar voice full of venom, terrified with goosebumps, cold sweat trickling down his spine. Man wanted to rush to help, shouting little Shizun, but was immediately held back by Tang Yi, who stopped him, saying, "Do not go there, you will also be pulled into the spatial rift." In an instant, Shizun was completely devoured by the black hole. His eyes were now filled with horror and despair. Before his eyes, there was only an endless darkness and chaotic sounds echoing back. Is this the end? He strained his ears to listen, miserable screams ringing out loudly. Run! Earthquake! Help! Shizun's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe the scene before him. He was not dead. Before him was a chaotic and tragic scene, terrified crowd screaming, running in all directions, crying for help miserably. Shizun looked around in a daze. This scene was so familiar. It seemed to be the terrifying great earthquake he had experienced in his past life. Then, as if suddenly waking up, his eyes opened wide. He had crossed over again. He quickly searched his faint memory. It seemed his parents were leading him to flee a disaster somewhere far away. Why was this happening? Why had he crossed back to this place? A strange phenomenon caught his eye. In the gray sky, two colossal figures were locked in fierce battle, their terrifying aftershocks spreading everywhere. Shizun exclaimed in shock, that colossal figure. Could this earthquake disaster be caused by the aftershocks of their battle? Without hesitation, he transformed into a beam of light and flew into the sky, shouting angrily, "Stop right now! Do you know how many innocent people you have indirectly killed?" Shizun swung his fist to attack, but the two enormous figures had vanished without a trace. That punch only hit the endless void. A strange water path appeared beneath his feet, and space shifted unpredictably again. The originally gray sky turned a thick, inky black. Shizun looked around in confusion, bewilderedly asking himself where exactly is this place? Before his eyes were countless ancient corpses floating in midair, slowly being devoured by the endless black hole ahead. Why was this place so filled with bones? A deep voice sounded from behind. Those are all beings who could not resist the relentless flow of time. Shizun was startled and spun around. A figure with a long sword on his back, with an elegant demeanor, hovered in the silent sky. He was the god of time who commanded the surging river of time. A dignified deity spoke, his voice echoing everywhere. "This summoning. Could it be from you, a mere mortal?" His divine eyes moved slightly. The powerful god of time suddenly sensed something unusual, his gaze sharp as lightning, locking onto Shizun. He asked in disbelief and suspicion, "Strange, you clearly have no spiritual root, so how could you sense my secret summoning?" Shizun honestly recounted the whole story, his tone sincere, reporting to the supreme god, "I was in a fierce battle with an enemy when I was pulled into a strange spatial rift, and then crossed over to this place." The god of time nodded smugly, as if he understood the ins and outs. He slowly explained, "The river of time is endless and boundless, with no distinction between past and future. Once you have stumbled into that chaotic flow, it is no surprise that you drift to any point in time." The god of time continued to explain, his voice low with a hint of sorrow. "But whether it is the glorious past or the hazy future, the harsh river of time always erodes everything. No one can escape this cruel law." His eyes full of sorrow swept over the withered corpses floating above. He sighed, "Unless one has great supernatural powers, it is absolutely impossible to resist the relentless erosion of time. The pitiful failures around you are the clearest proof." A deity clicked his tongue in regret, his voice carrying some disappointment. "Unfortunately, you are not the person I am looking for." He pointed his finger at Shizun and coldly pronounced his verdict, "Time will soon crush you into ashes. Your vitality is nearly exhausted, and you will die soon." Shizun, upon hearing this, was terrified and cried out, "What? Die?" The god of time sighed mournfully, his voice echoing like an evening bell. "It seems, in this sorrowful realm, we ultimately cannot escape the harsh fate of annihilation." The god of time looked melancholy at the pitch-black time rift before him, his expression growing increasingly grave. In another distant realm, a terrifying supreme existence has long had its sights set on this place. Because of the realm's solid barrier, it cannot descend directly. However, it has finally found a strange method to cross the great river of time, slipping through the gaps in space. He furrowed his brow, showing helplessness and sorrow, his voice low like a groan. I have been guarding this place, and I am also nearing my limit. The influence of being's evil power is growing more severe. Once it completely devours the river of time, no realm will escape annihilation. Shizen asked tremblingly, will he descend here through that rift? Before he finished speaking, the spatial rift suddenly shook violently. Dozens of blood-red eyes opened simultaneously, glaring intently at the two of them. The god of time exclaimed in shock, his voice breaking, not good. That being is recklessly crossing the boundary again. A huge, crimson hand with sharp claws like razors suddenly reached out from the black rift, viciously slapping toward the god of time. When the demonic hand touched the defensive net set up by the god of time, its evil power was significantly restrained. The two sides fell into a fierce stalemate, neither yielding. The god of time had to exhale, his expression even more solemn. Each of his attempts is twice as powerful as the last. Shizen did not hesitate, ignoring all objections, and immediately charged forward with a fierce aura. Let me help. The god of time quickly stopped him, saying urgently, do not act recklessly. Your strength is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It is useless. Shizen paid no heed to the advice. His body, agile as a leopard, flew into the sky in an instant. Gathering all his strength into his fist, he viciously slammed down a devastating blow onto the huge hand. Boom! The demonic hand, as if in extreme pain, flinched violently and retracted, trembling severely. A few seconds later, it gradually disappeared into the spatial rift, no longer attacking. The bizarre scene left the god of time stunned. He opened his mouth wide and shouted, his voice cracking. What is going on? His eyes were full of disbelief, staring intently at Shizen, his heart full of doubt. Without a spiritual root, a mere mortal like you, how could you unleash such earth-shaking power? Moreover, your body shows no sign of exhaustion. A bold conjecture rose in the god of time's heart. He murmured, could it be that this brat has inadvertently stepped into the realm of the supreme great Tao? Shizen curled his lips smugly, looking proud. See, I am still somewhat useful, old man. The god of time suddenly changed expression, his form flickering in and out of sight. Without warning, he charged forward and without hesitation, pushed Shizen forcefully down into the bottomless abyss. Shizen screamed in horror, his miserable voice echoing through the space. What the hell are you doing? God of Time replied calmly, his voice cold as ice. This realm depends on you, kid. The scene before Shizen suddenly changed, the surrounding space instantly shifting to a desolate ancient time. A skinny assassin, covered in horrific wounds, was tied tightly to the trunk of a withered ancient tree. Emaciated figures, their bodies as thin as sticks, tremblingly carried heavy stone baskets on their shoulders, trudging heavily step by step. They formed a long, weary line. On both sides of the mountain slopes, fierce demon cultivators constantly yelled, hurry up. All this spiritual ore must be transported today. If the work is not done, do not even think about getting any food. An exhausted man, unable to hold on any longer, stumbled and fell forward, the heavy stone basket collapsing as dust flew everywhere. The person behind him panicked and ran over, letting out a frantic cry. Brother! Before he could react, the brutal demon clan member swung a long leather whip, striking the man's back hard. He groaned in pain, screaming miserably, "Stop dawdling, you lowly insects." He glanced contemptuously at the two brothers, his eyes full of scorn. You, the despicable lower race, only know how to pretend to be weak. Get up and work for me now. The young man turned back, his eyes red, pleading earnestly, we haven't had a single grain of rice in 3 days. At least give us some water, so we can have strength to work. That demon clan member sneered cruelly, his voice desolate. Is that so? Then you must have outlived your usefulness, right? Useless things only have one path left. Before he finished speaking, the young man hugged his brother tightly, tears streaming down, and begged loudly, "No, please don't kill us." Just as the situation hung by a thread, a long spatial rift suddenly appeared in the gray sky, pieces of the sky shattering, revealing a deep, pitch-black void. Shizen fell from the sky like a meteor, crashing headfirst into the ground, screaming in terror. The vicious demon clan member heard the strange noise and turned his head curiously. Shizen unluckily slammed straight into that man's towering head with its 2 long horns. The collision, powerful as a hammer blow, sent that demon clan member flying several meters away, the ground where he skidded being torn up and completely shattered. Dust slowly cleared, revealing the bloodied head and cold corpse of that unfortunate demon. His comrades saw this and immediately let out howling alarm calls, their shrill voices tearing through the air. Alert! Enemy attack! Shizen had no idea what he had just caused. He stumbled to his feet, dusted off the dirt on his clothes, and sighed wearily. Fell for so long and finally hit the ground. Seems I bumped into something. Seeing the frail figures carrying heavy burdens in the distance, Shizen happily ran over to strike up a conversation. Excuse me, where is this place? The young man from from before hesitated slightly, then immediately warned Shizen, his voice trembling. You just killed a demon soldier. Run now, or you will die horribly. These words went in one ear and out the other for Shizen. He stood dumbfounded, not understanding a thing. Only when the ferocious demon group caught up did Shizen snap out of his shock. They roared angrily like thunder, their voices full of malice. Who dares to intrude upon demon territory? Shizen panicked and turned around, stammering, his voice trembling with fear. Demon territory? His eyes were wide as saucers, staring in horror at the menacing demons before him. Why? Why are there demons in this place? He immediately froze, glanced quickly at the frail men behind him, a spark of realization flashing in his mind, and exclaimed in shock, "Wait, these people look enslaved. Could this really be demon territory?" Only at this moment did Shizen's brain seem to reboot. He was utterly shocked, stammering, "Could I have crossed over to another world? Is this the demon world?" The red-faced demon leader pointed fiercely at Shizen, shouting like a mad dog, "You human brat, you dare kill my demon soldiers. Go, skin him and pull his tendons." The motley crew said nothing, swarming toward Shizen like a disturbed beehive. Shizen remained calm, a scornful smile curling at the corner of his lips. His peak nascent soul stage aura exploded. He swung his left fist, kicked with his right foot, and struck with a knee, movements swift as lightning and utterly precise. In just a few breaths, he had easily disposed of 3 fierce demon soldiers, scattering them like ash. The demon leader, previously smug, paled at the sight, cold sweat pouring out. He quickly clasped his hands and bowed repeatedly. Now, immortal master, spare me, great master, spare me. If you spare this dog's life, I'll be your beast of burden." Shizen ignored him, not even glancing his way. He delivered a single, light as a breeze punch, ending him instantly. "Oh dear, what a blunder, what a blunder. My hand slipped too hard," Shizen exclaimed in panic, his face full of regret. He had intended to ask the suffering laborers behind him a few questions, but then clicked his tongue and sighed. Forget it. Asking these frogs at the bottom of a well is useless. Their knowledge is limited, and they know nothing of the outside world. The young man witnessing this was astonished and admired secretly, speculating that his leader, also in the nascent soul stage, was sent flying with one punch. That human must be at least a divine transformation stage grandmaster. The slaves were terrified upon hearing this, dropping to their knees and kowtowing before Shizen. "Thank you, great hero, for saving our lives." Shizen quickly waved his hand, smiling modestly. "No need for such courtesy. It's a small matter, trivial as a rabbit. I only have a few questions for you all." He asked, "Where is this place? How did you fall into the hands of those damn demon leaders?" The young man immediately reported, "Sir Savior, this is spiritual mine number 42. We were captured as children to work as laborers digging ore, living from hand to mouth." Upon hearing this, Shizen thought to himself, "Sure enough, this is demon territory. The humans here are treated like worthless grass." He asked further, "You've never left this place, have you? You know nothing of the outside world?" The group nodded frantically, their faces mournful. Another slave suddenly recalled something and spoke up quickly. "Ah, Sir Savior, a few days ago while digging ore, we unearthed an ancient stone stele. It seems to have some squiggly characters carved on it, perhaps recording something." They eagerly pointed the way for Shizen. "Please, Sir Savior, spare some time to take a look. We are illiterate and know nothing." Shizen nodded slightly at this and replied calmly, "No problem, fine." Before long, the kind laborers led Shizen to where the newly unearthed stele lay. After walking a bit further, one laborer stopped and pointed ahead respectfully. "Sir Savior, it's right here." Shizen followed the direction of the finger, looking ahead. Following the guidance, he indeed saw a towering stone stele standing alone against the cliff face. On it were carved several large characters, flourishing like dragons dancing and phoenixes soaring. "Imperial Forest Immortal Sect." Shizen's eyes bulged like eggs, unable to believe his own sight. He exclaimed in shock, Imperial Forest Immortal Sect. How can this be?" In his heart, Shizen murmured, "Wait, what kind of bizarre nonsense is happening before me? Isn't this the desolate demon realm I just transmigrated to? From what I've heard, the Imperial Forest Immortal Sect seems to be a top-tier cultivation sect." Cast his gaze toward the southern mountain range, where thick, dark demonic energy rose to the sky, and continued, "As for that so-called demon stronghold, I suspect it was some immortal sect long occupied by those demonic beings, and they're still holding a poor human cultivator captive inside." "What?" Shizen nearly jumped up, his eyes wide as coins, his face incredulous. "You're saying those demons dare to hold a human cultivator in that desolate place with no women? How many guards do they have stationed there, and are their strength like shrimp or giant whales?" On the mountain, there are only a few low-level demon soldiers patrolling half-heartedly, but I've heard a demon general personally guards the heavenly prison. Shizun replied leisurely, his tone calm as ever. It seems that Demon General's power is roughly comparable to your Void Refinement Stage cultivators. Holy crap, Void Refinement Stage. An alarm rang in Shizun's mind, but a flash of arrogant confidence followed. He glanced at his robust body and thought, a Void Refinement Stage cultivator? With this indestructible Vajra body, even 10 Void Refinement Stage guys couldn't tickle me, let alone pose a threat. Out loud, Shizun replied calmly, I plan to take a stroll up that mountain and see what's what. Before setting off, he turned back to advise, you all should pack up and leave this dangerous place quickly. The demons you served are now dead by my hand. Their comrades will be alerted sooner or later. Flee now to avoid being caught up. The group kowtowed frantically, tears and snot streaming. Thank you, Granifactor Hero, for saving our lives. Even with your vast divine powers, please take care of yourself. On the path leading up the mountain, Shizun used his ghostly footwork, his body darting like a sparrow riding the wind at a dizzying speed. He murmured as he moved, this road is nothing special. Is this place really the Imperial Forest Immortal Sect? Why does it look so ruined and desolate? Suddenly, Shizun halted, his sword brows furrowed tightly, and within his narrow phoenix eyes flickered countless complex emotions. Fury that reached the heavens, utter sorrow and profound shock. On every moss-covered stone step, countless human corpses lay scattered, blood staining the land red. Shizun slowly stepped forward, his pained gaze sweeping over each corpse. Are these the inner disciple robes of the Imperial Forest Immortal Sect? His eyes braced for a tragic scene, but he was still drawn to it. Not far away, a head of disheveled white hair hung limply, a gaunt figure trembling in the cold wind. Elderly Ruokong! Shizun cried out in shock, his heart feeling as if struck by a heavy blow. The rage within him erupted like a volcano, scorching his reason and usual calm. Shizun's eyes reddened as he glared fiercely at the stone stele erected beside the corpse. On it were carved several lines of glaring blood-red characters. Whoever dares obstruct the advance of our demon race shall have their corpse hung here for 100 years. Bastards! Shizun roared in fury, his body suddenly leaping up. His hands, like lightning, grabbed the rough rope and yanked hard with a snap. The rope broke, and elderly Rokong's corpse fell into his arms. Shizun landed gently on the ground, carefully laid down the corpse, and said mournfully, Elderly Rokong, you rest in peace. At that moment, a series of heavy footsteps sounded behind him. More blind demon soldiers. Shizun sneered disdainfully. The demon soldiers saw Shizun and immediately screamed like pigs being slaughtered as they charged. Hey, who the hell are you? How dare you trespass on your grandpa's turf? And you even dared to take the body down. Shizun slowly turned around, his handsome face already cold as frost, now even more grim and terrifying. Overwhelming hatred made him unwilling to waste words. He only wanted to grind the vermin before him into dust. Die! Shizun roared in rage, his body suddenly lunging forward like an arrow from a bow. 5 punches were thrown, carrying earth-shattering power. The ground beneath his feet instantly cracked like a spiderweb, dust and stones flying everywhere. The demon soldiers, caught off guard, were sent flying by the fierce fist wind, their bones shattered, flesh mangled, and their deaths complete. Shizun coldly glanced at the pile of meat on the ground. Then he bent down, picked up elderly Rokong's corpse, and carefully placed it into a hastily dug pit. He swept his hand to cover it with dirt, forming a simple, small grave. No tombstone stood on it, only a mound of cold earth. The grave of elderly Rokong of the Imperial Forest Immortal Sect. Shizun murmured, his voice tinged with pain. After bidding farewell to the respected elder spirit, Shizun continued walking deeper into the mountains. On the towering mountain peak, a tall figure stood motionless, its surrounding demonic energy condensed into a solid form. Who goes there? The demon general suddenly opened his eyes, blood-red beams of deadly energy shooting forth as he roared like thunder and wind. Die! In response, Shizun only uttered a single word, cold as a 1,000-year chill. His form turned into a blur, instantly appearing before the demon general, his hand slashing down like a sharp blade. The demon general's head was severed from his neck, rolling to the ground. Shizun didn't even glance at the skull. He coldly stepped toward the pitch-dark stone cave entrance. He raised his fist, channeling all his Vajra power into one punt. The solid stone cave door immediately collapsed, rubble flying everywhere. Who's there? A voice filled with surprise and doubt came from within the cave. After so long, I never thought someone would still come to rescue me. Are you from the Resistance Army? Shizun saw the other's haggard figure through the thick dust and felt a slight sense of relief. He said softly, Fang Tianshuo, you've survived until now. It seems your luck isn't too bad. That voice? Fang Tianshuo trembled in shock, trying to open his blind eyes. It sounds so familiar. Shizun. Shizun approached him and nodded affirmatively. It's me. Is it really you? Fang Tianshuo trembled with excitement. My eyes are blind, I can't see anymore, but this voice is definitely you. What happened to your eyes? Shizun asked with a frown. They poisoned and blinded them. Fang Tianshuo sighed, his face sorrowful. Though my eyes can no longer see, my mind's eye sees many things. If you don't mind, could you let me touch your face? Shizen nodded in agreement. Fang Tianshuo raised a trembling hand, gently touching Shizen's angular face. The familiar, sturdy contours moved him deeply. It really is you. Still the same appearance from back then. Are you still alive? I am alive. Shizen frowned, puzzled. Why do you say that? Fang Tianshuo hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. Because in the Heavenly Tome secret realm back then, you were pulled into a space rift and vanished without a trace for the past 12 years. 12 years? Shizen gaped in shock. Is this the world 12 years later? What exactly happened here? It seems I was swept into this era by that space rift. Fang Tianshuo sighed, his expression bitter. That explains everything. He began to recount slowly. Not long after you disappeared, the demon race from the Westland invaded the divine continent. They massacred countless human cultivators in the mortal realm and conquered the human world. To preserve their strength, the immortal realm sealed all passages connecting to the mortal realm, abandoning us to our fate. What? Shizen cried out in shock a second time, a surge of fury rising in his heart. No wonder I saw humans so brutally oppressed and enslaved by the demons. But aren't the barriers between realms extremely solid and hard to break? What method did those demons use to cross the barrier? The wasteland was originally part of the divine continent in ancient times, Fang Tianshuo explained. What? Shizen was shocked for the third time, nearly jumping up. However, during that great war between humans and demons, the humans drove the demons back into the wasteland. Then, the great cultivators joined forces to separate the wasteland from the boundaries of the divine continent. Fang Tianshuo continued. To be precise, the wasteland lies in the rift between the divine continent and other realms, on the outskirts of the divine continent's boundary. Reopening the barrier wasn't too difficult for those demons. Damn it! Who the hell caused all this? Shizen ground his teeth, his anger reaching its peak. Did a traitor among the humans collude with the demons? The source of this calamity you have actually encountered before. Fang Tianshuo sighed. It's that demon who possessed a body and was reborn in the Heavenly Tome secret realm back then. His name is Adomo. Adomo? Shizen stammered in shock. What? Today he should have been pulled into the spatial rift, yet he did not die. The main quest required the extermination of the demon race, and if he failed, the host would be erased by the system. Suddenly, a cold mechanical voice echoed inside Shizen's mind. It startled him with fear. Hey, wait! Shizen cried out in panic. This was an accident. System boss, calm down. The system immediately activated the Erasure lightning punishment. The system coldly pronounced Shizen's death sentence. At the same time, it released a deadly bolt of purple electric light. The lightning carried destructive force straight toward Shizen. Help! Shizen dodged the death lightning in terror, screaming inwardly. I still have words to say. Let me plead my case. Don't be so cold and ruthless. While dodging with difficulty, he tried to explain that the system had only issued a compulsory erasure order without a time limit. Logically, he had not yet failed. The system fell into an eerie silence, and the death lightning suddenly vanished. It seems that is indeed true. The system's mechanical voice hesitated slightly. Another program error. After saying that, the system completely disappeared, as if it had never existed. He had managed to escape disaster. The last sound of the system echoed with some resignation. Pew! Shizen breathed out tiredly, his back drenched in sweat. He had almost died. What was that noise just now? Fang Tianshuo asked doubtfully. The Abyssal Fiend Prince, upon rebirth, was already at the Demon King rank, comparable to other demons at the Tribulation Transcendent stage. His survival in the spatial crack was not too surprising. Tribulation Transcendent stage, Shizen muttered, his eyes sinking. No wonder he's so hard to deal with. If not for the secret realm's rules suppressing him, we would have been annihilated long ago. But even with the Tribulation Transcendent stage cultivation, he could not break the barrier between the realms. How did he do it? Fang Tianshuo suddenly stopped, his expression grave. Trouble. 2 demons are approaching. They are both at the Demon King rank. He shouted. We're in danger. 2 demon kings at the Tribulation Transcendent stage are almost here. Run quickly. Go to the Endless Sea and tell the people at the base. Can I defeat a demon king at the Tribulation Transcendent stage right now? Shizen pondered, silently asking the system. System, what is my current body stat value? Body stat value 2,000 points. As long as you have sufficient Tohim star crystals and 1 Bograde demon core, the host can break through to the next stage of body training. The system's mechanical voice sounded. What? Shizen's eyes widened in disbelief. How did my body stat value suddenly skyrocket to 2,000 points? What kind of sorcery is this? The spatial current forces within the spatial rift tempered the host's body, significantly increasing the body stat value. That explanation makes sense. That feeling of my body being torn apart was even stronger than the Holy Heart Dao fire, Shizen said thoughtfully. I thought I was dead for sure that time. Second, the host suffered the erosion of time within the temporal flow, which did not come without effect. However, because the host has awakened the body training system, the body stat value will grow stronger over time. time. No wonder I wasn't eroded by time and withered away to death, Shizen realized. Third, the host traveled to a future 100 years later, and the body's growth is also related to time, like having accumulated 100 years. The 2000 point value is not the host's current limit. It is merely restricted by the current evolution stage of the body training system. The body stat value at this stage can only reach 2000 points. Once a breakthrough occurs, the body stat value will grow even stronger. A body stat value of 3000 points can already rival a cultivator at the integration stage. Currently at 2000 points, killing those tribulation transcendence stage demons is definitely no problem. Shizen smirked with full confidence. Don't worry, Brother Fang, those straw dummy demon kings are nothing to worry about. Shizen said decisively. Rest easy, it's just a minor demon king. What's there to fuss about? Fang Tiansuo firmly shook his head. No, Brother Zhuang, you should still take the best strategy and escape quickly. Shizen was surprised. Huh? What do you mean? Fang Tiansuo lowered his voice. You can rest assured I still have some value for them to use. Those demon leaders will not easily kill me. Moreover, most importantly, Brother Zhuang, your fate is unusual. You absolutely cannot be careless. His voice was full of worry. If you return to the human race now, you will be another trump card that can turn the tide. You cannot act rashly and alert the enemy. Go. Head to the Endless Sea and find the Resistance's stronghold. This time the demon races attack. They must think it's just an isolated act of rebellion by the humans. Shizen nodded in agreement. In that case, I will go. You stay and be careful in everything. With that, Shizen transformed into a streak of sword light and left. Just as Shizen's figure disappeared, two demon kings descended. They immediately poured their fury onto Fang Tiansuo, unleashing all kinds of cruel torture methods. A demon king with snow-white hair spoke, his tone gloomy. This one's mouth is sealed tight, truly stubborn. So stubborn he won't utter a single word. Was it that band of rebel ants who attacked this place? Where is their lair? Fang Tiansuo writhed in pain but clenched his teeth and did not utter a word. The other demon king, towering like a mountain, spoke. Forget it, interrogating him like this is a waste of effort. Since we can't squeeze out any useful information, keeping him is just a waste of food. Might as well root him out. He growled an order. Soul Guard mental inquiry. Fang Tiansuo was horrified and confused. Soul Guard mental inquiry? White-haired demon king snorted coldly, throwing Fang Tiansuo to the ground like a broken sack. He said smugly, for a peak demon king like this seat, what information cannot be obtained? By devouring the soul, there is even the ability to seize part of the opponent's power. The black-haired demon king leaned down, lifting Fang Tiansuo's head, his eyes as venomous as a snake. This is your final worth. Fang Tiansuo mustered a bitter smile. You will not achieve your goal. The black-haired demon king did not hesitate, immediately making his move, directly extracting Fang Tiansuo's memories and fading strength. Fang Tiansuo grew weak and powerless, his body like a lamp before the wind, slowly extinguishing. The black-haired demon king greedily gnawed on the remaining scraps of Fang Tiansuo's memories and abilities. He softly breathed his last, but his heart remained devoted to the human world. Fang Tiansuo murmured in his dying breath, before, I could not see clearly. The moment you appeared again, I finally vaguely saw a glimmer of the future. Only you can do it. Suddenly, the body of the black-haired demon king shook violently. The other saw this and asked in surprise, what's wrong? Did you find any information? The black-haired demon king stammered, his tone filled with extreme terror. No wonder he is a celestial fate master. Before dying, he dared to cut off his own memories himself. But not all of them were cut. A tiny clue remains. He quickly pointed in a direction. Launch a surprise attack there, heading toward the Endless Sea. The white-haired one heard this. His expression drastically changed, and said hurriedly, this matter cannot be delayed. Delay will breed complications. We must pursue immediately. With that, the two demon kings transformed into two streaks of demonic light and shot off like arrows. At the same time, Shizen was flying like lightning, suddenly remembering something in his mind. He recalled that the Endless Sea was located to the south of the southern region. To get there, he had to cross the 10,000 Demon Mountain range, which was rugged and perilous. Suddenly, two figures streaked past him like a whirlwind. They were none other than the two demon kings from before. Shizen was astonished. The demon race is pursuing this quickly? They can't possibly sense my spiritual energy. Could they have already extracted information from Fang Tiansuo? The two demon kings also looked Shizen up and down. The white-haired one frowned. What? Only a brat dared to come and attack. The black-haired one dismissed the contempt. Do not underestimate the enemy. After all, he easily took out the demon general stationed there. Saying so, the white-haired one took out a strange purple gourd bottle. He shouted, capture! Shizun was startled. A powerful suction force suddenly bound his body, pulling him violently toward the gourd. Shizun exclaimed in shock, "A magic treasure! I did not expect these demon leaders to use magic treasures." He immediately mobilized all his true essence, struggling desperately to flee, because if he was sucked into that cursed gourd, it would be a great disaster. White Hair exclaimed in shock, "What? My violet gold gourd can't even suck him in?" Seeing this, Black Hair lunged forward and savagely kicked Shizun with a thunderous strike, saying, "Let me give you a hand." Shizun was hit in the back, his body slowed down, and then shrank to the size of an ant, falling straight into the mouth of the gourd, accompanied by a smug laugh. "Heh, you little brat." The white-haired demon king grinned maliciously, sealed the gourd, and threatened, "If you don't want to turn into a pool of blood, answer the next questions truthfully." Inside the violet gold gourd, Shizun was not flustered at all, maintaining a calm demeanor. Stretching his limbs, he smiled contemptuously. "Tisk, these petty tricks can't trouble me." The white-haired man held the gourd, feeling it violently shake. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Answer obediently, or you will soon turn into a pool of muddy blood inside." Shizun remained unfazed, continuing to run tirelessly within. The faster he ran, the stronger the gourd shook, because falling to the bottom of the water would be extremely dangerous. The black-haired demon king asked doubtfully, "What's happening? It seems something is wrong with the violet gold gourd." Crack, crack, crack. Tiny fissures began to appear on the surface of the gourd. Boom! The demon refining gourd shattered into pieces. Shizun shot out like an arrow, landing a thunderous punch on the white-haired man's face. Slap! He took the hit, screamed in agony, spat out blood and broken teeth, and flew miles away. He turned his head in astonishment, unable to believe it. "He's out. I never thought anyone could escape my violet gold gourd. This person's cultivation level is much higher than anticipated." Madwind Demon King narrowed his eyes fiercely. A man who defeats a 3-origin Demon King with a single punch is definitely no simpleton. "Let me probe his strength." Having said that, Madwind Demon King eerily moved behind Shizun. He suddenly grabbed the boy's head, roaring like a wild beast. "Soul Guard." Suddenly, Madwind Demon King's expression changed drastically, and he let out a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering scream of pain. Shizun was now biting fiercely into his hand, blood continuously flowing from the Demon King's arm. Madwind Demon King retreated in panic, clutching his bitten hand, his face twisted in pain. It hurts. It hurts so much. Damn it, using such a despicable move." He looked up to search around, but Shizun had vanished without a trace. Slap! A sound came from behind. Shizun suddenly appeared behind Madwind Demon King and delivered a powerful kick to his back. Madwind Demon King was kicked far away, tumbling several times in the air, and he roared in thunderous fury, "You insolent brat! Dare to play sneak attacks." He flew into a rage and lunged to attack Shizun. The two figures clashed fiercely in midair, their tearing power shaking the mountain violently. The white-haired Demon King watched and muttered, "Since when did the human realm produce such a formidable character? I must lend him a hand." Just as Shizun was locked in a fierce battle with Madwind Demon King in midair, he suddenly felt a bizarre purple ring appear on his wrist and exclaimed in surprise, "A chain? What the hell is this?" A purple chain materialized from the void, binding Shizun's hands tightly. That moment, Madwind Demon King seized the opportunity to lunge forward and viciously kick Shizun in the chest. 2. Shizun was hit, his body staggered backward, and fresh blood sprayed out like rain. He strained, channeled all his strength into his hands, and let out a heaven-shattering roar. Crack, crack, crack! The purple chain quickly shattered and broke apart. Suddenly, ancient square incense burner exuding a suppressing aura descended slowly from the sky. Shizun was startled, his spiritual sense warning him of the extreme danger of this incense burner. He tried to dart away like a shot arrow, but it was too late. From this point on, incense burner shone down a pillar of golden energy, sealing the surrounding space. Shizun was pinned down by the light pillar, unable to escape. He frowned and muttered, "I'm trapped." Madwind Demon King asked the white-haired man suspiciously, "Are you planning to kill him directly?" The white-haired man sneered, "Killing him and refining his soul for information is the same. The effect may be weaker, but it's enough to extract what I need." At this moment, Shizun inside the light pillar made no sound at all. The two Demon Kings slowly retreated backward, and the white-haired man shouted loudly, "Now!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, the demon-suppressing incense burner rapidly descended from above, carrying a heaven-destroying, earth-annihilating momentum. Shizun strained to resist, his entire body taut like a bowstring. He let out a muffled roar. Slosh. The demon-suppressing incense burner crashed thunderously to the ground, causing a heaven-shaking earthquake, with the ground cracking like a spiderweb. Dust and sand flew everywhere, and nearby wild beasts fled in terror. Amidst the panicked herd, a majestic figure suddenly appeared, his deep voice rumbling like thunder. "Who dares to act so arrogantly in my 10,000 demon mountain range? What the hell is that? The mountain-suppressing treasure that I went through so much trouble trouble to obtain from that old man Zhang of the Sword Dao sect. Yet that damned kid can lift it as easily as a feather. Interesting, interesting. Let me come out and lend you a hand. The eerie sound echoed, drawing a surging wave of demonic aura that filled the sky. An enormous figure expanded to block out the entire heavens. Who dares to bare their fangs in the 10,000 demon mountain range, huh? A heaven-shaking roar resounded, and a terrifying pressure descended, threatening to shatter the surrounding space. Huh? Who dares to obstruct us demon clan in our affairs? Could it be? I heard that a great achievement realm demon sage resides in the 10,000 demon mountain range. Is that old monster making a move? A demon king looked up at the sky in shock, sensing the terrifying spiritual energy approaching. Indeed, it's that old demon sage's spiritual energy, no mistake. So it's you demon clan who dare to swagger into my demon race's territory and act tyrannically. The imposing voice resounded, carrying a murderous aura that filled the sky. At the same time, a black figure tore through space and descended like a meteor, throwing a swift punch. That top-tier heaven-grade magic treasure, inferior only to immortal artifacts. This one item was unique, and yet he smashed it into pulp. Phew, even a handsome guy like me would have his soul startled to the clouds. Shizen stood beside the battlefield, witnessing the destruction of the magic treasure, and couldn't help but sigh in relief, patting his chest. What? Is that it really you, Shizen, huh? The demon sage Haifeng descended, his narrow phoenix eyes wide as he stared at Shizen, his voice shocked and strained. Is it you? That stinking black chicken? You're still alive and kicking. Wait a minute, you're still so young. What the hell is this? It would take too long to explain. Hasn't your demon clan always turned a blind eye to us humans? Haven't you never interfered in human worldly grudges? What is the meaning of this, huh? The white-haired demon king frowned, questioning the demon sage Haifeng. The demon sage Haifeng chuckled, his tone flippant. My apologies to you all. This kid is rather special. You demon clan absolutely cannot touch him. Oh, if that's the case, then you can go meet the king of hell too, you damn black chicken. Madwin Demon King roared in fury and, without another word, swung his hand to attack the demon sage Haifeng. Oh, is this your strength? It is only mediocre. Haifeng, the sacred fiend of primordial war, mocked as he parried, thanks to the body you gave me back then. Now I have not only restored my former peak combat power, but have also surpassed it by far. I have reached the late great success stage. This spiritual might, how do you find it? Satisfactory? Haha, it seems you have already noticed. The white-haired demon king sneered coldly. Before we set out, we sent word to the demon emperor who governs this desolate region. Soon he will descend, and all of you will die. The demon emperor is a true transcendent tribulation existence. What are you ants in comparison? You risked coming here to rescue the Endless Sea stronghold, right? Haifeng, the sacred fiend suddenly asked Shizen. Shizen nodded in confirmation. Haifeng, the sacred fiend, smiled mysteriously and tossed an item to Shizen. This is the coordinates of the Endless Sea stronghold. Take it. You depart first. I will temporarily hold them back to cover your escape. Shizen frowned. Stall for time. How do you plan to do that? Haifeng, the sacred fiend, shrugged confidently. Rest assured, I am the noble ancient Haifeng. Back then, even Patriarch Yulin could not do anything to me, let alone these brats of the demon race. Besides, I am far too familiar with the 10,000 Fiend mountain range and have my own escape routes. Shizen cautioned worriedly. Then be careful. Haifeng, the sacred fiend, suddenly called Shizen back. There is also this thing, I want to give it to you. As my master, how could you be dressed so shabbily and sloppily? Having said that, Haifeng the sacred fiend tossed a brand new set of clothes to Shizen and gestured for him to hurry up and go. Wait until I am done and return, then we will meet again and have a long talk. The mad peak demon king roared in fury. Trying to run? Dream on. He shot forward like a lightning bolt to block Shizen. Haifeng, the sacred fiend, transformed into his enormous Haifeng true form, his wings spread wide, blotting out the sky. He fiercely engaged the two demon kings in battle, determined to hold them back at the cost of his life, buying time for Shizen to escape. The sacred fiend transformed to his true body. The demonic external form swelled. The destruction meditator withdrew to seal the 5 elements in binds. You have no escape, your fate is sealed to die. The body manifests filial piety, your remains become noble, and the burning burial in the cavity ends the body. The vast endless sea had finally crossed the 10,000 Fiend mountain range. Ha ha, I will leave a clone here to toy with you ants. I will go ahead and enjoy the pleasures. I once dominated this place as the leader of the Fiend race, pretending to be lofty and aloof, not meddling in the wars of the human race. In reality, I secretly built a complete area for the human stronghold in the rear. As repayment for the debt of gratitude I owed Old Master Yuan back then. Strange what is happening. That scene just now seemed to have played out before. Could I be trapped in an endless loop? Is it a heretical illusion, or have I stumbled into some bizarre formation? What is so terrifying about that? Zhang Zhang smarter? No, I am from the Hu family, the Demon Emperor. Slaughtering a few great success stage fiend beasts is light as a feather for me. After they have yet to become my smarter fellows, I will leisurely chop them up next, and then devour their souls. Not good. Something feels wrong. I suspect an enemy is attacking the island, likely a large-scale assault. Quickly notify everyone. What is going on? Could our position have been exposed? The endless sea is vast and boundless. A small island at sea is no different from a grain of sand in a desert. Without precise coordinates, it is nearly impossible to find. How could it have been exposed? Wait, something seems off. Strange, I did not expect it to be Shizen. What? Nangongman, senior brother, venerable elders, are all of you still alive? That line should be us asking you. How did you suddenly appear here? I was crushed by a spatial rift and transported to this bizarre era. I had a feeling, how could little Shizen die so easily? Nangongman, why are you still so tiny after 120 years? Exactly the same as before. Hey, what stage have you reached now? Have you been practicing the demon realm exercise routine I taught you? Yeah, I am now at the 100th layer of the Ki refining stage. The 100th layer of Ki refining. Who is he? Why can I not sense any spiritual power from him at all? He is a prodigy of our sect who mysteriously disappeared 12 years ago. 3 powerful auras are rapidly approaching this place. Among them, one is extremely overbearing. I am afraid it is the Demon Emperor descending. The Demon Emperor? Isn't that an existence equal to the legendary Transcendent Tribulation stage? They must have been deliberately suppressing their spiritual power aura, which is why I only detected them at this close range. In this short time, there is no chance to activate the teleportation formation. Did you intentionally lure them here? Could the demonic fire have corrupted your mind? Elder Mo, do not be rash. When he first appeared earlier, I secretly used my divine sense to scan his entire body. I did not detect any abnormalities. Truly the cool style of the senior brother. The transcendent tribulation descends. All of us will surely face more danger than safety. If everyone trusts me, let me give it a try. The condition for upgrading the upper grade spiritual ore mountain lacks an 8th tier fiend beast core, and the physique points and training ground are also insufficient. Does anyone have an 8th tier fiend beast core and an upper grade spiritual ore mountain? Give them all to me. I can break through on the spot, and perhaps risk a battle against the transcendent tribulation. How can we do that? The spiritual ore is what activates the teleportation formation. If we start it now, at least half of the people have a chance to survive. Giving them to you to use, if you fail, our entire force will be annihilated. I trust him. I have an 8th tier fiend beast core, obtained from my luck in killing a demon race lackey of the sacred fiend. But Shi Chang'en's judgments have always been eerily accurate. Yet today he lead that bridge to the forbidden rear courtyard to absorb the spirit mineral vein immediately. Everyone set up the formation here with me. Hold the demon clan back at all costs, even if it means death. First Fang Tianshuo, then Hai Feng. It seems the demon clan has some vile way to extract information from them, probably using methods like soul extraction. It looks like they won't survive. The time god must have brought me to this era for more than just my ordinary cultivation level in the long river of time. Those great divine summoners must have noticed the difference between me and ordinary people. Shizen, you are truly a special one. This physique of yours must hold a world-shaking secret. Only a physique like mine could possess such potential. The time god spoke vaguely, fearing I would fail, have my plan revealed by soul extraction and possession. I will definitely avenge you, defy fate, and change this tragic future. System, absorb the spirit mineral now. They have arrived. The one in the middle must be the demon emperor guarding the southern border, a tribulation-level demon clan, no doubt. How many in the vast divine continent are worthy of the title mortal immortal? The spiritual tongue immortal is even rarer, like a phoenix feather or unicorn horn. Tribulation level is already the peak, dominating the world. Let me test their strength. Use this chance to set up the additional golden lead water dragon defense formation. No need to strike yourselves. A single move broke my attack so easily. Just a mere minor great ascension cultivator. He could not even withstand one Bellstrike universe attack. Tribulation level strength is truly remarkable. Without this island protecting formation, he would have crushed this small island to dust. This formation likely cannot hold much longer. I hope it can last until your Earth Judge emerges from seclusion. It seems the battle has officially begun. System still not done yet? Still not ready? The upgrade progress rose from 70% to 98% and finally reached 100%. Ah, the system has successfully upgraded. Congratulations, host, for officially stepping onto the path of domineering muscle cultivation, the chariot of flesh demonic stage. This place, could it be the system's secret training ground? After the upgrade, all training tools in the system space have been upgraded accordingly. The upgraded system space has a new function of time acceleration, where time flows many times slower than the outside. Why did it bring me to this damned place? Could my strength still not be enough to defeat a tribulation cultivator? 300 points of physique can temporarily fight a peak fusion cultivator, but to fully adapt to a body of 20,000 points and leverage the advantage of the chariot of flesh demon stage, 2,000 points are needed to barely defeat a peak great ascension cultivator. Hellish training to surpass the limits of muscular potential is mandatory. 20,000 points are truly needed to fight a tribulation cultivator. So what should I do? Train. Train relentlessly, surpass the ultimate limits of the body. Train madly. The 4th stage of spirit equivalent to the weight of a massive mountain. First First item, complete 10,000 squats in a tenfold gravity space. Another 10,000 squats. Then let my muscles surpass this maddening limit. That giant hand dares to lift this entire small island. Formation borrows the spirit energy of the endless ocean. It seems he has found a weakness. The defense formation is about to collapse. Weak resistance. Is this the measly strength you have? Die. Gone? The entire army wiped out. No, they were at least great ascension cultivators. Even if they died, they should have held on for a moment. How could they be annihilated in a single move? Body-soul evasion technique. Not good, I was still detected. Using the first attack to blind my senses. You ants have some skill, but the outcome is the same. The show is over. Immortal technique, biceps wallop. Huh, the technique was broken. Just in time. It is indeed that annoying brat. He has come out of seclusion. He can fly now. At this level, flying in the void is quite normal, is it not? You do not know? Shizun is actually the lost young master of the Zhang family, who was hunted down by the Imperial clan 100 years ago. The Imperial Forest sect leader is actually the adopted daughter of the Heavenly General Nangang Yu. The Heavenly General was framed by treacherous ministers and thrown into an unjust prison, implicating the Zhang family. The sect leader took him in. Back then, only the sect leader and I knew Shizun's true identity. But more importantly, although this child has a strange physique, he was born without a spiritual root and cannot channel any spiritual power at all. What the hell? Then how can he fly in the void? There is not a trace of spiritual power fluctuation in his entire body. He still has a mortal physique, without a spiritual root. Look at his feet. His feet are vibrating at extremely fast speed, barely visible to the naked eye. It is muscle resonance. After that hellish demonic training, the muscle cells all over my body have gradually awakened their infinite potential. Through the ultra-fast vibration of the muscles resonating with the spiritual energy in the air, I achieved the effect of leaping through the sky. I cannot sense his true cultivation level, but he easily blocked my move. It seems his strength is extraordinary. Back when I fought him before, I thought he was only at the peak of Great Ascension. How can a peak Great Ascension cultivator defeat that move of mine? This is utterly absurd. What do you know? What tricks have you done to King Haifeng? You just keep guessing. Annihilation Zen Thunder. This is clearly King Haifeng's ultimate technique. Immortal technique, block with pectoral muscles. How interesting. Unexpected. Daring to use an ordinary body to resist my terrifying Black Thunder. How do you know how to use King Haifeng's ultimate technique? Demon clan above the Great Ascension Demon King realm can use the Devouring Spirit Demon technique to see targets missing memories, and even comprehend their ultimate techniques. But the biggest difference from your soul extraction technique, that Devouring Spirit requires swallowing the opponent's entire soul to succeed, somewhat similar to your human race's Chi deviation. So you guess for yourself what has become of that old friend of yours now. Feng Tian Sok, could it be that you too suffered such cruel methods at their hands? That is right, a life for a life is only natural. As for your appearance, my elder brother once described it to me in great detail. 100 years ago, my elder brother was fighting him when they were both swept into that accursed spatial rift. I never expected you to be so similar to that man, both miraculously surviving such a perilous place. Are you the blood brother of that demonic fiend who used beauty to ensnare souls back then? Yes, back then. My elder brother could not kill you, but today, I will personally send you to your grave. Demonic Path 6 Divine Ability. The incantation time is too lengthy and slow. Warrior Muscle Divine Art, Bone-shattering, marrow-crushing, heaven-earth-shaking step. This film ends here. I hope to receive many likes and shares to gain motivation to create more exciting episodes.